constitutional revolution of 1906 and narratives of the Enlightenment. From India, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caucasus. 1. Iran's dialectic of the Enlightenment, constitutional experience, transregional connections, and conflicting narratives of modernity. 1. Early history. Iran's constitutional revolution of 1906 aimed at changing the structure of the monarchy from despotic to constitutional and to adopt representative governance by introducing the country to a parliamentary system. It further resulted in a written constitution in which a separation between different branches of government was recognized. Intellectually, however, it drew on a diverse range of ideas and orientations that in good measure were associated with the Enlightenment, either directly from European sources or, more regularly, through elaborate routes of transregional contacts. Notably, by drawing on a select range of primary and secondary source material, this paper examines the intellectual encounter of Iran's constitutional movement with various types of Enlightenment ideas and the general intellectual debates and textual production of that period in areas such as representative governance and the rule of law. Such diverse trends, for instance, can be seen in terms of combining liberal as well as etatist approaches in the composition of the constitutional laws and subsequent interpretations of constitutional principles and methods of implementation. Further complexities of Iran's constitutional experience can also be noted in terms of the impact of Sharism on the one hand and prerogatives of autocratic state on the other, as in, for example, the articulation of Iran's civil code and the subsequent range of procedural laws that were adopted in the 1920s and 1930s. In both of these domains, Iran's constitutional experience included an underlying religious element in its conceptualization of popular sovereignty, and thus the ideal of a constitutional governance emerged with a strong religious component and emphasis on the rule of law rather than demand for liberty. By juxtaposing such divergent trends, the paper also elucidates the broad range of intellectual imports of the Enlightenment and their impact on Iran's political and intellectual landscape during the constitutional period and beyond. The main argument in Dialectic of Enlightenment, an influential book that was first published in 1944, co-authored by German critical social theorists Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno, was to show how in the course of its historical development under capitalism, a fundamental premise of the European Enlightenment turned into its opposite, that is, to show how the Enlightenment idea of man's ability and right to dominate nature gave way to the idea and the practice of domination of man over man. Accordingly, various forms of totalitarian and autocratic regimes that appeared in the 20th century were, in fact, the manifestations of how the Enlightenment ideas of individualism, universalism, and liberty gave way to their opposites. In Iran, such divergent approaches were further marked by random and unsystematic familiarity of Iranian writers with European sources as well as by Iran's own heterogeneous social makeup, intellectual background, and historical experience. Franian's reading of the European material was also impacted by two distinct yet interrelated factors, namely, the tradition of reacting to domestic autocracy, a tendency with certain similarities to the teachings of the 18th century French Enlightenment as well as the example of the 19th century British parliamentary system, and the ideological consequences of Iran's semi-colonial situation, which was specific to Iran. Although Iran was never directly colonized, it was affected by imperial politics and economic incursions during the Qajar period. Opposition to autocracy and resistance to imperialist advances gradually assumed a nationalist form in some elite and non-elite circles. For instance, it was experienced firsthand by segments of the merchant classes, intellectuals, some members of the clergy, and also by some covertly dissenting members of the political elite. In particular, such opposition and resistance were aroused by concessions granted to foreign interests and capitulations to foreign states. Domestically, however, opposition to local or central authorities was often expressed in measures such as seeking individual justice out of grievance, and resorting to the normative paradigm of circle of justice. Seeking a solution to both domestic autocracy and the semi-colonial situation was a central concern of Iran's constitutional movement that was later articulated in the text of the constitution and its supplement. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, these concerns also provided a window for the reception of counter-Enlightenment ideas, such as Romanticism, socialism, and anarchism, that were, by and large, Western in origin, although it ought to be noted that it was not always an either/or situation, as Iranians often selectively combined Enlightenment and counter-Enlightenment thoughts in ways that conformed to their perceived and desired sense of personal, social, religious, cultural, and national identities and overall objectives. They also gave way to the development of anti-Enlightenment ideas by Iranians, such as Islamic attempts to provide either a synthesis, an accommodation with, or a dismissal of Western ideas or, as was more often the case, reaching at a limited incorporation of Enlightenment ideas and other facets of modernities in general, as can be seen in, for example, some of the writings of Muhammad al-Islam Kashani and Sayyid Jamal al-Din, among others. Indeed, both of these figures were modernizing reformers, defending certain key Enlightenment ideas and many features of modernity, but at the same time rejecting the notion that one had to uncritically imitate the West as the sole proprietor of modernity. In Iran of the early 20th century, there were a number of debates over the ideas and teachings that were associated with the Enlightenment, but such arguments, although carrying over some basic tenets of the Enlightenment, treaded on a different path that was just as dialectical but differed with its European counterpart in philosophical substance and political scope. Iran and the Enlightenment. There is a shared, yet seldom clearly substantiated, opinion among various authors and commentators that sources of the self in modern Iran often consist of a mixture of loosely perceived concepts and values that involve nationalism, or more generally, themes and values associated with the so-called idea of Iran and the power of Persian language, Sharism, and a combination of modern European or Western ideas and divergent trends that stemmed from the Enlightenment. Yet these are not internally exclusionary qualities applied to the bare majority of the population, given the variant construct of the self when it comes to non-Persian or non-Shia Iranians. Also, in regards to the self and its corresponding question of agency, such definitions can be traced in both the ideological discourse of the state or in the ideological counter-discourse of its critics in different periods of France's modern history. In this view, each of these sources has maintained a complex and at the same time flexible composition, yet the level and manner of their interaction has been subject to historical and sociological variables, for instance, along typological, sociological, educational, and city/country demarcations. Also, in the course of the past 2 centuries, each of these trends and tendencies, in varying degree, has had certain intellectual, ideological, and political implications, ranging from random reception of post-Enlightenment thought, to the impact of nationalism and later socialism, to various approaches to constitutional government. Further implications can also be noted in the ideological and institutional framework of Iran's autocratic state nationalism in the interwar period. In this context, a clear impact of Enlightenment ideas can further be noted in terms of the positive light in which the very term revolution came to be viewed and appraised. In contrast to its former negative connotation as reversal of fortune, revolution was now viewed as a necessary measure for change and a turning point which could deliver the society to the threshold of progress. This semantic shift was also associated with varying degrees of subscription to Jacobin ethics, according to which revolutionary transformation may well involve, if not require, violence. Seen in this light, violence would be taken as a secondary concern, and the choice of whether to employ or avoid it would be determined by the exigencies of the revolutionary moment. Another semantic impact of the Enlightenment on the ideological composition of Iran's constitutional movement was the almost universal adoption of the metaphor of light when referring to the agency that was most associated with the task of propagating the conceptual principles and values of modern reforms, namely the intellectuals. As briefly argued elsewhere, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the term Monova al-Fiqh, which had already gained currency in the Ottoman Empire, was also used in reference to a wide range of Iranian educated elite, both inside Iran and abroad, who were in favor of reform, modernization, and constitutional government. Furthermore, the term intellectual in its initial form of Monova al-Fiqh resembled the French usage, illumin, and also almost simultaneously implied someone who enlightens others, which had a clear Promethean connotation. However, later in the 20th century, these semantic variations seem to have been conclusively merged into a widely used Persian neologism Roshan Fiqh, which delineates both of these attributes. Early Iranian intellectuals, somewhat similar to their counterparts elsewhere, were preoccupied with diagnosing the broad range of economic, social, cultural, and political ills of their country. Writing as physicians of the body politic, they prescribed remedies in accordance with their ideological orientations. In this context, the Enlightenment emphasis on free trade also appealed to merchants and traders and posed further challenges to the authority of the state to regulate the economy or to interfere with it at will. This would later also generate a tension between the bazaar-based class and the state, as was manifested during the constitutional period and beyond. Trans-regional connections. France's constitutional revolution of 1906 aimed at changing the structure of the monarchy from despotic to constitutional, and to adopt representative governance by introducing the country to a parliamentary system. It further resulted in a written constitution in which a separation between different branches of government was recognized intellectually. However, Iran's constitutional movement drew on a diverse range of ideas and orientations that in good measure were associated with the Enlightenment, either directly from European sources or, more regularly, through certain elaborate routes of trans-regional contacts, notably from India, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caucasus, all of which could be traced back to the Safavid period. These routes were primarily commercial and economic, through which not only goods and capital traveled but also ideas and a broad range of cultural styles and comportment. In addition to this, there was also the route which connected France to Ottoman Iraq with its Shari pilgrimage destinations in the south, such as Najaf, Kabbalah, and Casemain among others, referred to collectively as the Atabat. Some of these locations, notably Najaf, also housed a cluster of Shari seminaries which, as will be noted later, had important doctrinal and leadership impact on the events in Iran during the constitutional period. By the time of Iran's constitutional movement, a considerable volume of printed material ranging from periodicals and reformist tracts to literary and historical works that were produced in each of these zones regularly reached Iran, while also circulating among the expatriate Iranian communities in each of these regional centers. These materials were generally well received by an emerging community of interested readers and followers. Although it would be inaccurate to generalize, certain patterns or trends can be discerned in the overall tone and orientation of the ideas that originated in each of these trans-regional zones. These ideas echoed certain discourses or range of debates that were also current among their respective intelligentsia, each of which, in turn, echoed a certain tonality and intellectual, as well as ideological, orientation of their place or zone of origin in modern Europe. In this context, in addition to the European connection itself, three zones or circuits of contact and transmission of ideas that were referred to above reflected distinct types of European ideas and exposed Iran to a range of European intellectual traditions and ideologies, namely, India, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caucasus. In the 19th century, there was also a random and limited familiarity of Iranians with topics in modern European philosophy. Nevertheless, it should be stressed that liberal, atheist, and radical tendencies more or less existed in all three regions: British India, the Ottoman world, and the Russian Caucasus. For example, there were clear liberal, atheist, and radical currents in key parts of the Ottoman world in places such as Beirut and Istanbul, and also in Cairo and Alexandria. Invariably, some of these currents influenced individuals such as Mirza Aka Khan Kamani, Sheikh Ahmad Rui, Syed Jamal al-Din, and Mirza Makam Khan, among many others, who spent time in various parts of the Ottoman world as Qajar officials, merchants, or intellectuals and radicals. With respect to Shia debates regarding constitutional movement and the clerical participation and leadership role in it, as will be noted later, the Atabat connection was particularly significant. There was also a heterodoxical current in the writings of some of Azali and early Baha'i authors who resided in the Ottoman Empire or in the Russian Caucasus during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. A notable example is Mirza Abbas Nuri and his Risale-i Madaniya, written in Persian in 1875 and circulated in Iran anonymously. In this text, the author proposed the creation of representative institutions not unlike those envisioned by the young Ottomans, some of whom were also in exile at the time, with several Baha'i leaders residing in Akka in Ottoman Palestine. Echoing certain key notions of the Enlightenment for representative governance, Abd al-Baha suggested the creation of councils and consultative assemblies of elected representatives of people in Iran to address the political, cultural, and economic problems of the country. European connection. The present essay specifically deals with regional connections and cross-influences. However, the impact of ideas and ideologies that in one way or another were associated with the Enlightenment and influenced Iranian authors and commentators more directly as a consequence of their first-hand exposure while traveling to, or residing in, European locations during this period cannot be overlooked. Similarly significant was the perceptions of Iran and themes related to Persian culture among various European writers who were identified with the Enlightenment 18, yet, given their broad and varied scope, these indispensable historical components, each in its own right, require separate studies. Thus, relevant topics for further investigation would include cases of direct exposure of some Franians to European Enlightenment thought inside Iran itself, as in the case of contact with European diplomats, travelers, staff of various commercial agencies, such as telegraph or other departments, or, occasionally, even some Christian missionaries such as the American Presbyterians who, despite their religious orientation, valued greater political and social rights. Direct influence of Europe can also be noted through the works of people who visited or spent a considerable amount of time in Europe. Individual authors such Markan Khan, Haj Sayyar, Etimad al-Sultana, Koshef al-Sultana, to name only a few, wrote diaries, newspapers, pamphlets, histories, or else tracts that contributed to raise awareness about popular as well as individual rights and a social contract between the government and the people. For example, one of the most conservative of these figures, Etimad al-Sultana, was in many ways a forerunner for a broad range of ideas that later became commonplace during the Constitutional Revolution. By the late 19th century, there is also a considerable body of material produced in Persian about law and legal reform in the works of authors such as Mustashar ad-Dawla and Mirza Makam Khan. Indian connection. A dominant tone that often transpired from the Persian texts that were produced in India and sent to Iran or read elsewhere by the Iranian expatriate community, had a distinct flavor of being preoccupied by issues relating to political economy. In line with prevailing British economic views at the time, particular attention was devoted by some Iranian reformers to improving customs and ports, introducing a modern banking system, and developing the country's infrastructure, with construction of railways as an often repeated mantra. 21 The major outlets for expression of such views included the influential periodical Abd al-Matan published in Calcutta. In these sources, economic development was generally seen as a precondition for progress in other fields. In articulating their economic remedies, these texts were also influenced by critique of colonialism perspectives. Hence, in their overall composition we can often detect a clear sense of mercantile nationalism. This goal fell on receptive ears inside Iran, in particular among the bazaar merchants who already were critical of the state's inability or unwillingness to protect their interests and offset foreign semi-colonial reach into Franian markets, and were calling for the development and protection of native manufactures and industries. The fresh memory of the 1891 to 1892 tobacco protest was carried over to the general discourse of the constitutional movement. However, the discourse of merchant nationalism had to grapple with a profound dilemma which it never succeeded to resolve during the constitutional period. On the one hand, in line with its ideological and social memory, merchant nationalism was largely articulated on the premise of expressing itself via grievances and basing its demands on a seemingly liberal claim that rights of the nation must be protected by a new governing order from the intrusions and abuses of the state and of foreign competitors. Yet on the other hand, its belief in the necessity of economic development and the urgency of investment in the country's infrastructure would have required the existence of a strong state which could exercise and implement central planning, a postulate that in principle and in practice would have contradicted any hypothetically liberal premise of Iranian merchant nationalism in the early 20th century. The reform literature that traveled through the Indian route and reached France were adamant in their anti-colonial, anti-despotic, and anti-patrimonial tendencies, but less vocal on practicalities of institution building and the type of state that was needed in order to deliver such reforms. Although the general tone of many reformist material on political economy that were produced within the Indian zone was particularly impacted by English and Scottish economic theories and to a significant extent by British administration in India, they were also informed of and influenced by comparable experience elsewhere, notably in Central Asia or the Caucasus. The Indian route was also significant in such fields as educational and legal reforms, British colonial inequities notwithstanding. In any transregional analysis, therefore, particular attention should be given to the fact that none of these routes were passive channels of transmitting ideas from their European origins to Iran or elsewhere. For instance, the Indian circuit itself had an elaborate network of connections with various other places and contexts. 24 We know that a major supporter of Abd al-Matan, for instance, was Haj Zain al-Abidin Morogai, a reform-minded merchant and author in his own right, who had initially resided in Baku and was later established in Istanbul. In other words, the trans-regional context of communication was exposed to European centers but also very dynamically to surrounding regions within the Middle East, Southwest, Southern, and Central Asia, the Caucasus, and beyond. Ottoman connection. Another significant route that connected Iran to its surrounding world and beyond that to Europe was via the Ottoman Empire, notably Istanbul, Izmir, and Beirut, and also Alexandria and Cairo in Egypt. These centers were, each in its own way, hubs of diverse social, cultural, and ideological trends and trans-regional connections extending from the Middle East and North Africa to the Caucasus, Russia, and Central and Western Europe. The connection to Istanbul took place through a number of routes which included the Caucasus, Iraq, or through the Mediterranean maritime routes. During the second half of the 19th century, both Beirut and Istanbul were active scenes of Ottoman attempts at reform. They both had a highly dynamic social, cultural, and ideological climate which influenced Ottoman subjects as well as Iranian expatriate communities that were mostly comprised of merchants, and, as noted earlier, merchant nationalism was a recurrent theme in many influential Persian periodicals that were published outside Iran in the late 19th century. In these periodicals one can simultaneously trace echoes of not just one but all different currents of influence emanating from India, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caucasus. Here another major part of the Ottoman state that could be added as a source of influence is Egypt. For instance, Al-Afghani had a network of supporters in Egypt and there was a sizable community of Iranians in Cairo and Alexandria 28. The above-mentioned centers and routes, each in its own way, were particularly exposed to and receptive of European debates regarding modernization and reform. These debates were carried out simultaneously on several fronts, ranging from economy and industry to education, law, culture, gender rights, and government administration. In this context, French influence in Alexandria and Beirut, and the Central European, notably German, influence in Istanbul were particularly visible. 22 Although in the case of the Ottoman connection debates regarding reforms also touched on improvements, the general tone in the Persian publications produced in the Ottoman Empire, particularly in Istanbul, was that of romantic nationalism and with a clear Hititist orientation. Also themes such as purification of Persian language from alien influence were also discernible in these debates. Some of the advocates of this debate were receptive to texts produced by members of the Parsi Zoroastrian community in India, who were being regarded as living custodians of authentic Persian. In this context, there were also idealized references to Iran's ancient pre-Islamic civilizations which, thanks in part to some recent Western archaeological findings, juxtaposed the ancient glories of Iran with its contemporary weaknesses and, by way of offering a remedy, concluded that for the success of any project of national recovery the state had to be revived fast. Here the state was both the embodiment of the nation's soul and the only viable medium that could deliver the nation to its destiny. Another significant aspect of the Ottoman connection was that it generated a considerable volume of debates concerning nationality as a political and also a cultural paradigm. This in part stemmed from the intensive debate already underway among the 19th century Ottoman elite regarding the boundaries and attributes of nationality. Early expressions of this concept were voiced by the Young Ottomans in 1870s and later by the Young Turks movement in 1900s. It was clearly anticipated that the trajectory of these debates would sooner or later also lead to the introduction of new regulations concerning citizenship requirements for those residing in the Ottoman Empire. Iranian subjects in the Ottoman Empire were alarmed by the potential repercussions of such regulations on their long-term prospects in the Ottoman Empire. These various Ottoman debates on nationality predictably resonated in Iranian circles as well. During the second half of the 19th century, many aspects of social life in the Ottoman Empire were impacted by attempts at legal reform and the implementation of the Marcel Code in private transactions and in state-society relations. The idea of codification of the law and procedural uniformity that was associated with the Ottoman Marcel captured the attention of many Iranian reformists prior to the constitutional revolution. However, at a substantive level, there is relatively lesser reflection of this issue in the debates among Iranian intellectuals at home or abroad, and there is little trace of this subject in Persian publications outside Iran, be it in the Attonian Empire or elsewhere. One plausible explanation for this absence can be noted in the Shari-Sunni differences on juristic questions and methodologies. But another, and perhaps more consequential, reason was the very difference between state institutions in France and in the Ottoman Empire. By all standards, the Ottoman state was a complex state. It was far more centralized than its counterpart in France, and it also had a different institutional memory and experience in dealing with diverse confessional communities within its own domain and in interacting with Europe. Iranian exile or diasporic communities, in Istanbul, Izmir, or elsewhere, had a markedly different experience dealing with the Ottoman state than what they had experienced in Iran. By extension, their concrete and direct experience with the Ottoman state was not something from which they could draw much immediate practical use for dealing with the Qajar state or in contemplating its future contours. Instead, their insights into and expectations of the state grew increasingly abstract, metahistorical, and romantic. During the constitutional period, the Iranian community in Istanbul was also in regular contact with various Shia centers in Ottoman Iraq, as well as with Iranian expatriate communities in the Caucasus, and these contacts further augmented the Istanbul community's complex ideological profile. This community was as much exposed to ideas of the Enlightenment as it was to more recent involvement in Iran's domestic politics by some of the high-ranking clerics residing in Shia centers in Iraq and their leadership role in articulating popular grievances to the Qajar state. The Caucasus and the Russian connection. This zone, which connected Tabriz and Rasht to Yerevan, Baku, Tbilisi, and other centers in the Caucasus, was also a major route connecting Iran to Europe during the constitutional period. Via this route we can identify some of the earliest instances of the exposures of Iranian intellectuals to more radical strands of European Enlightenment, namely socialism, Marxism, and anarchism. These ideas reached Iran through Russia and had distinctly Russian inflections that continue to resonate well after the constitutional movement. Ideas that transmitted through this route had two distinct characteristics. On the one hand, they entailed conceptually radical approaches to politics, society, and culture that respectively challenge absolutism, social class structure, and religious conservatism. On the other hand, these ideas were conceptually launched from outside the institutional boundaries of the state and, hence, some of their advocates considered that any prospect for reform would have to be contingent upon the breakdown of the existing state, rather than its piecemeal incremental reform. Among the influential writers and critics of this milieu during the period prior to the constitutional revolution was Mirza Ali Akhundzada, whose attacks on conservatism and religious obscurantism left a lasting influence on the later generation of Iranian political and cultural critics such as the influential authors Mirza Yusuf Khan Mustasha al-Dawla, Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, Mirza Makani Khan Nozam al-Dawla, and Mirza Abidi al-Rahim Tilbof Tabrizi, within Iran or abroad. As an important center in the Caucasus, Baku was linked to Georgia and Russia and to the Ottoman ports on the Black Sea and to Istanbul. Also, in the absence of a direct and reliable overland road connecting Azerbaijan to Khorasan, Baku was frequently used by those who wanted to travel between Tabriz and Mashhad, using the Trans-Caspian steamboat service. From an ideological point of view, the Caucasus zone more directly impacted Iran's constitutional revolution, especially in Azerbaijan and Gilan. The constitutionalist societies in Tabriz and Rasht clearly reflected the considerable level of interaction that existed between Iran and the Caucasus, both in terms of their member composition and the range of topics that they put to debate. The Caucasus connection was particularly significant in the introduction of socialist ideas to ideological debates of the constitutional period and after, as can be noted in groups such as Ejtimayan Etidayan and the radical minority Ejtimayan Omiyun. Among the influential activists and ideologues with connections to both Tabriz and Baku was Ovetis Sultanzada, who was also one of the early advocates and organizers of communism in Iran. Baku and other centers in the Caucasus continued to impact Iran's post-constitutional politics, particularly in Azerbaijan and Gilan 42. Moreover, the Caucasus was significant insofar as the overwhelming majority of mercenary and volunteer fighters joining the constitutionalist camp during the 1908-1909 civil war came from the Caucasus. There was also a sizable Iranian emigre community residing in the Caucasus, as well as the existence of a major Iranian trade route that connected Iran to Russia and beyond, and a wide range of pro-reform newspapers in Ansari were published there. The Atabat. By the late 19th century, a significant Iranian community was residing in the Atabat as well as elsewhere in Ottoman Iraq, and Iran's connection to the region was not limited to pilgrimage destinations and seminary centers. In fact, the Atabat, together with different largely Shia-populated parts of Iraq, were long under the influence of Persian culture and as such provided a conduit for Ottoman and Arab influence on Iran. Iraq was thus open to a considerable volume of economic, social, cultural, and intellectual exchange and transactions with France. Also by the late 19th century, some of the Iranian ulama of Iraq came to leave a significant impact on political events inside France, most notably the tobacco protest of early 1890s and ultimately the constitutional revolution of. The ulama's relation with the monarchy was strained during the long reign of Nasser al-Din Shah. The alienation of the ulama and the bazaar merchants with the monarchy erupted into the open in 1890 following the government's decision to grant a British-owned company exclusive monopoly for the purchase and sale of all tobacco that was grown in Iran, the tobacco concession. Caused protests among the bazaar merchants, who in turn mobilized the ulama to openly oppose it. The tobacco merchants feared that the concession would make them redundant, also alarmed other merchants of the possible extension of foreign monopolies to their own spheres of trade, as well as the clergy, who were the recipient of religious alms and donations from merchants. Ultimately, Mirza Hassan Shirazi, a senior member of the Shari ulama residing in Iraq, issued a fatwa that forbade his followers to consume tobacco so long as it was handled by a foreign monopoly. The protest forced the government to eventually rescind the concession in 1892. The tobacco protest was one of the early episodes of joint participation by different opposition groups, both clergy-led and those with secular orientations, and on the whole it has been noted by later historians as a dress rehearsal for Iran's constitutional revolution in 1906.45. Initially, the central idea that ultimately led to the constitutional revolution was the demand for setting up a House of Justice, following a number of economic and political events of 1905, such as public opposition to increased taxation and the negative impact of public punishment of some prominent merchants over price increase. The ideal of justice also echoed a wider demand for stability and order, and for protection of national interests from foreign interference. Justice was then seen as synonymous with curbing the powers of the monarchy since the monarchy, somehow against its own self-interest, had been repeatedly ignoring or violating the unwritten Khaja Pact, the normative system of elaborate negotiations between the center and different segments of the society. The monarchy had thus become associated with arbitrary rule and injustice which the people, especially those associated with the bazaar, viewed as evident in the concessions that foreign interests received in economic matters. Thus the term constitutionalism was rendered as mashrutiyat, which implied placing conditions on the monarchy. The constitutional revolution was therefore not an anti-monarchist movement, but an anti-absolutist one. It was also a movement that advocated protection of civil and constitutional rights or, as stated in the text of the Constitution itself, rights of the nation. It was concerned with national sovereignty, good government, economic progress, and demanding a unified and uniformly applied legal system. It therefore emerged the idea of political rights and administration of justice with goals that were expressed in the language of nationalism, both political and economic. The constitutional revolution therefore sought to provide not a restoration or repair of the Khaja Pact nor a revival of an even earlier circle of justice, paradigm. In fact, the assassination of Nizar ad-Din Shah in 1896 by a petitioner-turned assassin was a clear indication of the breakdown of that paradigm for good. The constitutional revolution proposed a systematic change in the structure and exercise of political authority, one that would ideally be an alternative to fatwas and assassinations as the means of contending with absolutism. As it has been argued elsewhere, the ulama had consistently supported the absolute monarchy when the Safavid dynasty established a Sharia monarchy in Iran. They had viewed the monarchy as the protector of the Sharia domain and propagator of the faith. During the constitutional revolution, some of the ulama, such as Sheikh Fazlullah Nuri of Tehran or Mirza Hassan Mujtahid of Tabriz, continued to defend absolute monarchy on those lines. Nuri viewed constitutionalism as a Western idea that would ultimately subvert Shariaism and the insular sanctity of the Sharia domain. On the other hand, other senior ulama, such as Muhammad Kazem Khorasani and Muhammad Hossein Noaini, who were residing in Najaf, saw no tension between the requirements of Sharia piety and the imperatives of Sharia authority on the one hand and constitutionalism on the other. In fact, the ulama had supported the monarchy insofar as it was capable of protecting the interests of the people and the nation which they had equated with the Sharia domain. If the powers vested in the monarchy were manipulated by foreign interests to the detriment of the nation, and if arbitrary rule alienated the masses and caused instability, then limiting those powers under a constitution was necessary. Such arguments embodied certain similarities with the general strand of Enlightenment political theory where, irrespective of methods, the state draws its legitimacy both from its willingness and its ability to fulfill common good. Addressing these questions, Noaini, in his noted 1909 treatise, Tambi al-Umayyah Tanzi al-Mila, argued for the compatibility of constitutionalism and Islam. The short text is divided into one introduction, 5 chapters, and a conclusion. The first chapter gives a general account of a government based on religious precept and equates it with government based on reason. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 provide a defense of constitutional government based on consultation, consensus and setting limits on the powers of the government. Chapter 5 defines the qualifications of those who would be eligible to be representatives at the Consultative Assembly or the Parliament. In this text, Noaini argues that the religious questions have already been clarified in the Quran. For clarification of public, social, and non-religious questions, the community must rely on experts in these areas. Accordingly, the relationship between the people and the ruler belongs to Omari Urfi. Although as a Shia thinker, Noaini considered the only just rule to be that of the hidden Imam. In practice, during the period of occultation before the reappearance of the Imam, it is not only possible but also legitimate to regulate the relationships between the people and the government in accordance with certain laws and instructions that are offered by experts. Although in a real sense the constitution was designed to replace the Sharia, Noaini nevertheless dismissed the conservative criticism that constitutional legislation in Islamic countries would be a heretical innovation. Furthermore, the pro-constitutionalist ulama, such as Noaini, focused their attention to replace arbitrary rule with a conditional form of government that would be compatible with Islamic recommendations in favor of justice, consultation, and consensus. Therefore, constitutionalism was not seen as a threat to the integrity of the Sharia domain, but as a necessary measure to protecting it. In this context, political reform was sanctioned by the imperative of both preserving the faith and the nation that embodied it. Looking closely at the language of Noaini's text, it can be noted that he was also arguing that such innovations complied with Islamic practice of ijtihad. In fact, similar to Al-Afghani and others in different frameworks, many clerical and non-clerical reformers argued that emulating certain Western practices and institutions were not contradictory to Islam, but were rather compatible with basic tenets of Islamic rational approach as in the practice of ijtihad. On the other hand, the constitutionalists did not see themselves exclusively concerned with religious law, nor with secularism and liberty, but with popular sovereignty and justice. They also viewed the ulama as an important ally in the quest for a constitution. In this context, constitutionalism was clearly not a secular ideal, and it was not expected to cut off the individual from the hold of religious law. It was neither anti-clerical nor an expression of a Muslim enlightenment. To the extent that constitutionalism was a demand for the rule of law, it reinforced the writ of the Sharia, the position of which vis-a-vis the monarchy reinforced the demands of the constitutionalists. Eventually, influential members of the elite, grasping the urgency of political reforms, persuaded Muzaffar ad-Din Shah to compromise and agree to convene a representative assembly that would then draw a constitution. The Constitutional Revolution produced France's first parliamentary system. The new constitution, which was modeled after the Belgian Constitution of 1831, was promulgated in 1906, and a parliament was convened for the first time in October of that year. FT effectively transferred some of the powers of the monarchy to the legislature, and it provided the representatives with a forum through which to influence legislation and, ultimately, governance. The constitution further specified that the monarchy would be subservient to a representative government that would be produced by the parliament, yet it was less clear in delineating the relations between religion and politics, and it did not draw boundary lines between the two. Regardless of the long-term implications of this omission, its immediate significance was that it included religion in the emerging Iranian conception of popular sovereignty. The ideal of a constitutional governance therefore emerged with a strong religious component and emphasis on the rule of law rather than demand for liberty. Conflicting narratives of modernity. As shown in the preceding sections, Iran's constitutional experience drew on a wide range of ideas that in one way or the other were associated with the Enlightenment as well as with Iran's own intellectual and political context. Ideas that were associated with the Enlightenment came from different quarters, some directly from Europe while others through the neighboring regions and countries. In this vein, Iran's written constitution introduced modern concepts of citizenship and political rights to Iranian politics. It also provided the necessary framework for institutionalizing these notions through new and uniform legislations in civil and procedural laws which, after several attempts in the 1910s, took place from the late 1920s onwards, a process that unfolded under the overriding prerogative of the state. Iran's legal reforms in the 20th century were largely facilitated, indeed were made possible, by such constitutional experience and framework. Moreover, Iran's constitutional experience, to the extent that it echoed merchant nationalism, did not produce a substantive transformation in the ideological formation of the Iranian bourgeoisie, its aspirations, political culture, and its overall world outlook. Whereas the constitutional movement in Europe and North America, having experienced turbulent and often violent tensions between proponents and opponents of constitutionalism and enlightenment, in one way or the other paved the way for a more assertive individualism which in turn helped capitalism to consolidate, expand, and develop its representative institutions with regard to policy making and governance. In Iran, the constitutional aspirations of the Enlightenment often remained a private abstraction among many of those who considered themselves constitutionalists, while in practice constitutional institutions remained at the mercy of either too much or too little state. However, Iran's constitutional experience, similar to its counterparts elsewhere, involved diverse, often conflicting, narratives of modernity which, in all honesty of purpose, sought to synthesize fundamentally opposite concepts, values, and methodologies, indications of coexistence and simultaneous association among opposites during the constitutional movement and the periods that followed, are abundant. These include, among others, textual representations, personal deeds and biographies, and political behavior. While studying Iran's constitutional history, we routinely encounter diverse tendencies and binary orientations such as patrimonialism versus embryonic syndicalism, Sharism versus liberalism, traditionalism versus modernism, centralism versus regionalism, tribalism versus urbanism, internationalism and pan-Islamism versus nationalism, parliamentarism versus clericalism, state nationalism versus popular nationalism, etc. All of which were indicative of the complexity of Iran's constitutional experience. A discussion of Iran's dialectic of the Enlightenment in the post-constitutional era would also entail addressing the question of the autocratic path to state formation during the interwar period as a historical means and catalyst to achieve modernization. Unlike the enlightened despotism that had appeared in European history during the 18th and early 19th centuries, Iran's autocratic states in the 20th century during the interwar period and beyond adopted centralization and state nationalism. Although chronologically this topic falls beyond the constitutional period and is therefore beyond the scope of the present essay, it impacted the popular perception of the Enlightenment and of its associated modes of modernity in Iran. Bibliography. Abrahamian, E. Iran Between Two Revolutions, Princeton, New Jersey. Ademiyat, F. Andishehoyi Mirzafat-Oli Akhondzada, Tehran. Ademiyat, F. Fegri Democracy, Yehtimai da Nozati Mashrutiyet Iran, Tehran. Aferi, J. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, 1906–1911, Grassroots Democracy, Social Democracy, and the Origins of Feminism, New York, New York. Aferi, J. Civil Liberties and the Making of Iran's First Constitution, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume 25, No. Aferi, J. The Place of Shia Clerics in the First Iranian Constitution, in Critical Research on Religion, Volume No. Of Shah, Mirza Reza. Pavazi Negoreshi Parsi Persian, Istanbul. Aga, H. Akhondzada, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 1, Fasc 7, 1984, pages 735–740. Aga, H. Mirza Makam Khan, A Biographical Study in Iranian Modernism, Berkeley, California. Althusser, L. Politics and History, Montesquieu, Rousseau, Marx, London. Omanat, A. and Vejdoni, F. Iran Facing Others, Identity Boundaries in a Historical Perspective, New York, New York. Ansari, A. M. The Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran, Cambridge, 2012. Arjumand, S. A. Constitutional Revolution 3. The Constitution, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 6, Fasc. 2, 1992, pages 187–192. Arjumand, S. A. The Conception of Revolution in Persianate Political Thought, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume No. Arjumand, S. A. The 1906–2007 Iranian Constitution and the Constitutional Debate on Islam, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume No. Ashraf, A. Iranian Identity, Perspectives, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 13, Fasc 5, 2006. Atabaki, T. and Rostemovetohidi, S. Baku Documents, Union Catalogue of Persian, Azerbaijani, Ottoman Turkish and Arabic serials, and newspapers in the libraries of the Republic of Azerbaijan. London, L. B. Torres. Atabaki, T. and Zacher, E. J. Men of Order, Authoritarian Modernization under Ataturk and Reza Shah, London. Banagdarian, M. A World Born Through the Chamber of a Revolver, Revolutionary Violence, Culture, and Modernity in Iran, 1906–1911, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No. Banagdarian, M. Britain and the Iranian Constitutional Revolution of 1906–1911, Foreign Policy, Imperialism, and Dissent, Syracuse, New York, 2006. Banagdarian, M. Iranian Nationalism and Global Solidarity Networks, 1906–1918, Internationalism, Transnationalism, Globalization, and Nationalist Cosmopolitanism in Chihabi, H. E. Jafari, P. and Jafudi, M. Iran in the Middle East, Transnational Encounters and Social History, London, pages 77119. Brown, E. G. The Press and Poetry of Modern Persia, Cambridge. Brown, E. G. A Brief Narrative of Recent Events in Persia followed by a translation of The Four Pillars of the Persian Constitution, London, 1909. Brown, E. G. Appendix A. The Basis of the Persian Constitution, in the Persian Revolution of 1905–1909, Washington, D.C., 1995. Chalebi R. Mossoli, D. Kalumat Fasiya Mustamila Fai Amiya Al Musa wa Fainha Al Iraq, Baghdad, 1380 Shakari, C. Sultan Zaid, The Forgotten Revolutionary Theoretician of Iran, A Biographical Sketch, in Iranian Studies, Volume 17, Note 2-3, 1984. Shakari, C. The Soviet Socialist Republic of Iran, 1920-1921, Bath of the Trauma, Pittsburgh and London. Chihabi, H. E. The Paris of the Middle East, Iranians in Cosmopolitan Beirut, in Chihabi H. E. Jafari, P. and Jeffudi M. Iran in the Middle East, Transnational Encounters and Social History, London. Chihabi H. E. Jafari, P. and Jeffudi M. Iran in the Middle East, Transnational Encounters and Social History, London. Cronin, S. Iranian-Russian Encounters, Empires and Revolutions since 1800, London. Cronin, S. Reformers and Revolutionaries in Modern Iran, New Perspectives on the Iranian Left, London. Darlin, L. T. History of Social Justice and Political Power in the Middle East, The Circle of Justice from Mesopotamia to Globalization, London. Inayat, H. Law, State, and Society in Modern Iran, Constitutionalism, Autocracy, and Legal Reform, 1906-1941, New York. Ethodia, M. Anjumani Alitai Tabriz, in Encyclopedia Iranica, online edition, originally published, July 20, 2002. Fazana, M. M. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution and the Clerical Leadership of Khorasani, Syracuse, New York. Farahi, D. Astana-i Tajadad, Da Shari Tambe Alama Vie Tanzi Al-Mila, Tehran. Foucault, M. QSC E.K. Les Lumières. Available in English, What is Enlightenment, in Rabino, P. The Foucault Reader, New York, also available online http://Foucault.info/documents/whatisenlightenment/Foucault.whatisenlightenment.n.html. Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Austin, Texas. Gaisri, A. and Nossa, V. Democracy in Iran, History and the Quest for Liberty, Oxford. Gaisri, A. Merchants Without Borders, Trade, Travel, and a Revolution in Late Qajar Iran, Information, A. War and Peace in Qajar Persia, Implications Past and Present, London, pages 183-212. Gaisri, A. Constitutional Rights and the Development of Civil Law in Iran, 1907-1941, in Chihabi, H. E. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Politics, Cultural Transformations, and Transnational Connections, London, pages 60-79. Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals, Past and Present, interview by Ali Ahmadi Motlaq, Mufta, posted on March 10, 2011, available. Gaisri, A. Constitutional Revolution in Iran, in Martin, A. C. Encyclopedia of Islam and the Muslim World, 2nd edition, New York, New York. Gaisri, A. McCall, Resale, Katab, An Overview of Persian Expository and Analytical Prose, in Yasheta, E. A History of Persian Literature, Volume 5, Persian Prose, London. Noli, G. The Idea of Iran, an Essay on its Origin, Leiden. Goshalaj Valai, I. Georgian Sources on the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Sergo Gamlishvili's Memoirs of the Jailan Resistance, in Iranian Studies, Volume No. Gorban, M. Obl Armatan vie Zamenehoyi Mashrutiat, in Sanyori, A. Beresi Maboni Fekri vie Ejtimai Mashrutiat Iran, Bozak Dashti Ayatollah Muhammad Qasem Khorasani, Tehran, Emoasizei Tokekat vie Tauzeyi, Olam Insani, 1383. Green, N. Bombay Islam, The Religious Economy of the West Indian Ocean, 1840-1915, Cambridge. Green, N. The Love of Strangers, What 6 Muslim Students Learned in Jane Austen's London, Princeton, New Jersey. Harry, A. H. Shurism and Constitutionalism in Iran, A Study of the Role Played by the Persian Residents of Iraq in Iranian Politics, Leiden, 1977. Haniaglu, M. S. The Young Turks in Opposition, Oxford. Horkheimer, M. and Adorno, T. W. Dialectic der Aufklärung, first published in 1944, revised version, Amsterdam, 1947, also in English by John Cumming, J. as Dialectic of Enlightenment, New York, new edition by Noor, G. S. and Edmund Jeffcott, E. as Dialectic of Enlightenment, Philosophical Fragments, Stanford, California, 2002, Frankfurt. Isui, C. The Economic History of Iran, 1800-1914, Chicago and London. Jamozada, M.A., Ganji Shegon Yo Azati Iqtisadi Iran, reissued, Tehran. Kant, I Bintwatum da Fridge, was East Afklarung. Available online. What is enlightenment.pdf? English edition, answering the question, what is enlightenment? Available online. /con.html. Kant, I an answer to the question, what is enlightenment? In Gregor, M.J., the Cambridge edition of the works of Immanuel Kant, Practical Philosophy, Cambridge. Kant, I Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, Cambridge, P. Khosrovi, A. Tariki Moshuteye Iran, 13th edition, Tehran. Kayali, H. Arabs and Young Turks, Ottomanism, Arabism, and Islamism in the Ottoman Empire, 1908 to 1918, California. Kozemi, A. The Tobacco Protest in 19th Century Iran, The View from a Provincial Town, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume 7, No. Kedi, N. A. Solid Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani, A Political Biography, Berkeley, California. Kedi, N. A. and Mathi, A. Iran and the Surrounding World, Interactions in Culture and Cultural Politics. Seattle. Kozini, A. The City of Bulk and the Central Eurasian Caravan Trade in the Early 19th Century, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No. Kurimok DC, I. The Eastern Mediterranean and the Making of Global Radicalism, 1860 to 1914, Berkeley, California. Kia, M. Constitutionalism, Economic Modernization and Islam in the Writings of Mirza Yusuf Khan Mostasha Odi Dawla, Middle Eastern Studies Volume No. Kia, M. Pan-Islamism in Late 19th Century Iran, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Lauritsen H. A. and Torop, M. Rousseau and Revolution, Continuum Studies in Political Philosophy Series, London and New York. Lawrence, T. E. Akhtar, a Persian language newspaper published in Istanbul and the Iranian community of the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, Istanbul. Macpherson, C. B. The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, Hobbes to Locke, Oxford. Mabubiadekani, H. Doverman Karivam Marifat, Yoma, No. 211-1344. Markham Khan, C. Nozam al-Dawla, Mirza Markham Khan Makuza, H. Reason and Revolution, Hegel and the Rise of Social Theory, New York. Martin, V. The Koja Pact, Bargaining, Protest and the State in 19th Century Persia, London. Mattia and Baron, B. Fran and Beyond, Essays in Middle Eastern History in Honor of Nikia, Kedi, Costa Mesa. Matti, The Imaginary Realm, Europe's Enlightenment Image of Early Modern Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa and the Middle East, Volume No. Minovi, M. Evelyn Koriveni Morifat, in Yoma, number 62, 1332. Mojtehidi, K. Ashnai Iranian B.A. Forsef Hoyi Jaded Igab Encounters of Iranians with Modern Western Philosophies, Tehran. Motalibi, M. Sareya, in Denshamayi Jahani Islam, Tehran, Volume 1, p. Mujani, S. Kotomi, S. and Mokaraben, Okbai Najaf, Volumes, Tehran. NN, Riseleyi Modiniya Bombay. Noaini, M. Tambi Alama Vie Tanzi al-Mila, Tehran and Nakash, Y. The Sherries of Iraq, Princeton, New Jersey. Nozam al-Dawla, M.M.K. Majmu Ansari Mirza Makam Khan, Volume Tehran, 1327-1948. Nozam al-Dawla, M.M.K. Rosnameyi Kanan, Tehran. Nozam al-Islam Kamani, M.M. Tariki Bidori Iranian, edited by A. Soidi Sejoni, Volume 3rd edition, Tehran. Nure, F.M. The Constitutional Ideas of a Shiite Mujtahid, Muhammad Hussein Naini, in Iranian Studies, Volume No. Pavin, N. Obl al-Matan, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 11, Fask. 4, 2002. Perry, J. A. Justice for the Underprivileged, The Ombudsman Tradition of Iran, in Journal of Near Eastern Studies, No. Pista Hatam, A. The Persian newspaper actor as a transmitter of Ottoman political ideas, in Zakoni, T. and Zarim Bafsha, F. Les Iranians d'Istanbul, Istanbul and Tehran, pages 141147. Kuchoni, A. N. Siahati Shak, Tehran, 1st edition, 1347, new edition, 1378. Rofiai, M. Anjuman, Organi Anjumania Aloti Azerbaijan, Tehran, 1983. Schneider, L. The Petitioning System in Iran, State, Society and Power Relations in the Late 19th Century, Wiesbaden. Syed Gorob, A. and Muglin, S. One word, Yek Kaleme, 19th century Persian treatise introducing Western codified law, Leiden. Sorabi, N. Revolution and State Culture, The Circle of Justice and Constitutionalism in 19th Century Iran, in Steinmetz, G. State/Culture, State Formation After the Colonial Turn, London, 1999. Sorabi, N. Revolution and Constitutionalism in the Ottoman Empire and Iran, Cambridge. Taylor, C. Sources of the Self, The Making of the Modern Identity, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Zacconi, T. and Sarim Bafshah, F. Les Iranians d'Istanbul, Istanbul and Tehran. Zarimbaf, E. From Istanbul to Tabriz, Modernity and Constitutionalism in the Ottoman Empire and Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa and the Middle East, Volume 28, No. Zurcher, E. J. The Young Turk Legacy and Nation Building, From the Ottoman Empire to Ataturk's Turkey, London. An earlier version of this essay was presented at the Conference on Iran's Constitutional Revolution and the Narratives of the Enlightenment, organized by Ginkgo Library and the British Institute of Persian Studies, at the British Academy, London, September 2015. My thanks are due to the conference organizers for their hospitality and to participants for their fruitful discussions. I am also grateful to Ali Ansari, Mohsen Ashtiani, Mansour Bonagdarian, Rasul Jafarian, Ranin Kozemi, and Vanessa Martin for providing me with valuable comments, and to Matthew Eastwood for editorial assistance. However, the responsibility for all shortcomings is entirely mine. To Horkheimer, M. and Adorno, T.W., Dialectic der Aufklärung, first published in revised version, Amsterdam, also in English by John Cumming, J. as Dialectic of Enlightenment, New York, new edition by Noor, G. S., and Edmund Jeffcott, E. as Dialectic of Enlightenment, Philosophical Fragments, Stanford, California, translate from volume of Horkheimer, M. Gesammelte Schriften. Dialectik der Aufklärung UND Schriften 1940-1950, Frankfurt, 1987. By focusing on its totalizing, totalitarian, and universalist modalities, these theorists were also generalizing the historical progression of the Enlightenment principles. However, regardless of their analytical shortcomings, they represented the self-reflective and anti-authoritarian principles of the Enlightenment as such. This juxtaposition reflects the interplay between the universalist versus particularist tendencies of the Enlightenment, which could just as easily give rise to hierarchical, racist, capitalist, and imperialist platforms in the name of collective and/or individual rights and disinterested scientific objectivity, as well as to opposing platforms that ranged from Karl Marx's own totalizing vision of history and universal human liberation to anarchist and other comparable platforms. 3. Here the notion of individual is taken in the broad sense, including individual with respect to rights as well as duties, as the notion is understood in constitutional political theory formulated by, for example, John Locke, and also individual as subject in the sense of it being simultaneously susceptible to two divergent possibilities, lieu of being empowered by autonomy as well as of being prone to heteronomy. These two defining perspectives have been examined in considerable theoretical extent by, for example, Immanuel Kant and Michel Foucault, respectively. C. Kant, L. Bintwertung der Frage, was ist Aufklärung? Available online, http://www.ormandierberlin.de/whatisenlightenment.pdf, English edition, answering the question, what is enlightenment, available online. Kant, L. An answer to the question, what is enlightenment, comma. In Gregor, M. J., the Cambridge edition of the works of Immanuel Kant, Practical Philosophy, Cambridge, pages 11 to 22, Foucault, M. QSC K. Les Lumières. Available in English, What is Enlightenment, in Rabineau, P. The Foucault Reader, New York, pages 32 to 50, also available online. Whatelenlightenment/Foucault.whatisenlightenment.n.html. Within the broader context of modern European intellectual history, there has been a diverse reception of Enlightenment ideas, at times leading to different political and ideological trajectories, such as different interpretations regarding the writings of, for example, Jean-Jacques Rousseau or G. W. F. Hegel, or of earlier thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes, that often led to individualist or collectivist, conservative or critical perspectives. For assessment on ideologically diverse readings of Hobbes, Rousseau, and Elijah C., respectively, Macpherson, C. B., The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, Hobbes to Locke, Oxford, Lauritsen H. R., and Thorup, M., Rousseau and Revolution, Continuum Studies in Political Philosophy Series, London and New York, Makuza, H. Reason and Revolution, Hegel and the Rise of Social Theory, New York, 1999. See further, Althusser, L. Politics and History, Montesquieu, Rousseau, Marx, London. 4 Fortazalem and Circle of Justice Traditions in 19th Century Iran, C. Sorobi, N. Revolution and State Culture, The Circle of Justice and Constitutionalism in 19th Century Iran, in Steinmetz, G. State/Culture, State Formation After the Colonial Turn, London, pages 253 to 288, Sorobi, N. Revolution and Constitutionalism in the Ottoman Empire and Iran, Cambridge, pages 293 to 299, Perry, J.R. Justice for the Underprivileged, The Ombudsman Tradition of Iran, in Journal of Near Eastern Studies, No. pages 203 to 215, Schneider, L. The Partitioning System in Iran, State, S. Society and Power Relations in the Late 19th Century, Wiesbaden, 2006. For a general study in the wider Middle Eastern context, see Darlin, L.T., History of Social Justice and Political Power in the Middle East, The Circle of Justice from Mesopotamia to Globalization, London. 5 Brown, E.G., A Brief Narrative of Recent Events in Persia followed by a translation of The 4 Pillars of the Persian Constitution, London, Brown, E.G., Appendix A, The Basis of the Persian Constitution, in the Persian Revolution of 1905 to 1909, Washington, D.C., pages 351 to 400, available online through the Foundation for Iranian Studies, Trans-Constitution and its supplement. Resources/legal doc/Iran Constitution. See further, Adjumand, S. A. Constitutional Revolution 3. The Constitution, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Vol. 6, fast pages 187 to 192. 6 Sayyid Jalal ad-Din Muhammad al-Islam Kashani was the editor of the influential periodical Obl Amaran that he published in Calcutta, India. In turn, he could have been influenced by the pragmatist ideas of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan who, in late 19th century British India, was an influential advocate of accommodation between Islamic and Western traditions, mostly on political and juristic coexistence. Sayyid Jamal al-Din, on the other hand, was an influential Muslim activist, ideologue, and agitator, and although he was a Freemason and his polemics certainly showed some adherence to the ideas of the Enlightenment, his public profile moved increasingly towards rejecting accommodation with the West and advocating Muslim unity instead. It should further be noted that in al-Afghani's case, given the existing conditions of Iran in that time period and the general conservative attitudes that existed in the country, in occasions he also advocated modern educational reforms, some measure of religious tolerance, and greater rights for women. These latter tendencies, however, were certainly indicative of his receptivity toward Enlightenment influences. Also, in al-Afghani's case, it was not just living in British-administered India that shaped his views, but similar to many other Iranian reformists at the time, he too was enamored by developments in Japan. For Kashani and Mobi al-Matan C., for example, Gulbon, M. Obl al-Matan va Zamanehoyi Mashrutiyat, Insanyori, A. Boresi Yimaboni Pokriva Ejtimeti Mashrutiyati Iran, Bozak Dashti Ayatollah Muhammad Kazem Kotsani, Tehran, Emwasizei Tokekat Va Tauzeyi, Olam Iensani, pages 260 to 265, Pavin, N. Obl al-Matan. In Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 11, Fasc 4, 2002, pages 431 to 434. Al-Afghani's fluctuating position has been briefly discussed elsewhere. See Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Austin, Texas, pages 28. 31. For al-Afghani and his interactions with certain European intellectual trends, see also Keddy, N. A. Sayyid Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani, A Political Biography, Berkeley, California, 1972, Kia, M. Pan-Islamism in Late 19th Century Iran, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No, pages 30 to 52, and Ansari, A. M. The Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran, Cambridge, pages 26 to 29. It should further be noted that in fact Kashani himself was initially motivated by al-Afghani to embark on journalism and propagating reformist ideas, differences in their later ideological convictions and activities notwithstanding. 7. Here the reference to Sources of the Self is borrowed from Charles Taylor's seminal philosophical/ethical inquiry into the question of identity in modern West. C. Taylor, C. Sources of the Self, The Making of the Modern Identity, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1999. An earlier reference to the idea of Tran was given by Gerard Knoll in his The Idea of Iran, an essay on its origin, Leiden, 1989. Bibliography on the question of Iranian identity is vast and with varying scope and substance. For general observations and summary of various arguments SEO, for example, Oshraf, A. Tranian Identity, I Perspectives, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Vol 13, Face. Pages 501 to 504. 8. For a historical survey of the concept of revolution in Persian political thought, see Ajmand, S.A., The Conception of Revolution in Persianate Political Thought, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume No, pages 1 to 16. 9. For an analysis of violence in the Iranian constitutional revolution, see Bonagdarian, M. A World Born Through the Chamber of a Revolver, Revolutionary Violence, Culture, and Modernity in Iran, 1906 to 1911, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No, pages 318 to 40. 10. In this regard, there was also the Masonic reference to light and illumination and its emphasis on universal humanism that had certain appeal with intellectuals and some among the reform-minded members of the elite. In addition, both of these groups could also relate more readily to private networks and connections. In this context, although there were certain formal similarities in the use of symbols, themes, and interactive patterns with the Illuminationist tradition in philosophy, their substantive distinctions were such that one cannot be considered as continuation of the other. Furthermore, it can be noted that the Enlightenment reference to light also resonated among many Iranians, given that it also in some ways paralleled the Zoroastrian concept of the world as a battle between the opposite forces of darkness and light, as well as the Islamic notion of rationality and progress as denoted in the concept of ijtihad. 11. Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals, Past and Present, interview by Ali Ahmadi Motlaq, Mufta, posted on March 10, 2011. 12. For a brief and general entry, see Gaisri, A. Constitutional Revolution in Iran, in Matan, C. Encyclopedia of Islam and the Muslim World, 2nd edition, New York, New York, pages 253 to 256. 13. Such as European-style outfits, translations of European novels, European-style theater, the phonograph, and so forth. This topic has further been briefly discussed elsewhere. See Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Austin, Texas, P. Gaisri, A. Merchants Without Borders, Trade, Travel, and a Revolution in Late Qajar Iran, in Fama Famean, A. War and Peace in Qajar Persia, Implications Past and Present, London, pages 183 to 212. For a broad range of information on Iran's economy and trans-regional connections in this period, see Jamalzada, M.A., Gan Shegon Yd Oad Ektesdi, E. Iran, reissued, Tehran, and Isui, C. The Economic History of Iran, 1800 to 1914, Chicago and London. 14. The topic of center periphery is a major analytical concern in comparative and trans-regional historiography. However, in spite of its importance, this topic is beyond the scope of the present paper. For an in-depth study of trans-regional interactions, see Bonagdarian, M. Britain and the Iranian Constitutional Revolution of 1906 to 1911, Foreign Policy, Imperialism, and Dissent, Syracuse, New York, 2006. There were also additional locations, termed as Third Contact Zones, where reformists and nationalists from Tran as well as from the neighboring regions met outside their own homelands and shared a variety of ideas and political experiences. See in particular Bonagdarian, M. Iranian Nationalism and Global Solidarity Networks, 1906 to 1918, Internationalism, Transnationalism, Globalization, and Nationalist Cosmopolitanism in Chihabi, H. E. Jafari, P. and Jafudi, M. Iran in the Middle East, Transnational Encounters and Social History, London, pages 77 to 119. 15. It can further be pointed out that during the opening years of the 20th century other than Western societies or the Ottoman Empire, Egypt, and British India, a major model of Asian modernization in Iranian circles was Japan, noted for its scientific, parliamentary, educational, and military modernization, without necessarily having imitated all Western social mores. See, for example, the letter on the urgency of reforms written by Abu al-Qasim Nizar al-Mulk to Ayatollah Sayyid Muhammad Tabatabai, a noted constitutionalist leader based in Tehran, in which the author praised Japan and its emperor, Meiji Mutsuhito, for having initiated constitutional reforms, later partially quoted in Khosrovi, A. Tariq-i Mashruti Iran, 13th edition, Tehran, 1356, page 94. Another example is Mirza Hussain Ali Toshori Shirazi, Makodonoman, in verse, Calcutta, Obl al-Matan, p. praising Japan in its victory in war with Russia. 16c, for example, Mojkohodi, k. Ashnoai Iranian ba Fosofohoi Jadedi Gab encounters of Iranians with modern Western philosophies, Tehran. 18 Literature on this topic is vast. For a succinct survey of various Enlightenment perceptions of early modern Iran, see Mathi, at the Imaginary Realm, Europe's Enlightenment Image of Early Modern Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No, pages 449-62. 19 For samples of Makam Khan's writings, see Nizam al-Dawla, MMK, Majmu Hayasai Mirza Makam Khan, Volume Tehran, 1327-1948, Nizam al-Dawla, MMX, Roznamei Kanan, Tehran. For a brief study of Iranian students who were sent to Europe during the Qajar period, see Minovi, M. Avalin Korivani Morofat, Inyama, No. Pages 181-85, and Mobubia Dekoni, H. Dovumen Korivan Morifat, Yemd, No. p. 59298. For further study of Iranians visiting Europe in the 19th century, see Green, N. The Love of Strangers, What Six Muslim Students Learned in Jane Austen's London, Princeton, New Jersey. 20 C. Mustasha Adawla's treatise Ye Kaleme, which was initially completed in 1871 and was later published in various editions in 1891 onwards. For an English translation, see Syed Gorab, A.A., and Maglin, S. One Word Ye Kalema, 19th Century Persian Treatise Introducing Western Codified Law, Leiden, 2010. For Mustasha Al-Daw, see further Kia, M. Constitutionalism, Economic Modernization and Islam in the Writings of Mirza Yusuf Khan Mustasha Odi Dawla, Middle Eastern Studies Volume No. Pages 751-77. An early reference to the French concept of liberté in Persian can be traced to Mustasha Al-Dawla's writings. 21 Construction of a railway network had universal appeal among Iranian reformists and was resonated in a wide range of reformist writings produced in India or elsewhere. For a brief discussion and additional references, see Gaisri, Anayan Intellectuals in the 20th Century, pp. 22 Theoretically, however, it can be noted that these two premises were not entirely contradictory to the point of being mutually exclusive options there could be. Protectionist economy and internal infrastructural development carried out by the state, without state intrusion in the realm of commerce and free market. This ambivalence and dilemma with regard to the prospects for economic development can be clearly seen in the material that was published in the periodical Obl al-Matan itself. In view of its regular and long-time publication, Obl al-Matan had secured loyal readership among constitutionalists, but the periodical's own opinion pieces and analyses, which were often written by Moayyed al-Islam Kishini himself as chief editor, were not always supportive of constitutionalism for Iran. In fact, Moayyed al-Islam's own position shifted from time to time, in part because of his concerns with Obl al-Matan's survival, and also because he had not resolved his own conflicting views on this topic. See, for example, Khosrovi's criticism of Moayyed al-Islam in Khosrovi, Tariki Moshrutei Iran, pages 42-44. 23 Note, for example, the supporting role that some Iranians of Baku had towards the periodical Harbi al-Matan, or the close links that existed between Indian circles and those in Afghan centers in the early 20th century and contemporary to the Iranian constitutional movement. 24 For a transregional survey of contacts in Southwest and Central Asia, see Green, N. Bombay Islam, The Religious Economy of the West Indian Ocean, 1840-1915, Cambridge, Kozini, A. The City of Balkh and the Central Eurasian Caravan Trade in the Early 19th Century, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No. Pages 463-72. 26 In this context we are dealing with British-occupied Egypt after 1882, which had a large European diasporic population and direct ties to Europe as well as to the intellectual circles in the Ottoman Greater Syria. On the Beirut-Iran links, see also Chihabi, H.E., the Paris of the Middle East, Iranians in cosmopolitan Beirut, in Chihabi H.E., Jafari, P. and Jeffrudi M., Iran in the Middle East, Transnational Encounters and Social History, London, pages 120-136. 27 A good case in point was the influential Persian periodical Akhtar that was published in Istanbul during the last quarter of the 19th century. For Akhtar, see Koleglu, O. Akhtar, Journal Persan d'Istanbul, and Pista Hatam, A. The Persian newspaper Akhtar as a transmitter of Ottoman political ideas, both in Zakoni, I. and Sarim Bafshah, F. Les Iranians d'Istanbul, Istanbul and Tehran, pages 133 to 140 and 141 to 147 respectively, and Lawrence, T.E. Actor, a Persian-language newspaper published in Istanbul and the Iranian community of the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, Istanbul, 2015. See further Alga, H. Mine Malcolm Khan, A Biographical Study in Iranian Modernism, Berkeley, California, pages 186 to 187, Ansari Baf, F. From Istanbul to Tabriz, Modernity and Constitutionalism in the Ottoman Empire and Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No. Pages 154 to 169. For the Iranian community in Cairo in the early 20th century, see Lusink, A.W.M. The Iranian community in Cairo at the turn of the century, in Zakoni, T. and Zarim Bafsha, T. Les Iranians d'Istanbul, pages 193 to 200. 28 Persian periodicals supported by the expatriate mercantile community of Egypt, included Soria and Parvaresh, which began publication in 1899 and 1900 respectively. C. Brown, E.G., The Press and Poetry of Modern Persis, Cambridge, 1914, pages 66 to 67 and pages 58 to 59, for Surais. See further Mutalibi, M. Suraya, in Denshamayi Jahani Islam, Tehran, Volume P. Similar to ACTA, these periodicals were important during the period leading to the constitutional revolution in Iran. 29 The Italian influence, in including the large presence of Italian workers and anarchist activities, were also important. See, for example, Korimok D.C., L. The Eastern Mediterranean and the Making of Global Radicalism, 1860 to 1914, Berkeley, California, 2010. 31 Such example was Mirza Reza Afshar, whose epistolary tract, Pavazi Negoreshi Parsi Persian, published in Istanbul in 1883, was influenced by the Daster model developed by Azakivan, an influential Parsi Zoroastrian leader in India well over 2 centuries earlier. For a brief discussion, see Gaisari, Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, pages 23 to 24, and Gaisari, A. McCall, Rizal, Ketda, An Overview of Persian Expository and Analytical Prose, in Yasheta, E. A History of Persian Literature, Volume 5, Persian Prose, London. 31 For the Question of Nationality in Late Ottoman Empire, Cizacho, E.J., The Young Turk Legacy and Nation Building, From the Ottoman Empire to Ataturk's Turkey, London, 2010, Kayoli, H. Arabs and Young Turks, Ottomanism, Arabism, and Islamism in the Ottoman Empire, 1908 to 1918, California, Haniaglu, M.S., The Young Turks in Opposition, Oxford. 32 Regarding nationality and citizenship, further attention should be given to such circumstances as the large-scale presence of Iranian nationals working in Russian-controlled Caucasus, or the Iranians residing in the Indian subcontinent, as well as the existing Iranian passport law. These topics, however, fall beyond the scope of the present paper. 33 Concern with the question of nationality continued among Iranians living in the Ottoman Empire during the constitutional period and beyond. Now citizenship laws introduced in the 1920s under the new Turkish Republic prompted many, though not all, Iranian subjects either to return to Iran or move to Europe, with many among the latter group choosing to go to Germany. 34 For various aspects of the Iranian community in Istanbul, C. Zakoni, T. and Zarim Bafsha, J. Les Iranians d'Istanbul, Istanbul and Tehran. 35 However, it should further be noted that the only prior example of a constitutional and parliamentary system in the predominantly Muslim territories prior to the Iranian Revolution had been the short-lived Ottoman Constitution of 1876-1877. 36 Goshalashvili, L. Georgian Sources on the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Sego Gamlishvili's Memoirs of the Jailan Resistance, in Iranian Studies, Volume No. Pages 59 to 85. 37 On Akhondzada, C. Ademiyat, F. and the Sheikh D. Mirzafok Oli Akhondzada, Tehran, Alga, H. Aranzada, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 5, pages 735 to 740. 38 C. Gasri, Merchants Without Borders, page 39. Rofiai, M. Anjuman, Organi Anjumani Edloti Azerbaijan, Tehran, Et Hadish, M. Anjumani Ayaleta Tabriz, in Encyclopedia Iranica, online edition, originally published, July. Ayaleta Tabriz. 40 For a pioneering study of this impact and various personalities involved in these debates, see ademiyat.com. Fekre Demokrasi Ejtima Edanozati Mashrutiati Iran, Tehran, 1976. See also Aferi, J. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, 1906 to 1911, Grassroots Democracy, Social Democracy, and the Origins of Feminism, New York, New York. Note in particular Chapter 3, the First National Assembly, the Urban Councils, and the Iranian Organization of Social Democrats, 1906 to 1907, and Chapter 10, the Second National Assembly and the Formation of Political Parties, the Democrat Party and its organ, Iran I New, pages 63 to 88 and pages 257 to 283 respectively. 41 Shakari, C. Sultan Zaid, The Forgotten Revolutionary Theoretician of Iran, A Biographical Sketch, in Iranian Studies, Volume 17, No. 2-3, 1984, pages 215 to 235, Shakari C. The Soviet Socialist Republic of Iran, 1920 to 1921, Birth of the Trauma, Pittsburgh and London. 42 For a valuable range of studies on the impact of the Caucasus Zone on Iran's constitutional movement and the period that followed, see Cronin, S. Iranian-Russian Encounters, Empires and Revolutions since 1800, London, and Cronin, S. Reformers and Revolutionaries in Modern Iran, New Perspectives on the Iranian Left, London. 43 For reference to many of these periodicals, see Brown, The Press and Poetry of Modern Persia. For further listing, see Ateboki, T. and Rostomovetohidi, S. Baku Documents, Union Catalogue of Persian, Azerbaijan, Ottoman Turkish and Arabic serials and newspapers in the libraries of the Republic of Azerbaijan. London, 1.8. Torres. 44 For works on the influence and impact of Persian culture in Iraq, see for example, Chalabi al-Mosali, D. Kalamat Fasiya Mustamila Fi Amiya al-Mosaviye Fi Ind al-Ayadiye, Baghdad, 1380H, which is a dictionary of Persian words used in the colloquial language of Mosul. See also Mujani, S. Katomi, S. and Mokarab N. Okbari Najaf, volumes, Tehran. A personal account and testimony on the Persian seminary students studying in Najaf in the late Qajar period is given by Aka Sayyid Muhammad Hassan Hosseini Kochani, known as Oga Najafi Kochini, who was also among Khorasani students. See Kochani, A.N. Siahat Ishaq, Tehran, 1st edition, 1347, new edition, 1373. For a general study of the Shah's community in Iraq in historical perspective, see for example, Nakash, Y. The Shahs of Iraq, Princeton, New Jersey. 45 Ibrahimian, E. Iran Between Two Revolutions, Princeton, New Jersey, page 73. 4. Contemporary observations, so for example, Brown, The Persian Revolution of 1905-1909, pages 31 to 58, and Nozam al-Islam Kamani, M.M., Tariki Bidorianin, ed. By A.A. Soidi Sejani, Volume 3rd edition, Tehran, pages 11 to 45. For an analysis of the role of social groups in those events and the dynamics of Iran's public sphere and its broader transnational connections, see Kozemi, A. The Tobacco Protest in 19th Century Iran, The View from a Provincial Town, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume No, pages 251 to 95. 46 For a valuable elaboration of this analysis, see Martin, V. The Qajar Pact, Bargaining, Protest and the State in mid-18th Century Persia, London. 47 For studies on Khorasani and Noaini, see Fazana, M.M., The Iranian Constitutional Revolution and the Clerical Leadership of Khorasani, Syracuse, New York, Harry, A.H., Chatham and Constitutionalism in Iran, a study of the role played by the Persian residents of Iraq in Iranian politics, Leiden, 1977. See also Aferi, J. The Place of Shia Clerics in the First Iranian Constitution, in Critical Research on Religion, Volume No, pages 327 to 46. 48 Gasri, A. and Nossa, V. Democracy in Tran, History and the Quest for Liberty, Oxford, pages 27 to 28. 49 For later editions, C. Naini, M. Tanbi Aloma V. Tanzi Al-Mila and S. J. Tehran. For a general study of NSINI, see Harry, Shurism and Constitutionalism in Iran, see further Nure, FM, The Constitutional Ideas of a Shiite Mujtahid, Muhammad Hussein Nain, in Iranian Studies, Volume No, pages 234 to 47. For a detailed examination and commentary on Tanbi Aloma, see Ferohi, D. Astanayi Tajadad, Dashari Tanbib Aloma Va Tanzi Al-Mila, Tehran. 50 For further discussion, see Gasri and Nossa, Democracy in Iran, page 51. See Gasri and Nossa, Democracy in Iran, page 30. See also Aferi. Civil Liberties and the Making of Iran's First Constitution, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No, pages 341 to 59, Ajamand, S.A., The 1906 to 2007 Iranian Constitution and the Constitutional Debate on Islam, in Journal of Persianate Studies, Volume No, pages 152 to 74. 52 for a brief discussion on legal reforms in the context of post-constitutional history. C. Gaisri, A. Constitutional Rights and the Development of Civil Law in Iran, 1907 to 1941, in Chihabi, H. E. and Matan, V. Dan's Constitutional Revolution, Politics, Cultural Transformations, and Transnational Connections, London, pages 60 to 79. 53 for a classic study of the typology of individualism in modern European political theory, C. Macpherson, The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism. 54 the term honesty of purpose is taken here in the sense used in Kant, I. Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, Cambridge, 1998, page 55c. For example, Ataturk, T. and Zacher, E. J. Men of Order, Authoritarian Modernization under Ataturk and Reza Shah, London, Inayat, M. Lay, State and Society in Modern Iran, Constitutionalism, Autocracy, and Legal Reform, 1906 to 1941, New York. From Narrating History to Constructing Memory, The Role of Photography in the Iranian Constitutional Revolution. Ilahi Helbig. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution has left an enormous visual legacy, largely consisting of photographs and postcards. The significance of this visual legacy extends from forming a collective self-conception in the process of nation-building all the way to the retrospective construction of individual and collective memories of a nation. Photography, or generally images, has been recognized to be a powerful medium in materializing and authenticating national iconographies, icons, and symbols. Thereby, the visual legacy of the Constitutional Revolution constructed a collective narrative or a counter-narrative of history, through which people could conceive themselves as a coherent nation. Hence, for the first time in its Iranian history, photography corresponded with the entire realm of civil society. It injected the ideas of enlightenment into the public sphere and crucially shaped the notions of nation, nationhood, and national identity. This only fortified with the passage of time as the visual legacy of the Constitutional Revolution intricately bound up with its historiography and evolved into a location of remembrance for the savaging of histories. Various cultural practices arose, such as supplementing photographs or postcards with historical statements, national and personal comments, coloring and adorning them with popular symbols and national metaphors. These are performative acts of remembrance that elevated many photographs and postcards to the status of commemorative icons. In applying image theories that have become increasingly prominent over the last decades to a set of selected postcards, reproduced from photographs, this paper examines the multifold spheres of significance of photography during and in the aftermath of the Constitutional Revolution. By remembering, we form an idea of ourselves and shape a sense of our identity. Thus, we end up embodying the memory that inhabits us. But memory is a dynamic phenomenon for any individual, but also for a culture as a whole. Memory projects itself toward the future, and it constitutes the presence of present. Jacques Derrida. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution has left an enormous visual legacy, largely consisting of photographs and postcards. Widely scattered across national archives, private and public collections, and family estates, partly gathered just after the event, partly collected across decades thereafter, this visual legacy has come to constitute a collective memory of an emerging nation. Equally significant, it is intricately bound up with the historiography of the Constitutional Revolution in being repeatedly invoked in the narrative that surrounds nation building. Such narrative, as Elizabeth Edwards puts it, is constructed through, on the one hand, honorific portraits of leaders and great men and, on the other hand, the application of photographs of atrocity, violence, and oppression as a forceful and reinforcing counter-narrative to a sense of nation, one united in suffering. It is no coincidence that a large number of photographs and postcards were elevated to the status of commemorative icons. They embody and manifest the ideas fundamental to the Constitutional Revolution. In a similar way as Pierre Nora argues for other cultural sites, this visual legacy has become a location of remembrance upon which the collective memory of an emerging nation elucidates and releases itself. Such collective memory is central to the self-awareness of a nation in giving a sense of continuity to the endless flow from past to present. The visual legacy of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution has increasingly come to the fore over the course of the last 4 decades for various reasons. Two of these are especially important to recognize. First, the constitutional revolution is taking an increasingly important place in today's national consciousness. It has been traced and revisited as a historical event, during which the foundations of a modern Iranian state were laid. In spite of its eminent and pragmatic failings, the causes and consequences of the constitutional revolution for the political discourse of the country retain contemporary relevance in the political landscape. Second, and of central importance to this paper, recent discourses in cultural studies have paid growing attention to the role of image, including photography, as a constitutive part of national narratives and salvaging histories. It has thus been commonly argued for the contribution of photography within a wide range of media of commemorative practices to master narratives of nation-building and collective understandings of the past. Photographs became a dominant force in the visual politics of the second half of the 19th and early 20th centuries, for they contribute to a strong sense of historical continuity, which is required for a nation to find and negotiate its place in the modern world. This is a historical time frame in which the idea of nation and national identity required a consolidated narrative of history, both in establishing narratives of existing nations and in reinforcing counter-narratives of resistance and revolutions that imparted a sense of nation-building. Such narratives provide sources of coherence in the imagined discourse of a nation, legitimating, validating, and authenticating a sense of national identity in a modern, evolving and interconnected world. Facing up to the manifold visual legacy of the constitutional revolution forces a set of pressing questions regarding both the impact of photography on the movement and the retrospective constructing of the memory of an imagined nation. What was the significance of photography within the societal and political shifts in Iran, as part of which the idea of a modern nation emerged? How did photographs visually record the notions of nation, nationhood, and national identity, widely inject them into the public sphere, and articulate such ideological notions to a broader audience? How did photography visually narrate the Iranian constitutional revolution in line with the ideas and thoughts of the Enlightenment and, related to this, how did photography retrospectively determine the perception of such within the public sphere? Finally, and of central concern to this paper, how were memories, both individual and collective, constructed through photographs? And more significantly, how do such memories irrevocably interconnect with national identity and national consciousness? This paper elaborates on these questions, which range from the narration of the constitutional revolution all the way to the construction of the collective memory of a nation. From the midst of the tremendous visual legacy of the constitutional revolution, it examines a set of carefully selected postcards that have often, and in various ways, been reprinted from photographs. The cultural practices surrounding such images, supplemented with historical statements, national poems, and personal comments, colored and adorned with popular symbols and national metaphors, performative acts of remembrance of the constitutional revolution. In being interwoven with these cultural practices, the images transform into commemorative icons that, having been circulated in private and remaining preserved in family albums, perpetuated individual memories of the constitutional movement. Individual memories, however, take place within a social context and, being socially mediated, serve to actively construct the identity of social groups and are of special importance the nation. Memory is a social and cultural act. As such, it is grounded in the here and the now, embedded in a variety of cultural practices and institutionalized discourses. While memory may initially be involuntary, it evolves into an act of active remembrance. Conceiving of memory as performative in determining what and how a culture remembers presupposes its agency. Hence, memory makes the past become the present in ways that can be experienced and negotiated. The past is put to serve the interest of the present, either at the level of the individual yearning to recall their personal past, or, more significantly, at the level of the nation recollecting its collective history. Consolidating this collective memory of the constitutional revolution has become central to forming a collective self-conception as a nation and supporting the process of nation-building. Photography and nation-building. Ever since Anderson postulated his hypothesis of imagined communities, a nation has more and more been conceived through imaginative and symbolic acts. For, as much as a nation is territorially bound, it is constituted by a collective self-conception and identification with a cohesive national body that shares traditions, rituals, beliefs, attitudes, sentiments, images, and various other symbols. Anderson asserts that nationalism has to be understood by aligning it not with self-consciously held political ideologies, but rather with the large cultural systems that preceded it, out of which, as well as against which, it came into being. National identity is embodied in a unit that endorses itself by gathering around a historical and homogeneous common core that sets it apart from other people. A nation, or as Ernest Renan calls it, a soul, a spiritual principle, thus combines past and present into one. One is the possession in common of a rich legacy of memories. The other is present-day consent, the desire to live together, the will to perpetuate the value of the heritage that one has received in an undivided form. 10. Most modern nations in Europe were built in the 19th century. Anderson suggests that the crucial engine to the initial forming of national communities was the intersection of capitalism and print. The same function as print can be attributed to images, including photography. Discussing landscape photography in Britain and Germany, Jens Jäger argues for the significance of nationalistic reinterpretations and definitions of all kinds of images during the process of nation building in the 19th and early 20th centuries. As part of this, photography proved an invaluable tool in the wide diffusion and acceptance of national iconographies and symbols, which, whether already existing, invented, or emerging, carry the weight of symbolizing, strengthening, or sustaining the cohesion of a nation. 11. Photography played an analogous role in the process of nation building in Iran, although this transpired in a different social and cultural context. For the creation and definition of national iconographies and popularization of photographs of the constitutional revolution enforced the vision of a cohesive nation. Juxtaposing the following two postcards and, dated roughly the same time, manifest the reinterpretation of political iconographies immediately after the constitutional revolution. While one justifies the Qajar dynasty's claim to power, the other stages the reconfiguration of power balances. The former displays the portraits of all 8 Qajar kings, 2 kings of the preceding dynasty and 2 reformers loyal to the dynasty. This consolidates and transmits the dynastic claim to power, even if depicting the 2 reformers, and stressing Ahmad Shah over the abdicated Muhammad Ali Mirza, points to a political change. The latter postcard, by contrast, artistically assembles members of the first parliament with 2 religious leaders of the constitution, underscoring an analogous claim of the parliament to legitimate authority on behalf of the emerging nation. Political iconography undergoes a transformation during the constitutional revolution. Images of propagators of the constitution, religious advocates, and national heroes forced themselves into the public sphere. Together with images of protests, resistance, and celebrations, these redefined the nation's political iconography. In drawing upon newly established symbols and attributes emblematic of a nation, such images construct a counter-representation to the dynastic iconography of the Qajar, which traditionally consolidates and manifests their ultimate authority. The political and social role of photography during the constitutional revolution is well established. Within this, it is important to recognize that it consisted not merely in recording and reporting, but rather in ideologically representing images in the public sphere. Pictures are not just a description of events and practices, but rather a specific representation of them, enabling a way of gaining access to them. They contain signs and symbols through which they communicate and exert influence over, or rather bring about, human emotions and behaviors. It follows that pictures, as William Mitchell calls attention to, are ways of word-making, not just word mirroring. He expands on this thought by reference to the paradoxical double consciousness of pictures. They vacillate between their power and abjection, being meaningful and meaningless, between magical beliefs and skeptical doubts, naive animism and hard-headed materialism, mystical and critical attitude. The ambiguous duality of images reveals itself in the ideological function of photographs of the constitutional revolution. Intrinsic to them are not only authenticity, evidence, and materiality, but also affectivity and emotionality. On the one hand, photographs record the visible world with accuracy and certainty, a claim photography has held since its very inception. On the other hand, they stir up intangible, affective experiences. While photographs enlarge human capacities for observation, concurrently they invoke an act of imagination, a subjective reality. It is this ambiguous duality that makes photography a powerful medium to affirm ideas of nations as imagined communities. Photographs have the power to materialize and authenticate national iconographies, symbols, and icons, and thus construct a collective narrative through which people can conceive themselves as a cohesive nation. Simultaneously, photographs command an emotional legitimacy that induces a present sense of identification with an identity as this cohesive community. Or, to use the words of Edward, photographs have been used to reinforce a sense of being, of possession, of identity, and of belonging through the establishment of key tropes which have addressed both the physical reality and the imagined discourse of nation. 15. Photography and salvaging history. In the aftermath of the constitutional revolution, its visual legacy immediately started being recalled and revisited in the public sphere. The presentation of France as a nation to a global public constituted one vital source for collecting and compiling photographs of the constitutional revolution right after its occurrence. Yaya Dalitebody compiled 4 photo albums, containing about 400 photographs altogether, which he presented in the summer of 1911, following an invitation to the First Universal Congress of Race in London. The last album he presented is filled with photographs of the constitutional revolution, including photographs of Mujahideen that are compiled under the heading of the Iranian people. To the end of compiling his presentation, Dalitebody did partly rely on the photo archive of the College of Dar al-Funan, but the majority of the photographs and information he gathered from sources spread over the entire country. Yet personal interest also led to the collection and circulation of photographs and postcards of the constitutional revolution. A telling example is the collection of a Turkish merchant residing in Iran at the time. It consists of postcards, which he sent home around 1911, with such descriptive titles as Souvenirs from Iran and Souvenirs from the Constitutional Revolution, 17. He intended to publish these postcards in a book upon his return to Turkey, being aware that they were probably unknown outside of France. It contains, for example, the portrait of Muhammad Wali Khan, later honored as Sipasala. Initially sent to crush the resistance in Tabriz, he eventually became a leader of the constitutionalist and anti-royalist forces, leading them to Kazvin and, in the end, to Tehran. In this picture, he was still titled Sipada Azam, and leader of the revolutionaries in Jailan and Kazvin. However, the interest that culminated in collecting photographs and postcards of the constitutional revolution was by no means restricted to publicly presenting Iran as a nation. Worth mentioning in this context is a collection of postcards that was part of the vast family estate of Emoira Mamalek, himself a passionate photographer and collector. It was the historiography of the constitutional revolution, however, that affected the sustained imprinting of its visual legacy into the collective memory of the nation. A witness of the constitutional revolution, Ahmad Khosrovi wrote history in order to avoid that the stories were being lost and that no one would be able to gather them in the future. In his endeavor, he did not restrict himself to accessible Persian or English documents. On the contrary, he sought insight into the accounts of surviving contemporary witnesses, or rather of those who participated in the movement. Initially, between September 1923 and July 1924, he published these accounts in the Shiite journal Al-Irfan, a literary journal published in Saida, Lebanon. After that, between 1934 and 1942, he published stories of the events in Azerbaijan, from the constitutional revolution and across the following 18 years in the magazine Payman, which he had founded himself. Khosrovi himself emphasized the great recognition and endorsement that this magazine series enjoyed amongst its readers, moving them to send their stories, memoirs, documents, newspapers, books and images, as if a group of people had been jolted into action. These contemporary textual and visual documents recall to consciousness long-forgotten memories of the great deeds of the class of the forgotten and simple, in whose name history should be written. 22. In employing the art of storytelling, Khosrovi forcefully conveys the entire spectrum of sentiments, strivings, aspirations and limitations of the generation that unleashed a popular and unprecedented movement in the cause of liberty and the establishment of a constitutional state. In the context of such a political, nationalistically inclined historiography, Khosrovi makes full use of photographs, for which he went to great lengths to formulate appropriate captions. The photographs are diverse, telling tales of historical events, street protest and siege and resistance, victory and celebrations. Further, they include portrait photographs of numerous protagonists. By purposefully juxtaposing the faces of broadly unknown revolutionaries, activists and ordinary people with images of statesmen, clerics, political leaders and intellectuals, Khosrovi gave birth to new icons, the national heroes of an entire nation. Khosrovi thereby ensures that those who made the movement, the ordinary people and the many anonymous mujahideen, who stood up for their rights and the rights of the nation, would obtain their rightful place in history. The associated images evolved into symbols emblematic of an entire national movement. When Khosrovi furnished Tariki Hej de Soleil Azerbaijan and Tariki Mashruteye Iran with images, the visual legacy of the constitutional revolution became an integral part of its narrative. In their retrospective function of narrating and constructing national history, such images have been unanimously equated with their representational meaning as either iconic messages or historical documents. Narration and image thereby came to intertwine into a single unit, irrevocably advancing themselves to an integral element of the narrative discourse of the constitutional revolution. Over the course of decades, this visual legacy came to decisively shape the collective memory of a nation in multifarious ways. However, it it is important to recognize that the historiography of the Constitutional Revolution inevitably assigned a narrative layer to its visual legacy. 4. Reciprocally, the enormous body of images of key personalities and occurrences has become inseparable from the national storytelling of the events. The additional layer of meaning thereby bestowed upon images clearly comes to bear in the image of Marshal Khan. Taking advantage of the weakening of the central government, Naib Hosseini Kashi and his son Marshal Khan established themselves as a local force in Kashan, gathering a group of looters around them. They primarily raided caravan routes but also harassed local inhabitants. After numerous fruitless attempts, finally the central government's constant efforts to control the group paid off, and they surrendered in the hope of amnesty, in being interwoven into the national storytelling from a sense of helplessness and uncertainty all the way to civil aspirations, social advancement, and victory. Images like these become evidence, embodiment, and manifestation of history. Equipped with this narrative layer, the photographs and postcards of the Constitutional Revolution circulated in public for decades, being passed from hand to hand, from generation to generation, in being unfailingly bound into oral storytelling and national narratives. Images are associated with the ideas of nation, nationhood, and national identity. Enabling encounters and interactions with past, they not only sustain individual memories but they also construct the collective memory of the Constitutional Revolution. Indeed, in mediating this relationship, images become integral determinants of national consciousness. Visualizing awakened Iranians. The retrospective analysis of photographs as instrumental embodiment of conceptual ideas, icons, and symbols is to be complemented with an examination of the immediate ramifications affected by photography at the time of the constitutional movement, a time when photography in Iran was undergoing a significant transformation. By then, photography, initially introduced in 1842, had already been employed for almost 5 decades in manifold applications in Qajar, Iran. In line with the political agenda of the Nasiri era, it was being used in many ways to transfer knowledge of Persian domains and its population, to record present history, to codify the past, and to manifest dynastic representation. Yet during the constitutional movement a decisive change took place. For the first time in its history in Iran, photography called the political legitimacy of the ruling power into question and instead started to correspond directly with civil society. Photographs were being produced and disseminated across wide social strata, primarily addressing ordinary people. This eminent shift in the intended recipient from the ruling class and elite circles to the subject of the Mameliki Mashruti Iran 27 is fundamental to the shift in the function and meaning of photography. Similar transitions in intended audience can be noted in other cultural domains, encompassing education and the press, a transition that supported the ideas and thoughts of enlightenment that had been inflamed in Iran. This constitutes a major turning point in the history of Iranian photography, since it advanced photography to the status of a mass medium during the last decades of Qajar rule, a role which photography had occupied in Europe ever since its invention. From this very moment, photography continuously corresponded with the entire realm of civil society, acting as an agent in evolving and shaping a coherent vision of nation. How was the Constitutional Revolution visually narrated? How was the notion of a nation articulated, in line with the ideas and thoughts of the Enlightenment? How did photographers visually express their commitment to the movement? What aesthetic strategies did they employ to this end? And what effects of group identifications and national identities did these images evoke? Although the Constitutional Revolution left behind an enormous body of photographs, their authorship mostly remains unknown. Nevertheless, it can be deduced from contemporary sources that a number of photographers took part in the movement themselves, or at the very least were sympathetic to it. These photographers participated in the political effervescence, fighting for and enduring various reprisals for the Constitution. Even though this cost some of them their lives, the stories of their own lives and photographic works remain incomplete, for sketchy and scattered notes and remarks reveal all that is known. For example, Mirza Javad Khan, who operated a photography studio with his brother in Laleza, was executed during the Lesser Autocracy. As Nozam al-Islam Kamani describes, this was not just due to his reproducing and disseminating photos of revolutionaries but also of those photographs of his that brought the opponents of the Constitution to public recognition. Yet such sketchy accounts, commonly not more than marginal notes in memoirs, are insufficient to provide grounded insights into the production, distribution and reception of this vast body of photographs. They do not even permit well-justified views of the reprisals and fears that were associated with taking photographs of that kind, with circulating these in the public sphere, with merely selling them, or with being depicted on them. The change in recipient from the ruling to the subordinate class inevitably affected a change in the displayed motifs and contents as well as the representational modes and aesthetic strategies, ultimately culminating in the emergence of photo assemblage as a commemorative cultural practice. The broadened variety of depicted motifs ranges all the way from clerics and political proponents of the movement to activists and freedom fighters. Motifs in especially high demand included the bust in the British legation, images from the uprising of Tabriz, and the victory of the freedom fighters in Tehran and other cities. Images of the parliament and its members, anniversaries, and celebrations also circulated in great numbers. Of particular importance are also various images of political prisoners and public executions. From this diverse spectrum of themes, this paper primarily examines two sets of images, those displaying the bust in the British legation in 1906 and those portraying the resistance in Tabriz in 1909. They display two key occurrences, the start and the end point of the constitutional revolution respectively, both shedding light on the patriotic rhetoric incurred by aesthetic strategies within the processes of nation building. The bust at the British legation, initially intended to force the regime into political concessions, started on the 19th of July and ended on the 14th of August 1906 when finally the founding of a National Assembly was agreed on by Muzaffar ad-Din Shah. It is widely known that the demand for a constitution and a National Assembly had only evolved during this event. While a small group of merchants, accompanied by Tolab theology students, initiated this protest, soon thereafter representatives from almost all societal groups, including merchants, craftsmen, clerics, the simple staff of the administration, and even students, had joined in. Consequently, the number of protesters, starting at just 50, came to reach 14,000 by the end. While the odd photograph of the bust shows groups of dispersed and scattered people, many photographs portray a well-organized protest either of individual groups and guilds or of the entire protest. For example, this postcard of clerics gathered in the British legation, reprinted from a photograph, has obtained great popularity as a memento of the Constitution years thereafter. The camera perspective is such that it conveys the impression of a never-ending mass of protesters, sanctioned by their status as clerics. This induces a feeling of identification and identity where the group takes precedence over the individual lost amidst the mass. Contemporary accounts, such as that of Nozem al-Islam Kamani, reveal that professional photographers were frequently asked to take photographs of this occurrence. 22 However, who these photographers were and on whose behalf they acted is not mentioned. In spite of the different authorships of this large number of photographs and their distinct aesthetic strategies, they are united in one thing: they uniformly focus on ordinary people, telling their story of awakening. It is not only political authorities, royal elites, intellectual leaders, or even clergy but also common men who take center stage of such photographs. This is aptly illustrated by the image of the provisional kitchen in the British legation. The inscription on this postcard, written in elegant handwriting, states photographs of the cauldrons for cooking in the English legation. There are a variety of such images of the kitchen, most of the expenses for which were defrayed by the merchants who initiated the protest. 33 Furthermore, a personal comment on the postcard reads, "The kitchen for the Constitution." This exemplifies how ordinary stories were purposefully put in the context of the Constitution, elevating their images to memories, through the lens of which the Constitution was recalled in the decades that ensued. These images show the guild masses, gathered together in the court of the British legation, and the guild of traders of tea, sugar, pepper, and similar goods in its respective tents. Nearly all the trade and craft guilds took part in the protest, locating themselves in their respective tents as representatives of their communities. Wandering from tent to tent, activists gave speeches during the bust, discussed political thoughts with such representative groups and addressed issues that ultimately culminated in the demand for a constitution. 24 Giving the impression of a well-organized gathering, the members of the group deliberately interact with the camera to communicate their claims. In purposefully representing themselves as a group, the members of the guild become aware of their social status, not as passive subordinates but as active members of an emerging civil society. The photographs of the bust at the British legation visually narrate how civil society was being formed. Such images show how ordinary men from various social classes come together, jointly share ideas and step up for their demands. Just as they entered the public visual space and as Frenians revisited them through the years, they assisted them as a nation to acquire a face and a body. The novel ideas of a civil society and value systems, such as Hurriyat, Mosavat, Okovat, Idolat, that were essential to promote a political change were inherent in all cultural areas. Negin Nabavi argues that the constitutional press, such as Obl al-Matan, Shah Esrafil and Mosavat, were not satisfied with simply reporting news but rather saw their role as transforming former passive subjects into the active members of a nation, yet the medium of photography visually narrated these values and communicated them to a broader audience. By representing diverse social groups as actively participating in political processes and affirming their willingness to enforce their claims, photography encouraged ordinary people to get involved in the movement. Staging of power. The photographs of the resistance in Tabriz distinguish themselves from those of the bust at the British legation in Tehran with regard to both content and mode of representation. They display a civil society, not one that is emerging, but rather one that is organizing itself for the unanimous defense of the Constitution. While the photographs of the bust constituted snapshots recording the unfolding scenes, a large number of photographs of the Tabriz resistance display scenes purposefully arranged in an act of self-presentation. Accordingly, the aesthetic strategies transformed from communicating ideological and political thoughts to the staging of power and calls for armed resistance. This induced the development of a new photographic mode of representation, a genre in which armed revolutionaries are staged and arranged as the main motif. The constitutional revolution entered into a new phase when, simultaneously with the bombardment of the Mojlis in Tehran on June 23, 1908, a civil war broke out in Tabriz. Along with the coup d'etat in Tehran, Mohammad Wali Shah, now in a position to bring Tehran back under his control, ordered an assault on the constitutionalists in Tabriz. This relocated the focal point of resistance to Tabriz, which for a long time effectively constituted the only opposition to Mohammad Ali Shah. The city, which had started preparing itself for possible attacks and initiated the military training for the freedom fighters, put up resistance to the forces that the Shah had sent to pacify Tabriz. For a whole 11 months, Tabriz was torn by a civil war, while also being besieged by government troops. This success story of military resistance was crucial to the constitutional revolution as it functioned as a source of encouragement for other centers of resistance, and ultimately led to the abdication of Muhammad Ali Shah on the 16th of July 1909.17. In the months leading up to August 1908, when the reinforced government troops started a new offensive and besieged the city, the coalition of the two militant leaders, Sattar Khan and Bega Khan, effectively forced anti-constitutionalist tribesmen out of the city, reorganized the Mujahideen, and unified most quarters in their defensive strategy, which ultimately lifted the siege. Once looted, they were initially recruited into the constitutionalist police force in Tabriz and eventually emerged as its military leaders. Through their continued fierce resistance, Sattar Khan Sadari Meli and Bega Khan Solori Meli emerged as popular heroes who stood up in defense of the city and its inhabitants. Their integral role in the resistance and its successful reverberations irrevocably interwove them as national icons with the constitutional revolution, as enforced through historical narratives of eyewitnesses and chroniclers. This interweaving is so strong that Pista Hatam argues that popular heroes, paradigmatically referring to Sattar Khan, are transformed in a Ludo memoir because he possesses a symbolic function that turns him into a long-lasting focal point of memory and identity. This draws on Nora's idea of Ludo memoirs as sites with a sense of historical continuity where a past memory can live in the present. Accordingly, the images of such mythical personages, Sattar Khan but also Bega Khan, firmly anchored themselves in the collective memory of the nation. This portrait displays Bega Khan, who was born in Tabriz in the 1870s. Baka Khan was a bricklayer by profession, before he emerged as the chief luthier of a quarter, which later became one of the strongholds of resistance in Tabriz. After joining the Mujahideen, the political climate was suitable for his immediate advance in military succession. Following the constitutionalist victory, Baka Khan, together with Sattar Khan, was invited to Tehran, received with an effusive welcome indicative of their popularity, though in reality it was condemnation to exile. He died in 1916 in Kermanshah. Showing him in his uniform and rifle in hand, this portrait, like many others of its kind, enjoyed vast popularity and appeared in numerous publications, including Khosrovi's Tariq Mashruti Iran. It was reprinted as a postcard, and the careful coloring and adorning with floral ornament undermines his status as Salah Meli and defender of the constitutional cause. Pista Hatam states that historical events selectively imprint themselves into the individual or collective memory from the collectively felt desire for meaningfulness to along this line, the collective attempt at remembrance rendered not just Bega Khan's person, remembered through his devotion to the constitutional revolution and his bravery in its defense, but also his images circulating in the public sphere into locations of memory that are used to construct a national identity. Most photographs of the Tabriz resistance display groups of freedom fighters and their leaders. Yet a considerable number of photographs tell the tales of resistance by depicting the National Army in Tabriz, street fights, and barricades. Both postcards have been numerously reproduced, also in colored versions. These colored reproductions are very detailed, so much so that both the soldiers in the foreground, each individually emphasized, and the surrounding landscape, are colored. Khosrovi details precise information about the latter photograph, which was taken in the citadel in Tabriz. The person in front and to the left of the cannon is Khalil Khan, leader of the Mujahideen. The contrastive coloring employed in the numerous reproductions highlights the rifles, cannon and cannonballs, making them stand out for the viewer. In coloring the face and garments of some of the fighters, their appearance as proud and assertive is underwritten. This snapshot was most likely taken by Stepan Estepanian, who went to the barricades every day to take photographs, though at times he was also helping or even fighting. Sympathizing with the constitutional movement himself, he photographed the events in Tabriz from the very first day and distributed the images of resistance widely amongst its inhabitants. Ahmad Khosrovi published numerous of his images in Tariki Hejdak Soloyi, Azerbaijan, and acknowledges Stepan Estepanian's efforts to shine a light on the resistance as a substantial reason why many photographs of the resistance in Tabriz still survive. According to Zoka, Estepanian commissioned many postcards of the resistance and its leaders in Europe, disseminating them in Tehran and in other cities. Many such images were once again reproduced in Tehran. Just as images of the leaders of the resistance, particularly Sattar Khan Sadar Imeli and Bega Khan Salah Imeli, enjoyed great popularity and were widely circulated, so did group photographs of Mujahideen. Uniting both elements, this postcard shows the two leading figures of the Tabriz resistance amidst his group. The group comes together for the photograph, arranging itself around their leaders and a cannon. This forces the gaze upon them and thus forces the status of their leaders and the fierceness of the resistance movement. Most of the displayed actively interact with the gaze of the camera, in an act of comradeship, cohesion, and power. This mode of representation is brought to bear even more strongly in this photograph of the group of Baka Khan gathered in the Blue Mosque in Tabriz. The members of the group consciously stage themselves. Their meaningful expressions entrap the observer, and immediately transmit their political claims. The chosen mode of representation symbolizes their determination and readiness to fight, and glorifies armed struggle as an expression of patriotism. This mode of representation supports the political message inherent in the images of the resistance in Tabriz. Analogously, John Moraz recognizes that the efforts of Emiliano Zapata, a leading figure in the Mexican Revolution, to have himself photographed in emblems of resistance present a conscious attempt to legitimate his movement. In a similar vein, freedom fighters present themselves fully armed to reinforce their claim as righteous fighters in defense of the Constitution. In positioning themselves as a close group that readily embraces a fighting position, they are aware of their self-presentation as objectified through the camera. Group photographs of Sattar Khan, Bega Khan, and other leaders of revolutionary groups, in the midst of their military group, made use of photography's power to authenticate their political messages. Photographs of armed revolutionaries reaped such vast popularity that public photography studios started equipping themselves with the relevant backdrops and accessories, allowing not only activists and sympathizers but also ordinary clients to portray themselves as freedom fighters. Although these stage scenes appear theatrical, they nevertheless frame the national identity and consciousness. At the time of the Constitutional Revolution, photographic self-representation had ceased to be a novelty restricted to the royal authorities and ruling class. By contrast, following the increase in the number of public photographic studios being set up in the 1880s, portrait photography had become widely accessible. As then, these studios had provided diverse settings, most frequently with European accessories and backdrops to let everyone to present themselves as a modern citizen. On a similar pattern, the stage photographs of the resistance in Tabriz embodied and framed nationalism and expressed national identity. Drawing on this, common people, independent of their background, could have themselves portrayed as freedom fighters as an individual memento of the Constitutional Revolution, its struggles and victories even years afterwards. Contemporaneous memoirs, like those of Emoy Ramamelek, indicate the popularity of this trend, so that even servants of the elite took such photographs. The photographs of this kind have imprinted themselves in the memories that formed the aftermath of the Constitutional Revolution. The images of the bust and the resistance paradigmatically exhibit the significance of photography in its manifold facets. In interweaving the events, their stories and faces, into the national narrative, photography gave birth to national symbols, metaphors, and icons. Their popularization evoked a collective self-conception as a cohesive community, sustainably interconnecting them with national identity and national consciousness. From photographs to commemorative image objects. The visual politics of the Constitutional Revolution centrally invokes photography, one of the most popular media of the time, in order to reach a broad audience, responding to the needs of a semi-literate mass. Many photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, in turn, were reprinted as postcards, either immediately or even many years later. These postcards are of immense significance, for they constitute a vivid manifestation of the zeitgeist. As historical documents, postcards display popular personalities, national sites, symbolic landscapes, and significant societal events, which were of immediate concern to the public. Commonly, postcards contain personal notes and additional information that illuminatingly reveal the circulation of information, making them invaluable as testimonies of history. This studio portrait of Haji Mirza Nasrallah Isfahani, known as Maliko Mutakalamin, was reproduced into a postcard after his execution. Maliko Mutakalamin was a radical advocate of the constitution whose fame as an eloquent orator-preacher is highlighted in the inscription, Haji Malika Mutakalamin, the preacher, who gave particularly many agitating speeches in support of the constitution and showed people their rights. He was executed on June 23 during the Lesser Autocracy, together with Mirza Jahangir Khan, the editor of the newspaper Sari Esrafil, and further constitutionalists, in Bogishaw in front of Muhammad Ali Shah. This postcard with its informative inscription effectively illustrates how the makers of history are remembered even years later. Even more so, the additional handwritten message adds an emotional, ideological layer. He was murdered by order of absolutism. Photographs were purposefully invoked for political ends to evoke certain sentiments, as is exemplified by this postcard of Joseph North. It is a reproduction of a photograph of Joseph North, dressed as a cleric at a fancy dress party at the New Year Ball in 1902. Only 3 years later, in 1905, it was widely disseminated, enjoying great publicity. The Toriki Bidori Iranian describes the manner in which activists gained possession of this photograph and how they employed it in pursuit of their ends to enter a political alliance with the clergy, and, generally, in fueling resentment. 42 The protest of merchants, supported by clerics, between 1900 and 1905 emerged out of the customs, trade and tariff reforms that Joseph North had introduced to France. Indeed, this was increasingly directed against North himself, who came to hold key positions in the service of Qajar administration. In 1905, this protest culminated in the burst in the British legation, where a general public pushed for reforms, one of which was the dismissal of Joseph North. Purposefully torn out of its original context, the image was taken as evidence for the nation's political misfortunes, national resistance, victories, and the Constitution. It does obtain an integral role as an effective symbol in the imagined discourse of a nation. The medium of the postcard, though appearing in Iran at the end of the Nasiri era, only enjoyed its golden age during the Constitutional Revolution and the years thereafter. The popularity of the medium can be traced back to 3 elements: reproduction, cost, and dispersion. Postcards could be produced at low cost, significantly cheaper than photographic productions, and thus in great quantities. Aside from that, postcards were better suited than photographs to be dispersed amongst a broader audience. The eminent bearing and role of the press during the Constitutional Revolution led to a blossoming of printing and gravure techniques in Iran. Nevertheless, photographs could not yet be published in newspapers, leaving a gaping demand for images. While this was partly alleviated through caricatures and handmade lithographs, the aforementioned technological advances set the stage for the low-cost, quantitative reproduction of postcards that could ultimately satisfy the entire extent of the demand for images. Many of these postcards reveal valuable information regarding their production and distribution, making them invaluable historical documents. According to contemporaneous memoirs, a local market for photographs and postcards had already been established, enabling common people to purchase images of nobilities and celebrities, views of holy places and archaeological sites, historical and official events, even the European journey of the Qajar rulers. Nevertheless, most of the photographs that were circulating in the public space had been ordered either by the king himself, by local elites, diplomatic circles, or had been produced for European markets. During the Constitutional Revolution, however, the local market started to respond directly to the demands of common people for those images that soon were to be the symbols and icons of the Constitutional Revolution. Indeed, such interplay of demand and supply became so significant to the proliferation of constitutional ideas and thoughts that photographic studios, print shops, and ordinary purchasers were subjected to considerable reprisals, especially during the Lesser Autocracy. Photographic studios in Tehran were closed, barred, and sealed. Many photographers were forced to vow not to sell photographs, while others were arrested, tortured, and publicly humiliated. Contemporaneous memoirs report how the heroic deed of Sattar Khan reached Tehran at a time when Tabriz had turned into the core of resistance. Sattar Khan became a national icon, his image emblematic of a nation's hopes and aspirations. His photographs, moving from hand to hand, evoked a sense of belonging and identification with the resistance, so much so that, for fear of their power, they were forbidden. 20 For this postcard, an example of such an iconic image, portrays Sattar Khan, Sadar Imeli. Printed in Tehran by the print house of Abbas Kashani and his brothers, it states a leader of the revolutionaries in Azerbaijan in 4 different languages. Many of the postcards were reprinted with informative texts, political statements, and poems. Handwritten comments were retrospectively added to numerous postcards. With reference to some unique examples, Reza Sheikh inquires into the reasons for such textual additions. They constitute microhistorical records, through which the events of the constitutional revolution are once again revisited and retraced. The inscriptions commonly reveal a sense of chaos, loss, despair, and nostalgia. In discussing the practice of supplementing photographs with inscriptions, Carmen Perez Gonzalez points to a long and established tradition in Iran, that of placing inscriptions on all types of media, independent of size and function, of the visual arts. While she classifies the contents of the inscriptions and the way in which inscriptions have been used within the photographic space, Perez Gonzalez also analyzes some postcards of the Constitutional Revolution. A popular postcard is one of the prisoners of Bogishaw, which has been numerously reprinted in various ways and with different textual arrangements. Having become a paradigm of atrocities, the postcard shows 22 prisoners held captive after a number of constitutionalists had been pursued, arrested, and executed by order of Muhammad Ali Mirza. The caption reads, "A row of nobles of the constitution, put in chains by order of absolutism in Bogishaw," while the bottom of the postcard contains their names, together with a pony. It was common for images to be retrospectively colored and reprinted as postcards, just like this image of members of the first parliament in Tehran. The whole artistic value of the postcard is revealed in the careful coloring of some individuals and in creating an ensemble between the group and the background through the color composition. In addition to being colored and textually supplemented, many of the circulating postcards were further adorned with ornaments, popular symbols, and decorative elements. Sometimes photo assemblages arose as well. This postcard, one of the many displaying the public execution in Tabriz, is an extraordinary example of such assemblage. After occupying Tabriz, Russian troops executed a group of constitutionalists, amongst them the famous cleric Sikat al-Islam Tabrizi on December 31, 1911. There are many assemblages, colored and supplemented with drawings of hand freedom fighters, of this photograph, which became a way of remembering the atrocities incurred by the Russian troops. It exemplifies how such popular practices ranging from textual supplements all the way to photo assemblages transformed photographs into commemorative image objects. The photograph in itself recedes into the background to let its social function as commemorative object gain precedence. In being interwoven into these cultural practices, the postcards of the Constitutional Revolution release themselves as social objects that are embedded in personal stories, oral traditions, and individual memories. Reciprocally, they are agents in interpreting and defining the narratives of the Constitutional Revolution. Far from being passive containers of history, these commemorative image objects have become performative by conjoining history and the social realm in negotiating the former. So, concluding remark, imagery of a nation. The tremendous body of photographs of the Constitutional Revolution raises many pressing questions. How did photography narrate the Constitutional Revolution? For whom and to what end? How were images recorded and revisited in the aftermath of the Constitutional Revolution? By whom, in what way, and with what intention? This paper has addressed this plethora of questions, which range from the narration of history to the construction of memory. To this effect, it is inevitable to put the photographs of the Constitutional Revolution in their ideological context, encompassing their generation, circulation, and perception. This constitutes the historical framework that endowed them with meaning. The images of the Constitutional Revolution were examined in the interplay between their ambiguous duality, for which Mitchell so forcefully argues, and the idea of a nation as an imagined community that has become so pervasive. Against this theoretical background, their function as visual facts and also animated by emotions in the process of nation building was discussed. Photographs define, construct, and popularize national iconographies, symbols and metaphors, but they also evoke an emotional legitimacy and a sense of belonging, making for both their affectivity and effectiveness in nation building. As John Schwartz reasonably explains in general terms, such thinking about photography and experience encourages us to press beyond visual facts and surface appearance, to discover how photographs have played and continue to play a role in constructing, legitimizing, and maintaining the idea of nation. In the aftermath of the Constitutional Revolution, its visual legacy was revisited and recalled in various ways. Photographs became an integral component of the historiography of the Constitutional Revolution to reinforce and consolidate national narratives. Reciprocally, national narratives, social testimonies, oral traditions, and even individual stories embedded photographs, and thus gave them a further layer of meaning. In light of this, images and popular practices surrounding them became acts of commemoration and remembrance of the Constitutional Revolution, requiring the active agency of individuals and the collective. Taking the idea of memory as a performative act, memory needs a medium in order to be trained, shared, and transmitted, as discussed by Lydic Plate and Onika Smelik. They further state that memory is always recall and recollection. And, consequently, it implies return, revision, reenactment, representation, making experiences from the past present again in the form of narratives, images, sensations, performances. Following the Constitutional Revolution, photographs and the cultural practices surrounding them, which range from the production of postcards all the way to commemorative image objects, offer the residue of the lived present and the remembered past. They selectively retain memories of the past in the service of propagating a self-conception in the present. Photographs and cultural practices surrounding them have the power to materialize and authenticate national history and construct a collective memory through which people can presently conceive and identify themselves as a cohesive nation. Bibliography. Omanat, A. Pivot of the Universe, Nasiruddin Shah Qajar and the Iranian Monarchy, 1831 to 1896. Berkeley and Los Angeles. Omanat, A. Bakar Konsalaimeli, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 3, Fask. Pages 726 to 728. Anderson, B. Emergent Communities, London and New York, 1991. Bidad, A. The Powerful Art of Qajar Photography. Orientalism and Orientalizing in 19th Century Iran, in Journal of Iranian Studies, Volume 34, No. 1-4, 2001, pages 141 to 152. Bell, J. Out of the Mouths of Crocodiles, Eliciting Histories in Photographs and String Figures, in History and Anthropology, Volume 21, No. pages 351 to 373. Brown, E. G. The Persian Revolution of 1905 to 1909, Washington. Derrida, J. Memories for Paul de Man, New York. Diba, L. S. Images of Power and the Power of Image, Intention and Response in Early Qajar Painting, in Diba, L. S. and Ekhtiar, M. Royal Persian Paintings, The Qajar Epoch, 1785-1925, London, pages 30 to 49. Edwards, E. Photographs as Strong History. In Korafa, C. and Serenity, Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, pages 321 to 329. Von Hagenau, E. Propaganda per Hand. Politisch Jessen auf Postkarten, in Wonky, M. Politisch Kunst. Gabaden Yundi Gaberen, Berlin, pages 53 to 72. Habworks, M. Das Gedächtnis Yundi Sozialen Bedingungen, Frankfurt am Main. Helbig, E. Geographies Traced and Histories Told, Photographic Documentation of Land and People by Abdullah Mirza Qajar, 1880s-1890s, in Rita, M. and Skiwila, S. The Indigenous Lens, Early Photography in the Near and Middle East, Berlin. Yeager, J. Picturing Nations, Landscape Photography and National Identity in Britain and Germany in the mid-19th century, in Schwartz, J. M. and Ryan, J. R. Picturing Place, Photography and the Geographical Imagination, London, pages 117 to 141. Khosrovi, A. Tariki Mashuti Iran, Volume, Tehran. Khosrovi, A. Tariki Hejde Soleyi Azerbaijan, Bazmandeyi Torik Mashuti Iran, Tehran. Khosrovi, A. History of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran. Maras, J. Archives and Icons, Constructing Post-Revolutionary Identities in Mexico, in Korafa, C. and Serena, T. Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, Berlin, pages 239, 261. Manofzoda, A. Ahmad Khosrovi as Historian, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 16, Fast pages 94 to 97. Martin, V. Constitutional Revolution, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 6, Face. Pages 176 to 187. Mitchell, W. J. T. What Do Pictures Want? The Lives and Loves of Images, Chicago. Nabavi, N. Readership, the Press and the Public Sphere in the First Constitutional Era, in Chihobi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 213 to 223. Nozomal Eslem Kamiani, Tariki Bidori Iranian, Volume 2, Tehran. Nora, P. Between Memory and History, Les Lou de Memoir, in Representations No. Pages 7 to 27. Perez Gonzalez, C. Written Images, Poems on Early Iranian Portrait Studio Photography and Constitutional Revolution Postcards, in Rita, M. and Skiwila, S. The Indigenous Lens, Early Photography in the Near and Middle East, Berlin. Pistahatam, A. The Franian Constitutional Revolution as Lou de Memoir, Satta Khan, in Chihobi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 33 to 44. Plate, L. and Smelik, A. Technologies of Memory in the Arts, London. Plate, L. and Smelik, A. Performing Memory in Art and Popular Culture, New York and London. Renard, E. What is a Nation? In Babha, H. Nation and Narration, London, pages 8 to 22. Schwartz, J. M. Photographic Archives and the Idea of Nation, Images, Imaginings, and Imagined Community, in Carafa, C. and Sorina, T. Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, Berlin, pages 17 to 40. Schick, A. National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, in Chihobi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 249 to 276. Thomas Poor, M. Photography in Iran, A Chronology, in History of Photography No, pages 7 to 13. Thomas Poor, M. Of Silver and Light, Tehran. Zoka, Y. Tariki Akosi Va Okosozen Ipishgamda Iran, Tehran, 1376. Acknowledgement, I wish to express my gratitude to the collector Neza Hassanzada, who so generously provided me with a large number of postcards from his collection and for allowing me to publish them. Further, I am deeply indebted to the Kimia Foundation, in specific to Harmen Sazha, for granting me access to its exceptional photographic archive so as to examine it and publish some of their images. Lastly, my sincere thanks go to Madad Oskui and the Visual Heritage Center in Tehran for providing me with very rare postcards of the Constitutional Revolution. I am grateful to Somaya Amiri and Sharia Rokshanazada for their support in practical matters. One Plate, L. and Smelik, A. Technologies of Memory in the Arts, London, page 2. Derrida, J. Memories for Paul de Man, New York, p. 3. Edwards, E. Photographs as Strong History, in Carafa, C. and Serenity, Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, page 4. Nora, P. Between Memory and History, Les Lou de Memoir, in Representations No, pages 7 to 27. 5. Schwartz, J. Photographic Archives and the Idea of Nation, Images, Imaginings, and Imagined Community, in Carafa, C. and Sorina, T. Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, Berlin, p. 6. Edwards, E. Photographs as Strong History, page 7. Harbworks, M. Das Gedächtnis Jündisen Sozelen Bedingungen, Frankfurt am Main. 8. Plate, L. and Smelik, A. Performing Memory in Art and Popular Culture, New York and London, p. 9. Anderson, B. Imagined Communities, London and New York, page 10. Rana, E. What is a Nation? In Babha, H. Nation and Narration, London, page 11. Yeager, J. Picturing Nations, Landscape Photography and National Identity in Britain and Germany in the mid-19th century, in Schwartz, J. M. and Ryan, J. A. Picturing Place, Photography and the Geographical Imagination, London, p. 12. For an elaborate discussion on images of dynastic power in early Persian painting and photography, Sidiba, L.S. Images of Power and the Power of Images, Intention and Response in Early Qajar Painting, in Diba, L.S. and Ektia, M. Royal Persian Paintings, The Qajar Epoch, 1785 to 1925, London, pages 30-49, Bidad, A. The Powerful Art of Qajar Photography, Orientalism and Orientalizing in 19th Century Iran, in Journal of Iranian Studies, Volume No. 14, 2001, pages 141 to 152. 13 Mitchell, W. J.T., What Do Pictures Want? The Lives and Loves of Images, Chicago, 2005, pages 14 to 15. Mitchell here alludes to the title of the publication by Goodman, N. Ways of Word-Making, Indianapolis. 14 Mitchell, What Do Pictures Want? Page 15 Edwards, Photographs as Strong History. Page 16 Reza Sheikh offers an insight into this collection, sourcing his depictions in Dalitabody's own memoirs, Tariki Emo Azaya Hayat Iyohed. C. Sheikh, A. National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, in Chihobi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, P. and pages 273-274. 17 For further information see, Sheikh, National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, P. and page 18 Kasem Sofi tells of this collection and generally of the postcards of the Constitutional Revolution in an interview with Madad Oskor. The collection has meanwhile been donated to the archive of the Tehran University Library. 19 Khosrovi, A. History of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran, 2006. P. 23 For more information about Khosrovi and his historical works see Manavzoda, A. Ahmad Khosrovi as historian, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 16, Fast pages 97. 24 Khosrovi, History of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, page 25 It is not obvious when this photograph was taken. So while the caption presents Mashallah Khan and Hajimir Ponj as prisoners, the image indicates a certain status on their part. It is therefore questionable whether the photograph was really taken during their imprisonment, or, indeed, when they reached Tehran in hope of amnesty. The atrocities of Neleb Hosseini Kashi and the government's efforts to secure these areas and routes are accounted for in Khosrovi, A. Tariki Hejde Salayi Azerbaijan. Basmandeyi Tariki Mashrutayi Train, Tehran, 1333, p. pages 807 to 809, pages 820 to 822, pages 828 to 831. 26 The history of photography during the Qajar period is extensively discussed in many publications. For just a small exemplary selection, see Ado, CH and Zoka, Y. Notes ET documents la photographie Irani in ET son histoire. 1. Les Premières daguerreotypes Saka 1844 to 1854/1260 to 1270, in Studio Iran. No. Pages 249,280, Offshore, L. Ganjineyi, Oxshodi Iran. Hamradi Tariki Voradi, Akosi Bek Iran, Tehran, Perez Gonzalez, C. Local Portraiture. Through the lens of the 19th century Iranian photographer, Leiden, Zoka, Y. Tariki, Akosi Viet Okeseni Pishgamda Iran, Tehran. For the transferring of knowledge on Persian domains and its population see Helbig, E. Geographies traced and histories told photographic documentation of land and people by Abdullah Mirza Qajar, 1880s to 1890s, in Rita, M. and Skiwila, S. G. The Indigenous Lens, Early Photography in the Near and Middle East, Zurich, an excellent overview of the expeditions of European photographers and their documentations of archaeological sites is provided in Bonetti, M. and Prandi, A. La Pasha. Qajar. Photography Italian in Iran 1848 to 1864, Roma. 27 Abbas Omenat defines this notion. See Omenat, A. Pivot of the Universe, Nestor al-Din Shah Qajar and the Iranian Monarchy, 1831 to 1896. Berkeley and Los Angeles, 1997, p. 28 For more information about readership and the press see, Nabavi, N. Readership, the press and the public sphere in the first constitutional era, in Chihobi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 213 to 223. 29 For a discussion on Iranian Enlightenment see, Ansari, A. The Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran, New York, pages 36 to 65. 30 Nozam al-Islam Kamani, Tariki Bidri Iranian, Volume, Tehran, page 566. Scott provided brief information about a few photographers who sympathized with the Constitutional Revolution. Sizola, Tariki Akosi Vie Adikoson Epishgamda Iran, p. 31 Martin, V. Constitutional Revolution, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 6, Fask 1992, pages 176 to 187. 32 Nozam al-Islam Kamani, Tariki Bidri Iranian, p. 33 Martin, Constitutional Revolution, pages 176 to 187. 34 Nozam al-Islam Kamani, Tariki Badri Iranian, pages 542 to 545. 35 Sheikh, National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, page 251. 36 Nabavi, Readership, the Press and the Public Sphere in the First Constitutional Era, page 37c, among other sources. Martin, Constitutional Revolution, pages 176 to 187. For an extensive account of the events, see Khosrovi, A. Tariki Mashruti Iran History of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Vol. 2, Tehran. 38 Regarding the lives of Sattar Khan and Bega Khan and their role during the resistance, C. Pista Hatam, A. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution as Luda Memoir, Sattar Khan, in Chihabi, H. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 33 to 44, Omanat, A. Bega Khan Salaimeli, in Encyclopedia Tranica, Volume 3, Fast pages 726 to 728. 39 Pista Hatam, The Iranian Constitutional Revolution as Luda Memoir, Sattar Khan, page 40c, Nora, Between Memory and History, Les Luda Memoir, pages 7 to 25. 41 Khosrovi, Tariki Mashruti Indin, p. figure 42 Pista Hatam, The Iranian Constitutional Revolution as Luda Memoir, Sattar Khan, page 43 Khosrovi, Tariki Mashruti Indin, p. fig. 44 Khosrovi, Turiki Hejdest Loyi as a religion, p. page 45 Zoka, Tariki Akosivie Aksan Plingdom da Iran, page 46 Maras, J. Archives and Icons, Constructing Post-Revolutionary Identities in Mexico, in Carafa, C. and Sorina, T. Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, Berlin, pages 241 to 242. 47 The first public photographic studio was founded in 1868 by Abosoli Bek in Tehran. For a chronology regarding the spread of public photographic studios, see Thomas Poor, M. Photography in Iran, A Chronology, in History of Photography No. 37, 2013, pages 9 to 11. 48 Thomas Poor, M.L. of Silver and Light, Tehran, pages 61 to 62. 49 Nozam al-Islam Kamani, Tariki Badri Iranian, pages 285 to 286. 50c For example, Brown, E.G., The Persian Revolution of 1905 to 1909, Washington, pages 109 to 110, p. pages 136 to 138. 51 The golden age of the postcard medium in Tran is chronologically similar to Europe. Haganah provides an overview of the reasons why the postcard had become a mass medium, as well as its meaning as a political medium. Von Haganah, E. Propaganda per Hand. Politisch Jessen auf Postkarten, in 1 key, M. Politisch Kunst. Gabaden Yundi Gaberen, Berlin, pages 53 to 72. 52 Sheikh, National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, page 265. 53 Thomas Poor, of Silver and Light, page 54 Zoka, Tariki Vakosi Vie Okosoni Pishgam da Iran, pages 284 to 285. 55 Sheikh, National Identity and Photographs of the Constitutional Revolution, pages 260 to 265. 56 Perez Gonzalez, C. Written Images, Poems on Early Iranian Portrait Studio Photography and Constitutional Revolution Postcards, in Rita, M. and Skiwila, S. The Indigenous Lens, Early Photography in the Near and Middle East, Berlin. I am greatly thankful to Perez Gonzalez for the access to her as yet unpublished article. 57 Brown extensively describes the preliminaries to this event. Interestingly, Brown prints a different image of the prisoners, presumably a photograph that differs both in textual arrangement and in the printed poem. Brown, The Persian Revolution of 1905 to 1909, pages 199 to 210, figure 58. Compare Joshua Bell, who examines a photograph taken in by the government anthropologist E. Williams in the Purori Delta in what now is Papua New Guinea. He argues for image objects as ways of materializing history and encouraging source communities to think about their social relations. Bell, J. Out of the Mouths of Crocodiles, Eliciting Histories in Photographs and String Figures, in History and Anthropology, Volume No, pages 351 to 373. 59 Schwartz, J.M., Photographic Archives and the Idea of Nation, Images, Imaginings, and Imagined Community, in Carafa, C. and Sorina, T. Photo Archives and the Idea of Nation, Berlin, p. 60 Plate and Smelik, Performing Memory in Art and Popular Culture, page 61. Plate and Smelik, Performing Memory in Art and Popular Culture, P. Iran's Constitutional Revolution of 1906 and Narratives of the Enlightenment. 3. The Enlightenment and Historical Difference, The Case of Iran's Constitutional Revolution. Cameron Martin. This chapter challenges the Enlightenment's key idea of historical progress through a critical interrogation of the application of the classical Marxist concept of bourgeois revolution to Iran's constitutional revolution. It shows that this concept, and the wider Enlightenment paradigm, predicts and is predicated on developmental sameness by extrapolating from a specific European experience of modernity, which accords no causal significance to the international, i.e., the ontological fact of the social world's numerical multiplicity and developmental difference. Following a critical reading of the concept of bourgeois revolution, the chapter introduces the concept of revolution of backwardness, a derivative of Leon Trotsky's idea of uneven and combined development, to produce an alternative, internationally sensitive account of the constitutional revolution. Introduction. Canonical theories of history are arguably rooted in the Enlightenment idea of progress, that is, the assumption that all societies move, albeit with different tempos and from different starting points, along a similar developmental path, and arrive in essentially similar endpoints of Western-style modernity. The notions of reason and freedom, fundamentalized by Kant and Hegel, are central to this progressive conception of history. The Enlightenment paradigm and its monolinear and progressive conception of history have come under sustained and mounting critique since at least the end of the Second World War. A consistent theme in the more recent critiques has been this intellectual enterprise's Eurocentric constitution, which simultaneously internalizes the sources of modernity into Europe and universalizes its normative scope to the entire world, depriving non-European societies and actors from historical agency and significance. However, beyond this powerful normative critique, the Enlightenment idea of progress has also been shown to be analytically deficient. Central to this line of critique is the argument, most forcefully made by postcolonialists, that the progressive and unilinear constitution of the Enlightenment conception of modernity, and history more generally, fails to theoretically digest the evidently differentiated outcomes of modern development, particularly in non-European societies. Failing to theorize non-European experiences of modernity, most varieties of classical social theory, the legatees of the Enlightenment, pacify the theoretical challenge of these experiences by expunging them as extra-theoretical anomalies or exceptions. This maneuver reinforces the cultural essentialist modes of explanation, which have, in different guises, outlived Edward Said's seminal critique of Orientalism. Thus, social theories grounded in the European Enlightenment reduce the phenomenon of historical difference, an evidently persistent feature of intersocietal life, to a merely empirical problem eliding its theoretical comprehension. A common way in which this intellectual act is performed is what I describe as negative explanation, whereby non-European experiences of modernity are defined in terms of what they are not, and then explained in terms of the absence of certain historical conditions, social agents, or cultural forms that are assumed to have been causal to the original European instance of the phenomenon or experience in question, an exercise that Dipesh Chakraborty has called narrative of lack. An illuminating example in this regard is the notion of failed bourgeois revolution, used to describe incomplete versions of the original cases of the English, and especially French, bourgeois revolutions. This notion has been applied to inter alia, 1905, 1906, and 1911 revolutions in Russia, Iran, and China, respectively. But it has also been used to describe revolutions of 1848 in Europe. In this sense, the study of the classical concept of bourgeois revolution, of which the idea of failed bourgeois revolution is a negative derivation, reveals more clearly the intellectual flaws of the Enlightenment discourse of universal and progressive history in which the concept is ultimately rooted. In what follows, I would therefore attempt a critical study of the concept of the bourgeois revolution by reference to Iran's 1906 constitutional revolution. 4. In a clear divergence from the causal premises of the concept of bourgeois revolution deployed by most Marxian accounts of the modern Iranian history, the constitutional revolution occurred in the absence of any substantive domestic development of capitalist relations and classes. At the time of the revolution, Iran did not have any mentionable level of capitalist development. To be sure, by the time of the revolution, Iran had been incorporated into the world capitalist system as a raw material supplying, peripheral economy through a twofold process of colonial and dependent development. But neither this incorporation nor the constitutional revolution subsequent to it involved or introduced any significant change into France's non-capitalist social relations and economic structure. Overall, Fran remained a collection of self-sufficient peasant and tribal communities whose relations with each other and the Koja rulers were mediated through their subordination to local magnates and power holders such as notables, nobles, landlords, senior clerics, and tribal chiefs, who were themselves only nominally subject to the Kojas. Given that no centers of competitive capital accumulation, the sine qua non of a capitalist economy, preceded or followed the constitutional revolution and monarchic autocracy was eventually restored. Marxist accounts of the constitutional revolution describe the revolution as an unfinished or a failed bourgeois revolution. But in so doing, as mentioned above, they essentially describe what the revolution was not, instead of explaining what it actually was. Such moves leave an intellectual gap that has traditionally been, and continues to be, the ideal space for the operation of Orientalist approaches and their highly essentialist, often pathologizing, accounts of the purported incongruence between Muslim culture and modern democracy. In order to resolve the apparent paradox of a bourgeois democratic revolution in a pre-capitalist society, we need to interrogate Marx's account of the rise of capitalism. Marx, Capitalist Development, and the International 12. There are essentially two rather different accounts of the rise of capitalism in Marx's work. One quantitative, found in the German ideology, based on the expansion and complexification of the division of labor, and a later, qualitative account, found in Grundriss and Capital, based on the separation of the direct producers from their means of reproduction and the formation and generalization of the wage labor through the process of the so-called primitive accumulation. 14. The introduction of an anterior political moment, that is, the violent expropriation of the direct producers, supplies Marx's later account with a new historical and political dynamic that was absent from his earlier account based on the progression of a purely technical internal process of division of labor. The crucial corollary of this later, qualitative account of the rise of capitalism is, according to Marx, the fact that the expropriated direct producers are under an impersonal and systemic compulsion to sell their labor power in the market in order to gain their subsistence. As a result, an apparently separate and autonomous sphere of economy comes into being in which the operation of purely economic, exchange relations obviates the necessity for the threat or exercise of brute force and political coercion in the immediate relations and processes of production and exploitation, the hallmark of all pre-capitalist formations. Crucially, this capitalist form of consensual contractual exploitation based on exchange relations presupposes the juridical equality of the parties to the exchange. In other words, unlike pre-capitalist modes of production, in capitalism political inequality is not inscribed in the relations of production. This specifically capitalist phenomenon of the formal separation of the economic and the political was the fundamental precondition for, an expression of, the rise of a bourgeois democratic state. And it is precisely this causal complex that the orthodox concept of bourgeois revolution correctly captures. But what the concept fails to register is that this process could not be, and has not been, repeated in the same sequence of the English case, the key empirical reference in the formation of the concept, where the rise of representative government followed a protracted and organic process of primitive accumulation and class struggle. 1z. Why and how? A brief consideration of the archetypical case of the French Revolution can provide a crucial clue. The rise of capitalism in England occasioned a gradual but definite shift in the traditional Anglo-French geopolitical rivalry in favor of Britain. A series of French military defeats by Britain threw into sharp relief the limits of the economic and political power of the comparatively backward France. Financing costly external wars against the rising British Empire precipitated a chronic and deteriorating fiscal crisis. The state's fiscal crisis in turn progressively loosened the political and ideological cohesion of the French ruling classes and fueled the discontent of the peasantry. French peasants had traditionally borne the brunt of multiple forms of taxation by the government, feudal seigneurs, and the church. The latter two groups evaded the absolutist state's highly unequal and inefficient taxation regime. As a result, the intensified taxation by the crisis-struck Bourbons placed an unbearable burden on the peasants more than any other social class. The conjunction of the aristocratic recalcitrance, peasant unrest, and the urban bourgeoisie's discontent culminated in a revolutionary crisis that imploded in 1789. The French Revolution occurred in a fashion markedly different from the English Revolution. A broad-based and convulsive democratic political revolution preceded a much more gradual but deeper capitalist social revolution. There was, as George Comnor points out, no class struggle related to the growth of modern forms of capitalism before, or indeed during, the revolution. There was, instead, conflict within a ruling elite 20 through the destruction of all separate local, territorial, urban and provincial powers in order to create the civil unity of the nation. 21. The revolution, however, set the stage for an incrementally but irreversible reconstitution of pre-capitalist communal peasant property into capitalist private property. By the middle of the 19th century, a significant basis of industrial capitalism was established in France. Yet, even after its full consolidation, capitalist France was considerably different from its English agent provocateur. Etoism and a much stronger and institutionally and culturally articulated nationalism marked capitalist France. Wars of revolutionary and Napoleonic years were pivotal in this process. In comparison to England, there was, therefore, a clear reversal in the sequence of the socio-economic and political revolutionary change in France. This was, I contend, due to the specifically international dimension of the impact of English capitalism. External capitalist pressure, transmitted geopolitically, overdetermined the internal pattern of capitalist development in France. A capitalist social revolution could not have occurred because a direct and immediate transformation of non-capitalist social property relations would have meant the dispossession of the very social class that was the main victim of the fiscal crisis of the state and hence was the principal agent of the revolution, i.e., the third estate and its largest section, the peasantry. But France is by no means the exception. The same goes for Germany, Japan, Russia, China, and, of course, Iran. All processes of capitalist transformation that followed the development of capitalism in England began as defensive nationalist or democratic projects, often combining both. In other words, they began with political revolutions that formally abolished pre-capitalist political hierarchies enshrined in feudal, tributary, and royal special rights and privileges. The reason is that initially the creation of political equality within a society subordinate, or susceptible, to a centralized and bureaucratic national state was the most effective mechanism for the mobilization of pre-capitalist social energy and resources against the threat or actual subjugation by foreign industrialist or industrializing countries. Thus, in the original case of England, bourgeois democratic politics and institutions were consequent upon, and increasingly functional to, capitalist development. But the multilayered international mediation of English capitalism's expansion meant that in all subsequent instances nationalist democratic reconstruction of pre-capitalist states preceded and co-determined wider processes of capitalist development, and industrialization more generally. In this sense, every revolution, to rephrase an interesting remark by Albert Camus, is a foreign revolution 22, and herein lies the basic tension in the application of the classical concept of the bourgeois revolution to post-1688 modern revolutions. For such an application involves the impossible task of comprehending an internationally induced political revolution in terms of an absent process of internal capitalist development, uneven and combined development, and the revolution of backwardness. The apparent mismatch between history and theory that we identified in the case of revolutions traditionally conceptualized as bourgeois, including Iran's constitutional revolution, marked Russia's 1917 revolution in an even more acute form. For in a clear rebuke to Marx's predictions, the predominantly semi-feudal Tsarist Russia became the site of the world's first proletarian revolution. Needless to say, this circumstance posed a huge intellectual challenge to Marxist theory, which foresaw socialist revolutions to occur in most advanced capitalist countries. A highly innovative and compelling solution was offered by Leon Trotsky, who went against the grain of classical Marxism and showed, in conceptual terms, why Russia, a backwater in capitalist world, could actually produce a socialist revolution. And his argumentation contained the basic intellectual ingredients for a non-Eurocentric social theory that, unlike Enlightenment-rooted theories of history, conceptually digested the ontological phenomenon of historical difference. In his magisterial book The History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky begins with a strategic emphasis on social reality's differentiated constitution. Unevenness, he argues, the most general law of the historic process. The social world has always consisted of the coexistence of social formations different in their social, cultural, and political forms and developmental capacities. This ontological condition of developmentally uneven intersocietal multiplicity ipso facto entails the interactive coexistence of the constitutive element, or what Trotsky describes as combined development, a drawing together of the different stages of the journey, a combine of separate steps, an amalgam of archaic with more contemporary forms. In short, through the idea of uneven and combined development, Trotsky provides the conceptual comprehension and expression of the ontological condition of the interrelation of societies, patterns of development, such that their interactive coexistence is constitutive of their individual existence and vice versa. 24 Unevenness and combination therefore render history always already interactive and multilinear, and hence developmental difference its organic feature. Processes of uneven and combined development take on an intensified form under capitalism which, once fully crystallized in England, as we saw, generated an inescapable dynamic of developmental contrast and geopolitical pressures that transformed the erstwhile intersocietal developmental difference into a problematic condition for all non-capitalist polities. For now, developmental capacities of the non-capitalist societies prove qualitatively and fundamentally inferior and self-restricting compared with far vaster productive potentialities of capitalism. Thus, capitalism generated backwardness. In Trotsky's works, the concept of backwardness captures a specific condition of developmental agility generated by the belated entanglement of a pre-modern country into the internationally driven process of capitalist transformation. One of the key consequences of the condition of backwardness is that the state becomes the strategic receiver of, and the immediate responder to, external capitalist pressures. In their fierce existential struggle, backward states have two broad kinds of strategy: defensive accumulation and defensive modernization. By the former, I refer to an intensification of the modes of quantitative amassing of material and human resources in order to maintain an embattled or threatened backward state. These modes include elements of practices that Robert Brenner places under the rubric of political accumulation, i.e., build-up of larger, more effective military organization or the construction of stronger surplus extracting machinery. 25 But defensive accumulation can also take the form of the domestic sale of state property, land and offices, an external sale of economic concessions and privileges. The French monarchy, for example, had created 70,000 venal offices by the 18th century. Defensive accumulation is a developmentally conservative strategy insofar as it does not involve any immediate change in the backward country's basic social property regime and reproductive relations. But more importantly, it is also politically highly contradictory in three main ways. First, it violates pre-existing practices of the sustainable, and more or less legitimate, levels of fiscal claims that the state can make on the subject population. Second, it tends to fragment state authority and administrative efficacy. And third, it involves varying degrees of the cession of economic, and by implication political, sovereignty to foreign states and subjects, which is diametrically opposed to the strategic goal of the political reproduction of the backward state. It therefore simultaneously and paradoxically weakens the state and antagonizes both the dominant and subaltern classes, thereby undermining socio-political order as a whole. Ancien Regime France, Imperial China, and Ottoman, Tsarist and Khoja states all displayed various levels of the operation and outcomes of defensive accumulation. Defensive accumulation is therefore neither a viable nor sustainable strategy for protection against the growing pressures of the more advanced states whose geopolitical power originates from a qualitatively different source, i.e., the capitalist mode of production. In fact, all single-track strategies of defensive accumulation have invariably led to military defeats followed by radical restructuring of the state and a subsequent or concomitant project of defensive modernization. 27 18th century France and mid-19th century Russia are paradigmatic examples. Defensive modernization involved the importation of modern industrial, technological and organizational products, which are deployed primarily, though not exclusively, for military and security purposes. In embarking on defensive modernization, backward states utilize what Trotsky describes as the privilege of historic backwardness, whereby they can import end product of very long processes of development in other countries. Backward states therefore become substitutes for their indigenous possessing classes, which had been the main agency of capitalist transformation in the classic English case. Defensive modernization also entails potentially explosive contradictions. Some of these contradictions are generated by backward states' simultaneous adoption of defensive accumulation strategy in financing their defensive modernization efforts. The Ottoman Tanzimat reforms project is a classic example. But there is also a qualitatively different kind of contradiction involved in defensive modernization, which I call the contradictions of adaptation. The contradictions of adaptation emerge in the aftermath of the backward state's successful importation of capitalist products and forms. For these modern forms and products are, as mentioned above, results of a prior and protracted transformation of pre-capitalist social property regime and reproductive relations that cannot be reenacted. If it were, it would dissolve, or considerably erode, the material and cultural basis of the power of pre-capitalist ruling elites themselves. As a result, defensive modernization, particularly at early stages, assumes a highly selective character. Modern economic and technological forms are imported but social and political forms are excluded. Thus, modern imported forms and their pre-modern environment lack historical synchrony and developmental affinity and therefore have no organic connection. As a result, in the course of defensive modernization, backward states, as Trotsky points out, debase their achievements borrowed from outside and create a contradictory and unstable form that I shall call asymmetric amalgamation. Paradoxically, the reproduction of asymmetric amalgamations tends to elicit further self-contradictory responses. For example, during the latter part of the 19th century, defensive modernization projects of the backward states of Germany and Japan created sociopolitical tensions, which these states subsequently sought to contain through foreign wars and imperialist chauvinism. This in turn provoked intervention by other Western capitalist states that led to their destruction. Asymmetric amalgamation is not limited to the combination of modern and pre-modern economic product and relations alone. It can also involve the combination of modern political products and organizations and pre-modern socio-economic relations and forms. These often result from defensive strategies of indigenous classes that, in their attempts to contain the arbitrary encroachments of the backward state on their property and prestige, adopt and adapt modern political forms that are out of sync with the level of backward countries' socio-economic development. Late Imperial China and late Koja Iran are important cases in point. Whatever their precise configuration, asymmetric amalgamations tend to explode into political revolutions that set the backward states on the path of transformation into broadly centralized, territorialized, and formally bourgeois democratic nation-states. Important examples include Germany, 1905 Russia, Iran, and 1908 Turkey. Now, my key argument here is that such revolutions, which have their origins in the contradictions of defensive accumulation and defensive modernization, which are in turn generated by the condition of backwardness in the specific sense I described above, cannot be adequately explained in terms of the concept of bourgeois revolution. The reason is simply that the concept has an internalist constitution, while these contradictions are, as we just saw, international in origin and operation. This means that such political revolutions cannot be fully derived from the internal developmental patterns and socio-political structures of the countries experiencing them. Revolutions of backwardness therefore always involve historical reshuffling. More specifically, they include a reversal in the order of modern social and political changes as they first occurred in England, an order that is central to the classical concept of the bourgeois revolution. However, it should be noted that this reversal only takes place within the specific country in which the revolution of backwardness takes place. From a global perspective, the sequence of social and political transformations remains the same. Revolutions of backwardness follow capitalist social transformation. In England, which was itself the product of wider processes of uneven and combined development. Moreover, the revolution of backwardness frequently involves the mutation of the forms and functions of the modern European political and juridical forms and institutions imported by backward states, a process which, as we saw, Trotsky described as debasement. For example, the 1848 German Revolution gave rise to the formula of the king over the parliament, and France's constitutional revolution, as we shall see below, involved the mutation of the German formula through the imposition of a religious stricture on secular legislations of the parliament. The constitutional revolution as a revolution of backwardness. Early Koja Iran was marked by comparative economic backwardness, a weak state, and a small but relatively strong and autonomous native merchant class. 32 There also existed the peculiar system of dual sovereignty. 13 whereby the Shari quasi-hierocracy shared power with Koja monarchy. The Shari ulama had acquired significant power and wealth during the late Safavi period and long post-Safavi interregnum. In the absence of an operational central state, they increasingly became local arbiters in various judicial, social and commercial matters. This increased and solidified their social prestige and influence. The ulama's ownership of vast swaths of Waqf lands, which were customarily exempted from taxation, reinforced their power and status. Moreover, the wealthier ulama also accumulated significant amount of wealth through commercial activities. These activities reinforced their traditionally close relationship with the bazaar merchants. Furthermore, the Kojas lacked prophetic descent and hence religiously legitimate authority. As a result, they were dependent on the Shari ulama for ideological legitimation and popular mobilization in times of war. The international context of Koja state formation was also inauspicious. The Safavids established their empire at a time when the Russian state was still in gestation and the Ottomans engaged major European powers, which as a result had very little presence in, or influence on, West Asia and Tran. The Kojas by contrast formed and ruled their tribal state in the era of the supremacy of European great powers, of which Russia posed the greatest challenge. With the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Russia had resumed its southward expansion in the Caucasus and Central Asia towards the warning waters of the Persian Gulf, which Russian Tsars had seen as vital to the empire and sought to access since the time of Peter the Great. The Kojas, on the other hand, saw the Caucasus as their traditional domain. In fact, the Khanates of the Caucasus had been tributary principalities of Iran since the time of the Safavids. War with Russia was therefore inevitable. But the Qajar's small ragtag tribal army was no match for the Russian Imperial Army seasoned in the Napoleonic Wars. Iran suffered two major defeats in 1812 and 1826 and lost all of its territories north of the Eros River, including Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Dagestan. Iran's recognition of Russian sovereignty over the entire South Caucasus was formalized in the humiliating treaties of Gulestan and Turkmenchay. At the same time, Russian advances alarmed the British, who saw Iran as a key component of their overall strategy of protecting India against Russian expansion. This meant that they would consider tactical support to the Qajars, but not to the extent that it could enable Iran to pose similar threats to India right at its southeastern frontiers. For the British, Iran was therefore a buffer state. The Qajars reacted to their rapidly declining power by taking ad hoc measures that, in their logic, though not necessarily in their conception and execution, amounted to an abortive project of defensive modernization. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of the Russo-Iranian Wars, Crown Prince Abbas Mirza launched the Nizami-Jaded reforms to modernize their tribal army. The reforms were a half-hearted emulation of the Ottoman modernization project of Tanzimat, which similarly had been a defensive project of modernization undertaken, as Albert Hourani correctly argues, due to the fear of Europe, and pressure from Europe financing the reforms necessitated increased spending. But state revenues had drastically plummeted following the large loss of territory in the north, which had been traditionally supplying a significant part of the Qajars' tax revenue. The Qajars therefore turned to the strategy of defensive accumulation to finance their defensive modernization. Thus, Prime Minister Amir Kabir launched a reform program that included administrative centralization and reducing state pensions to courtiers, provincial elites, and the ulama. However, the latter groups resisted the reforms, which they saw as a breach of their de facto, traditionally observed, rights and privileges. They succeeded in persuading Nasruddin Shah to dismiss and execute Amir Kabir. Consequently, the Qajar monarchy intensified the sale of government offices, crown and state lands, titles, and tax farms. These measures, however, failed to halt the decline of Qajar monarchy. From the mid-19th century onward, the Qajars therefore adopted a second form of defensive accumulation. They started to sell commercial and economic concessions to foreign capitalists, primarily British and Russian. Apart from meeting the immediate dire fiscal needs of the state, these sales can also be seen as a strategy of positive equilibrium, whereby the co-presence of significant economic interest of competing imperial powers would protect Iran from being formally colonized or annexed by individual imperial powers. As such, it therefore represented a desperate attempt by the Qajars to create an external base for their increasingly uncertain domestic rule. Moreover, the concessions facilitated a limited import of Western technological and administrative products. However, positive equilibrium had a self-propelling dynamic. Any concession made to one imperial power would trigger a demand for a similar concession from the other imperial power, or the cancellation of the original concession. Increasingly, such demands could not be resisted or rejected, as Anglo-Russian relations increasingly were influenced by the exigencies of dealing with the German threat in Europe, which tended to dilute their rivalry over France. The strategy of positive equilibrium culminated in 1907's secret partitioning of Iran into two northern and southern spheres of influence for Russia and Britain, respectively, and a neutral central sphere. The Qajars' defensive accumulation based on granting economic concessions to Anglo-Russian imperial powers had other unintended consequences. Firstly, and most importantly, commercial concessions to Russian and British capital had a disastrous impact on the bazaar, which was already in a dire situation, unable to compete with cheaper Western manufactured goods. The new concessions, coupled with the Qajars' growing arbitrary exactions, increasingly led the bazaar merchants to invest in land. This amounted to a process of the feudalization of the mercantile bourgeoisie that was accelerated by the growing trade in cash crops, cotton and opium in particular. The world market price of cotton increased significantly. During the American Civil War, while Britain displayed a growing demand for cheap opium imported to India, where it was re-exported to China to pay for Chinese tea, Iran was therefore indirectly implicated in the opium wars between Britain and China. The growth of cash crop farming also reduced the country's food self-sufficiency and thus increased the likelihood of famine, which actually struck the country in 1869 to 1872. It structurally exposed the Iranian economy to the fluctuations of commodity prices in the world market. It also drastically deteriorated the living conditions of the artisans, craftsmen, peddlers, and the urban poor who engage in the traditional handcraft industries closely related to the rapidly declining bazaar. Secondly, The ulama were also affected by the judicial and educational reforms that defensive modernization entailed. The proliferation of civil courts, partly to facilitate the smoother function of foreign capital and partly merely to emulate Western institutions, undermined the ulama's influence and prestige associated with their erstwhile control over the judicial system. 27 Similarly, education traditionally was concentrated in the ulama-run madrasas, which now face competition from new secular schools teaching modern sciences and foreign languages. However, the ulama's opposition to the Qajars or support for the constitutional movement was neither universal nor consistent. The constitutionalists' attempt to regulate waqf lands, especially antagonized richer sections of the ulama. Others who had royal appointments and patronage were in fact staunch anti-constitutionalists. Sheikh Fazlullah Nuri is a famous example. Nuri articulated his opposition to constitutionalism through the notion of mashruti. His persistent opposition to the secular tone of the new constitution was instrumental in the inclusion in the draft of the supplementary fundamental law of a controversial article that subjected all parliamentary legislations to the approval of a committee of 5 leading Sharia clerics. Nuri's elitist and restrictive conception of popular sovereignty drew on the work of the early Usuli jurists such as Mullah Ahmad Naraki and anticipated the institution of the Council of Guardians of the Constitution as a key element in the political structure of the Islamic Republic following the revolution. Thirdly, the Qajars' concessions to European powers entailed increasing contacts with the West. This gave rise to a small but influential stratum of Western-influenced intelligentsia. Impressed by Western development, they entirely attributed Iran's backwardness to the Qajars' arbitrary rule. This placed them at the forefront of the anti-Qajar constitutional movement. It is noteworthy that despite their own secular leanings, many members of this modern intelligentsia presented their political views in a religious idiom in order to communicate better with an audience, whose vast majority was still illiterate and deeply imbued with religious ideology and discourse. This process itself represented a form of combined intellectual development that produced a host of vocabulary and terms whose Western etymological veneer did not always conform to their mutated conceptual substance. Finally, the dire economic situation and the increasingly intensified exactions of the government had forced hundreds of thousands of peasants and the urban poor to migrate to Russia's Caucasus region, where they were employed in the oil and mining industries in Azerbaijan and Armenia and exposed to the revolutionary politics of Russian social democracy. Elements of this proletariat in exile played an important role in the constitutional movement. For instance, the radicalism of the first Majlis was to a great extent due to the influence of the Azeri delegates, many of whom had close association with both Russian social democracy and the Iranian immigrant worker communities in Russia. By the early 20th century, dynamics of backwardness had created a deep political, economic and ideological crisis in Qajar Iran. The traditional balance of class forces had been radically disturbed. The mercantile bourgeoisie and the ulama, two propertied but non-capitalist classes, sought to preserve their power and interests by limiting the legislative powers of the monarchy through modern political institutions, parliament in particular. New subaltern classes and the secular intelligentsia, generated by the wider process of uneven and combined development, pursued more radical socio-political change. The Ulama-Bazaar Alliance had already had the dress rehearsal of the tobacco boycott movement of 1891–92. The international conjuncture was also conducive to nationalist democratic movements in the region. Russia's defeat by Japan and its subsequent 1905 revolution had intensified anti-imperialist and anti-monarchical sentiments in Iran. The customs reforms under Muzaffar ad-Din Shah fueled the discontent among the Bazaris. In addition, the decline of the price of silver in the world market had a drastic effect on the Iranian economy, whose currency, the Jairan, was pegged to silver. The effect was particularly severe since the currency of Iran's main trading partners, e.g., Russia, Britain and India, were pegged to gold. A few consecutive bad harvests exacerbated the situation, as the price of bread and other basic items soared and led to widespread, urban bread riots. The government's response was a heavy-handed punishment of the bazaar merchants who were accused of hoarding and artificially increasing the prices. This last episode caused popular protests that rapidly developed into a large urban movement against the monarchy. In July 1906, tens of thousands of people staged 2 large sittings in the holy shrines of Qum and the vast gardens of the British legation in Tehran. The demonstrators came from all walks of urban life: guild members, artisans, shopkeepers, petty bazaris, junior clerics, and religious seminary students. They demanded the establishment of a national consultative assembly. Their action was supported and financed by Tehran's prominent merchants, some leading Shari clerics, and discontented senior technocrats, princes and courtiers. The reigning Qajar Shah, Muzaffar ad-Din Shah, eventually succumbed and on August 5, 1906 issued an edict for the convening of Iran's first parliament and the drafting of Iran's fundamental laws. These events were followed by 5 years of intensive struggle between the constitutionalists and the royalists, including 2 years of bloody civil war. The royalists received both overt and covert support of Tsarist Russia. Britain also supported the royalists, albeit intermittently. Royalists also benefited from growing tensions between the reformist and radical social democratic tendencies within the constitutional movement, which paved the way for the temporary return of the Qajar monarchy to power during 1908 to 1909, a period known as the Lesser Despotism. In mid-1911, royalist forces staged another attack on the constitutional government, which was defeated thanks to the military support of the powerful southern Bakhtiari tribe. The period 1909 to 1911 saw the growing radicalization of the constitutional movement and the collapse of all effective nationwide authority. As part of the attempt at reforming state finances and obtaining the necessary revenue for establishing control over the provinces, the constitutional government employed Morgan Schuster, an American citizen, as Treasurer General. The appointment angered Russia, which managed to rally the British against it. In November 1911, Russia demanded the dismissal of Schuster in an ultimatum. The ultimatum was rejected by the Majlis. As the Russian troops advanced on Tehran, the conservative Bakhtiari-dominated cabinet dissolved the Majlis. Although the constitution was never abrogated, the constitutional revolution was pacified. Conclusion. Interpretations of the constitutional revolution based on the concept of bourgeois revolution involve two basic problems: the material conditions the concept identifies as necessary are lacking, and, relatedly, they are fashioned in a negative fashion insofar as they have to qualify the revolution as a failed bourgeois revolution, which means they explain the revolution in terms of what it was not rather than what it actually was. I have tried to address these problems by introducing the idea of revolution of backwardness, which is a derivative of the idea of uneven and combined development, where backwardness is itself an inherently international phenomenon. Accordingly, I have retheorized the constitutional revolution as a revolution of backwardness in the following general sense. The constitutional revolution was not the political aftershock of an internally generated capitalist transformation superseding a feudal ancien regime. It did not follow or involve primitive accumulation as the fundamental basis of capitalist relations, which, as Marx points out, is the basis of the whole process of the formation of a capitalist class and capitalism. Rather, it was essentially an attempt by non-capitalist bazaar merchants and their allies to circumscribe the arbitrary power of autocratic Qajar state, which under mounting international pressures had been increasingly forced to resort to a strategy of defensive accumulation that involved the penetration and operation of foreign capital in Iran. The Qajar's defensive accumulation therefore entailed the growing violation of the traditional privileges of the propertied classes, who responded by demanding radical reforms that placed them on a bourgeois revolutionary road. Nevertheless, the constitutional revolution was indeed generated by the impact of capitalist socio-economic relations, which were objectively absent from Qajar Iran but existed at the international level and affected it geopolitically. It is in this general sense that both 19th century European revolutions and Iran's constitutional revolution defy a simple analogy with the English bourgeois revolution of 17th century. They relate to capitalism and each other as specific instances of the revolution of backwardness integral to the worldwide process of modern uneven and combined development. This argument also applies to the revolutions of 1911 in Russia and China, respectively. The constitutional revolution thus represented the explosion of the tensions generated by the combination of qualitatively different capitalist and pre-capitalist dynamics at the international and internal levels, a combination which concretely manifested itself in a reversal in the social and the political moments of the classic case of capitalist transformation in England, which was the main reference in the construction of the concept of the bourgeois revolution. However, beyond the specific case of Iran's constitutional revolution, my analysis here contributes to a growing body of literature informed by the idea of uneven and combined development that not only, all post-colonial approaches, critiques the Eurocentric constitution of the Enlightenment and modern European social thought and its false pretensions to universalism, but also provides a positive non-ethnocentric social theory that foregrounds, at the deepest ontological level, the plural and interactive character of social world and developmental multilinearity that it necessarily generates. Equally importantly, the idea of uneven and combined development does not simply discard the basic ideas of the Enlightenment due to their Eurocentric constitution. Rather, it shows that the problems of those ideas, their false universalism in particular, are not necessarily inherent to the ideas themselves but to their internalist construction and therefore can be overcome through their interactive reconstruction. In this manner, uneven and combined development supplants and preserves the emancipatory ideals of the Enlightenment. Bibliography. Abrahamian, E. The Causes of the Constitutional Revolution in Iran, in International Journal of Middle Eastern Studies, Volume 10, No. 1979, pages 381 to 414. Aferi, J. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, 1906 to 1911, Grassroots Democracy, Social Democracy, and the Origins of Feminism, New York. Afshari, M.R., The Peshivran and Merchants in Pre-Capitalist Iranian Society, an essay on the background and causes of the Constitutional Revolution, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No, pages 133 to 155. Algar, H. Religious Forces in 18th and 19th Century Iran, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, Cambridge, pages 705 to 732. Arjumand, S.A., Sharism, Authority, and Political Culture, in Arjumand, S.A., Authority and Political Culture in Sharism, New York. Oshraf, H. Historical Obstacles to the Development of a Bourgeoisie in Iran, in Cook M.A., Studies in the Economic History of the Middle East, From the Rise of Islam to the Present Day, Oxford, pages 308 to 332. Avery, P.W. and Simmons, J.B., Persia on a Cross of Silver, 188,090, in Kaduri, E. and Hayam, S.G., Towards a Modern Iran, Studies in Thought, Politics and Society, London, pages 1 to 37. Bokhash, S., Center Periphery Relations in 19th Century Iran, in Iranian Studies, Vol. 14, No. 1 to 2. Bayat, M., Iran's First Revolution, Sharism and the Constitutional Revolution of 1905 to 1909, Oxford. Bambra, G., The Possibilities of, and for, Global Sociology, in Go, J., Postcolonial Sociology, Political Power and Social Theory, Bingley, pages 295 to 314. Brenner, R., The Agrarian Roots of European Capitalism, in Aston, Th. and Philpin, Ch.E., The Brenner Debate, Agrarian Class Structure and Economic Development in Pre-Industrial Europe, Cambridge. Brenner, R., The Origins of Capitalist Development, A Critique of Neo-Smithian Marxism, in New Left Review, Issue 104, 1977, pages 25 to 92. Chakrabarti, D., Provincializing Europe, Post-Colonial Thought and Historical Difference, Princeton. Comnal, G., Rethinking the French Revolution, London. Cotton, P., The World and the West, The European Challenge and the Overseas Response in the Age of Empire, Cambridge. Deboshi, H., Early Propagation of Wilayotia Faqih and Mullah Ahmad Naraki, in Nossa, S. H. Deboshi, H. and Nossa, S.V.R. Expectations of the Millennium, Sharism in History, New York, pages 288 to 300. Davidson, N., Discovering the Scottish Revolution, 1692 to 1746, London. Doyle, W., Venality, The Sale of Offices in 18th Century France, London. Foran, J., Fragile Resistance, Social Transformation in Iran from to the Revolution, San Francisco. Essewi, C., European Economic Penetration, 1872 to 1921, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, Cambridge. Ivanov, M.S., The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran. Keddy, N., Modern Iran, Roots and Results of Revolution, Yale. Keddy, N., Religion and Rebellion in Iran, The Tobacco Protest of 1891-1892, London. Kaduri, E., Democracy and Arab Political Culture, Washington, 1992. Lambton, A.S., Land Tenure and Revenue Administration in the 19th Century, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, Cambridge, pages 459 to 505. Kumar, K., Revolution, The Theory and Practice of a European Idea, London. Lewis, G., The French Revolution, Rethinking the Debate, London. Marx, K., The Revolutions of 1848, Political Writings Volume 1, London. Marx, K., Grundrisse, London. Marx, K., Capital, London. Martin, V. A., Sheikh Fazlallah and the Iranian Revolution, 1905-9, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Martin, K., Redeeming the Universal, Postcolonialism and the Inner Life of Eurocentrism, European Journal of International Relations, Volume No. Martin, K. Recasting Iranian Modernity, International Relations and Social Change, London. Rosenberg, J. The Empire of Civil Society, A Critique of Realist Theory of International Relations, London. Said, E. Orientalism, Western Conceptions of the Orient, London. Skocpol, T. States and Social Revolution, A Comparative Analysis of France, Russia and China, Cambridge. Teshki, B. Bourgeois Revolution, State Formation and the Absence of the International, in Historical Materialism, Volume No. Pages 3 to 26. Trotsky, L. The History of the Russian Revolution, London. Tucker, at C. The Fate of the Marxian Revolutionary Idea, The Revolution of Underdevelopment, in K. Kuma Revolution, The Theory and Practice of a European Idea, London, 1971, pages 313 to 15. Wood, E. The Separation of the Economic and the Political in Capitalism, in New Left Review, No. 127, 1981. 1. Bambra, G. The Possibilities of, and for, Global Sociology, in Go, J. Postcolonial Sociology, Political Power and Social Theory, Binley, pages 295 to 314. Martin, K. Redeeming the Universal, Postcolonialism and the Inner Life of Eurocentrist, The European Journal of International Relations, Volume No, pages 353 to 377. Martin, K. Recasting Iranian Modernity, International Relations and Social Change, London, 2. Martin, Recasting Iranian Modernity, p. 4. Chakrabarti, D. Provincializing Europe, Postcolonial Thought and Historical Difference, Princeton. 5. Skocpol, T. States and Social Revolution, A Comparative Analysis of France, Russia and China, Cambridge, Ivanov, M.S., The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran, 1978. 6. Mark, K. The Revolutions of Political Writings, Volume 1, London. 7. C. Inter Alta Ibrahimian, E. The Causes of the Constitutional Revolution in Iran, in International Journal of Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No, pages 381,414. Oshraf, H. Historical Obstacles to the Development of a Bourgeoisie in Iran, in Cook M.A., Studies in the Economic History of the Middle East, from the Rise of Islam to the Present Day, Oxford, pages 308 to 32. There are 2 other recent and important accounts by John Foran and Janet Aferi, which are based, in the case of Aferi partially, on the concept of dependent development. I do not deal with these accounts separately since their theoretical frameworks involve problems similar to those entailed in the use of the classical Marxist concept of bourgeois revolution. Robert Brenner, R. The Origins of Capitalist Development, A Critique of Neo-Smithian Marxism, in New Left Review, No, pages 25 to 92, provides a penetrating critique of dependency approach. 8. C. Inter Alta Deboshi, H. Early Propagation of Wilayoti, 1. Fakir and Mullah Ahmad Noroki, in Nossa, S. H. Deboshi, H. and Nossa, S.V.R. Expectations of the Millennium, Charism in History, New York, pages 288 to 300, Foran, Fragile Resistance. 9. Bokhash, S. Center Periphery Relations in 19th Century Iran, in Anna Studies, Volume 14, No. 1 to 2, Lambton, A. S. Land Tenure and Revenue Administration in the 19th Century, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, Cambridge, pages 459 to 505. 10. Afshari, M.R., The Peshivran and Merchants in Pre-Capitalist Iranian Society, an essay on the background and causes of the Constitutional Revolution, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No, pages 133 to 155. 12. The rest of this chapter heavily draws on Martin, Recasting Iranian Modernity, chapter 13. Most accounts of the Constitutional Revolution as a bourgeois revolution implicitly rely on this conception of capitalism in which trade plays a key role. 14. Marx, K. Grundriss, London, pages 497 to 498. Marx, K. Capital, London, 1990, page 15. Rosenberg, J. The Empire of Civil Society, A Critique of Realist Theory of International Relations, London, p. 16. Wood, E. The Separation of the Economic and the Political in Capitalism, in New Left Review, No. page 17. Brenner, The Origins of Capitalist Development, pages 60 to 67. Comnal, G. Rethinking the French Revolution, London, Teshki, B. Bourgeois Revolution, State Formation and the Absence of the International, in Historical Materialism, Volume No. pages 3 to 26. 19. Lewis, G. The French Revolution, Rethinking the Debate, London, page 20. Cited in Lewis, The French Revolution, page 21. Marx cited in Come Now, Rethinking the French Revolution, p. 22. Camus' original phrase was, every future revolution will be a foreign revolution, where future referred to the period after the Russian Revolution and the onset of the Cold War. 23. Trotsky, L. The History of the Russian Revolution, London, page 27. Unless stated otherwise, all citations from Trotsky in this section are from this source. 24. Martin, Recasting Iranian Modernity, pages 16 to 17. 25. Brenner, R. The Agrarian Roots of European Capitalism, in Aston, Th. and Philpin, Che. The Brenner Debate, Agrarian Class Structure and Economic Development in Pre-Industrial Europe, Cambridge, p. 27. Cutting, p. The World and the West, The European Challenge and the Overseas Response in the Age of Empire, Cambridge, page 28. Trotsky, The History of the Russian Revolution, p. 29. For a partially similar argument, see Robert Tucker's thesis that successful communist revolutions are better understood as instances of revolutions of underdevelopment. Revolution, the theory and practice of a European idea, London, pages 313 to 315. Constitutional Revolution of 1906 and Narratives. 30. Martin, Recasting Iranian Modernity, page 31. C.F. Davidson, N. Discovering the Scottish Revolution, 1692 to 1746, London. 32. Isui, C. European Economic Penetration, 1872 to 1921, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, page 33. Ajamand, Essay, Shurism, Authority, and Political Culture, in Ajamand, S. A. Authority and Political Culture in Shalom, New York, p. 34. Algar, H. Religious Forces in 18th and 19th Century Iran, in Avery, E. et al., The Cambridge History of Iran, pages 705 to 732. 35. Hawreni, A. The Emergence of the Modern Middle East, London, p. 36. Keddy, N. Religion and Rebellion in Iran, The Tobacco Protest of 1891 to 1892, London, page 37. The judicial system was de facto divided into the Sheri's courts run by the ulama and administrative or customary courts managed by the state. Keddy, N. Modern Iran, Roots and Results of Revolution, Yale, p. 38. Keddy, Modern Iran, pages 26 to 27. 39. Bayet, M. Iran's First Revolution, Shurism and the Constitutional Revolution of 1905-1909, Oxford. 40. Martin, V. A. Sheikh Fazlallah and the Iranian Revolution, 1905-9, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Pages 39 to 53. 41. For relevant statistics, see Aferi, The Iranian Constitutional Revolution, page 42. Avery, P. W. and Siemens, J. B. Tosher on a Cross of Silver, 1880-90, in Koduri, E. and Hayam, S. G. Towards a Modern Iran, Studies in Thought, Politics and Society, London, pages 1 to 37. 44. For a list of classical and contemporary literature on uneven and combined development, see www.unevenandcombined.com. Iran's Constitutional Revolution of 1906 and Narratives of the Enlightened. Shrinking Borders and Expanding Vocabularies, Translation and the Iranian Constitutional Revolution of 1906. Milord Odebi. This essay explores the movement of concepts from European political culture and the historical and political order of things of the Enlightenment to Iran in the 19th century. It elaborates translation as a process that brings together Iranian contact with European culture and the changes in the language and practice of politics around the 1906 Iranian Constitutional Revolution. While tracing the translation of European thought to a paradigmatic piece of Khoja travel writing by Mirza Salah Shirazi, it relates translation to the epistemic shifts that give form to the modern in Iran. It demonstrates that Mirza Salah Shirazi's travelogue is marked by an epistemic confusion that reflect the changing order of Iranian things and shape the novel religious and political discourses of the Constitutional Revolution. As a result, and in contrast to the conventional narrative that attribute the Constitutional Revolution to the emulation of Europe as a site of difference, it argues that the 1906 revolution was made possible through a transferential relation with the difference internal to Iranian history and cultural traditions. New words of an unsettled order. Shortly after the 1906 Constitutional Revolution in Iran, Ainar Sultana, a somewhat peripheral member of the royal family, took note in his journal that new terms had come to dominate the political culture of Iran. His list includes, and I translate, Mashruta, constitutionalism, Mustabida, despotic, Azadi, liberty, Baradori, fraternity, Barabari and Mosavat, the Persian and Arabic words for equality with different epistemic resonances, jalis, meeting, congregation, Janan Malan, an Arabic phrase denoting radical devotion to a cause, literally, with my life and possessions. Ba Tamam Gova, with all power, Zendabad, long live, pass bad, down with, Govia Modria. Executive power, Goviek Moganana, legislative power, Ekta, warning, Toxi, justification, Vojden, conscience, Anjuman, assembly, Miliat, nationality, Gomiat, ethnicity, Mojahed, someone who struggles for a cause or embarks on jihad, Fadei much less, devote of the 1906 and narratives of the Enlightened, Parliament, Aloni, public, Seri, secret, and lastly, Commission, Cabinet, Archive, and Party, which were transliterated in Persian and thus require no translation. This essay explores the movement of concepts from European political culture and the historical and political order of things of the Enlightenment to Iran in the 19th century. How did the terms such as those recounted by Anar Sultana emerge in the linguistic frames of Iranian history and come to dominate Iranian political culture at the turn of the 20th century? Many studies of Iran have acknowledged the significance of the country's intellectual and cultural contacts with Europe in the 19th century and the subsequent formation of various registers of modern Iran. Few, however, have developed an adequate methodology for correlating the cultural exchange between Iran and Europe to the concrete transformations of Iran's culture that ground its modernity. In the conventional narrative, the Frenians who encountered European culture in the 19th century promoted reformist ideologies and centralized projects of reform that animated Iranian modernity. As part of this narrative of reform and modernization, scholars have studied intellectual and diplomatic exchanges, travels and travel writing, and the contribution of Iran's diasporic communities in generating historical transformations. Although this narrative is not without its merits, not all instances of cultural and intellectual exchange engender epochal transformations. The narrative of modernization, moreover, risks stabilizing various registers of the modern in relation to Europe and the vicissitudes of European cultural traditions by suggesting that it only arrives in Iran through contact with Europe. If Iran's encounter with Europe in the 19th century is a catalyst of changes that prompt a new periodization in its history, these encounters will need to be grounded in more profound conditions and transformations within 19th century France. The periodization of modern Iran, as well as respective historiographical categories such as reform and revolution, acquire their distinct meaning only when they are defined in relation to Iranian traditions, their dynamics and developments. For example, the paradigmatic political event of modern Iran, the constitutional revolution of 1906, cannot be defined independently from the debates of the Shari ulama, and the novel and unique reform within the Shari jurisprudential discourses, in relation to the nature of modern political rule. While the internal dynamisms and the specificity of the various traditions that animate France do not prohibit drawing parallels with other traditions and cultures, they do place constraints on sociological and historiographical studies that treat the modern and relevant concepts as universal categories of analysis. In order to render visible the relation between Iran's encounter with Europe and the formation of modern Iran, this essay theorizes the rise and grounding of European social and political concepts in the epistemic terrain of Iranian history. It does so by foregrounding translation as a process that brings together Iranian contact with European culture and the changes in the language and practice of Iranian social and political traditions. Through elaborating the various dimensions of the translation of European culture, I hope to make clear how otherwise European concepts secure their meaning on the terrain of history in Iran. In this task, I draw insights from anthropology and historical epistemology as they converge in the early work of Michel Foucault and his elaboration of episteme in the order of things. Foucault's elaboration of the episteme elucidates the fundamental role of order in the constitution of human culture. He does so by elaborating how discursive regularities, rationalities, and cosmologies make possible not only knowledge, but also various dimensions of intersubjectivity. While foregrounding the constitutive role of order, Foucault emphasizes the role of contingency by elaborating historical breaks that separate the past from the present and coincide with distinct organization of knowledge and sociality. In so doing, he correlates the modality of order that foregrounds the identity of an episteme to the periodization of a culture in space and time. What defines a period in the long development of a culture is the period's particular modality of order. Translation provides a basis to acknowledge the contemporaneous relation that Iran and Europe have to one another in the 19th century while remaining attentive to internal movements unfolding in Iran relative to its own historical and cultural development. In the plane of simultaneity, translation first appears as a simple transposition of words and text across two languages. For example, The English phrase, constitutional revolution, is often used in order to translate from Persian inqilabi mashruta. This translation takes for granted the translatability of the Persian and English concept and the phrase as a whole and makes possible a discourse on the event and the development of modern Iran. Translation, however, also concerns the historicity of a language and a culture. The Persian terms of inqilabi mashruta, as well as the concepts constitutional and revolution, are only meaningful within their respective and distinct historical and political culture and diverging epistemic constellations. Without recognition of the background that makes their meaning and the grammar of their use possible, we risk rendering this concept as historically meaningless. Translation thus concerns moving between historically divergent orders of things, however disorderly they might be, and traversing distinct epistemic conditions. Somewhat independent from cross-linguistic and cross-cultural differences, translation mediates the relation of a language and culture with itself. It emerges between its now and its future. Here, translation comes up against the historical possibilities and limitations of languages and cultures and becomes part of historical development. In its terrain, translation emerges as part of Iranian forms of life and death. Life and death, I write, because following Foucault and anthropological elaborations of language and conceptuality, I understand the discursive use of language and concepts, with or without self-reflection, to constitute the possibilities and limitations of forms of life. In this terrain, translation relates to the exteriority that language mediates and against which discourses form, deform and reform. Drawing on Foucault, I show how translation enters the epistemic shift of Iranian political and religious culture, and gives words to the changing Iranian order. In contrast to the West, where the modern is a genesis of tradition, albeit a discontinuous and genealogical genesis, this study demonstrates that modern Iran is marked by a temporal disharmony of contemporaneous and indeterminable concepts and practices. Translation, in this historical conjuncture, performs a unique and crucial task of giving linguistic and cultural expression to incommensurabilities that are contemporaneous. Translation does so by introducing new vocabularies and expanding the potentialities of available concepts and conceptual traditions. In so doing, translation makes possible a transferential relation within Iranian cultural traditions. I analyze this conceptual transference by elaborating a productive epistemic confusion that corresponds to the changing order of Iranian things and provides the grounds of novel religious and political debates of the 19th century. In conclusion, I point to the religious debate on constitutionalism to exemplify the work of translation in a generative encounter with historical difference. This analysis shows that in Iran, translation emerges as an historical and cultural practice that extends beyond the linguistic transposition of text and animates the potentiality of linguistic and cultural traditions to open to an articulate difference and thereby re-encounter and regenerate themselves. Pathogenesis of translation in the 19th century. The systematic translation of European thought in Iran emerged in the second half of the 19th century during the rule of Nizar ad-Din Shah of Qajar. However, the first translations of European thought can be traced to Qajar travelogues earlier in the century, in the aftermath of Iran's defeat in the first episode of the Perso-Russian War. In Taken for Wonder, a recent study of 19th century travel writing, Neme Sorobi recalls 283 journeys to Europe from France between 1809 and 1897 that are equally divided across the two halves of the century. Abdelhossein Azarang's recent history of translation in Iran describes the gradual rise of interest in translation in the 19th century and its culmination in the systematic translations of the Nasri period. In Azarang's account, and that of many others, the Iranian losses in the war with the Russian Empire provided a significant boost in the Iranian efforts to learn about Europe and translate European discourses. Qajar travel writings, their underlying inspirations, and their particular form, set the stage for the subsequent intellectual, political and courtly interest in translation of various categories of European thought. They mark the renewal of travel writing in Persian, and usher other literary genres and practices including writing journals such as the one which brings us Anar Sultana's observation in the opening lines of this essay. Tracing the discourse of the translation to the event of the Perso-Russian War on the one hand, and the ensuing Iranian political discourse on the other, allows us to discern the particular external and internal political articulation of translation in modern Iran. Therefore, I trace the translation of European political culture to the first episode of the Perso-Russian War and a paradigmatic piece of Qajar travel writings, Safanameh, or Travelogue, of Mirza Salah Shirazi. Iran's devastating losses in the war made manifest both Iranians' domestic turmoil and its weak position in the global distribution of power. This prompted the Qajars to send their first ambassadors and students to Europe and to commission the translation of European texts. Mirza Saleh Shirazi headed the first group of students sent to Europe and was tasked with the study of English, French and Latin. Although, to my knowledge, there are no monographs on the life and works of Mirza Saleh Shirazi, almost all studies of the Qajar era recall him and note his significance as a scholar and a statesman. 12 Mirza Saleh's text introduces some key terms to Iranian political discourse, some of which subsequently appear in the religious and political debates of the 1906 constitutional revolution. Through the analysis of his text, we can see how translation enters the epistemic shifts of Iranian political and religious culture that constitutes the modern in Iran. Moreover, we can see the contribution of translation to the expansion of potentialities and possibilities of concepts and their transformations. I analyze this conceptual transformation by elaborating an emergence of a productive epistemic confusion that corresponds to the limits of political practice and debate in modern Iran. This analysis shows that in Iran, translation emerges as historical and cultural practice that reaches beyond the linguistic transposition of text and concerns the potentiality of linguistic and cultural traditions to open to an articulate difference and thereby re-encounter and regenerate themselves. In conclusion, I will highlight an example of such a movement of renewal in the Shori tradition that contributed to the revolution of Mirza Saleh Shirazi's Safanameh. Mirza Saleh Shirazi leaves Tabriz in northwestern France for England on April 19, 1815. He travels there through the Russian Empire and returns over 3 years later by way of the Ottoman Empire. A Qajar statesman, and a member of what Mujtaba Minavi characterized as Evelyn Karivam Morifat, the first caravan of knowledge, Mirza is sent as an elder to 4 other students, and in order to learn the European languages of English, French and Latin. 14 He comes across and writes about a diverse array of things. His travelogue is not just a journal. It includes, for example, translation of a text on the Napoleonic fate in Russia from the French, as well as a conscious and systematic attempt at a political historiography of Britain. Needless to say, his text is rich in depth and breadth. My interest is limited to the dynamics of translation that unfolds within the text and the history that encapsulates its author. Consider, for example, how Mirza introduces the British Museum. In London there is a house named the British Museum. It's an expansive and regal house that first belonged to Duke Montagu and was rendered a museum in 1753. Henri Solon Baronet, the royal physician, had a museum, that is, a collection of the marvels of the land and the sea, as well as various subterranean elements that are worth 100,000 British tomans. He had willed his collection for the British nation. It's been placed in the British Museum for all to see. The Parliament, that is Mashwarat Kenyi Angelisi, the British House of Council, allocated 100,000 tomans to complete the museum and display the marvels for the people of the city. Note that he keeps the museum in the original and treats it as a concept demanding an explanation. He explains it in terms that I loosely translate as a collection of the marvels of the land and the sea, as well as various subterranean elements. Note the process and the conceptual background that he mobilizes to traverse the incommensurability of the term and to make it commensurate within his own conceptual categories. The marvels of the lands and the sea, in this process, acquire a relationship with state-funded public education. With no immediate reference for museums, the ways in which they come together, in terms of how they are ordered and enframed within modern government, in relation to funding processes and different forms of public education, he is shocked at the government's interest in funding the project and for allowing the freedom of access necessary for the creation of museums. He nonetheless grasps that the logic of the museum has something to do with modern government as well as the education of the British public and their freedoms. The modern concept of freedom, part of liberal political thought and legal practice, is novel and wondrous for him. This concept underlies Mirza's description of the freedoms of the public to use the British Library, of the jury to decide on guilt or innocence in a trial, of men, and only men at this point, to choose parliamentary representatives, and of the Parliament to refuse funding for a war decided upon by the British monarch, and thus effectively placing a limit on his sovereignty. Freedom, he writes, protects men, however poor they might be, from the will of the sovereign. His description makes clear that freedom, defined independently from the sovereign right of the king, does not mean lack of order. On the contrary, he points to freedom as the defining feature of the British political order. A country with this kind of security and freedom is called the land of freedom. In freedom, there is an order. The king and the homeless both consent to this order and respect it. Whichever disrespect this order will be subject to punishment. Mirza Saleh finds the British synthesis of freedom and order so noteworthy that he describes it as the reason for devoting nearly 1/3 of his travelogue to explain its historical genesis. What is noteworthy, if not bewildering, is how the translation of the term freedom as a mere description of freedom of access to a library leads to open-ended questions of British history and modern political order that, despite translation, remain unassailable to the epistemic grounds of Mirza's being and understanding. What his translation achieves, however, is to introduce some of the first articulations of the modern conception of freedom in Persian and within Qajar political culture. In Mirza's language, and subsequently in the epistemic and political culture of Persia, the modern concept of freedom runs up against Mirza's presupposed understanding of freedom as the absence of subjection. A layman can freely access books in the library or choose representatives, Mirza explains, because he does not owe anyone anything. Similarly, the legal culture that sustains modern freedom comes up against, among other things, the Sharia articulation of Sharia as it was deployed in Qajar, Iran. British judges cannot deliver a fatwa, he writes, because judgment belongs to the reasoning of the 12 sworn men who witnessed the procession of the trial. Notice the incommensurabilities traversed and made commensurate in what I call a space of epistemic confusion. In this space, the concept of the fatwa, for example, is severed from its epistemic context and commensurate in relation to a liberal legal tradition. The legal conception of the right to choose representatives is put in relation to freedom as Hurriyat, the state of being free from the will of others, a state of answering to nobody except, perhaps, to God. One possible explanation of Mirza's translation here is that offered by Matteo Muhammad Fazana in his recent text on the Constitutional Revolution. Writing in relation to Mirza's writing on France, Fazana writes, and I quote, Mirza Saleh's interchangeable use of the term fatwa with decisions made by the French Parliament attests to his ignorance that the Catholic establishment was only partially responsible for such decisions. Mirza Saleh mistook the French making secular laws in a parliament with an Islamic decree that is issued by a single high-ranking Shariat cleric independent of council. This significant error attests that Iranians seldom fully appreciated how Parliament in France and England functioned, and I argue that this superficial understanding of affairs outside Iran created expectations in the minds of political activists later on that were beyond delivery at that point in Iranian history. An analysis based on the subjective judgment of the translator as well as identification of ignorance, common mistakes or superficial understanding, presupposes the availability of a framework of judgment and an established discourse as the grounds of understanding. Only within an established discourse true and false statements and judgments of right and wrong can be discerned. Translation puts into question the availability and stability of such a framework and discourse. Translation affects the presubjective condition of the possibility of such a framework or discourse. In contradistinction to the analyses that reference the understanding, intention or the agenda of a translator, what I call epistemic confusion is not a mistake in translation or the lack of a translator's lucidity or rigor. It does not entail collapsing the difference between European traditions, on the one hand, and Iranian and Islamic ones on the other. Epistemic confusion is the mark of an Iranian historical and cultural state as it emerges in the writing of Mirza Saleh. It reveals the emergence of a historical rupture in the Iranian order of things and the formation of nascent historical discourses. Epistemic confusion is the mirror of the historical crisis that propelled the Franian translation effort underway and engendered innovations such as the Constitutional Revolution. Michel Foucault, who elaborated the concept of episteme, did so in relation to the condition of possibility of intersubjectivity that constitutes a culture and allows men to be at home. Our man is not at home when traveling, and as it turns out, he is traveling because home is or might be no longer. Mirza was sent to London in the midst of the Perso-Russian Wars. The first war culminated in the Treaty of Gulestan, in which Iran ceded most of modern-day Azerbaijan, Dagestan, eastern Georgia, and northern Armenia to the Russian Empire. The Second War broke out in 1826 and concluded in the infamous Turkmenchai Treaty and the secession of the Southern Caucasus, an area roughly equivalent to modern-day Armenia and Azerbaijan. The humiliation caused by the defeat was felt in what was emerging as a national consciousness and a corresponding public, and was symptomatically captured in the massacre of the Russian diplomatic mission by a mob in Tehran just a year after the peace treaty. As Qajar historian Abbas Omenat observes, in the following decades with varying intensity, Russia held the implicit threat of military occupation as a Damoclean sword over the Qajar state in order to accomplish diplomatic and other objectives. At this moment, the submission to Russia went hand in hand with France's dependence on Great Britain, which held substantial influence in Iran's southern and eastern borders with India. Iran, desperately in need of containing Russia, acquiring military training, and instigating reform, developed a highly ambivalent relationship with Britain. The British, of course, proceeded based on their imperial interest in India, Herat, and the containment of Napoleonic expansions east. The Anglo-Persian relation included treaties in 1801 and 1857. The first promised support for France against the Russian Empire's southern expansion and the French movement east in exchange for Iranian support against the Napoleon campaign of Egypt. The second was a culmination of a war between the two countries in 1856-7 over Herat. Iran, which was weakened from the earlier treaty, abandoned its sovereign claims to Herat and the other lands of Afghanistan. Notice how amid these global historical changes translation erupts. During the reign of Fatih Shah, when Iran lost its northern territories to Russia, Napoleon, who was advancing east in the Russian territory and had his eyes on the British India, wrote a letter to the Persian monarch. The letter was in French. No one could be found in France to translate the letter, which was subsequently sent to Baghdad for translation. This is the background that prompted the Crown Prince Abbas Mirza to commission Mirza Salah to learn English, French and Latin and led to translation in the travelogue. Mirza's mission was part of larger translation effort that involved selection of French, Russian and British texts, including Encyclopaedia Britannica, which the prince had reportedly studied closely. Edward Gibbon's The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire was one of the first English-Persian translations that the prince had ordered 21. These translations were part of a military and political campaign of the prince and his advisors and confidants, Game Magham Farahonis. Javad Tabatabai, among others, has argued that Tabriz's proximity to the war front and its distance from the royal palace in Tehran, the capital, allowed for the development of a distinct political ethos and the revival of the Persian tradition of Veserat, or the ministerial office, as somewhat autonomous from Sultanate, or the royal office 24. For this reason, among others, Tabatabai points to the development in Tabriz as the prehistory of Iranian constitutionalism. Given that in the ensuing decades two important Qajar prime ministers, Mirza Abu Ghazem Game Magham Farahani, who was one of the principal figures of the Tabriz effort, and Mirza Taghi Khan Amir Kabir, were murdered during the internal struggles of the court, it is certainly plausible to consider their efforts as the prehistory of the constitutional revolution. Translation and the religious debate on constitutionalism. The epistemic confusion that is the mark of the first translations of the Enlightenment in Iran and characterizes the Iranian political culture of the time reflects and refracts the changing order of Iranian things. Signaling uncertainty, a breakdown of order, and sometimes a disorderly jumble, confusion bears witness to the redrawing of the spatial borders of empires and nations and the temporal boundaries of epochs and traditions. It reflects an ossification of things such as Sultanate Mostego, or the independent, or absolute monarchy, and their lapse into untimeliness, and at the same time, however, epistemic confusion corresponds to the condition of possibility of novel discourses such as Tajdid and events such as the constitutional revolution. In conclusion, I want to note one of the most significant religious debates around the constitutional revolution, which proceeds in the epistemic grounds indebted to the Qajar translations of European political culture such as the one analyzed here. Mirza Saleh's description of British politics in the travelogue, among other contemporary travelogues of his time, introduced the concept of legal representation that was unprecedented in the 19th century Iranian legal discourses of Islam and the court. In so doing, it set the stage for the political and religious debate that reached its climax in the constitutional revolution and continues to the present day, albeit in a transformed fashion. Mirza Saleh translated the 19th century British liberal conception of legal representation and the term representative into the Sharia jurisprudential understanding of vakolat, representation, and vakil, representative, as it was deployed in the Persian political culture of the time. In its genealogy and conception, however, the underlying grammar of Sharia representation radically differed from the 19th century British one. Vakolat, in its Sharia conception, concerns matters of personal status in the discourse of fiqh or Islamic jurisprudence, grounded in Sharia. The Sharia jurist oversaw vakolat as the contracts through which private persons would bestow their will provisionally and temporarily to another private person. Gradually, and through translation, however, there emerged a double valence and hence a generative confusion regarding the terms vakolat, representation, and vakil, representative, in the Persian political discourse. The instability and the indeterminacy of vakolat and vakil made divergent political and religious judgments and practices in the subsequent Iranian developments possible. The divergence reached its height in the debate and disagreement around the constitutional revolution. Against the monarch who understood the throne as his divine right, there emerged a new genre of Iranian political practitioner known as Moneva al-Fiqh, enlightened thinker, who demanded legal representation by insisting on what, in modern Iranian discourse, can be identified as the modern European meaning of the term. More importantly, however, the confusion engendered unprecedented disagreements among the Shari ulama, scholars, and promoted an unprecedented execution of a leading mujtahid of Tehran, Sheikh Fazlullah Nuri, in the aftermath of the 1906 revolution. The religious debate among the ulama was conducted on the grounds of the Shari tradition of jurisprudence. On one side of the polarization, Sheikh Fazlullah Nuri rejected the newly valorized meaning of representation. At the moment of its disruption, he sought to mobilize the authority invested in him in the Shari discourse and justify the absolute power of the monarch. In the Shari discourse, the source of power of the state was understood to reside in the divine will that during the great occultation of the 12th Imam, resides with the Shari mujtahids, jurists. In other words, amidst the occultation of the 12th Imam, the practices of the jurists justified the rule of the monarch provisionally in Nuri's authoritative judgment. Speaking in public affairs and public good is the prerogative of the Imam or his nawab and is none of the business of others whose interference is haram and usurping the seat of the Prophet and the Imam. Representing and leading during the occultation of the 12th Imam is with the faqihs and mujtahids, and not with the grocer, the tailor. Reliance on the majority of opinion is wrong in the religion of the Imams. Writing the law is meaningless. The law of us Muslims is Islam. Although Nuri was insisting on a traditional Shari position that is usually described as quietist in relation to the state, he was doing so by rejecting the newly elaborated meaning of representation. Consequently, in the political struggle between the monarch and the constitutionalists, Nuri's traditional and quietist position came to signify something quite new, anti-constitutionalism. In other words, it ceased to be traditional or quietist. Other leading mujtahids of the time such as Ayatollah Khorasani and Ayatollah Noaini were opposed to the absolute power of the monarch which they judged to be related to the poor political and existential conditions of life in Iran. These Iranian residents of Najaf seminaries emerged opposed to Nuri's religious adjudication of the absolute legitimacy of the monarchy. Unlike Nuri, these jurists confronted the historical changes that were underway and included the changes that correspond to the transformation of the term representation in Iranian political culture of the time. Against Nuri, but importantly mobilizing the same Shari discourse used by Nuri, they offered an ijtihad, learned judgment, on the confusion within the term representation. Noaini, for example, drew on the conception of equality before Sharia and rejected the exceptional position of the monarch in relation to rights, commandments, and punishments as understood within the Sharia. Representation as understood within the constitutionalist discourse, he thus argued, was continuous with Sharia. At a time when despotic sovereignty had become unquestionably untimely, Noaini's insistence on the equality of all subjects before the Sharia disentangled the seat of the monarch from the customary religious justifications of the likes of Nuri. Consequently, it provided a religiously sanctioned conception of legal representation. Some scholars of Islam and Fran have interpreted the ijtihad of Noaini and Khorasani as the emergence of the rule of law from the Sharia and as the most significant political development within the Islamic tradition in the modern period. I briefly recall the emergence of the unprecedented clerical disagreement over political representation and the constitution to point out how translation interacts with the languages and practices of religion and politics in Iran. Through introducing new tenets and expanding the possibilities of existing ones, in this case vekolat, translation gives words to the novel political practices of enlightened thinkers, and more importantly, engenders a generative debate within the discourse of the Shari ulama on the nature of modern law and government. This example demonstrates that the anchor of the constitutional revolution was not the simple introduction of liberal ideas and ideologies from Europe, but the novel Iranian discourses on history and the potentiality of Shari tradition, among others, to offer an ijtihad on Iranian historical transformations. Europe was, and continues to be, a site of difference for Iran. However, innovations such as the constitutional revolution are not the result of emulation of Europe as a locus of difference, but of remaining open to the difference internal to Iran's history and traditions. In contrast to European modernity, the modern in Iran is not defined as a spatio-temporal continuum rendered discontinuous by epistemic transformations, but as a double discontinuity in which it is both separated from its past and its present. The present, in Iran, is constituted by past discourses that remain untransformed and which no longer represent the order of the present. Their confusion is epistemic since the present is not marked apart from its past. In this condition, modern discourses from Europe, which have emerged through the practice of translation, appear as more meaningful and representative than Iran's past discourses. Translation is herein at once the realization of a condition of crisis and the regeneration of past discourses in the present. By holding together the discontinuity between past and present, Translation, alternatively, is capable of providing a language for engaging the present and making possible the encounter with confusion. Translation is a way of relating the past to the present towards an open future. Acknowledgements. The author would like to thank Christopher Cochran, William Callison, Human Gassemi, and Navid Mansouri for their engagement on the ideas and drafts of this essay. Bibliography. Ademiyat F. Amir Kabir V. Iran, Tehran. Omanat A. Memory and Amnesia in the Historiography of the Constitutional Revolution, in Ataboki, T. Iran in the 20th Century, Historiography and Political Culture, New York. Omanat A. Pivot of the Universe, Nasir ad-Din Shah Qajar and the Iranian Monarchy, 1831 to 1896, Berkeley. Azarang A. Tariqai Tajime da Iran, Ezi Doani Boston Topayani Esa Qajar, Tehran. Foucault, M. Archaeology of Knowledge, London. Foucault, M. The Order of Things, An Archaeology of Human Sciences, New York. Prozena, M. M. The Iranian Constitutional Revolution and the Clerical Leadership of Khorasani, Syracuse. Harry, A. Sharism and Constitutionalism in Iran, a study of the role played by the Persian residents of Iraq in Iranian politics, Leiden, 1977. Ahmed, A. Religion and State in Iran 1785 to 1906, the role of the ulama in the Qajar period, Berkeley. Hanks, W. Converting Words, Maya in the Age of the Cross, Berkeley, 2010. Levi Strauss, C. The Savage Mind, Chicago. Merton. V. A. The Anti-Constitutionalist Argument of Sheikh Fazlallah Nuri, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Minavi, M. Evelyn Kariveni Morifat, in Tariq V. Farhan, Tehran, 1990. Ringer, M. The Quest for the Secret of Strength in Iranian 19th Century Travel Literature, Rethinking Tradition in the Safanameh, in Kedien and Mathi, A. Iran and the Surrounding World, Interactions in Culture and Cultural Politics, Seattle. Said, E. Orientalism, New York. Scott D. and Tolol Assad, Appendix, The Trouble of Thinking, in Scott D. and Hashkind, C. Powers of the Secular Modern, Tolol Assad and his Interlocutors, Stanford. Shirazi, M. S. Safanameh, Tehran. Sorabi, N. Taken for Wonder, 19th Century Travel Accounts from Iran to Europe, New York. Stoller, A. L. Race and the Education of Desire, Foucault's History of Sexuality and the Colonial Order of Things, Durham. Tabatabiai, J. Tahmoli Dabrei Iran, Nazariye Hokomati Ganun da Iran, Mabanai Nazariye Mashrutekohi, Tehran, 2012. Tabatabai, J. Tahmoli Dabrei Iran, Nazariye Hokomati Ganun da Iran, Maktabi Tabriz Va Maboni Itaje.kohi, Tehran, 2012. Tolol Assad, T. Formations of the Secular, Christianity, Islam, Modernity, Stanford. 1. Tabatabiai, Tahmoli Dabaki Iran, Nazariye Hokomati Ganun da Iran, Mabanai Nazariki Mashrutekaki, Tehran, p. 2. For a thorough discussion of this debate in Persian, see Tabatabai, J. Tahmol Dabrei Iran, Nazariye Hokomati Ganun da Tran, Maktabi Tabriz Va Maboni Itaje.kaki, Tehran, pages 373 to 526. In English, see Harry, A. Sharism and Constitutionalism in Iran, a study of the role played by the Persian residents of Iraq in Iranian politics, Leiden. 3. Court, M. The Order of Things, An Archaeology of Human Sciences, New York. 4. Court's attention to order recalls Claude Levi-Strauss, Le Pensée Savage that just a few years earlier had posited drive to order as a constituent, as opposed to superstructural role of culture. Drawing on the linguistic anthropology of Franz Boas and the linguist Roman Jacobson, Levi-Strauss demonstrated that all forms of cultural production are ordering practices that are predicated upon a process of the semanticization. What he articulated as the work of culture consists in formulation of a particular relationship with concrete historical experience. This original insight, which is his contribution to 20th century European thought, renders culture not only as a marker of difference but a site of generation of an ordered relation with the materiality of history. Levi-Strauss and Foucault's elaboration of culture informs my use of the concept in this essay. See Levi-Strauss, C. The Savage Mind, Chicago. 5. Foucault's conceptualization of epistemic shift is indebted to the work of historians of science Gaston Bachelard and Georges Canguilhem. The two French epistemologists ushered a novel historical approach to the formation of knowledge that emphasized the constitutive role of contingency, context, and milieu in the historical formation of universal rationalities. See Foucault, The Order of Things, pxx. 6. Foucault writes, in any given culture and at any given moment, there is always only one episteme that defines the conditions of possibility of all knowledge, whether expressed in theory or silently invested in a practice. What concerns me here is not this totalizing quality of episteme as it is put forth in the order of things, or the absence of synchronic relations of the West and the non-West as studied by thinkers such as Edward Said and Stoller. I am primarily interested in the anonymous of elusive character and the conditioning power of the episteme. The episteme works in the background and conditions how we perceive and cognize, what we can know, who we are, and what we can become. While Foucault will revise the totalizing quality of the episteme starting in the archaeology of knowledge and its subsequent elaboration of discursive formations, the anonymity and conditioning qualities assigned to episteme are only further elaborated in his subsequent works. C. Said, E. Orientalism, New York, Stoller, A. L. Race and the Education of Desire, Foucault's History of Sexuality and the Colonial Order of Things, Durham, Foucault, M. Archaeology of Knowledge, London. 7. Historian Abbas Omenat traces the first use of the terms constitutional revolution for Inkola by Mashruta. For Brown consequential naming, see Omenat, A. Memory and Amnesia in the Historiography of the Constitutional Revolution, in Ateboki, T. Iran in the 20th Century, Historiography and Political Culture, New York. 8. Among others, I have in mind the work of anthropologists such as Tolol Assad and William Hank who respectively draw on the philosophical discourses of Ludwig Wittgenstein and Pierre Bourdieu and elaborate the role of language and grammar in relation to historical formation, transformation and disintegration of forms of life and its various registers. See Assad, T. Formations of the Secular, Christianity, Islam, Modernity, Stanford, and the Trouble of Thinking, in Scott D. and Hirschkind, C. Powers of the Secular Modern, Tolol Assad and his interlocutors, Stanford, see also Hanks, W. Converting Words, Maya in the Age of the Cross, Berkeley. 9. Sorobi, N. Taken for Wonder, 19th Century Travel Accounts from Iran to Europe, New York, pages 3-4. 10. In Azarang, A. Tarikai Tajimeda Iran, Tehran, p. 11. Shirazi, M.S. Safaname, Tehran. 12. In addition to Tevokoli Tagi and Neme Sorobi studies of Koja Iran discussed earlier, see Tobotobai, J. Taumoli Dabrei Iran, Nasatiayi Hokomat Ganun de Iran, Maktabi Tabriz Va Maboni Tojadet Kohi, Tehran, page 211. Monica Ringer has devoted an article-length examination of Safaname that remains in the framework of modernization and reform described earlier. Ringer, M. The Quest for the Secret of Strength in Iranian 19th Century Travel Literature, Rethinking Tradition in the Safaname, in KDH and Mathi, A. Iran and the Surrounding World, Interactions in Culture and Cultural Politics, Seattle. 13. For alternative discussions of Mirza's text and other travelogues from the same period, see Abdelhossein Azarang's History of Translation in Iran, Neme Sorobi's Taken for Wonder, Javot Tobotobai's A Meditation on Iran and Mohammad Tevokoli Tarika's Refashioning Iran. 14. Minavi, M. Evelyn Kariveni Morifat, in Tariq Va Farhan, Tehran. 15. Shirazi, Safanema, Tehran, page 16. Shirazi, Safaname, page 17. Shirazi, Safaname, p. 18. For a different discussion of the emergence of modern conception of freedom in Koja travel writing, see Tobotobai J. Tomo Dabrei Iran, Nazariyayi Mokomet Ganunda Iran, Maktabi Tabriz Va Mabonai Tojadet Kohi, pages 231-4. 19. Frozona, M.M., The Iranian Constitutional Revolution and the Clerical Leadership of Khorasani, Syracuse, pages 32-3. 20. Foucault, The Order of Things, p.xx. 21. Omenat, A. Pivot of the Universe Nasir al-Din Shah Qajar and the Iranian Monarchy, 1831-1896, Berkeley, page 22. In Azarang, A. Tarikai Tajimeda Iran, Az Doani Bastanta Payani Eza Qajar, Tehran, page 23. Ademiyat, I. Amir Kabir Va Iran, Tehran, page 24. Tobotobai, J. Dabrei Iran, Nazariyayi Hokomati Ganunda Iran, Maktabi Tabriz V Maboni Tojadet Kohi, pages 133-210. 25. For an examination of Sheikh Fazlallah Nuri's argument against the Constitution, as well as Ayatollah Noaini counter view, see Matan. V.A. The Anti-Constitutionalist Argument of Sheikh Fazlallah Nuri, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Pages 181-195. For a thorough discussion of this debate in Persian, see Tobotobai, J. Tomoli Dabrei Iran, Nazariyayi Hokomati Chonunda Iran, Maktabi Tabriz Va Maboni Tojadet Kohi, Tehran, pages 373-526. In English, see Harry, A. Shi'ism and Constitutionalism in Iran, a study of the role played by the Persian residents of Iraq in Iranian politics, Leiden. 26. For a recent examination of Ayatollah Khorasani in relation to the Constitutional Revolution. C. Trasona, the Iranian Constitutional Revolution and the Clerical Leadership of Khorasani, Syracuse, 2015. For a history of the ulama in Qajar, Iran. C. Ahmed. A. Religion and State in Iran 1785 to 1906, the role of the ulama in the Qajar period, Berkeley. 27. Among thinkers writing in Persian and in Iran, Javad Tabatabai is the strongest proponent of this view. Writing in the last 3 decades, in the aftermath of the Islamic politics of revolution and the state in Iran, his work has produced a rich intellectual discourse, particularly among Shia seminarians, which considers the possibilities and limitations of the Fi discourse in authorizing the modern state and all that goes along with it. Within this discourse, the religious debates of the constitutional revolution have been considered as a fundamental development of modern Islamic politics. The Iranian constitutional revolution and the influence of Mirza Akak on communist political thought. Pejman Abdul Mohammadi. This article analyzes the influence of Mirza Akak on communist political thought on the Iranian constitutional revolution. Kamani is one of the most relevant intellectuals of the 19th century in Iran. His thought regarding the rule of law, the separation between religion and politics, and freedom of expression exercised particular influence on the Persian constitutionalism. Kamani's thought, based on secularism and nationalism, has influenced the ideological basis for the Iranian constitutional movement of 1906 and for the first attempt at secularization of Iranian society. Mirza Abdul Hossein Badsiri, known as Mirza Aga Khan. Kamani was one of the most significant secular political thinkers of the 19th century in Persia. His intellectual life can be divided into 2 main phases. He spent the first part of his life, from 1853 to 1886, in Persia. Then, at the age of 33 years old, he went in Istanbul, where he lived until 1896. In that year, in fact, following his extradition in Persia, in the city of Tabriz, Kamani was executed on the orders of the heir to the throne, Muhammad Ali Mirza. Kamani spent the first phase of his intellectual life mainly in the cities of Badsa, Kaman, Isfahan and Tehran. The Persian thinker developed, during this period, his critical view of conservative Imamite Shiite Islam approaching the Babi religious movement. The second phase of his life will be concentrated in Istanbul, where Kamani will become a secular and nationalist intellectual, abandoning his religious views. Kamani was one of the first Iranian political thinkers who, after being in contact with the liberal and constitutional ideas of Western thinkers, particularly British and French, and also after a new revision of Persian history and philosophy, was able to work out a new way of thinking which was based on secularism, nationalism and constitutionalism. Kamani's thought has certainly influenced the ideological basis for the Iranian constitutional movement of 1906 and for the first attempt at secularization of Iranian society. He was one of the first Iranian intellectuals who understood Western, Islamic and Iranian thought. This led him to a unique synthesis, which incorporated on the one hand, the Western Enlightenment and, on the other hand, the myth of the good government of Cyrus and Zoroastrian philosophy. His political views became increasingly troublesome not only for the Persian dynasty but also for the Ottoman Empire. Kamani also calls for the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in Persia. Considering the Qajar despotism one of its biggest problems, he believed in an elite group of intellectuals who would have led the population to revolt against the ruling dynasty. The role of enlightened elite should not have been limited only to the revolutionary stage, but it would have to be a determining factor in the establishment of a constitutional form of government based on human rights, and that would limit the power of the monarch. There are 3 main elements which characterize his thought. Kamani is the first Iranian intellectual whose political thought, in a brief period of about 10 years, evolved from Islamism to secularism. He underwent a series of intellectual steps that led him first of all to criticize Islamism and thus brought him closer to the reformist religious movement of that time, guided by Said Ali Muhammad Bab. The next step, however, made him critical not only towards Babi faith, but towards all the monotheistic Abrahamic religions. In fact, Kamani adopted Descartes' rationalism and began to develop his thinking on the basis of the principle of rationality and not on the divine. After that, influenced by Western thinkers especially those belonging to the French Enlightenment, he further elaborated his thought, moving towards the political sphere and highlighting the need for the institution of a secular, constitutional state in which civil and penal rights are based on human sciences and not on religious laws such as Sharia. Kamani then became one of the most important secular thinkers from Persia whose political ideas were also strengthened by the principle of Iranian nationalism. Kamani, in his theory of a secular state in Persia, recalls the importance of Iranian national identity, considering it as a symbolic resource indispensable to achieving civil progress in Persia. Therefore, the singularity of his thought is formulated having experienced a deep transformation, step by step, from a religious base to reach a secularist interpretation. The second peculiarity of his thought is the ability to elaborate a harmonious combination between Western Enlightenment and Persian nationalism. Kamani managed to draw the most salient aspects of 18th and 19th century Western thought, combining it with Persian Renaissance, recalling the good governance of Cyrus the Great, of Zoroastrian philosophy and the mythology narrated by the famous Franian poet, Ferdowsi. Point 3. The third distinguishing feature of his thought lies in his vision of constitutional and anti-despotic politics. Kamani, who was particularly influenced by Montesquieu, sees in despotism the true source of Persia's backwardness, and he identifies the monarchy and the clergy as the main culprits responsible for Iranian obscurantism. In this sense, Kamani overcomes the two greatest ideological models of Persia and the Middle East, nationalism and Islamism, encouraging the establishment of a constitutional state based on the rule of law. Some remarks on the historical and social context. Historical, social and cultural contexts remain the main factors for the analysis of a political thinker. The socio-political context in which Kamani developed his thought played an important role in the formation of his ideas. In the first instance, the main events which exerted an important influence on the formation of Kamani's ideas, particularly during the first phase of his intellectual life in Iran, will be examined. Some of these events are the following: A. The rise of the religious movement of the Bab. The execution of Said Ali Muhammad Bab took place just a few years before the birth of Kamani. This means that Kamani grew up in a cultural environment in which the Babi faith was still important in a section of Persian society, particularly among those Islamic scholars who had left Islam to follow the Babi faith. Babi ideas attracted him when he was young. Kamani wrote two of his most significant works on the political and religious level inspired by Babi faith: B. The Persian defeats by Russia during the first 3 decades of the 19th century, when Persia lost an important part of its territories in the Caucasus. Kamani's birth is almost 30 years after the last severe defeat against the Tsarist Empire. Despite the major territorial losses for Persia, these historical events presented an opportunity in terms of the evolution of Iranian political thought. Some Persian intellectuals were able to learn Russian, and thus they could have access to several texts by Russian intellectuals or other Western thinkers whose works had been translated into Russian. Mirza Fatoli Akhundzada, for example, is one of the most important intellectuals whose political thought was shaped in particular by the consequences of the Persian defeat by Russia. Kamani was particularly influenced in the development of his nationalism, of his criticism of Islam, and of his secular proposal for Persia by Akhundzada's ideas. See Amir Kabir's progressive policies. The founding of the first university Dar al-Funan and a series of policies aimed at opening the country, decided by Amir Kabir, had slightly contributed to a cultural openness in the Qajar Persia. Amir Kabir was assassinated in 1852, 1 year before Kamani's birth. D. The domestic Ottoman Empire crisis and the assassination of Nizar al-Din Shah in 1896 played also an important role on his extradition to Persia and on his execution in Tabriz under the order of Muhammad Ali Mirza in 1896. Kamani in Iran and his Babism orientation. The period from the time that Kamani still lived in Iran until the first 3 years of his stay in Istanbul was a phase during which Kamani is still religiously oriented and closed off to Babi religion and the Azali movement. Even though he is critical towards the Shiite Islamic clergy, he still has some sympathy towards Islam. However, according to Kamani, Islam is not anymore adapted to regulate modern social life, and therefore it is time for the people to accept the new Babi religion which, according to him, has adapted to the modern era. His two first works, Rezvan and Hash Behesht, are inspired with his Babi orientation. Kamani in Istanbul, the role of rationalism and the critique of Abrahamic religions. Kamani then began to develop his rationalism, increasingly moving away from the religious education he had experienced for over 30 years in Persia. In fact, Kamani, in his two most philosophical texts, Hekmati Nazari and Takvin Vie Tashri, formulates his discourse around the idea of the importance of science in the creation, affirming that the universe is governed by a series of natural laws, based on rational intelligence and not on divine intervention. During the first years of his life in Istanbul, philosophy gradually held an important place in his thought, and religion became more and more marginalized. Kamani, influenced by Plato and Descartes, defines philosophy as a science that enables man to attain knowledge of the origins of things and of living beings. The ultimate goal of philosophy is to remove the darkness of ignorance and to reach the light of reason. In other words, Kamani, as Descartes does, explains how the use of reason and common sense is fundamental to humans in order to distinguish the truth from the false. Nationalism and the myth of Cyrus. Kamani, much like his predecessor Akhundzada, in the second phase of his intellectual life in Istanbul and especially in the last 6 years of his life, began to further develop his thinking by focusing on the concept of nation and nationalism. Kamani pursues two important goals through the development of Persian nationalism. The first is to overcome the political and cultural backwardness in Persia and to achieve social and institutional progress. The second is a desire to fight Western colonialism. In other words, with the development of nationalism, Kamani wants to achieve political development, such as the Western Enlightenment, in Persia and actually stop Western interference in the country. Kamani, as Akhundzada did, rebuilds a romantic idea of the Persian homeland. His thinking reevaluates pre-Islamic Iranian civilization, well distinct from the Arab-Islamic one. The reevaluations of the ancient history of Persia, along with the criticism of all forms of foreign domination, characterize the nationalism theorized by Kamani. He admires pre-Islamic Persia, while he disapproves of Islamic Iran, considering the former element as the symbol of Persian imperial power and the latter as the representation of its weakness and instability. Kamani also sees in the myth of Cyrus's ideal government a possible way to introduce liberal political concepts and principles in the Iranian traditional society of the time. Tariq-i-Irani Bostan and Naimi Bostan are particularly focused on his nationalism orientation. Confrontation with Islamic reformism and Middle Eastern unity. During his stint in Istanbul, particularly between 1892 and 1895, Kamani had to also deal with Jamaluddin Afghani's Islamic project. This brought him some reflections regarding the Islamic unity of the Middle Eastern people and the relation between religion and politics. Indeed, Afghani's Islamic ideology was distant from that of Kamani in those years. Nevertheless, Kamani, who had already overcome the Islamic ideology, adhering firstly to Babi faith, most likely became a follower of Afghani because he was attracted by his political goal of uniting the Muslim peoples against the colonial powers. Therefore, from 1892 until 1893, Kamani was politically committed to the project of the unification of the Islamic world. The writing of the work Haftat va du Millat represents this stage of his thought. In this book, Kamani, through a short story, tries to represent a cosmopolitan world in which religious believers belonging to different faiths come together and discuss all manner of things in a cafe. After about 2 years of working with Afghani, Kamani, who had a revolutionary spirit and was sensitive to the issue of justice and freedom, began to notice several critical elements in Afghani and in his project, and they gradually began to drift apart. Kamani accuses Afghani of not caring about the welfare of the population, being, in fact, just a pragmatic politician concerned with his own interests. Secularism and the rule of law. The series of disillusionments related to Islamism, Babism and Azalism leads Kamani to permanently embrace a new phase of his political thought. Kamani in the last 3 years withdrew into himself as he wanted to ponder all the intense political activities he experienced in his short period spent in Istanbul. The disappointment with Afghani's project convinces him that the main problem of the Persian people has been their superstitious devotion to Islam or the so-called Islam Siddiqui. He then maintains that the true medicine for the Persian people is not Islamic religion, nor the Babi faith, nor the Islamic reformist project of Afghani, but that a solution can be found by referring to Persian Renaissance on the one hand, and to Western Enlightenment on the other. This last phase of his life represents his most important contribution to the Persian constitutionalism. Kamani elaborated an important reflection for the Middle East, marked by modernism, secularism, and nationalism. Two of his most significant political works, Sad Kitebe and Se Maktob, express exhaustively this latest stage of his political thought. In the 19th century, Kamani was already aware of the importance for Persia, but also for other Eastern countries, of limiting the role of religion in the public sphere and of focusing on secular ideology in order to achieve progress. The relation between religion and politics, anti-despotism, pluralism and the relativity of religion are the most important elements of his thought, which contributed later on in influencing the Iranian constitutional revolution intellectuals in 1906. In the elaboration of this part of his thought, Montesquieu, Hobbes, Rousseau and John Stuart Mill play an important role. Kamani and anti-despotism, Montesquieu Voltaire. According to Kamani, despotism is the worst of evil with two tyrannical symbols that cause evil and injustice in Persian society: the clergy and the monarchy. The former continues to leave the people in ignorance and spreads a sense of fear among the population against God's power, while the latter keeps the people in poverty by creating terror through the use of violence against men. The influence of Montesquieu's thought seems obvious. Identifying terror as a principle of despotism has its origin in Montesquieu's classification of the various forms of government, with their principles and their different characteristics. Kamani, like Montesquieu, is also very sensitive to despotism, which he considers the worst evil for a society and thus it must be fought. In one of his last two political works, Sadkitebe, he states, when religion and politics are subjected to the despotism of the rulers and to religious fanaticism, the breath will be taken away from that people, now subjugated. Its evolution will be suspended and its future annihilated. 10. The religious fanaticism of the clergy or of those who take interest in the spiritual sphere of society, together with the despotism of the rulers, are considered by Kamani to be the two worst of evils of human society. In his argument on the origin of despotism and its relationship with religion, Kamani, influenced by Voltaire and Rousseau, makes a distinction between polytheistic and monotheistic religions. According to Kamani, Oriental peoples in their religious history have often built an absolute and unique idea of their God. They recognized in their sovereign a divine figure descended from the sky, or they widened their fantasies, believing in one God gifted with all the existing positive attributes. 13. In front of such a power there is no possibility for any criticism or protest. This type of behavior, according to Kamani, leads to the establishment of despotic governments in the world. The followers of monotheistic religions, therefore, need a shepherd to guide them to the truth. This leader is infallible and his word is indisputable. The people seek in their sovereign a political shepherd who wants to guide them in an absolute way to the material bliss. As a consequence, the sovereign becomes infallible. His policies, although absolutist, cannot be called into question. The idea of an absolute mono that appears mainly in Eastern religions, according to Kamani, has led these communities to develop the idea of despotic political power and to not be able to develop a real critical consciousness. 15. The Persian thinker maintains that the people of the West had, in Greek and Carthage civilizations, a polytheistic religious tradition in which there were several gods with different powers. Each of them enjoyed a fairly wide sphere of power, but at the same time this sphere found its limit in the presence of the other gods. This allowed Western religious thought to develop the idea of non-omnipotence of the divine, an idea that has moved from the religious sphere to the political one, bringing the Greeks, for example, to not being subjected to the will of a single entity without the opportunity to discuss and criticize. The polytheistic roots of the West, according to Kamani, helped the enlightened Western thinkers, once freed from the Abrahamic monotheistic thought, to lay the foundations for a rational thinking, pluralistic and not absolute. 16. Kamani believes that this basic difference between the philosophy of religions of the East and of the West has been significant in the development of Western thought in the direction of a republican form of government and constitution, while in the East the growth of despotism was due to the monotheistic shepherd mentality. Kamani's political thought focused also on the idea of a popular revolution led by intellectuals who will be able to overthrow the tyranny and establish a constitutional monarchy. This will be possible only through the revolution of educated people, so it will be the man, through his will, strength, and courage to depose the oppressor. Kamani considered the French constitution as a good model for Persia in order to establish a fundamental law based on secular principles, which would guarantee the political and civil liberties and institute a clear separation between religion and politics. According to this intellectual, an irreproachable constitution could not coexist with Islamic principles, because the latter is opposed to a free and modern government based on men's wisdom. To support the thesis of the incompatibility between Islam and a parliamentary system, Kamani, following the methodology of Akhundzada, lists some of the precepts within the Sharia, including the inequality between men and women, the lack of adequate protection of the rights of religious minorities, the possibility of the sale of slaves and the harsh punishments laid down in Islamic criminal law. The ideal constitution for Kamani, therefore, consists of a corpus of laws based on the principle of a secular state, without any interference of religion in politics. Kamani is one of the first Middle Eastern thinkers to openly criticize the ideals of Islamic reformism, which were in full bloom during the 19th century. In a critical observation, the Iranian intellectual points out the contradiction between Western political philosophy and Islamic Sharia, claiming that as a matter of fact it was not possible to Islamize modernity or to modernize Islam. It should be underlined that Kamani follows Akhundzada, who addresses directly the father of Islamic reformism, Sayyid Jamal al-Din Asidabadi, advancing the following critical analysis. These religious intellectuals equate the parliamentary system to the Islamic principle of surah. They associate the contract that establishes a society to the bayat, besides considering a republican state in conformity with Sharia precepts. All these considerations and speculations are meaningless for the following reasons. In a parliamentary system, the positive laws are based on human rationality, while in the Islamic State, the Sharia laws follows the principles of the divine creator. The foundations of Western parliamentarism are philosophy and a clear separation between politics and religion. In an Islamic government, instead, religion and politics are intertwined. Justice in Islam assumes a religious value, while in Western philosophy justice is based on the principle of rationality and on the rule of nature. In reality, the category of Islamic intellectuals knew very well Islamic principles, whereas their knowledge of Western philosophy remained superficial. Therefore, despite their general understanding of European political institutions, they had significant gaps in the knowledge of Western modern political thought. The basis of modern European institutions are founded on the natural right of the individual and on the will of the people, while the Lunia does recognize in its origins neither the law of nature nor the will of the people. Even in Islamic philosophy, these concepts cannot find expression and space for reflection. Kamani anticipates the complicated legal issue that, a few years later, would emerge within several modern states with a Muslim majority which were established following the end of the First World War and then the fall of the Ottoman and Persian empires. He highlights how a modern national state, in the event that the Sharia had to be fully implemented, would face some constitutional limits that would damage some sectors of society, such as the non-Muslim citizens. In a modern constitutional state, the issue of belonging to the Ummah should not exist, according to Kamani, but instead a modern concept of rights should be developed. A concept that would then be included under the principle of citizenship rights. The idea of belonging to the nation should thus prevail over being affiliated with a particular faith. These ideas would certainly influence the first draft of the Iranian constitution in 1906. The political thought of Kamani is based on natural law as the foundation of modern political philosophy. Concerning the right to freedom, Kamani argues that all individuals, since their birth, enjoy absolute freedom that encompasses both moral and physical freedom. Moral freedom, according to Kamani, has been long subjected on the Persian people by the clergy, while physical freedom has been subjected for centuries to the rule of the despotic monarchy of that time. Then Kamani takes into consideration the freedom of thought and expression, reaffirming how the social evolution of man is deeply connected to the principle of freedom. There is no development without freedom. Development emerges under the idea of a modern civilization in which progress and stability are both present. Such a virtuous system can only be achieved if each individual has freedom of speech and action without fearing the rulers. Therefore, we must encourage the people to develop a critical awareness towards their rulers in order to freely express their opinions within a society regarding freedom of thought, he points out. In terms of civil rights, Kamani demonstrates the inadequacy of the Sharia in the context of a modern parliamentary state. Unlike the reformists, who want to Islamize modernity, Kamani wants to separate Islam from modernity. At the same time, he recognizes that Islam ascribes an important role in the community of believers. Therefore, he urges the experts of Islamic law to modernize Islam in order to make this religion suited to the modern era, while still maintaining the separation of religion from the political arena. Kamani's political thought exerted a major influence on the political and institutional evolution of Persia, both during the constitutional revolution of and during the reign of Reza Shah Pahlavi, based on modernism, nationalism, and secularism. Kamani, following his notable predecessor Akhundzada, elaborates, on the one hand, Persian nationalism and, on the other hand, examines the issue of the secular state, laying the foundations of constitutionalism in Iran. In other words, Kamani succeeded in spreading Akhundzada's ideas, also adding his own personal reflections, thus acting as a bridge between his thought and those politicians and intellectuals who were the protagonists of constitutional revolution years, from 1892 until 1909. Furthermore, Kamani and Akhundzada's thought on nationalism finds its political realization, at least on a cultural level, under the reign of Reza Shah Pahlavi 21, who founded the Pahlavis dynasty on the principle of Persian nationalism. Bibliography. Ademiyat, F. Andeshihai Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, Tehran. Ansari, A. M. The Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran, Cambridge, 2012. Bayat, P.M. The Concept of Religion and Government in the Thought of Mirza Aga Khan Kanani, a 19th-century Persian revolutionary, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. Pages 381 to 400. Brown, E.G., Catalogue and Description of Bobby Manuscripts, in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, 1892, pages 433 to 499. Katuzian, H. State and Society in Iran, The Eclipse of the Qajars and the Emergence of the Pahlavis, London. Kamani, M.A., Sad Ketebe Biye Story Muhammad Jafar Mojab, Tehran. Kamani, M.A. Se Maktub Bikushesh Vie Varieshi Borom Chubina, Essen. Kamani, M.A. Tariki Irani Boston, Tehran, 1947. Momin, M. The Babi and Baha'i Religions, 1844 to 1944, Some Contemporary Western Accounts, Oxford. Montesquieu, L'Esprit de Lois, Genève, Volume 2. Notek, H. Namihayi Tabadi, Cone. Renema, S. Retreat and Return of the Secular in Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume 31, No. Pages 34 to 45. Wilbur, D. Iran, Past and Present, Princeton. One on Kamani's Political Biography C. Ademiat, E. Andishaha Mirza Akakon Kamani, Tehran, pages 13 to 48, Bayet, P.M., The Concept of Religion and Government in the Thought of Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, a 19th century Persian revolutionary, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. 1974, pages 381 to 400, Neteg, H.L., Namihayi Tab, I.D., Cone, pages 13 to 43, Kamani, M.A., Se Maktub Bikushesh Vie Varieshi Borom Chubinan, Essen, pages 3 to 92, Kamani, M.A., Sad Ketebe Bie Veresta plus Muhammad Jah, Famojob, Tehran, pp. 2 on the reasons of Kamani's execution and its historical reconstruction c. Notek H. Namihayi Tab ID, pages 35 to 42. 3 on the Babi's movement and thought c. Brown, E.G., Catalogue and Description of Babi Manuscripts, in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, pages 433 to 499, Momin, M. The Babi and Baha'i Religions, 1844 to 1944, Some Contemporary Western Accounts, Oxford. For during the second phase of his life he spent some times in Cyprus and in today's Syria. 5 on the rule of myth of nationalism in the Iranian modern political thought and political movement. Consult Ansari, A.M. The Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran, Cambridge, pages 13 to 24. 6 Although Kamani was also one of the fathers of modern Persian nationalism, in the final part of the evolution of his political thought, he suggests the overcoming of religious and nationalist ideology in order to achieve a secular and pluralistic political system. 7 Kamani, Se Maktub, page 8 Kamani, Sad Ketibek, Speech N. Kamani, Se Makrob, page 9 Montesquieu outlined his classification of governments in L'Esprit de Lois, Genève, 1748, Volume 2, Chap. 2v 10 Kamani, Sad Ketibon, Speech N. 12 in his reasoning on Oriental religions. Kamani includes also Judaism and Christianity. 13 Kamani, Sad Kitobe, Speech N. 14 Ademiat, Andishaha Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, page 15 Kamani, M.A., Tariq Irani Boston, Tehran, page 16 cited in Ademiat, Andishaha Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, p. 17 Sayyid Jamal ad-Din Asadabad was one of the most notable members of the so-called religious intellectuals who believed that ideas of modern state are compatible with Islam and equated constitutionalism with consultation and social contract with Bayat. Sironema, Retreat and Return of the Secular in Iran, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume Number 2011, page 18 cited in Ademiat, F. Andisha Fotoli Akonzada. Tehran, pages 157 to 158. 19 Ademiat, Andisha Fotoli Akonzada, page 20 Kamani was first and foremost a Persian nationalist. His struggle was in the name of Iran and not Islam, which he came to blame for the political downfall of the Persians. See Bayet, The Concept of Religion and Government, page 21. The adoption of the Sanem Pahlavi by Reza Shah already clearly demonstrated the political ideology of the new king, an ideology based mainly on the Iranian revival of patriotism and on the opposition to the Arab Islamic culture that the Safavids and Qajar dynasties had imposed in Persia. His reign is characterized by the revival of Antranism based on the reference to the pre-Islamic Persian civilization of Cyrus and Darius, and the values and principles related to the Arab Islamic culture were put aside and even opposed. See Weber, Tran, Past and Present, Princeton, pages 97 to 98, Carthusian, H. State and Society in Tran, The Eclipse of the Qajars and the Emergence of the Pahlavis, London, pages 294 to 299. Iranian Enlightenment and Literary Self-Consciousness, a discussion about modernity and philosophy of literature with regards to the works of Mirza Fatoli Akonzade. Salah Ivas Malayari. This article aims to investigate the thought of Mirza Fatoli Akonzade about literature and his contribution to Persian literary criticism in the context of the Persian modernization movement by applying the Hegelian notion of self-consciousness. I use the term literary self-consciousness to explain the reciprocal relation between the literary text and the text which seeks to define and analyze literature and literary text through philosophical or multidisciplinary discourses. In this regard, Akonzade, I argue, was the first Iranian proto-modernist who asked about the nature of literature as an independent concept in the context of materialist, idealist philosophical discourse. To elaborate his contribution in a wider critical perspective, I will give a short critical argument about rhetoric as the dominant form of literary self-consciousness before Akonzade in pre-modern France, as well as the state of translational dialogue in the Persian modernist works, Akonzade in particular. In the end, having studied the concept of criticism, nationalism and realism in Akonzade's literary views, I will propose the question that to what extent Akonzade's argument about the nature and function of literature breaks away from that of rhetoric in the traditional context. Introduction. During the 19th century, a groundbreaking social movement encompassed Iran, which resulted in fundamental changes in the ways of Iranians' socio-political thought and their attitude towards general issues from politics and civil rights to education, literature, and social institutions. Throughout this period, Iran was in a complex but major transitive stage from reformist efforts to radical and revolutionary positions. The last attempt of Iranian political elites to find a way for progress and progressive politics inside the Qajar monarchy was about to fail in favor of modernization and fundamental change, as the long-standing despotic system along with its relevant ideological superstructure was gradually losing its legitimacy and function under the Qajar rule. The increasing political and economic crisis served to intensify the historical antagonism between social classes and the state as anger and public dissatisfaction among the general populace coincided with emerging radical, revolutionary ideas among elites and intellectuals. Little by little, as state repression on intellectuals and individuals increased, Persian modernists were forced to leave their country and emigrate to places such as Istanbul and the Caucasus region, which had a proximity that not only allowed them to express and implement their new idealism without fear, but also to keep a watchful eye on developments within Iran. These cultural crossroads had vibrant cultural environments and had an enormous effect on the intellectual progress of Persian modernists, helped them to experience new cultural and technological manifestations of modern civilization elsewhere, as well as exposure to some of the contemporary philosophical debates on issues such as secularism, materialism, nationalism, democracy, human rights, etc. Indeed, time spent among other modernist intellectuals from Russia, Armenia, and the Ottoman Empire in public places, like cafes and libraries, or in business enterprises, such as newspapers and journals, influenced both the form and content of Persian modernist discourse. The demand for progress and reformation that had long been voiced by reformist and political elites could now articulate itself through reading the philosophical and cultural heritage of European Enlightenment. Persian intellectuals began to enlighten their readership in France through their monographs, pamphlets, and books with radical criticism on a great number of subjects that the Iranian people had to acknowledge if they were to know in what dissident historical situation they were living, so that they could find the road to salvation and prosperity. Towards a new form of critical writing, focusing on all the issues that have been discussed by Persian intellectuals regarding the Reformation and modernization would be outside of the scope of this article, which will concentrate on one in particular, a key element of Iranian culture that modernist Iranian thinkers thought of as a large part of Iran's decadence: literature. However, before I open the discussion on the subject of literature in particular, I would like to address a few points about the form and discursive structure of the Iranian modernist writings. The writings of the Iranian modernists on numerous occasions are vocative texts in which the people are considered as the implied reader, to the extent that one might say the public consciousness was more of a problem than the despotic rule. At this time, there are the ordinary people whom intellectuals find it necessary to address, as there is no use in advising the king any longer. If there is any criticism of the king, which surely there is, it will not be in the traditional form of the mirror for princes or Siyasat name, but in the radical and direct form of criticism which aims at the despotic and arbitrary kingship in general. Such radical knowledge is for the people, not the king, and moreover, it should be written in a language that the people should understand. Having the people as the implied reader in the Persian modernist writings also refers to a new knowledge, a new form of thought, which the people do not know, since they have been accustomed to the traditional, decayed and useless system of thought that has made them ignorant and unaware. Religious superstitions, solid and irrational traditions, social depression, as well as lack of knowledge and education were among the main reasons through which, according to intellectuals, the despotic rule had held its position throughout history over the people. But since the people must be the ones to perform the uprising against the arbitrary political system, they must be first enlightened and awakened. Such a discursive attitude puts the modernist intellectuals in a high and privileged position of the required knowledge, those who know what is to be done and can also create the enlightening knowledge formed of pure and abstract ideas, a set of concepts, terms, statements, and solutions. It also made the writers use a simplified and inartificial form of communication and, most importantly, to repeatedly advise young writers with it, sometimes with strong language. In fact, the most spoken and criticized issue about literature proposed by Persian modernists is undoubtedly one addressing the prevalence of an over-sophisticated and grandiloquent style of writing utilizing rhetoric devices. Encouraging young writers to write in a simple style and avoid any superfluous, cliched rhetoric techniques was the main discourse of Persian modernists. In Akhundzade's case, however, it is rather different from those who were mostly under strong influence of Akhundzade, such as Makam Khan or Mirza Aga Khan Kamani. There are signs of some theoretical potentials and epistemological breaks in Akhundzade's discourse which, as a proto-modernist, make him exceptional, though unfortunately these potentials were never elaborated on by others, only repeated and rephrased. Even Akhundzade himself, as we shall see later, was not successful enough to expand and go deeper into what he had once proposed. As a result, the theoretical formation of the modern approach towards Persian literature remained focused on generalities and failed to offer a new episteme, a new logic of literary thought. The primary aspect of Akhundzade's ideas on literature are his philosophical/theoretical inquiries on the subject of literature and poetry as an independent concept. Poetry, according to Akhundzade, has a definition in itself which separates it from other disciplines, such as philosophy, theology, or ethics. For Akhundzade, any criticism of classical poetry or style of writing must be based on the philosophical understanding of poetry and prose. Considering the fact that literature in the Persian cultural tradition has always been regarded only as a secondary device for a sublime truth. Whether that truth belongs to the realm of theology, philosophy, or even science, this aspect of Akhundzade's opinions, in my view, is very important. A further aspect of Akhundzade's literary discussion which separates him from other Iranian modernists is his view about drama and the novel as two literary genres that have unique capabilities of representing the reality of the human condition and the complexity of its behaviors and relations. It is important to note, however, that this view may have been formulated by his own discovery of drama and the novel, and a desire to introduce them to a new readership, given that these forms of creative writing were totally new to Iranians at that time. Nevertheless, his emphasis on the formal and technical aspects of the novel and drama is indeed considerable, as if he is consciously trying to draw attention to the nature of these new forms of writing and the necessity of understanding them as a novelist or playwright might. The final aspect of Akhundzade's significant role in modern literary criticism in Iran is his idealist view of literary realism, through which his influence from Russian literary criticism at that time is extremely evident. For Akhundzade, realism has more philosophical and historical significance as, being the essential feature of criticism, has more to do with the historical truth of a nation. So, for Akhundzade, any criticism necessarily follows a historical narrative by which the general reality/truth of a nation is constructed in a form of totalized identity, while the realist literature must represent such reality/truth through creating particular and concrete human conditions, even through metaphors, symbols, and forms of imagination. Therefore, we can see in Akhundzade's works how realism and realist literature is tied with nationalism. The aim of this chapter is to analyze these three features of Akhundzade's views about criticism and literature, with more focus on the philosophical and theoretical aspects, given the fact that both Akhundzade's comments on realism and drama are related to the philosophical capacity of Akhundzade's view about the concept of literature. Critique, criticism, critica. The first Russian poet to complain about the absence of a Russian term for the French word critique was Antioch Cantenaire in 1739, but it did not result in any attempt to start a critical tradition. Thus, 9 decades later in 1825, Alexander Pushkin, one of the greatest figures of Russian literature whom Akhundzade wrote an elegy for, would still complain in a letter that, "We have no criticism, we have not a single commentary, not a single book of criticism." A few decades later, Mirza Fatoli Akhundzade spoke of a specific form of writing, the art of critica, which he argued was new to the Muslim world. He did not propose any Persian equivalent for the word critique or criticism. Like many of the new political terms that he discussed, Akhundzade used the original word pronounced and written to correspond with Ansari phonetics. He even named his seminal essay, which was later celebrated as the first modern work of literary criticism in the history of Persian literature, Critica. I began my discussion with two quotations from Russian literary figures, to highlight their important historical link to Akonzed's critical ideas and to propose the main argument and approach of this chapter. I interpret the above-mentioned quotations as preliminary articulations of two kinds of literary thought. In my view, Kantemir's argument about the absence of a Russian equivalent for the term critique refers to the lack of a philosophical discourse about literature and literary criticism, while Pushkin's objection shows the lack of practical examples of literary criticism based on a theoretical approach and a philosophical context. It seems the same consciousness about the absence of the concept criticism, as well as the critical writing among Iranians, was one of the main intellectual contemplations of Akonzed. For Akonzed, as a radical thinker, the term has a much wider meaning. In addition to both of these concepts of literary thought, Akonzed uses the term critica for critical debates in modern journalism as well as satirical pieces. To analyze the particular dimensions of Akonzed's contribution to literary criticism, I will first explain my theoretical terms and arguments which construct my approach. My key term in this context is literary self-consciousness. Then I will discuss how the Iranian Enlightenment was in translational dialogue with Western thought, and by translational dialogue I mean the process of reading and interpretation of the other, which is usually based on the self, or the indigenous cultural context, and, in the case of Persian Enlightenment, such a process was embedded in the context of Iranian/Islamic traditional thoughts. I will conclude through Iranian interpretation of Western thought during the 19th and early 20th century. A kind of linguistic confusion occurred. The premodern conception of literary text in Fran is my next discussion, in which I examine the theory of rhetoric as the form of literary self-consciousness in medieval Persia to give an analytical account as to the nature of literary criticism before Akonzed. Finally, I will make a brief argument about the influence that Russian critics in the 19th century had on Akonzed and conclude with a viewpoint regarding the contradictions in Akonzed's view about form and content, as well as his failure in constructing a proper and well-articulated theoretical argument relevant to his modern approach. Literary self-consciousness. The rich, creative and groundbreaking literary traditions in each historical period and among each nation, apart from producing amazing artistic creativity, often articulates a sort of literary self-consciousness by which the literary creativity, owing to its powerful and history-making effects, recognizes itself through philosophy and theory. Literary creativity, at its highest stage of development, realizes itself not merely as a text which belongs to a sublime truth or specific form of knowledge, but as an independent text, belonging to a specific mode of creativity. At this stage, the literary text confirms its literariness, identifies its institutional nature, and sets its own rules and principles by its own. The literary text accepts its reality as literature and starts to construct a discourse based on such self-consciousness. From this point of view, one can conclude that any philosophy of literature as well as literary theory is first initiated from a preliminary form of literary self-consciousness, since both of these developed disciplines recognize literature as an independent and self-referential institution, while philosophy of literature is searching for an answer to the question, what is literature? Presupposing the fact that literature is an existing and distinctive medium which has particular functions and specific qualifications, literary theory tries to establish a set of statements and instructions as to how to read and criticize the literary text, relying on philosophical traditions or other disciplines in humanities. The forms of literary self-consciousness developed throughout history with correspondence to dominant discourse as well as the political economic infrastructure in each period, and therefore, like the Hegelian notion of self-consciousness, literary self-consciousness must be considered historically. In pre-modern societies, a cultural sphere was based mostly on myth and religion, with poetry as the dominant form of literature. Thus, literary self-consciousness was mainly about defining poetry as an appropriate tool for divine truth or sublime values and meanings. Nonetheless, the case of Aristotle shows a unique moment in the history of literary self-consciousness. It is indeed the most significant and philosophically developed example of such self-consciousness, in which poetry was recognized not simply as a secondary device to elaborate the pre-existing sublime truth, but rather as an independent medium, which has its own particular mode of producing meaning within different categories and genres. But in Fran, as I will discuss later, the literary self-consciousness had a different logic. The belongingness of poetry to the sublime meaning was the subject of Persian literary self-consciousness. This does not suggest that literature was not recognized as an independent medium in Persian medieval culture. In fact, it was the sublime and precious truth or wisdom that determined the nature of literature and its importance. Literature, from the perspective of such cultural logic, recognized and acknowledged itself in the form of rhetoric. Western terms and indigenous explanations, the process of translational dialogue, and the problem of linguistic confusion. It would be too simplistic to assume that Freudian Enlightenment in the 19th century emerged in imitation of Western Enlightenment. Such an abstract view ignores the context in which Western Enlightenment was understood and interpreted. In fact, as I will try to show in Akonze's case, Iranian Enlightenment was the result of a dialogue between the indigenous cultural heritage and the modern Western culture and philosophy. This interaction occurred within the complex socio-political conditions of 19th century Iran, in which conflicts between progressive ideas and reactionary politics had already shaped and transformed the discursive and political life of Iran. On the one hand, the constant presence of indigenous, cultural unconsciousness influenced the perception of the Western culture. Persian thought was not only a receiver of Western civilization but also reconstructed its own progressive potentials and ideas through understanding and observing the West. It is important to emphasize on the discursive level of the Persian Enlightenment at this point, the moment when the will of change and progress in the form of native perceptions has to articulate itself through discursive disciplines such as philosophy and science in order to textualize and identify itself, so it can produce a power to mobilize the social classes. Therefore, for analytical intention, one must separate the indigenous perception of modernity based on the will and demand for progress, and those philosophical texts and commentaries that tries to articulate and formulate such will and demand for reformation and modernization. It is during the latter process that Iranian Enlightenment had to read and interpret the European Enlightenment to find the power of expression and to conceptualize its indigenous perception of modernity that was formed during decades before interpreting the Western Enlightenment. 13. It is important to see both parts interrelated and interacting, rather than two separated, even antagonistic aspects of Iranian modernization movement. Cultural dialogue as such, however one-sided it might seem, inevitably comes with interventions and interpretations from the receiving side, and that brings the active presence of indigenous culture. Moreover, the historical moment in which such translational dialogue is forming has its own influence on the process of interpreting the other. It puts forward the necessities, which result in the superior position of the other being accepted and affirmed. On the other hand, given the fact that interpretation of the Western progressive culture was made possible by the indigenous perception and awareness of the idea of progress, the absence of an established discourse about such progressive ideas made Iranian modernists use the original words for philosophical categories and some socio-political terms. In a Hegelian context, there was consciousness to progressive ideas, but not self-consciousness towards them. The consciousness towards idea is one with an absence of a relevant discursive and institutional establishment, formulated without knowing and understanding itself and therefore, without any influential social function. One of the reasons for this inability or stutter in articulation can be the lack of historical and practical experience of the idea, the most vital and determining fact of modernity. However, when the socio-political contradictions are at their highest state of antagonism, the progressive idea needs to find appropriate words to express itself. In such a situation, by looking at the other culture standing in a dominant position, the indigenous idea recognizes its inability to articulate itself and tries to overcome by reading and interpreting the other cultural text. As a result, the terms and expressions of the other culture that have come from a different socio-economic context are explained with traditional indigenous literature. The process of forming self-consciousness through reading the hegemonic culture of the other resulted in what I would call the linguistic confusion. In the condition of linguistic confusion that appeared in the Persian modernist movement, the Western philosophical and sociological terms are explained in a literature with different cultural context that does not correspond with their Western historical background. Most of the essays and writings of Persian modernists illustrate linguistic confusion in expressing the modern ideas, while the terms and expressions of Western modern philosophy and science are articulated in different socio-economic contexts. The explanations of each term are made in a more traditional and indigenous language. For instance, Akonze's most important book, The Letters of Qamar al-Dawla, begins with categories and expressions in which he mentions the original word for each term and then brings his Persian explanations for each of them. Terms such as despot, common philosophe, common revolution, common literature, common poesy, and progress are some of the words that Akonze starts his radical and philosophical book with. From one point of view, for a prominent thinker like Akonze, choosing the original words is done consciously, to address the significant difference between the Persian equivalent and the original term, not letting the traditional meaning of the Persian word shadow the European meaning. However, one of the results of such translational dialogue was the immature, idealist perception of modernity that occurred among Persian modernists, including Akonze. Focusing on Western progressive ideas without making any argument as to the historical background or the material conditions of those ideas, made the modernist perception of modernity too abstract and ideal, spoken from an elitist position, and hardly able to provide any practical or social potentiality. The theory of rhetoric, from philosophy to ideology. The common form of literary self-consciousness in pre-modern France was the theory of rhetoric. Rhetoric, in the original Greco-Roman context, is generally regarded as the embellishment of speech, while in the Persian context, rhetoric has been one of the most developed literary traditions, deeply rooted in Persian philosophy with various aesthetic and social functions. Being essentially dependent on Persian philosophical traditions, literary practice was mostly based on rhetorical techniques such as allegory, ambiguity, and metaphor to serve the artistic articulation of the Persian philosophical worldview. Three types of rhetorical science in Arabic Persian literary tradition exist: Badi, Mawni, and Bayan show the highly developed and complicated state of the science of rhetoric in Iran. From one aspect, rhetoric was a device, a secondary tool to speak effectively and differently from ordinary speech according to the subject and to the condition of audience. From another, its function was to transfer from an ordinary, lifeless, inactive and unproductive level of the language to a subjective, dynamic and productive level, to make a way from ordinary and reachable meaning to an extraordinary network of complicated significations with numerous layers of meaning. Such function was not merely about motivating or persuading specific groups of audiences, but rather a philosophical doctrine in which the quality of sublime truth was deeply interwoven with the quality of sublime language. The linguistic journey was itself a part of the transcendental meaning. Rhetoric in Persian literature was not about a formal device, but rather about the unification of form and content in a theological and metaphysical context. Because of theological or transcendental understanding of rhetoric, which was part of a general philosophical doctrine of Iranian medieval culture, the development of literature is affiliated with the development of intellectual and philosophical discourses. In other words, the decline or refusal of thought would have resulted in the decline of poetry and literature as well. With no dynamic discursive and philosophical tradition, the rhetoric devices were merely a disused form that only had one function left: naturalizing and glorifying the expired or traditional idea, which eventually serves the despotic political order. In other words, rhetoric would then function as ideology. Rhetoric, when there is no dynamism and development in discursive and intellectual traditions, turns to a self-alienated device that has nothing to expose but ideology. In a despotic and arbitrary rule like that in Iran under the Qajars, ideology was no longer to do with metaphysical and ethical thoughts legitimizing the despotic rule. The traditional form of literary self-consciousness was ideological as well, since it was part of the same metaphysical worldview. Therefore, any radical and modernist critique of literature must include a critique of rhetoric apart from criticizing the philosophical or ethical statements. The ideology of form is the subject of radical criticism as well as the ideological content, and this seems to be a good starting point for analyzing Akonzad's ideas about poetry, since his most favorite term, kritika, deals with both of these two dimensions of ideology. Akonzad's contribution to modern literary self-consciousness in Iran. Being among the pioneers of Iranian Enlightenment, Mirza Fatoli Akonzad, as most of the scholars have concluded, had probably the most influential role on the views and works of Persian intellectuals and writers, even during his life, when he had consecutive correspondence with his Persian peers. It is true that Makam Khan, the second major figure of Iranian Enlightenment, developed his idea of new alphabet through his conversations with Akonzad, who had written a monograph about the same subject before. Mirza Aga Kani Kamani, another well-known modernist thinker, almost rephrased Akonzad's views on poetry, language and literature in his works. The plays he wrote in Ansari language had an enormous influence on Mirza Aga Tabrizi, the first playwright who wrote in Persian. He is also remembered as the founder of modern literary criticism in Iran, as well as the first playwright in the Middle East. He is the first Iranian thinker who introduced the novel and drama as the new forms of literary creativity to Iranian people. Akonzad's leading position in Iranian Enlightenment, in part, comes from the environment he grew up. Born into a family of Iranian origin in Shaki on the southern part of the Great Caucasus, Akonzad's intellectual development came to flourish in a cultural crossroad between Persia, Ottoman Empire, Armenia, and Russia. The disastrous defeat of Persia during the Russo-Persian War of 182,628 had a significant consequence on Akonzad's life and evoked his patriotic emotions, which later showed itself in his writings. The most important years of Akonzad, however, were spent in Tbilisi, where he joined the intellectual circles of Decembrist, Russian and Armenian writers and critics, as well as Persians. Most importantly, he acquainted himself with drama, the novel and Western materialist philosophy by attending numerous Russian theaters and reading Russian translations of European Enlightenment and literature. The literary journals that were circulated among the intellectual circles in Tbilisi also familiarized Akhundzade with major debated on literary criticism, particularly the main currents of Russian literary criticism of the 19th century. Critica, or criticism, is seemingly the most unspecific term in Akhundzade's work. He uses it for literary assessments, journalism, socio-political criticism, and most of all, for satirical writings as opposed to didactic writings and preachment. Taking a hard position against Persian didactic literature, including Sodi's poems, Akhundzade alternatively emphasizes notions like ridiculing, lampoon and irony as the real forms of critica that has practical effects on readers. He also considers critica as one of the most important achievements of European people which allowed them reaching to most developed state of intellectual wisdom and social progress. The European nations reached to such state of progress and knowledge because of critica, not preaching and sermons. One must read the works of Voltaire, Eugene Sue, Alexander Dumas and European philosophers such as H. Buckle and Ernest Renan to realize the truth of my assertion, knowing that preaching and sermons will not affect the human nature and have no use, particularly after childhood. If preaching and sermons were to do any good, then Sodi's Gosten and Bustan, which are full of preaches and lectures from the very beginning to the end, would have worked in Iranian minds during these 600 years since Sodi wrote those two books. The reason for the significance of critica is its being written in the forms of ridicule and mockery, discovered by European thinkers. This hidden secret is still neglected by my people. In addition to these perceptions, it seems Akhundzade sees his philosophical arguments as a kind of critica as well, particularly when he relates his philosophical analysis to his socio-political criticism. Despite having numerous meanings, a close reading of Akhundzade's thoughts can show that the basic function of critica is the central concept in Akhundzade's discourse. In fact, there is logical relation between all these various conceptions, and Akhundzade was probably well aware of the fact. It may seem obvious that you cannot make the most radical and effective criticism to solid and expired beliefs and traditions with the language of sermons and preaching, but I believe critica has one important aspect which stands above all other aspects related to our literary discussion, that critica is a specific kind of writing. Almost in every instance, Akhundzade refers to critique as a new art, a new form of writing. Through this term, he tries to draw the modernist writer's attention to acknowledging the form and the structure of writing even before thinking about the content. For Akhundzade, recognizing new forms of cultural production is the precondition of understanding the modern content. Whether it is a new literary genre, the public debate in cultural media, or a form of socio-political analysis, critica first and foremost is a formal and institutional acknowledgement to its independency and its individual power and effect. Therefore, according to Akhundzade, a modernist writer must first of all take some time to acquaint himself with the institutional nature of the genre, or the form of his writing, and that is the philosophy, rules and techniques by which that particular form of writing is recognized. The best example of this aspect of critica is Akhundzade's advice to Mirza Agha Tabrizi, the first Iranian who wrote drama in Persian and was influenced by the works of Akhundzade. There he willingly and consciously focuses on knowing the history of theater in Europe and its social function, as well as the nature, rules, and techniques of drama and playwriting. Do not get worried by my instructions and recommendations about your works. They might double your hard work, but you must know that you do not need to hurry in writing. Your writings will remain after you for generations to come, so they must be written in perfection and excellence and accepted by social taste, so that your readers can rest assured that the writer knows the principles of drama, since it is essential for the playwright to be aware that his writings meet all conditions of the art of drama. The most important view of Akhundzade about literature is where he tries to define poesy: Poesy is a writing about the condition and behavior of a person or a group of people as it should be illustrated, or it is a description about a specific subject as well as describing the characteristics of the existing world in verse in its most perfection and influence. They do not know what poesy has to be. They regard ignorantly any collection of verse as poesy, assuming that poesy is just about versifying the meaningless words in a specific rhythm or putting rhyme at the end of each line. Describing darlings and beloveds with unreal attributes as well as extolling spring or autumn with unrealistic and abstract similes are what they think poesy is about, like one of the poets of Tehran, Ghani, whose divan is filled with such nonsenses. Poesy must include a story or an objection in most perfect form and in agreement with reality and social situation. either in tragic or comic manner, like the poems of Ferdowsi, may God bless his soul. In Critica, he also argues about beauty of content and beauty of form as two main conditions of poetry. 25 Beauty of form and content, he says, should create an aesthetical totality together. For Akonzed, such a totality is what a perfect poem should be. In other words, the poem that has beauty of form is imperfect and undeveloped as much as a poem which only represents ethical and metaphysical meanings. The philosophical aspect of Akonzed's statement about poetry is close to the Russian criticism from the 19th century, of which Akonzed learned and influenced a good deal. During his residence in Tbilisi, as well as the fruitful journeys he made during 1850s and 1860s in the Caucasus region, Akonzed studied the works of Russian critics, particularly the works of Vissarion Belinsky, Nikolai Chernyshevsky, and Nikolai Dobrolyubov. 27 According to René Wellek, Russian criticism, particularly to the works of Belinsky, became a German speculative thought follower, first absorbed the romantic conceptions and later modified them in favor of a close approach to empirical reality, to facts, to science, and to national and social needs of the time. 28. In Russia during that time, there was an important discursive struggle between moralistic views of literature and the view in which literature was considered a more independent and self-referential medium. The political aspect of such struggle was important as well. While moralistic views about literature were in favor of Tsarism, the oppositions usually proposed liberal and social ideas. One can observe the same political fight in Iran between those traditional poets living under a Qajar patronage system and modernist intellectuals such as Akonzed, Mirza Olga Konikemoni, and Mirza Malkam Khan. Realism is the fundamental element of Akonzed's view of poetry. However, most of the scholars fail to see the link between Akonzed's account of realism and Belinsky's Hegelian explanation of it. That is probably the reason for assuming that Akonzed's realism is contradictory, since he illustrates the Persian epic, Shonem of Ferdowsi, as the perfect example of poesy. According to Belinsky, literature should be the expression of the national spirit, the symbol of the inner life of a nation, the physiognomy of a nation. A poet has to produce a peculiar national spirit, as Eugene Onegin and Boris Gedinov do, since there is something truly national in them. Therefore, realism is the reality of the national spirit, the historical consciousness through the representation of material world. The more literary text represents the national spirit in a whole aesthetic perfection, the more realistic it may become. The primary task of the artist is not to copy reality, but to create types and figures through concrete individuals, with universal significance. 31 The concept of concrete individuals in Hegel's philosophy refers to material and real manifestation of the absolute consciousness or the spirit, and the universal significance expresses the function and historicity of the concrete individual as to how, through its natural and historical existence, the concrete individual represents the elements of the universal spirit. Therefore, according to Hegel, the consciousness exits through the concrete manifestation necessarily, so as the concrete individual historically functions and is recognized through its signification to the universal spirit. The Hegelian approach to literature considers the literary text, both in form and content, as the concrete individual, which its artistic and aesthetic value can be argued based on the level of its significance to the national, and in more developed stage, the universal spirit. I believe Akonzed's short account about Shonem must be interpreted with regard to the idealist approach of Russian criticism in the 19th century to realism. Unfortunately, as on other occasions, Akonzed refuses to give a thorough discussion. Nonetheless, he addresses the relation between national epic and realism, explaining imaginative characters and extraordinary events in Shonem that have in fact real, human meanings. In other words, it is not in the exotic and exaggerated characters and events we should look for realistic meanings, but in the historical and conceptual significations of those extraordinary descriptions and stories. The realist aspect of those meanings, whether they are about moralities, philosophy, or politics, is in their historical contribution to the national spirit. The main criterion for realism, according to the idealist view, is not the material world and physical appearances, but rather the national/universal identity. The mythical symbols, epical characters, and epical narratives represent a moment of national consciousness in its particular stage of history. In this respect, they can be even more real than any other seemingly realist text. From this point of view, I believe the repetitive references of Akonzed to Ferdowsi's Shonem do make sense, and they are not the sign of contradictions in Akonzed's thoughts any longer. Conclusion. Akonzed undoubtedly has a major role in initiating a modern perspective about literature in which it is not a secondary device for sublime religious meaning, but rather an independent, self-referential institution that offers progressive views through the art of critique and ridiculing the superstitions and false consciousness. For Akonzade, the literature of enlightenment has to start from the existing nature, the true nature of humankind, but it has to signify to the national spirit and ethnical identity. Akonzade believed one must learn the art of drama and novel since poetry is no longer capable of showing the reality of the human condition, especially the poetry that traditionally had been appropriate for explaining abstract and supernatural subjects with unrealistic rhetorical exaggerations. Moreover, he believed that acknowledging the modern forms of writing, such as drama and novel, is as important as acknowledging modern thoughts and beliefs. Searching for the reasons of social and political despotism, Akonzade ascribed the traditional philosophy of literature as the ideology, suitable only for a subjective and unrealistic literature. For Akonzade, the religious and ethical preaching is as ideological as the abstract and overused metaphors and useless literary exaggerations. While the first prevents reason, science, and social justice to be recognized, the latter is a comic struggle to decorate such deteriorated form of discourse. However, Akonzade as a social reformer and proto-modernist thinker refused to deliver a rich and well-articulated philosophical discourse about literature as we might see from Russian critics like Belinsky. Literature and poetry for Akonzade was just a part of his comprehensive enlightenment project. His views are limited to poetry and mostly in the form of comments and annotations or replying to friends, without focusing more on philosophical and theoretical arguments. His theory about the beauty of form and beauty of content, although in terms of theoretical logic, it reproduces the theory of Lafso-Moenai that had been articulated in Persian theory of rhetoric centuries ago. It is built on modern philosophical context. The content, from this new perspective, is no longer a sublime and transcendental truth, but in fact it starts with the material world and the existing condition of human being. However, the idealist mind of Akonzade somehow reproduces the problem of traditional theory and idealizes the modern values and ideas to make them as the primary goal of literature. Furthermore, the lack of indigenous discourse about modern ideas, as well as having a superficial and abstract understanding of Western modern thought, caused a sort of linguistic confusion that provoked such theoretical reproduction and interrupted the process of a discursive break from traditional worldview to modernity. Bibliography. Ademiyot F. The Idea of Progress and the Rule of Law, Tehran. Ademiyot F. The Idea of Freedom and the Start of the Constitutional Movement, Tehran. Ademiyot F. The Thoughts of Mirza Fatoli Akonzade, Tehran. Ajand J. Literary Modernism During Persian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran. Ajudoni M. Yemagi Tejadded, London. Akonzade M. Maktubat, Tehran. Alga H. Malcolm Khan, Akonzada and the Proposed Reform of the Arabic Alphabet, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Pages 116 to 130. Bodick, C. The Oxford Dictionary of Literary Terms, Oxford, available online. View/10.1093/Akref/9780199208272.001/Akref9780199208272 E. 586. Ford, A. The Origins of Criticism, Princeton. Habib, M.A.R., A History of Literary Criticism, Oxford. Hegel, G.W.F., The Phenomenology of Spirit, Oxford. Keddy, N. The Iranian Power Structure and Social Change 18001969, An Overview, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. 1971, pp. Lamarck, P. The Philosophy of Literature, Oxford. Passenjad, L. Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, Tehran. Pellet, C.H. Adab 2. Adab in Arabic Literature, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 1, Fask. 4. Pages 439 to 444, available online, http://www.iranisionline.org/article/adb-2-arabic-lit. Shamisa, S. Morni, Tehran, 2004. Singer, P. Hegel, Oxford. Tuvakolitagi, M. The Indigenous Modernity and Rethinking of History, Tehran. Welek, A. A History of Modern Criticism, 1750 to 1950, Volume 3. The Age of Transition, London. Zarinkub, A. An Introduction to Literary Criticism, Tehran. One for a thorough historical analysis of the transition from the traditional socio-political order to the formation of the ideal of progress and reformist politics. C. Ademiyot, E. The Idea of Progress and the Rule of Law, Tehran, pages 13 to 53, Ademiyat, F. The Idea of Freedom and the Start of the Constitutional Movement, Tehran, 1961. A brief but highly enlightening account of the critical situation of Iran's politics and society during the 19th century which led to the constitutional revolution can be found in Kedi, N. The Iranian Power Structure and Social Change 1800 to 1969, an overview, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. pp. 2. The term used by Wolfgang Iser and some other theorists of reader response criticism to denote the hypothetical figure of the reader to whom a given work is designed to address itself. Any text may be said to presuppose an ideal reader who has the particular attitudes appropriate to that text in order for it to achieve its full effect. This implied reader is to be distinguished from actual readers, who may be unable or unwilling to occupy the position of the implied reader bodic. See the Oxford Dictionary of Literary Terms. Oxford, available online. Access/9780199208272.0001/ECA9780199208272 E586. 3. Welek, A. A History of Modern Criticism, 1750 to 1950, Volume 3. The Age of Transition, London, p. For Ademiyat, E. The Thoughts of Masfatot Akonzade, Tehran, page 5. Welek, A. A History of Modern Criticism, 1750 to 1950, page 6. Passenjad, L. Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, Tehran, p. 7. For the Meanings of the Critical in Akondrade's work, C. Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, pages 27 to 28. 8. By self-consciousness I refer to the Hegelian notion, in which the consciousness in its particular moment of its historical dynamism, looks back and recognizes its historical self. Such developed stage for consciousness occurs after objective perception in which consciousness is alienated with / limited to its object. C. Singer, P. Hegel, Oxford, p. Also, Hegel, GWF, The Phenomenology of Spirit, translation by Miller, A.V., Oxford, pages 110 to 119. 9. Lamarck, P. The Philosophy of Literature, Oxford, p. 10. Ford, A. The Origins of Criticism, Princeton, pages 286 to 296. The book also contains a very thoughtful and thorough discussion about the formation of literary criticism and philosophy of literature among Greek philosophers. Also a brief but comprehensive account of Aristotle's literary views can be found in Habib, M.A.R., A History of Literary Criticisms, Oxford, pages 41 to 61. 11. For a historical overview of the concept of adab in the Perso-Islamic tradition and its relation with ethics, politics and aesthetics, C. Pellet, C.H. Adab 2. Adab in Arabic Literature, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume Face. Pages 439 to 444, available online. 12. Ajand, J. Literary Modernism During Persian Constitutional Revolution, Tehran, pages 17 to 35. 13. For the indigenous aspect of Iranian modernity, C. Tavakolitagi, M. The Indigenous Modernity and Rethinking of History, Tehran, pages 9 to 120. 14. Such ideological separation between the indigenous and European aspects of Iranian modernity has caused reductionist and sometimes abstract conclusions from both sides of the debate, the post-colonial approach and the so-called Orientalist approach. While the first ignores the importance of Iranian reading from the European Enlightenment, the latter ignores the indigenous attempts towards modernity and overestimates the role of Western ideas in the Iranian project of modernity. As a result of the post-colonial approach, the concept of modernity or tajaddud loses any concrete and distinctive quality, turns into a mere concept or a hollow idea upon which any interpretation of the indigenous culture, regardless of its historical context, can be considered as an attempt to modernity, while on the other side, the Orientalist approach cannot trace the impacts and interruptions of the indigenous perception of modernity during the process of translating the Western thought. 15. Akonzade, M. Maktubat, Tehran, pages 9 to 14. 16. The example of politic interestingly can show such association. While its Persian equivalent, siyasat, refers to authoritative and autocratic rule of the king over the people, its modern meaning in the context that Akonzade is trying to situate his argument, signifies to rational mechanism of governing in which the social interest is considered as the priority. 17. Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, page 39. Also see Zarinkalb, A. An Introduction to Literary Criticism, Tehran, pages 271 to 388. 18. Shamisa S. Maani, Tehran, Page 19. The project of new alphabet was an attempt from Iranian secular modernists to use Latin alphabetical system instead of the Arabic one, as they thought modernity and new science can be understood and practiced properly through the Latin alphabet and not the Arabic one. See Algar H. Malcolm Kohn, or Konzada, and the proposed reform of the Arabic alphabet in Middle Eastern Studies, Vol. No, pages 116130. Also for correspondence between Akonzade and Malcolm Kohn about the new alphabet, see Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, pages 161 to 165. 20. Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, p. Also, Ademiyot, The Thoughts of Mirza Tatoli Akonzade, pages 31 to 33. 21. Cited from Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, pages 50 to 51. 22. Cited from Passenjad, Persian Enlightenment and Literary Criticism, p. 23. Ademiyat, The Thoughts of Mirza Tatoli Akonzade, page 24. Akonzade, Maktubat, page 25. Akonzade, Maktuba, page 26. Edenat, The Thoughts of Mirza Fatoli Akonzade, pages 248 to 250. 27. Ademiyat, The Thoughts of Mirza Fazoli Akonzade, pages 35 to 328. Welek, A History of Modern Criticism, page 29. For instance, see Ajudat, M. Yamage Tochaded, London, p. 30. Welek, A History of Modern Criticism, page 31. Welek, A History of Modern Criticism, page 32. Ademiyat, The Thoughts of Mirza Fatoli Akonzade, p. To mean or not to mean, as the underlying question of Western-inspired counter-Enlightenment discourse in Iran. As Goskan. Modern Western thought relevant for the constitutional movement and beyond mainly entered the Iranian scene in the form of the Enlightenment doctrine of the autonomous human subject and of various types of 19th century positivism. The forms of Western thought that served as underpinnings for the official intellectual discourse in the Pahlavi era tended to be narrowed down to a kind of means-ends rationalism, mostly in the shape of technology. These ways of thought all assume a total reducibility of human being, thus essentializing human being in a reductionist fashion. Official intellectual discourse starting from the early 1960s challenged the reducibility of human being to some essence as depriving it of meaning. Many trends of the so-called return to self movement, in this context, draw on a combination of non-establishment religious discourse and Heideggerianism. This combination serves those intellectuals adopting it to confront the absolutist claim of positivist and Enlightenment thinking and to upgrade religion, albeit in some non-traditional form, from a mode of thinking and practice to an active force shaping the future. Beneath the surface of these particular concerns, the debate between Heidegger-inspired critique of Enlightenment thought in Iran and Enlightenment thought in Iran, in the final analysis, is about whether human being has meaning or not. Modern Western thought first entered the Iranian scene in two main forms, in the Enlightenment doctrine of the autonomy of the individual human subject grounded in ratio, and in various types of 19th century positivism. In these forms, it shaped the intellectual background of many thinkers relevant to the constitutional movement. As for the time following the failure of the constitutional movement, mainly those Enlightenment-inspired currents survived into political and social practice which could then be used as intellectual underpinnings for reforms from above. Thus, rationalism was officially understood and practiced as a means-ends rationalism, mostly in the form of technology. Point 2. The Enlightenment-inspired doctrines relevant for the constitutional movement and, even more so, those surviving its failure can be said to essentialize the human being in a reductionist way, the Cartesian concept of the ego that grew into the accepted definition of humanity in modern Western thought defines human being as a thinking thing and, thus, as a thing. Important trends of positivism and materialism adopted by Iranian thinkers, moreover, subject human being to various forms of natural scientific, biological or historical determinism. Mirza Akahon Kermani, for example, identifies human body and mind with physical and chemical processes and classifies humanity according to 19th century racist phrenology. Point 2. Mirza Fat Ali Orhanzada, on the basis of natural scientific determinism, rules out free will. Scientism in the sense of a crossbreed of positivism and Bucknerian biological materialism as well as popularized versions of biological and social Darwinism underlay the mindset of many intellectuals in the late 19th and early 20th century. Religion in this mindset is often reduced to a merely social or psychological fact. Anzada, e.g., identifies the god of monotheism with the projection of human passions. Philosophically systematic criticism of Enlightenment discourse in Iran starts in earnest in the early 1950s with the work The Principles of Philosophy and the Method of Realism by the religious scholars Muhammad Hussein Tabatabai and Murtaza Mutahari. In it, they criticize those philosophical doctrines that they regard as intellectual roots of Western modernity in the light of the doctrine of the primordiality of existence formulated by Mullah Sadra in the 17th century and, by their time, the leading philosophical school in the Shia religious establishment 14 basing themselves on this doctrine that champions epistemological realism. Tabatabai and Mutahari dismiss modern Western philosophy as idealistic and, hence, intellectually inferior to Islamic philosophy. Identifying Islamic philosophy with epistemological realism and Western philosophy with epistemological idealism, they proceed to construct a sort of epistemological East-West dichotomy in which the West becomes essentialized as idealism and the East, or Islam, for that matter, as realism. This picture is laden with religious meaning. Tabatabai and Mutahari obviously conceive the development of Islamic philosophy, culminating, as they see it, in Mullah Sadra's doctrine of the primordiality of existence, as the gradual fulfillment of salvation history, whereas the West, characterized by idealism, is on the path to perdition. Thus, the philosophical East-West dichotomy in terms of realism versus idealism becomes intertwined with a religious one in terms of salvation history versus perdition history. While, in the eyes of Tabatabai and Mutahari, Islamic philosophy attains perfection in the doctrine of the primordiality of existence formulated by Mullah Sadra. Western idealism culminates in dialectic materialism, championed in France in their day by the Iranian left. Claiming opinion leadership in dealing with Western philosophical teachings, especially dialectic materialism, in order to prevent the younger generation from intellectual and spiritual confusion has in fact been Tabatabai and Mutahari's main motive behind the project of the Principles of Philosophy and the Method of Realism 12 in order, of course, to assume opinion leadership with regard to Western philosophy. The two thinkers had to provide themselves with what they considered sufficient knowledge of the topic. They did this by reading the, at the time, most authoritative Persian source about Western philosophy, The History of Philosophy in Europe by the scholar and elder statesman Muhammad Ali Firuji. Firuji, whose overall educational background including knowledge of several European languages allowed him to access many philosophical sources in the original, in fact had authored this book in order to enlighten the educated Iranian public about what he felt was a constituent part of Western culture. What he deals with as European philosophy ranges from the pre-Socratics to Bergson, however dialectic materialism is conspicuously absent. Tabatabai and Mutahari fill in this gap by relying on the Iranian Marxist Taqi-Arani 23. On the other hand, they do not discuss Nietzsche, a thinker, to note, that Firuji deals with. Another philosopher whose absence in the account raises questions is Martin Heidegger, whom we shall discuss more deeply later in this paper. While, in the case of Tabatabai, this lack may be explained by the fact that, when he had completed the main text of the Principles of Philosophy and the Method of Realism in the early 1950s, Heidegger was barely making his first appearance on the Iranian intellectual stage. This assumption cannot hold true with regard to Mutahari. For Mutahari, one of Tabatabai's students, had been asked by his teacher to comment on the main text in order to make it understandable to a wider audience, and he worked on this task over a period of nearly 3 decades, during which time he can be proved to have kept himself constantly up to date on new trends in Western philosophy. But this silence on such a key thinker like Heidegger was only one more reason why Tabatabai's and Mutahari's challenge to modern Western philosophy soon proven outdated. First, given that both authors, besides their native Persian, were only fluent in Arabic, they had only limited access to original sources. Second, their criticism opposes realism against idealism, whereas Western philosophy from the 19th century had evolved into overcoming this divide, Heidegger's philosophy playing a main part in this development. 28. Third, taken at face value, their summary dismissal of Western philosophy as intellectually inferior to Islamic philosophy, if not utterly worthless, would make any further dealing with it pointless. The story, clearly, couldn't end there and, in fact, didn't. Starting from the early 1960s, Enlightenment discourse as reflected in the rationalism promoted by the Pahlavis is challenged by counter-Enlightenment movements conventionally subsumed under the heading Return to Self. Recent scholarship accounts for this trend by feelings of cultural and intellectual alienation as a result of modernization with its concomitant phenomena like urbanization, industrialization, social and economic individualization, the rise of a new bourgeois middle class and secularization, all coupled with a lack of freedom in the political, cultural and intellectual sphere. Since these phenomena reflected the state-sponsored understanding of rationalism, they came to be identified both with the state and with rationalism itself. The latter point is borne out by the fact that those same counter-movements to rationalism likewise rejected the dialectic materialism advocated by the Iranian left. It may be claimed that movements fitting the definition of return to self had cropped up before in the 19th and 20th century history of Iran, often in the context of developments going on in the Middle East as a whole. One of them can be considered what is known as Salafism, understood by its adherents as the return to the idealized teaching and practice of Islam at the time of the Prophet and the pious ancestors. Arabic, Salaf, hence Salafism, the early Muslims. This version of return to self defines the self in religious terms, relating it to true Islam, a truth that it identifies with an historic reality in the past. Accordingly, the present situation of Muslims is perceived as the result of an alienation from their true essence caused by the developments having taken place between the idealized situation in the past and the far from ideal present. Realizing the true self, according to this view, goes hand in hand with reenacting that past ideal situation in the present. Another return to self movement may be seen in the doctrine of modern Iranian nationalism as championed, among others, by the 19th century thinker Mirza Akahan Kemani. Applying 19th century racist phrenology to distinguish the Arabs and Jews as Semites from the Iranians as Aryans, he declares the domination of Iran by the Arabs and their religion, Islam, as lying at the root of the degeneration of Iranians and of their alienation from their ethos of superiority, magnanimity, and nobility. 14. Consistently, he advocates the return of Iranians to the pre-Islamic religion of Iran, Zoroastrianism, and the glories of Iran's pre-Islamic dynasties as the solution to this form of national alienation. The latter part of this suggested solution was to become integrated into the nationalism of the Pahlavis, whereas return to Zoroastrianism was dropped as a requirement. As for the counter-enlightenment movement subsumed under the heading Return to Self, they combine non-establishment religious discourse and Iranian Heideggerianism. As the common denominator in this combination appears the French philosopher and Orientalist Henry Corbin, who first introduced Heidegger's philosophy to the Iranian intellectual scene in the late 1940s and early 1950s, the time when he started to work and live in France as a researcher into Islamic mysticism and philosophy. To Corbin, on the one hand, accepted Heidegger's phenomenology as a hermeneutic key for his understanding of what he termed the Iranian Islamic philosophical tradition, an intellectual and spiritual tradition that, in his view, has been substantially constituted by the two thinkers Siab al-Din Shorawardi and Saud al-Din Sorotsi, commonly referred to by the honorific title Mullah Sodra. On the other hand, Corbin replaced Heidegger's delimitation of the horizon of human being in terms of being towards death by being towards beyond death. What brings Corbin to this extension of human being's horizon is his understanding of what he calls the religious fact as a non-reducible dimension of human existence. Historic religion, for Corbin, is but an appearance of the religious fact and the Iranian Islamic tradition the most authentic manifestation of it. The first Iranian thinker who, inspired by Corbin, became fascinated by Heidegger's thought was the philosophy teacher Ahmad Fadid. He had studied philosophy in France, where he seems to have become very much attracted to Bergson's doctrine. Considering that Bergson, like Heidegger, whose thought shall be discussed shortly, develops a philosophy that aims at overcoming positivistic reductionism, this affinity to Bergson may have predisposed him to be susceptible to Heidegger's thinking. Fadid became acquainted with Corbin in the early 1950s. In turn, Corbin had become interested in Heidegger's thought as early as the 1930s. He had personally met the philosopher and translated some of his writings into French on Heidegger's behalf, thus introducing this thinker to the French intellectual scene. Fadid obviously read Heidegger first in French, but he is reported to have proceeded to study German very soon in order to access Heidegger's text in the original language. He soon gathered a circle of Iranian Heideggerians, featuring some prominent figures of Iranian pre- and post-revolutionary intellectual life like Reza Devori Adekoni and Darius Sagan. 48. Fadid's adaptation of Heidegger's critique of technology, moreover, influenced the writer Gaylor Ali Ahmad in his book Westoxication, a term coined by Fadid. The Persian original Gabzadagi derives from Gabzada, which can be translated by West struck or West infected. At the merely formal level, Gabzada looks like an imitation by the devices of Persian word formation of the Pseudo-Arabic Tenim Euphorang that we come across in Abd al-Rahim Talibah writings. Talibah uses this term in his criticism of those Iranians who, as he sees it, have betrayed their cultural identity by adopting the trappings of Western civilization without understanding its essence. Such criticism is grounded in the assumption on the part of Talibah of an essential opposition between East and West in terms of a cultural dichotomy. As we shall see later in this paper, the East-West dichotomy that Talibah constructs at the cultural level assumes an ontological dimension in Fadid and other Iranian Heideggerians. Now, Fadet's attraction to Heidegger's thought was largely due to his conviction that Heidegger's analysis of human beings' situation in the world contained the potential of a paradigm shift in understanding Iran's cultural and intellectual situation. First of all, given Heidegger's destruction of Western intellectual tradition, including Enlightenment thought, Faded and like-minded Iranian thinkers could find in this particular philosopher an invaluable key witness in their own criticism of the intellectual foundations of Western culture. Moreover, the link between Heidegger and religion established by Corbin in his application of Heideggerian hermeneutics and phenomenology to the analysis of the Iranian Islamic tradition allowed Iranian intellectuals to recontextualize religion as a meaningful manifestation of a metahistorical dimension of human being, thereby absolving it from the objection of backwardness on the part of positivist thinkers. In short, Heideggerianism allows Iranians to deal with the West without feelings of inferiority. From this perspective, the West is no longer understood as a necessary frame of reference for human thought and practice, but rather as no more than itself one of many merely contingent human ways of thought and practice. The West, thus, is no longer the necessary point of view from which to perceive any possible other, but can just as well itself be subjected to perception from some other point of view. Beyond and above these considerations, however, Heidegger's thinking can be used to challenge not only individual tenets of the Western intellectual trends introduced to the Freudian scene, but also to take issue with their absolutist claim to validity as a theoretical or practical approach to the world. This debate touches upon some core issues of Heidegger's philosophy, such as the concept of word and the question of meaning or meaningfulness. Word, according to Heidegger, does not mean the totality of objectifiable entities whose being is defined as their being constituted by an objective essence. Instead, Heidegger conceives of word as a referential context of significance in which the being of entities is defined as their being understood, interpreted, given a meaning or made sense of as this or that. So, e.g., if I drop the item that in London we conventionally understand and refer to as a can opener on an undiscovered tribe in the heart of the Brazilian jungle, I cannot predict as what the tribe's people will understand and refer to that item. But I can predict that they will not understand it and refer to it as can opener. For, on the one hand, in their living context, or in their world, if you will, there are no cans and, therefore, no cans to be opened. On the other hand, and more crucially, however, the item dropped on them would not communicate with them in whatever metaphorical way we may take the term communicate, telling them, as it were, call me can opener because this is what I am, because this is my objective essence. There is no point in supposing that entities on their part do anything in terms of making themselves understood to us and, thus, enter our communication on their own. It is we, as human beings, who communicate them by understanding them and referring to them as this or that. If the term being with reference to entities serves any purpose at all, then being cannot be understood as going on by virtue of any essence of the entity in question, but as a being understood as this or that on the part of meaning givers or sense makers. In word, according to Heidegger, there can be no question of an objective essence of entities that could serve as an absolute point of reference for naming them and speaking about them. Now, if what constitutes word is meaning and not being in the sense of essence constitutedness, human being in the world is constituted by its role in the giving of meaning and not by getting to the essence in some act of object cognition. Thus, human beings' involvement with the world cannot be described as that of a detachable subject posed over against an object like in the subject-object model of traditional philosophy. Human beings' role in the bestowal of meaning cannot be identified with object cognition, but must be regarded as interpretation, making sense of, or, in short, as understanding. This concept grounds philosophy in hermeneutics. As for the concept of perception, object cognition, intuition, or thinking of traditional philosophy, Heidegger goes to some lengths to demonstrate that they can in their turn be explained within the framework of understanding, but not vice versa. On the basis of grounding philosophy in hermeneutics, then, the ontological and epistemological concepts underlying Western Enlightenment thought can all be embedded in Heidegger's concept of understanding, thus losing their claim of absolute validity. If human beings' relation to the world, as we have seen, is not constituted by perception according to the subject-object model, but by understanding and interpretation, we need to consider that interpretation requires a standpoint, and therefore human beings' stance towards the world is always already presupposition dependent. The fact that the approach of human being in the world to the world is presupposition dependent, in turn, means that human of 1906 and narratives of the enlightened beings' knowledge is necessarily mediate and partial and, hence, imperfect. Human beings' knowledge, then, falls short of perfect knowledge as in the case of God, where it is defined as the being one of the knower with the knowable, which constitutes immediate knowledge. Rather, human beings' knowledge does not mean an exhaustive grasp of the knowable. Human being knows this or that in the sense of knowing it as this or that. So, for example, I can express knowledge of Heidegger by saying Heidegger is a philosopher. But in so doing, I neither exhaust the class philosopher nor do I achieve a full grasp concerning Heidegger. My knowledge proves partial. By the same token, it proves contingent because the knowledge expressed in Heidegger is a philosopher is only one merely possible way beside other merely possible ways of knowing Heidegger. Moreover, returning to the item I dropped on the Brazilian jungle earlier in this paper, I can only understandingly refer to it as can opener if I understand it in a relationship, that is, to cans and the opening of them. The very possibility of the meaningfulness of can opener lies in the possibility of relating it to and mediating it by cans and opening. The necessary mediatedness of human beings' knowledge, then, spells meaningfulness. And both mediatedness and being only partial define human beings' knowledge as necessarily imperfect knowledge and, therefore, human being itself as a necessarily imperfectly knowing being. In an adaptation of Heidegger's definition of human beings' necessary imperfection constituted by the necessary presupposition dependence of human beings' approach to the world, we can likewise define meaning as constituted by the necessarily imperfect identifiability between signifying and signified in the act of reference. If there were perfect identifiability between signifying, say, cup as a word, and signified, say, cup as a thing, the very act of referring to would prove pointless, since it would make no difference whether I deal with the thing cup or the word cup. On the other hand, if there were no identifiability at all between signifying and signified, the very act of referring to, which I could visualize as an arrow, would prove pointless, too, since the reference arrow would point to nowhere. Perfect identifiability as well as zero identifiability, then, spell meaninglessness. Now, the forms of Enlightenment thought relevant for Iranian intellectual life, as we have said, essentialize human being in a reductionist fashion in one way or another. The very fact that they do so implies that they presuppose an essence for human being on the one hand and a total reducibility of human being on the other. Total reducibility in its turn implies perfect identifiability. Perfect identifiability, however, as we have seen, spells meaninglessness. Thus, the presupposition of an essence for human being to which human being can be reduced and in whose realization human being attains fulfillment and perfection according to whatever ideal definition of it comes at a price, namely that of depriving human being of meaning. If human being has essence, it has no meaning. If, then, e.g., we essentialize human being as a subject thing standing in front of object things after the Cartesian model, human being, reduced to object cognition and unable to make sense of the world in terms of meaning giving, cannot in its turn be given meaning. Viewed from this angle, criticism of enlightenment in Iran is not just about pointing out intellectual shortcomings of this or that particular theory or the difficulty or undesirability of this or that resulting practice, but what is implicitly at issue is the question of whether human being is meaningful or meaningless. This question acquires another momentum if we bring God into play, as, indeed, many Iranian Heideggerian Enlightenment critics have done, first and maybe most prominently Ahmad Fadid himself. Of course, the example of Corbin may have played its part in giving Heidegger reception in Iran a religious dimension in the first place. But we may be justified in assuming other factors that account for the lasting attraction of understanding Heidegger in a religious way. On the one hand, Enlightenment thought, by positing the absolutely autonomous human subject, makes the assumption of a divine subject that we, then, would have to conceive of as even more absolutely autonomous problematic, to say the least. Indeed, this problem brought many Enlightenment thinkers the world over into conflict with religion. Heidegger's thought, however, since it does not posit human being as a subject according to the subject-object model in the first place, at least on this count does not rule out some concept of God whatsoever, provided we do not again conceive of God as a subject or an object according to the subject-object model 72. Thus, adopting Heidegger's philosophy need not conjure up a conflict with religion. On the other hand, while there need not be any contradiction between Heideggerian thought and religious discourse, Heidegger's thinking allows or even forces the intellectual adopting it to understand religion in a way different from traditional religious discourse considered backward by Enlightenment thinkers. Placing Heidegger's philosophy in a religious dimension, a dimension, by the way, that in its turn may be influenced by Heidegger's thought, upgrades religion from an either cherished or despised thing of the past to a productive force shaping the future. This is why many religious Enlightenment critics in Iran can be defined as what Jeffrey Huff, referring to the case of Germany, calls reactionary modernist. 14. they are reactionary in that they fall back behind the French Revolution, and they are modernist in that they try to leave behind what they perceive as bourgeois stagnation in intellectual and cultural life. Taking this thought a step further, we can build upon Merceau-Pass's understanding of the 1979 revolution as an attempt at reconfiguring the course of modernity in a local context rather than as a manifestation of anti-modernism, and call it a movement driven by thinkers and activists who fit the definition of reactionary modernist. Aside from the level of more recent events, however, the combination of Heidegger's philosophy and religious thought can be seen as adjoining forces of two modes of thinking that affirm the meaningfulness of human being as against Enlightenment thought that is seen to deny human being meaningfulness by reducing it in terms of perfect identification. In Heidegger's philosophy, human being is defined as playing a role in giving meaning to entities. In fact, this definition of human being in its turn constitutes human being's own meaningfulness. Hence, meaningfulness as constituting human being and human being's situation in the world is definitely ensured. Arguing from this angle, we could say that likewise in Islam, meaningfulness for human being and his situation in the world is ensured in the sense that it is God who gives meaning to entities by creating them as meaningful. The meaningfulness of entities in this religious understanding could in fact be interpreted in several, mutually non-exclusive ways. Entities can be referred to as meaningful insofar as they must have meaning for God, who cannot be thought to have created them if he did not care in the first place. They can further be considered meaningful in the sense that their very meaning is to have been created by God. In addition, they can be regarded as meaningful in the way that God in the Quran, besides stating that he has created all entities and what the entities are that he has all created, often also indicates as what or for what he has created them and in what relationship to them he placed other entities and human being. As for human being in particular, God is also said to have taught Adam all the names, human being alone, moreover, accepting the responsibility, amana, that God offered it. God, then, is the original and ultimate meaning giver, and human being in his situation in the world imitates response to however imperfectly, God's original and final meaning given in the act of understanding. Without attempting a comparative study between Heidegger's thought and whatever interpretation of Islam, we may nevertheless hint at some consequences resulting from a religious understanding of Heidegger's philosophy. In this philosophy, human being is constituted by understanding which, as we have said, is in itself a necessarily imperfect act. And since the act of understanding that constitutes human being is necessarily imperfect, human being himself can be said to be necessarily imperfect. Human being's understanding is imperfect in the sense that it never brings human being into perfect oneness with the knowable, and that in sense-making it can only refer to this or that entity by way of relating it to other entities. Now, if we bring God into play, we posit a non-relative, absolute point of reference in relation to which and in the light of which this and that entity and, indeed, all entities can be made perfect sense of. Since God as the absolute point of reference is the original meaning giver to all entities, if only human being became God, his understanding would be perfect. Of course, how far human being can become God and thus ever reach that absolute point of reference in meaning giving is a debated issue in religious discourse. However, the very positing of God as the absolute point of reference for all of human beings referencing and meaning giving gives human beings meaning giving itself another meaning. Whatever meaning human being may give any entity, he now believes in that there is a perfect meaning giving performed by God, and he does not regard this belief itself as yet another instance of his necessarily imperfect understanding. The frame within which human beings' meaning giving takes place is then not defined itself by human beings' meaning giving. On the one hand, this positing of a frame can be taken as a limitation of the range of human beings' action in the act of meaning giving. On the other hand, considering that this frame is God's meaning giving, human beings' finite meaning giving is ultimately related to God, the infinite meaning giver. Of course, the meaning giving on the part of God, the perfect meaning giver, is itself perfect, constituting perfect identification between signifying and signified. In human beings' terms, such perfect identification ineluctably spells meaninglessness. In God's perspective, however, this seeming meaninglessness in human beings' terms in fact is absolute meaningfulness. This identifying of meaninglessness with absolute meaningfulness in the case of God, the ultimate origin of meaning, is but a translation into the hermeneutic philosophical paradigm of the identification of not being with absolute being in the case of God, the ultimate origin of being, in traditional metaphysical ontology. In addition, however, the observation that important currents of Heidegger reception in Iran are characterized by a religious dimension gives rise to questions about the fundamental understanding of Heidegger's thought by Franian Heideggerians. As we have seen, Corbin, who had introduced Heidegger's thought to Iran, adopted Heidegger's phenomenology as a hermeneutic key to understanding the contents of the Iranian Islamic tradition, rejecting, on the other hand, Heidegger's concept of human being as being towards death. Moreover, Corbin valued the Iranian Islamic intellectual and spiritual tradition as offering the prospect of constructing an alternative metaphysics, grounded in knowledge by presence, to modern Western philosophy, so that the structure of Western metaphysics, crucial to Heidegger's philosophical project, would become redundant. As for the Iranian Heideggerians, one of their motives in adopting Heidegger's thought was precisely that it allowed them to reevaluate their Iranian Islamic tradition. On the other hand, it could be argued that this might result in some internal ambivalence of their Heidegger reception. For on the one hand, interpreting the Iranian Islamic tradition in the light of their understanding of Heidegger's thought allows them to upgrade that tradition to the level of global intellectual discourse. On the other hand, the doctrines of the Iranian Islamic tradition all qualify as metaphysical and, as such, would not escape Heidegger's destruction of metaphysics. The question how far Iranian Heideggerians are aware of this possible ambivalence and, if so, how they react to it invites further research. The question is all the more pressing since the way Iranian Islamic tradition deals with what Heidegger calls the question about being can be shown to be fundamentally different from Heidegger's. The main schools of the Iranian Islamic tradition are the philosophy of illumination developed by Shorawardi and the doctrine of the primordiality of being founded by Mullah Sadra. The ontology contained in Shorawardi's illuminationist philosophy was posthumously called doctrine of the primordiality of essence. This is because Shorawardi's remarks on the relationship between essence and existence were mainly understood in the sense that, for him, essence is real, thus constituting reality, whereas existence is a mere mental concept. Az Mullah Sadra, while owing much to illuminationist philosophy, reversed this relationship between essence and existence, claiming that it is existence that is real and constituting reality, essence being a mere mental concept. For all the material differences between these two doctrines, the question underlying both of them is a question about being, one that could be formulated as what is being. The question underlying Heidegger's thinking, however, although constituting a question about being, refers to the meaning of being and could be formulated as what does being mean. In the final analysis, then, every philosophy of the Iranian Islamic tradition is a philosophy of being, whereas Heidegger's thought is a philosophy of meaning. This point can further be borne out by the fact that the validity of Heidegger's philosophy heavily depends on the trivial truth of the assumption that meaning determines reference, which assumption is a meaning issue, not a being issue. Iranian Heidegger reception, hence, as it seems, is beset with yet another internal ambivalence lying behind the one mentioned above, an ambivalence that could be cast in the following questions that require further research. 2. If Iranian Heideggerians understand Heidegger's thinking as a philosophy of meaning, how do they link this philosophy of meaning to the philosophies of being of the Iranian Islamic tradition? And if they understand it as a philosophy of being, how much may this understanding have suggested itself to them by the attempt to link it to the Iranian Islamic tradition? To take a step further, these considerations may be placed in the wider context of the construction of West-East dichotomies in Iranian intellectual history since the 19th century. The East-West dichotomy that Talebov supposes, as we have seen, is a cultural dichotomy. Tabatabai and Mutahari in the principles of philosophy and the method of realism construct an East-West dichotomy that we could call epistemological or religious at the same time. Epistemological in that it identifies the East with realism and the West with idealism. Religious in that it narrates the development of Islamic philosophy as the gradual fulfillment of salvation history, whereas it sees the West on a road to perdition. Iranian Heideggerians, following Heidegger's destruction of metaphysical thought since antiquity, identify the West with metaphysics. Given that Heidegger criticizes the metaphysical tradition of Western thought on the ground that it leaves the crucial question about being unposed, which has resulted in what he calls the forgetfulness of being, they also identify the West with forgetfulness of being. 24. What Iranian Heideggerians identify the East with may vary from one thinker to another. Some, basing themselves on Corbin's construction of an Iranian Islamic tradition as the manifestation of a metahistoric fact, identify the West with representational cognition and the East with cognition, in terms of knowledge by presence, which, again, results in some form of epistemological dichotomy. Along similar lines, some thinkers identify the East with truth and the West with reality at a more detached level. However, since both the representatives of the Iranian Islamic tradition and Heidegger adopt different approaches to being on the basis of explicit or implicit questions about being, the East-West dichotomies constructed by thinkers dealing with the Iranian Islamic tradition as well as with Heidegger may also be said to be ontological dichotomies. On the other hand, considering that the question about being underlying the Iranian Islamic tradition results in philosophy of being, whereas the question about being that Heidegger asks results in a philosophy of meaning, the resulting construction of East-West dichotomy would be a dichotomy between ontology and hermeneutics. Leaving aside the construction of East-West dichotomies, the appeal of Heidegger's philosophy to Iranian intellectuals can also be assessed if we examine its connection with the return to self movement of the early 1960s. Whereas the Salafist return to the self is religious, does not hold in any attraction for Iranian nationalists, and the nationalist vision of return to the self in terms of reviving the glories of the pre-Islamic past alienates religious minds. A return to the self in terms of the Iranian Islamic tradition, a tradition that in its turn can be connected to Heidegger's philosophy and to his criticism of Western thought, in some way bridges the gap. The formula Iranian Islamic can appeal to nationalist and religious thinkers alike, depending on which part of the formula they choose to stress. At the same time, adopting the Iranian Islamic tradition and Heideggerianism alike allows Iranians, religious-minded and others, to get involved with Western thought and practice without being forced to attribute it any superiority. Thus, Iranian Heideggerianism, by recontextualizing the concept of God and religion, played its role in reconciling hitherto opposed strands of Iranian intellectual life into one potent counterculture to official discourse and practice. 27 And insofar as the Iranian Heideggerians adopted and adapted Heidegger's thought in opposition to Enlightenment discourse that posits the final reducibility of human being, positing God in this scenario can be seen as an additional measure to ensure the final non-reducibility of human being. God itself could indeed be understood as the non-reducibility of human being. Anyway, while the issue between Iranian Heideggerianism and religious discourse is only about whether there is an absolute point of reference for meaningfulness in general and for the meaningfulness of human being in particular, the issue between Heideggerian thought in Iran and Enlightenment discourse in Iran is about whether human being has meaning at all or not. Bibliography. Abd al-Karimi, B. Heidegger da Iran. Nigahi by Zindagi, Asaviye and Lahoy Soyed Ahmad Fadid, Tehran, 392 HS Ataboki, T. and Zacher, E. J. Men of Order, Authoritarian Modernization under Ataturk and Reza Shah, London. Borujadi, M. Iranian Intellectuals and the West, The Tormented Triumph of Nativism, New York. Van den Bos, M. Transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran, in Anthropos, BD. 100, H1 2005, pages 113 to 125. Chihabi, H.E. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London. Corbin, H. De Heidegger Osorovadi, Entretien avec Philippe Nimo, in Jambet, C. Koyos de Elhan, Henry Corbin, Paris, 1981, pages 23 to 37. Corbin, H. Itinéraire d'un enseignement, Tehran. Cousins Hoy, D. Heidegger and the Hermeneutic Turn, in Gignan, C. B. The Cambridge Companion to Heidegger, Cambridge, pages 177 to 201. Daboshi, H. Theology of Discontent, The Ideological Foundation of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, New York. Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Texas, 1998. Goskan, U. Kritik der westlichen Philosophie in Iran, zum geistesgeschichtlichen Selbstverständnis von Mohammed Hussein Tabatabai and Matoza Mutahari, München. Gignan, C. B. Introduction, in the Cambridge Companion to Heidegger, Cambridge, pages 1 to 41. Heidegger, M. Sein Zeit, Tübingen. Half, J. Reactionary Modernism, Cambridge, 1984. Comment, M. Molasodras Transcendent Philosophy, Aldershot. Candil, F. Nativismus in that Dritten Welt, St. Michael. Lefont, C. Hermeneutics, in Dreyfus, H. L. and Rat al. M. A Companion to Heidegger, Oxford, pages 265 to 284. Landolt, H. Henry Corbin, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, in Journal of the American Oriental Society, Volume No, pages 484, 490. Lenz, F. Danetives Gelali Ali Ahmad Yuindi Diver Westlichung Irans im 20. Jahrhundert, ein Analyse der ethnographische Monographien Reisen, Tatnesina Yibolaki Zora Yuindi Gozaya Yihak, Doi Yatim, Ihelig unter Besondera Berücksichtigung Sena Programm Schriftgab Sedigi, Berlin. Masapasi, A. Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, Negotiating Modernity in Iran, Cambridge. Masapasi, A. Religious Intellectuals and Western Critiques of Secular Modernity, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa and the Middle East, Volume No. Pages 416 to 433. Masapasi, A. Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, Philosophies of Hope and Despair, Cambridge. Mutahari, M. C.F. Tobotobai, Mohammad Hussein, H.S. Muvahid, S. Nigahi by Sasis Maha, Hikmata Israk V. Mafomani Bonyodiayan, Tehran, 1383 H.S. Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, Politics, Discourse, and the Dilemma of Authenticity, Florida. Nasri, A. Ryuri Botegadet. BDE, Tehran, 1386 H.S. Wrench, T. Philosophy de 20. Jahandat, von Husserl bis Derrida, Munchen. Rizvi, S. Molla Sodra and Metaphysics, Modulation of Being, London, 2009. Rizvi, S. Molla Sodra and the Later Islamic Philosophical Tradition, Edinburgh. Seidel, A. Kant's Autonomy Begriff. Chance oder Gefahr für die Religion. Position under Contraception in Iran Hut in. Hiltshire, A. and Klingner, S. Kant und die Religion, die Religionen und die Kant, Zurich and New York, pages 137 to 158. Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran. Anfange, Ansatze und die Kontext der Contraception in Iran, München. Sedenstika, T. Islamismus, Geschichte, Vodenka, Organisationen, München. Xian, T. Dacian, in Dreyfus, H. L., and Rat al. M. A companion to Heidegger, Oxford, pages 193 to 213. Tobotobai, M. Usilai Philosophie Revisai Realism, 5 vols. Tehran, 1381 halves HS. Vodot, F. Return to Which Self? Jalal Ali Ahmad and the Discourse of Modernity, in Journal of Iranian Research and Analysis, Volume No. Pages 55 to 71. Vodot, F. God and Juggernaut, Iran's Intellectual Encounter with Modernity, Syracuse. 1C. Ataboki, T. and Zacher, E. J. Men of Order, Authoritarian Modernization under Ataturk and Reza Shah, London, pages 1 to 12, Chihabi, H.E. and Martin, V. Iran's Constitutional Revolution, Popular Politics, Cultural Transformations and Transnational Connections, London, pages 165 to 191, Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Texas, pages 13 to 39, Masapasi, A. Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, Negotiating Modernity in Iran, Cambridge, pages 55 to 64, Seidel. A. Kant's Autonomy Begriff. Chance Oder. Gefahr für die Religion. Position under Contraception in Iran Hut, in Hilteker and Klingner, S. Kant und die Religion, die Religionen und die Kant, Zurich and New York, P. Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran. Anfange, Ansatze und die Kontext der Contraception in Iran, München, P. pages 55 to 58, Vodot, F. God and Juggernaut, Iran's Intellectual Encounter with Modernity, Syracuse, pages 27 to 74. 2C. Ataboki and Zacher, Men of Order, pages 9 to 10, Gaisri, Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, pages 40 to 60, Half, J. Reactionary Modernism, Cambridge, pages 1 to 17, Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, Politics, Discourse, and the Dilemma of Authenticity, Florida, P. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 75-90. 3. Borujadi, M. Iranian Intellectuals and the West, The Tormented Triumph of Nativism, New York, page 4. Ataboki and Zacher, Men of Order, pages 1 to 12, Nabavi, Intellectuals and the State in Iran, P. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 27 to 74. 5. Born as Abd al-Hussein Jan, C. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, p. 36. 8. C. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, page 9. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, page 10. Ataboki and Zacher, Men of Order, pages 4 to 5. 12. My translation of the original Persian Osali Forse v. Reveli Rialo, CF Bibliography. 13. Muhammad Hussein Tobotobai, Matata Mutahari. For the role of these scholars in the intellectual debate of 20th century Iran, Goskan, U. Kritik der westlichen Philosophie in Iran, zum geistesgeschichtlichen Selbstverständnis von Muhammad Hussein Tobotobai Matat Mutahari, München. 14. For Molla Sodra's philosophy and its role in intellectual history, C. Comor, M. Molla Sodra's Transcendent Philosophy, Aldershot, Rizvi, S. Molla Sodra and Metaphysics, Modulation of Being, London. 16 Gokhan, Critique der westlichen Philosophy in Iran, page 17 Goskan, Critique der westlichen Philosophy in Iran, page 18 Goskan, Critique der westlichen Philosophy in Iran, P. Mutahari, M. Tabatabai, Mohammad Hussein, H3, 1, 32f. 20 Goskan, Critique der westlichen Philosophy in Iran, pages 173 to 175. 21 Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, P. Nasri, A. Ridwe Botagadad. BDE, Tehran, HS, 1121. 28 Wrench, T. Philosophy de 20. Jahandatz, von Husserl bis Derrida, Munchin, 2014, pages 7 to 20. 29 Gokhan, Critique der westlichen Philosophy in Iran, p. 30 Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, p. pages 112 to 113, p. Masapasi, Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 96127, Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, pages Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 113 to 127, Vodot, E. Return to Which Self? Jalai Ali Ahmad and the Discourse of Modernity, in Journal of Iranian Research and Analysis, volume number 2000. 31 Maf, J. Reactionary Modernism, Cambridge, pages 1 to 17, Masapasi, A. Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 129 to 158, Masapasi, A. Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, Philosophies of Hope and Despair, Cambridge, pages 85 to 128, Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, pages 92-96. 32 Sedenstika, T. Islamismas, Geschichte, Vodenka, Organisationen, Munchin, 2014, pages 24 to 28. 33 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 35 to 39. 34 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, p. 35 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, page 36 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 80 to 81. 37 Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, pages 100 to 106, pages 128 to 134. 38 About this combination, C. Abd al-Karimi, B. Daidiga da Iran. Negdibi Zindegi, Asaviye and Dileha Isoyed Ahmad Fadid, Tehran, 392H5, pages 127 to 153, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 65 to 76, Masapasi, A. The Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 96 to 128, Misapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 85 to 128, Masapasi, A. Religious Intellectuals and Western Critiques of Secular Modernity, in Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Volume No. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 113127. 39 Henry Coben. C. Abd al-Karimi, Hediga Dafran, pages 6971, pages 86 to 87, Landot, H. Henry Coben, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, in Journal of the American Oriental Society, Volume No. Van den Bos, M. Transnational Orientalism. Henry Coben in Iran, in Anthropos, BD 100, H. pages 113 to 125. 40 Foot Abd al-Karimi, Hediga Dafran, pages 101 to 106, Coben, H. De Heidegger Osoravadi, Entretien avec Philippe Nimo, in Jambet, C. Coyos de Elhan, Henry Coben, Paris, P. Landot, Henry Coben, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, P. Seidel, Kant in Tehran, pages 62 to 63, Van den Bos, M. Transnational Orientalism. Henry Coben in Iran, P. page 41, Fate Religieux, C. Coben, H. Itinéraire d'un enseignement, Tehran, pages 23 to 26. 42 Abd al-Karimi, Hediga Dafran, pages 107 to 126, Coben, De Heidegger Osoravadi, Entretien avec Philippe Nimo, pages 28 to 30, Landot, Henry Coben, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, pages 484 to 485, Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran, pages 62 to 63, Van den Bos, transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran p. 43 Ahmad Fadid - 1994 c. Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Iran, pages 155 to 170, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 63 to 65, Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 3043, Van den Bos, Transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran, p. 44 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Fran, pages 56 to 57. 45 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Erdin, pages 69 to 71, pages 156 to 157. 46 Landot, Henry Corbin, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, page 485. 47 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Fran, page 48 Riza Devoria Adekoni, Darina Seigan, c. Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Iran, pages 265 to 275, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, page 63, pages 156 to 175, Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 28 to 43, Van den Bos, Transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran, pages 119 to 122. 49 Just one of many translations of the original Persian, Gabzadacht, c. Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Erdin, pages 144 to 147, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 65 to 76, Lenz, F. Da Natives Galel et la mode Uindi Diva Westletum Franzim 20. Jahrhundert ein Analyse der ethnographische Monographien als Tatnalinoi Bolakizora und Sinje Haag, Doyatimi Hog unter besonderer Berücksichtigung seiner Programmschrift Gabzadacht, Berlin, pages 38 to 39, Masapasi, Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 97114, Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 119 to 124, Nabavi, N. Intellectuals and the State in Iran, pp 57 to 64, Seidel, Kant in Tehran, pages 60, 61, Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pp. 114 to 117, pages 186 to 191. 50, C. Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 48 to 54. 51 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, page 52 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 52 to 53. 53 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Iran, pages 156 to 158, pages 266 to 268, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 63 to 65, Gaisri, Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, p. Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 30-43, Seidel, Kant in Tehran, pages 60 to 61, Van den Bos, Transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran, p. 54 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Iran, pages 156 to 158, pages 265 to 268, pages 282 to 291, Corbin, de Heidegger or Soravadi, Entretien avec Philippe Nimo, pages 30 to 31, Landot, Henry Corbin, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, pages 484,485, Van den Bos, Transnational Orientalisna, Henry Corbin in Iran, pages 114 to 115. 55 Heidegger, M. Senu in the Zeit, Tübingen, pages 63 to 66, Lafont, C. Hermeneutics, in Dreyfus, H. L. and Rat al. M. A. A Companion to Heidegger, Oxford, pages 270 to 274, Sheehan, T. Dacian, in Dreyfus, H. L. and Rat al. M. A. A Companion to Heidegger, Oxford, pages 200 to 202. 56 Cousins Hoy, D. Heidegger and the Hermeneutic Tone, in Gignan, C. and The Cambridge Companion to Heidegger, Cambridge, pages 188 to 194, Heidegger, Senu in die Zeit, pages 142 to 160, Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 265 to 266, P. Sheehan, Dacian, p. pages 196 to 207. 57 Lafont, Hermeneutics, page 58 German original, Verweisen zu Zusammenhang der Bedeutsamkeit, C. Gignan, C. B. Introduction, in the Cambridge Companion to Heidegger, Cambridge, pages 10 to 11, Lafont, Hermeneutics, P. Sheehan, Dacian, page 199. 59 Gignan, C. B. Introduction, P. Sheehan, Dacian, page 60 Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 265 to 266, page 61 Cousins Hoy, Heidegger and the Hermeneutic Tone, pages 177 to 201, Heidegger, Seine Zeit, pages 142 to 148, Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 265 to 265, pages 270 to 274. 62 Heidegger, Seine Zeit, pages 154 to 160, Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 276, pages 279 to 282. 63 Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 276 to 278. 64 Lafont, Hermeneutics, pages 276 to 278, Sheehan, Dacian, pages 205 to 206. 65 Sheehan, Dacian, pages 204 to 205. 66 Sheehan, Dacian, pages 200 to 201. 67 Sheehan, Dacian, pages 205 to 207. 68 Sheehan, Dacian, page 69. If we take essence as a translation of German, Wesen, we have to bear in mind that Heidegger uses this word in a meaning different from classical philosophical terminology. At any rate, essence in Heidegger's terminology, when applied to human being, cannot be taken to mean a final point at which human being in its movement arrives. In fact, there is no final arriving for human being in its movement. See Sheehan, T. Dacian, page 70, Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger Darenen, pages 127 to 147, 155 to 170, 284 to 291, 297 to 308, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 63 to 65, 156 to 165, Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 116 to 119. 71 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger Dafran, pages 155 to 170, Van den Bos, Transnational Orientalism. Henry Corbin in Iran, pp 115 to 116. 72 Abd al-Karamil, Heidegger da Iran, pages 297 to 319. 73 Abd al-Karimi, Heidegger da Indien, pages 284 to 295, pages 359 to 375, Borujadi, Iranian Intellectuals and the West, pages 65 to 76, pages 105 to 115, Masapasi, Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 96 to 128, Mixapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 116 to 128, Vodot, Return to Which Self, Jalal Ali Ahmad and the Discourse of Modernity, pages 60 to 63. 74 Half. Reactionary Modernism, Cambridge, pages 1 to 17, Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, p. 75 Half. Reactionary Modernism, pages 11 to 13, Masapasi, Intellectual Discourse and the Politics of Modernization, pages 131 to 135. 76 Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, p. 77 From a believer's point of view, this thought could be confirmed by reference to Quran 23 115 and 75 36, where God explicitly rules out the possibility of any act on his part without purpose and meaning. 78 e.g. Quran /3 to 5, where the function of God's creatures as signs for man is emphasized. 79 Quran 2:31. 80 Quran 33:70. 81 Sheehan, Dacian, p. 82 Sheehan, Dacian, pages 205 to 205. 83 About the ineluctable finitude of human beings' understanding, c. Sheehan, Dacian, page 84. Landolt, Henry Corbin, 1903 to 1978, Between Philosophy and Orientalism, page 486, p. 86 Asalet al-Mohiyya, c. M. Mullah Sadra's Transcendent Philosophy. Aldershot, pages 12 to 23, Muvahid, Nigahibi Sorima Hei Imazide Virginia Mafham H.D. Bonedian, Tehran, 1383 h. 87 M. Mullah Sadra's Transcendent Philosophy, pages 12 to 23. 88 Goskan, Critique the Westlichen Philosophy in Iran, pages 139 to 140. Mullah Sadra's Transcendent Philosophy, Rizvi, S. Mullah Sadra and the Laser Islamic Philosophical Tradition, Edinburgh. 89 Dashin von Sen, C. Shian, Dacian, page 90 Shian, Dacian, page 91 Lafont, Hermeneutics, p. page 92 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, page 93 Abd al-Karimi, Hedliga Dafran, pages 274 to 275. 94 Vodot, God and Juggernaut, p. pages 190 to 191. 95 Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 30 to 31, page 96 Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 112 to 113, Vodot, God and Juggernaut, pages 190 to 191. 97 Masapasi, Political Islam, Iran, and the Enlightenment, pages 28 to 43, pages 85 to 128. Iran's Constitutional Revolution of 1906 and Narratives of the Enlightened. 8. In Search of the Secret Center in Constitutional Tabriz. Evan Siegel. The role of secret societies in the Iranian Constitutional Revolution has been recognized by all scholars of this event. This essay reviews the available evidence about the role and nature of one such society, the Tabriz Secret Center. Secret societies in the Iranian Constitutional Revolution. In her pioneering work on secret societies in the Constitutional Revolution and Lambton Rights, he waved for the adoption of a modern Western system of government prepared by secret or semi-secret societies in the direct line of Islamic tradition. Although she doesn't go into any detail about the Islamic tradition of secret societies and how they compare to the secret societies in the Constitutional Revolution, her broader point seems valid. Indeed, the record which comes down to us indicates that, rather than esoteric Masonic practices which would bring Iran under the baleful control of Western Enlightenment values, awaken it with them, or using ancient practices perfected by religious schismatics, the Iranian constitutionalist secret societies were rather mundane and familiar operations. The most detailed record we have of such an operation, Tariq-i-Badri Iranian, written by a follower of perhaps the leading religious authority in the constitutional movement, Sayyid Muhammad Tabatabat, reveals a secret society lacking occult doctrines, rituals, and uniforms. Ahmed Algar, in his masterful essay on Freemasonry in Iran, marshals considerable evidence to show that Freemasonry had not recovered from its suppression under Nasir al-Din Shah, although individual Masons actively participated in the Constitutional Revolution and Masonry might have contributed to the tools of modern political organization. On the other hand, there is considerable interest in the role of Caucasian social democracy and its presence in the secret societies which sprang up during the Constitutional Revolution, particularly in Tabriz. This article studies the most significant of these societies, the Secret Center. The beginning of secret societies in Tabriz. It is well known that Azerbaijan was a center of progressive ideas in early modern Iran. Ahmad Khosrovi, the great historian of the Constitutional Revolution, underlines the role of the Iranian merchants in their diffusion into Iran. Members of this class wrote about the promise of rationalism and modernity and the weaknesses of Iranian society. Prominent among them were Abd al-Rahim Talibov and Haji Zain al-Dash Abidin Marago. Their books had to be read in secret. Indeed, even after the constitution was established, an Iranian bookseller was arrested, tortured, and held for a massive fine by the reactionaries for dealing in them. Khosrovi wrote of Zain al-Dash Abidin Sayatname Ibrahim Bey that many people were awakened by reading this book, became ready to struggle for their country's improvement, and joined with other activists. Indeed, it is credited with having inspired Sayyid Muhammad Tabatabai to launch a constitutionalist secret society which, in turn, set the Constitutional Revolution in motion, according to the memoirs of one of his followers. In the meantime, members of the budding Tabrizi intelligentsia were exploring new ideas under the inspiration of Caucasian Muslim intellectuals, Turkish Ottoman journals, Arabic newspapers published in British Rhodes, Egypt, and the Persian Emigre Press. The budding apostle of modernism in constitutional and post-constitutional Iran, Sayyid Hassan Takezada, born into a clerical landlord family, recalls the awakening this produced in him. He gathered a small circle which went on to put out a short-lived journal, Ganjine Funan, starting in January 1903.12. We will soon see that it played a vital role in the formation of the Secret Center. Origins of Tabriz Social Democracy and the Secret Center, and its leader. Riza Hamras, an avid student of the role of Iranian Azerbaijan in the Iranian constitutional revolution, commented in an introduction to his recent collection of essays on the Secret Center. Unfortunately, the Secret Center was an underground organization and information about it is very limited for precisely this reason, since almost all the documents about it have regrettably been lost. He continues that its leader, Al-Masih, has also so far remained unknown. The Secret Center and its leader have found a status in left nationalist historiography as the power behind the constitutional movement in Tabriz. Khosrovi, who had access to a leader of the center, Haji Rasul Sedkiani, writes that soon after the constitutional revolution broke out, Al-Masih, Haji Ali Daveforosh, Haji Rasul Sedkiani and others translated the platform into Persian and formed the Mujahid Party. They themselves formed a secret society called the Secret Center, which ran it 14 years. The Secret Center works as the underground core or central committee of a Mujahid party. Again, he writes, a dozen people formed the secret society called the Secret Center. The movement was secretly controlled by the Secret Center 15 again, the Secret Center, which was mostly convened in the home of Al-Masih, followed what Muhammad al-Mirza and his circle were doing, both eyes wide open, and led the Mujahids, which had just been formed. Note that in Khosrovi's rendering, neither the Mujahids nor the Secret Center are explicitly socialist. The version of his history of the Iranian constitutional revolution Khosrovi published in his journal Payman in the 1930s gives a more spontaneous and less pre-planned depiction of the Secret Center. Before long, people united these squads and ties with the Social Democratic Party of the Caucasus emerged. Eventually, a secret society called the Secret Center took control of this squad 17. This center was not often mentioned in the history of the period, but its members were competent, firm, and courageous. Most of them were merchants who in the meantime refrained from work and took their losses. They never accepted jobs or posts. He continued, during this zealous outcry, too, it was the Secret Center which was the most active. 18 here, the center and the party are described as separate entities. This impression is reinforced by one of the descriptions of the founding of the center Khosrovi gave in the final version of his history. Here, he has the center mentioned as having been set up by a group of intellectuals with no mention of any Social Democratic Party. 12. According to Khosrow Shakari, social democracy got its start in Tabriz with the Social Democratic Party. According to secondary Soviet-era material which he himself considered of indifferent reliability, it was founded sometime in 1905. 20. The first date he gives of its being active on any level is the autumn of 1907.21. Shakari then devotes a few paragraphs to the Secret Center. He tells us that while the prominent Soviet Iranist M.S. Ivanov believes it to have been a small social democratic group, he himself agrees with the Soviet academic N.K. Belova, who said that no historical evidence has ever confirmed its existence. Indeed, he writes, almost all the recurrent treatment of this curious center is based on the as yet unverified discussion in Khosrovi's 2 volumes of historiography of the Persian Revolution. Karim Hezada Biezad, in his memoirs as a member of the center, begins with the center's combat with the Farash in order to maintain order. There is no mention of its defending the constitutional order in its early months, although he recognizes that it had been founded after the constitutional order had been proclaimed. 25. He describes the center as a sort of underground leadership of the local Social Democratic Party, the latter being politically connected to the party of the same name in the Caucasus, and that it was founded by Al-Masih, who would become the center's leader. In a footnote to nothing in particular, he writes that the Social Democratic Party was actually founded towards the end of November 1904 under cover of money services for the universally recognized Shiite authority Allama Fazl Shabiani. 27. Nusrat Allah Fatih's portrayal of the rise of the Secret Center is similar to Khosrovi's original depiction. He has it that it was the result of a spontaneous accretion of households which armed themselves, realizing what was in store for them as the crown prince, with whose despotic ways the Tabrizis had become acquainted as he lived among them, advanced to the throne. The aforementioned Riza Hamras simply considers the Secret Center to be the Social Democrats' underground apparatus. E. G. Brown's Letters from Tabriz, consisting of his translations of letters from the great scholar's friends during the 1911 Russian occupation of Tabriz, is one of the earliest sources on the Secret Center and its leader Al-Masih. In one of these letters, written by Takezoda soon after the former's death, we read, the late Kabolat Ali, known as Masih, was one of the old liberals and leaders of the earlier constitutionalists. He lived for some time at Constantinople, and afterwards came to Tabriz and started a china manufactory, for his eldest son Haji had learned this craft. His factory flourished for a long time at Tabriz, but after the establishment of the constitution Kabbalah's old Masih because one of the heroes of the constitution, and during the days of the revolution he was chief and elder of the National Volunteers of Tabriz, whose director and guide he became in spite of the fact that he never bore arms and was not a fighting man. He enjoyed a great influence amongst them, and ostensibly headed the third place after Sattar Khan and Bekir Khan in authority. He was especially obnoxious to the Russians. He was very brave and devoted, and a most capable administrator and organizer, and is to be reckoned one of the chief organizers of the revolution in Azerbaijan. Indeed, he later adds, he and his comrade G. or Daveforosh held the very soul of the Tabriz revolution in their hands. 32 In agreement with Khosrovi, we can see pivotal roles being ascribed to Masih, though there is no mention yet of a secret center. The social democratic presence is only rarely alluded to. The secret center's membership. The names of the center's founders overlap greatly with the aforementioned Ganjinei Funan group of Europeanizing intellectuals, and given this, we may conclude, in agreement with Shorob Yazdani and K. Belova, that the center had more the character of a group of modernizing intellectuals than socialists. Comparing the list of members of the Ganjinei Funan group presented by Khosrovi: Mirza Haddad Ogboshi, Mirza Mahmud, Syed Hassan Takezada, Mirza Syed Hussein Khan Adalat, Syed Muhammad Shobostori Abbaszia, Syed Hassan Sharif Seda, Mirza Muhammad Ali Khan Tabiyot, Haji Ali Daveforosh, Mirza Mahmud Ganazada, Haji Mirza Akafash Forosh, Kabbalah Ali Masih, Haji Rasul Sedkiani, Mirza Alikula Khan Safraf, Aka Muhammad Samesai, Jafar Aka Ganja, Mirza Ali Asgakwil, Mirza Mahmud Osku, and Mashhadi Habib, with the members of the secret center provided by Khosrovi: Kabbalah or Masih, Haji Rasul Sedkiani, Haji or Daveforosh, Syed Hassan Sharif Seda, Mirza Muhammad or Khan Tabiyot, Jafar Aka Ganja, Aka Mir Bekir, Mirza Ol Asgar Kars, Aka Toki Shujaz, Aka Muhammad Sadiq Kamina, and Syed Reis. Shows that at least 2/3 of the secret center came from the Ganjinei Funan circle. In an autobiography provided in his memoirs, Tahir-Zada Biezad mentions that Masih, the future leader of the secret center, and Takezada, Tabiyot, and other prominent reformists were members of a discussion group founded in the year preceding the constitutions being granted, a clear reference to the above-mentioned circle. Unsurprisingly, the list of members of the secret center varies from author to author. Tahir-Zada Biezad gives a partial list of names, of which 2 people are not present in Khosrovi's list. In the aforementioned odd footnote to his memoirs, he gives a very different list and claims, inter alia, that the military hero of the Tabriz constitutionalist, Sattar Khan, had joined the Social Democratic Party. The aforementioned memoirs by Nusrat al-Fatih has a servant of a constitutionalist Khan he was visiting give a detailed but almost definitely apocryphal story of Sattar Khan's induction into the secret center. According to Riza Hamras, Solom Ola Javed, a Tudor party leader and scholar of constitutional Azerbaijan, includes Takezada in a liberal cell based in Baku and organized in Tabriz, a clear reference to the secret center. Lengthy passages of the unpublished memoirs of Mirza Javad Khan Natik, one of the 3 great Tabriz constitutionalist preachers, are quoted in Nusrat al-Fatih's biography of these constitutionalist orators. In them, Mirza Javad claims to have been a member of a group of Tabriz intellectuals which included Takezada on the one hand and another which included Masih, paralleling the usual description of the Ganjinei Funan group and the secret center, but writing himself into them. It is not necessary to choose among the membership list of the secret center to recognize that all of these intellectuals were members of the same reformist milieu in Tabriz. Despite its reputation for strict secrecy, it is hard to imagine that a group whose meeting place was well known to the public could actually function clandestinely. Rather, the secret center was less a tightly disciplined underground organization than a relatively loose association of radical intellectuals with long-standing links to each other who blended into a social periphery which shared its values. On this latter point, when Al-Sikat al-Islam, a valuable moderate observer of the constitutional movement in Tabriz, remarks on the secret center, he includes among its ranks people best described as its periphery. Moreover, his diary also shows that the leadership and possibly the membership of the secret center was actually rather well known. He includes in it Oli Masih and continues, a certain Haji Samad Kayat and Kalovamboshi, the customs employee, who are both extremists, jumped in among the people and devoted themselves to insulting the aristocrats and the grandees. Among them was a group of toughs and thugs Yusuf Kozdos, Haji Ahmad Nakash, Mirtoki Chechi, etc. who kept the pot boiling and incited disturbances. Of these, Haji Samad Kayat, Kalovamboshi, J. Ahmad Nakash, and Mir Tokichichi, half of those mentioned are rarely or never mentioned as members of the Secret Center. The Secret Center social basis. In order to understand this center better, let us look at some biographical information about some of its members. Monsieur Karim Tahezide Biezad writes in his memoirs that he was an enlightened merchant of Noba. He had set up a porcelain factory in Tabriz with a considerable investment. He won his sobriquet because of his knowledge of French. He was deeply impressed with the French Revolution. The only reference to him in the Tabriz Constitutionalist periodical of record, Anjuman, is his presiding over a fundraising effort in his borough of Noba for a public school, which shows that he had amiable relations with the local merchants and moneylenders. G. Oli Davefouresh. He made his fortune in using dyes in the fireworks he sold. This brought him business with the local government. This business also put him in contact with other countries, from which he learned about Western political institutions. Anjuman regularly referred to him as a leading constitutionalist, and he had a significant public presence, unlike Monsieur Haji Rasul Setkiyoni, the owner of a powerful and respected merchant farm in Istanbul. He was from a religious family in the conservative borough of Shotaban. His career as a merchant brought him to the Caucasus and Austria as well as the Ottoman Empire. Having returned to Tabriz, he plunged into reformist activity. A year before the constitution was granted, he helped form the Social Democratic Party along with Monsieur Soyed Hassan Sharif Zada. He was in his mid-20s during the constitutional period. He was from a respected and wealthy clerical family. From his youth, he was fascinated by Western learning, which he studied methodically. He learned some French and later studied in the American Missionary School in Tabriz. He taught in the American school, where the students idolized him. When fighting broke out in Tabriz, he took refuge in the French embassy, only emerging after the fighting was over. He was assassinated by a pair of drunken mujahids after he'd upbraided a crowd of their comrades for including adventurous elements in their ranks. Muhammad al-Tabiyot. Along with Takezoda, whose brother-in-law he was, he led the Ganjinei Funan Circle. He spent most of his adult life in the libraries and bookstores of the Ottoman Empire and Europe. There is no record in the literature of the period of his being a constitutionalist activist. Perhaps his biggest contribution to the constitutionalist cause was his book, which Brown translated and published under his own name, The Press and Poetry in Persia. His brother, Muhammad Tabiyot, was a volcano politically and an active mujahid. Karim Tahezide Biezad. Although he does not appear on any of the list of Secret Center members, he states in his memoirs that he was a member. Modi Mujtahidi, in his indispensable Rajala Azerbaijan da Ansari Mashrutiyat, says that his father, Mirza Hussein Komozin al-Sultan, was an outstanding artist and professor of fine arts in Istanbul. He continues that he authored a scholarly book on the fine arts in Iran and made a career as an architect in Berlin, but gives no reference to any political activity. The upper-class quality of the Social Democratic Secret Center is underlined in Tahezide Biezad's memoirs. The Secret Center inductee, he is told, will be given a membership card after a thorough investigation into his family's good repute. 5. This memoirist chastises Khosrovi for overemphasizing the Mujahid's role in the struggle, saying that it was the political activist, above all Takezoda, who gave it direction. The Mujahids, he wrote, were not reliable sources, since they tried to exaggerate their services to the cause. Indeed, the real leaders were the intellectuals and not the Mujahids, whom the author deprecates. Fatih, in his story of a visit to a constitutionalist Khan, has the servant character talk about Sattar Khan's induction into the Secret Center. However improbable it is, it reveals the way the members of the center saw themselves. He has the servant say, Sattar Khan joined them, although he supports himself by horse trading. Such a common trade was beneath the status of the run of the Secret Center cadre. Only a few pages later, this same source is made to say that of the few center members he met, most of them were bazaar craftsmen, sugar dealers, shoemakers, and weavers, and that he himself was a carpet weaver. And elsewhere, the comrade in arms of Sattar Khan featured in Fatih's book says, the social position of the first founders of the Secret Center from the 3rd and 4th classes, giving an example Sattar Khan. But the list of Secret Center founders he presents when he resumes discussing it contradicts this claim. The author asserts that the Secret Center was composed of sans-culottes when he's consciously addressing its class composition, but otherwise he recognizes the very upper-class names of its founding fathers. The Secret Center's ideology. For all Hezodebezad's emphasis on the role of the men of ideas in the constitutional revolution, the level of political indoctrination in the secret center as he portrays it was low. He recalls a speech by Monsieur in which he called on members to be fearless and prepared to sacrifice life and property in the cause, referring to the matters at Kabbalah. It closed with an exposition on the French Revolution. The talk is designed to fire up the ranks but gives no political analysis except the general view that Iran had to be freed. Rather, loyalty and unquestioning obedience were stressed. In addition, they were to treat the people kindly and have no contact with the absolutists. As for enforcing discipline, there is only one example of its enforcement, as we will see below. A rather more substantial essay by Monsieur has recently been found by the veteran scholar of constitutionalist Tabriz, Abd al-Hussein Nahidaza. It uses as reference the 1603 liberation of Tabriz by Shah Abbas armies after it had been occupied by the Ottomans for almost a century. He uses the self-sacrifice of the people in that battle to illustrate how Iran belongs to all its people equally. The duty of rulers is to protect the country. If they fail in this obligation, they are to be deposed. Unfortunately, Iranians, in their ignorance, have allowed unworthy absolutists to stay in power. He cites Imam all-celebrated injunction that since the oppressed are so much more numerous than their oppressors, it is the latter's duty to rise up against them. He illustrates this with the execution of King Louis XVI. The essay closes by declaring that it is the task of the people of Azerbaijan to win over the rest of Iran to the struggle for freedom and that the unity of the Iranian people will be irresistible. The Secret Center in action. On the power of the Secret Center, Khosrovi states. His movement was secretly controlled by the Secret Center. The expulsion of Mir Hashim and the Friday Imam and keeping the Anjuman from being closed was all they are doing. They knew well that autocracy had not disappeared, that nothing would come of the name Constitution alone, and that forces must be assembled and prepared for combat. They knew well that if the people were left to themselves, they would gradually weaken and lose enthusiasm. So would keep finding occasions to get them to go into action and not abandon the struggle against autocracy. $7. And yet, Secret Center member Hezodebezad scarcely mentioned these events that Khosrovi claims the center had played such a pivotal role in. He said that he and Monsieur had participated in taking refuge in the British consulate, but there is certainly no indication of them playing any leadership role in it. Takizada, for his part, never refers to the center in his recollections of the period even though, as pointed out above, a number of close friends of his were founding members. CQ. Even Khosrovi, in his own narrative of the events, makes it clear that the idea for taking refuge in the British consulate was decided on by the leaders of the borough of Shothaban and the constitutionalist preachers and that it was Mirza Hussein Viais, one of the three great constitutionalist preachers in Tabriz, who confronted Mir Hashim in the Anjuman and led the movement that ended in his exile from Tabriz. As for Khosrovi's report on the threat to the Anjuman, he only said that it was the Mujahids who blocked it, much too vague a statement to count for much. The best contemporary source on these events, Sikat al-Islam's diary of these events, reported on them pretty much the way Khosrovi did. Khosrovi also claimed that the Secret Center was secretly directing the arming of the people. Distributing weapons among the people could have meant any variety of dreadful things. Wise leaders who knew what they were doing were needed to prevent chaos and bloodshed and make progress. This Secret Center showed that it was up to the task. This center struggled to form a group of fighters called the Mujahids. Indeed, they were arming a militia drawn from among the people. It was to advance this aim of theirs that, with the help of orators and others, this business of buying rifles and target practice started and the center did not cease from supporting it. Hezodebezad in his memoirs doesn't give a very impressive picture of this Secret Center Mujahids as a fighting force. He writes that in their inexperience, they one night mistook some trees for Rahim Khan, the tribal marauder the central government had sent against the Tabriz constitutionalists, and ignited a massive volley on the constitutionalist side, and in another engagement mistook the approach of a milkman for that of Rahim Khan's cavalry. He does give examples of real heroism by his comrades as the fighting wore on, but it is clear that by this time that the Secret Center played no role in setting up these latter constitutionalist fighting forces. They claim that the Secret Center played a significant role in setting these armed squads in motion is also belied by the contemporary record. The first reference to military drill appears in Anjuman. In November 1906, it wrote, "The shops and the bazaars shall be closed on Friday and the people shall gather in the mosques. The three preachers will preach the benefits of constitutionalism and the merits of unity and the advantage of the union of government and people, to make the people aware. It made the source of inspiration for this movement to have been the three leading constitutionalist preachers in Tabriz, Sheikh Salim, Mirza Javad Natik, and Mirza Hussain. It is worth noting that Khosrovi cites this after having claimed that the secret center was behind this agitation. He writes that the secret center was actually behind the agitation and had just formed its armed wing, the Mujahids. He then cites the above-mentioned article but replaces Mujahids for Jama-e-Ahli, a group of the people, in a clear attempt to prove his assertion about the pivotal role of the secret center in these events. 5 months later, Anjuman writes, in several boroughs of Tabriz, zealous youths and men from among the people have been gathering on Fridays in the afternoon and on other days 2 hours before dusk outside of town, with specialized and sound training, busy with military drill for a jihad, which is one of Islam's obligations. The next month, Anjuman reported that a band of mujahids from the conservative Tabriz borough of Shotaban held a military parade at the home of one Muhammad Bekir, a sponsor of this military activity. This parade inspired excitement among the spectators and caused the author of the article to ask the Shah to be kind to his people, who have repaid his guidance so handsomely, and said that the treacherous ministers will feel miserable when they see that Fran will no longer tolerate their absolutism and oppression. The article continued, these zealous youths and mujahids, who are prepared to lose their all, even their very lives, have undertaken this arduous task for the sake of the country and to spread the Shariat of the Prophet, and have therefore busied themselves with learning the science of jihad, which is an obligation of Islam, lest it occur to the traitors and absolutists that this movement is a joke or a whim, or that they have dressed in military uniforms and learned the science of jihad in order to rebel against the dynasty and the people. Rather, we are all guildsmen and craftsmen of the bazaar and of our noble people who are striving for the sake of the country and to raise the banner of His Imperial Majesty, the King of Islam, and for the progress of the realm and the advancement of the Constitution. O God, protect the crowned father of we the Iranians, His Imperial Majesty Muhammad al-Shah, from calamity, and may he be kind and generous to his subjects, who are as his children, and grant him success in strengthening and advancing the sacred great National Consultative Assembly and disseminating the just commandments. It should be noted here in connection with Khosrovi's claim about the role of the secret center in these events that the center had no connection with the Mujahids in Shotaban, and, in fact, soon went to war with them. The next month, Anjuman carried an article by the same author reporting that military drill in 3 other boroughs of Tabriz had commenced a month before. The twice-weekly drill was kept orderly, with people who practiced target shooting at unauthorized places to be severely punished. In the earlier version of his History of the Iranian Constitutional Revolution serialized in his monthly magazine, Payment, Khosrovi himself recalls, I will never forget that one day, I saw the young son of a merchant stop His Eminence Mir Javad and ask him, Your Eminence, did you deliver a fatwa that we should buy rifles and drill? The PH prayer leader replied, Yes. Today it is obligatory upon all Muslims to buy rifles and drill. We must deliver the Caucasus from the hands of the infidel. It was as if the youth had discovered a treasure trove, the way he walked unhappily and with a prayer on his lips. He probably bought a rifle that very day and drilled and exercised. As for me, it was as if my every wish had been granted. I was so happy I thought I'd burst, and went on, thanking. In the final version of his history, Khosrovi recalls, in Tabriz, a very valuable thing began that spring, military drill and shooting practice. This had begun during the winter, but progress was actually made during the spring. Or several months, upon of the Anjuman's instructions, the bazaars would be shut down on Fridays and the people would gather in 3 mosques. 3 preachers, Sheikh Salim, Mirza Javad, and Mirza Hussain, would each mount a mosque's pulpit and preach to the people. This was very successful, particularly with Mirza Hussain, who became an institution unto himself. This man, with his expressive and gripping voice, would recite inspiring poems in Persian and Turkish, make powerful speeches, and stir the people's hearts. The people turned to him, and the Mirza Modi Mosque, for all its vastness, would be completely filled, and people would have to stand in the hallway up to the door. He would be very stirring in speaking of the country's weakness and recounting Fat Ali Shah's defeat and the loss of the Caucasus and similar events, and inspire the people to get guns and learn how to use them and to drill. And so, a barrack sprung up in every borough, and they assembled musical instruments and other things. Squads also sewed and wore their own uniforms. They were so inspired that Fridays were not enough, and they decided to do this every day. The bazaars would close every evening, and chins dealers, rock sugar dealers, coppersmiths, used goods vendors and merchants would rush off to their houses, change their clothes, pick up a rifle, head for the local barracks, and drill there with the rest. Every evening the sound of drum and bugle and the chanting of the cadence rose from every borough. The grandeur and splendor of that effort increased day by day. The city completely changed character. Everyone talked about buying a rifle, drilling, military preparations, and self-sacrifice. Khosrovi then adds, as an afterthought, his comment about the importance of the secret center's wisdom mentioned above. But he makes no mention of what the center was supposed to have done. Social unrest and the Social Democrats. One of the turning points of the constitutional revolution in Tabriz was the Korachonian affair, in which a local notable village's peasants disobeyed the bailiff and a punitive expedition was sent there, spreading murder and mayhem. As it happened, this atrocity was committed with the blessing of Mujtahid Mirza Hassan, Tabriz's most prestigious religious authority. This in turn led to a major confrontation between the constitutionalists, led by Sheikh Salaini and his two clerical comrades, and the Mujtahid and the local establishment. Khosrovi's account leaves unclear the issues involved, but the gap is filled by Sikat al-Islam, a staunch member of the landowning class. According to him, the peasants beat the landlord, threw him out of the village, imprisoned his relatives, and looted whatever they found. He continued. Some say that the cause of the sedition from the start was some Tolobas who got together and went to the Anjuman. These, in turn, were stirred up by 2 or 3 Tolobas who had been talking about Korochuman all along. Servants and laborers and people from Kozalka, the village owned by Tabriz's Friday. Imam, an absolutist and an infamous grain hoarder, and a bunch of others and some socialists were also mixed in. This passing reference to socialists being involved is the only such reference in his recollections of this crisis. When he gets specific about the instigators, he blames the constitutionalist preacher Sheikh Salim. It is worth noting that the context of this quotation shows that the sedition referred to the results of the Korochuman disturbance, and not its cause, which he saw in a Russian conspiracy to destabilize France, which would only lead to the ruin of Iranian agriculture and the rise of foreign domination. He sees the situation in Tabriz as different from what was unfolding in Rasht, in which troublemakers were being prepared by Russia-based social democrats. Later, he says that the villages are in an upheaval, and that the polite, law-abiding peasants have entered the Parisian schools, emerging as anarchists and refusing to pay their taxes. They loot the granaries and talk back to the bailiff they refuse to sow the grain they are given and the cities starve. Again, for the most part there is only mention of agitation and not of agitators. He reports these events as if they are spontaneous. Indeed, there is an increasing public indifference or hostility towards the landed class. Thus, there is no evidence that the Social Democrat or the Secret Center participated in this peasant agitation, the name associated with it was Sheikh Salim, followed by other, anonymous, turbulent preachers. In another instance, bread rioters lynched the hoarder. Sikat al-Islam noted in passing that the hoarder had been under the protection of the Secret Center 92. The Social Democrats, however, had no scruples about extorting guns and funds from the people. This became an issue particularly with the conservative clergy, which would go over to fight the constitutionalists. By day they go to the people asking for money and guns. The Caucasians and Mirza Akka Isfahani and Haji, all Davefurash and all Monsieur must not remain in our province, said a group of clerics who followed Mir Hoshim, one of the first Tabriz constitutionalists who would soon betray the cause. War with Shutaban. A forgotten event which served as a prelude to the civil war in Tabriz was an attack by the Secret Center's Mujahids on Shutaban, which occurred in mid-June 1907. Sikat al-Islam writes that there were 4 Fidea factions in Tabriz. The Caucasian faction run by Al Masya, the Shutaban faction, another led by one Mashhadi Hassan, and one led by Mir Hoshim, each with its own seal and membership cards. Haji Samad, Kalovan Boshi, Yusuf Kozdus, Mir Takoche Furash, etc. are members of the Caucasian Fideis, at whose helm Al Masya has established himself, and went and gave a group of Shutabanis what for. There were not more than a handful of Caucasian Mujahid. They went under the command and banner of this few, which called itself the Center. Mirza Ghaffar Zunas, who had come here in Muharram and make speeches and sermons and causes disturbances, is a member of this center. He continued. In early Jumadai, there was an outbreak of violence between 2 members of the Shutaban Mujahids and the Center Mujahids. A detail went to the former's home and threw their wives and children into the street, and a commotion ensued. A deputation was sent from the Ottoman embassy but didn't accept it, saying, "We follow the center." That night, the Shutaban Mujahid summoned Haji Samad and Kalovan Boshi to their borough and threatened them, and they promised to leave them alone. Then a Caucasian went missing and so its Mujaheds tried but failed to shut the Shataban bazaar down. A Caucasian Mujahid was captured in the process. The Caucasians came back and attacked a coffee shop, killing an employee in the process. The Caucasians asked Sikat al-Islam to intercede with the Shutabanis and recover one of their men whom they'd captured and got him released. The next episode in this conflict had the qualities of a comic opera. That night, a group of Shutabanis were standing guard when a group of people from the Tabrizi borough of Orob surrounded the house of the Russian consul as sentries. When the consul returned, he saw the sentries and asked them to leave. Not having succeeded, the consul summoned his Cossacks and ordered them to shoot the sentries, who fled or surrendered, many abandoning their weapons. In the meantime, a victim of the secret center attack died of his wounds and a tozia, or Shiite passion play, was held in his memory, inflaming popular emotions. Ultimately, the Caucasians, including Al-Masya, left town on their own and Mir Hashim was ordered out of town for staging the tozia, which was considered a provocation. The Anjuman held a meeting a few days later at which it was decided that no more party membership cards were to be issued. Haji Modi Kuzikanoni, a leader of the Anjuman and future secretary to Sattar Khan, rose up and demanded the expulsion of the Caucasians. The people of Noba, Al-Masya's home borough, escorted the Caucasians back, but the government sent cavalry to drive them out. This expulsion of the Caucasians was taken as an opportunity to settle scores. Ali Kulu Khan, the editor of Azerbaijan, for instance, was also exiled, along with 30 others. The municipality arrested Al-Masya, who seems to have managed to return to Tabriz, but he was freed by force by Mir Toki Chechi with a band of Caucasians. The repressive measures sparked an outburst of anger among the more militant constitutionalists. Sheikh Solim went to the pulpit and screamed that in the 2 hours we've been inattentive, the autocracy has returned. The Anjuman decided to organize an exchange of visits between delegations from each borough. Sikat al-Islam explained that forging bonds between the boroughs would help undo the mischief done by the Social Democrats because the boroughs were divided along pro-Caucasian and anti-Caucasian lines. Even after this, however, the Social Democrats and their fellow travelers made trouble. Thus, Mir Toki Chechi established himself as the general of Noba, seizing the arsenal and arresting and imprisoning people at will. This conflict led to a flurry of angry flyers being published by the conservatives in Shutaban as well as articles in the conservative Mullah AMU. One of these is translated into Persian and published in Ahmad Khosrovi's history. It called on the pious Muslim Iranians who, for long ages, did not bow heads in obedience to despotic kings not to become prisoners of 5 or 6 vagrants from the Caucasus. It called on the boroughs of Tabriz targeted by the secret center and its allies to resist the death sentence they imposed on them. When Mir Toki Chechi and its Khalil brazenly told them to stick to their religious studies, not a single zealous Muslim answered that the principal aim of the constitution is learning the Shariat and applying it and not peddling bitter tea. 105 A constitutionalist cleric went to Shataban and came to see the justice of their side and tried to reason with their enemies, asking them, "Why do you consider yourself obliged to murder and loot the people in the boroughs of Sokob and Shataban?" The article continues that Al-Masya replied, "You yourself came as a pauper and have accumulated wealth in our borough. Now you have learned absurdities from the boroughs of Sokob and Shataban." He eventually left the constitutionalist militant in disgust. 106. Nahid Azhar unearthed a number of these documents. This excerpt must suffice here. Didn't you see how some atheists, for no reason but because of the orders of a foolish madman and under the instigation of seductive heretics for 2 days descended on all the neighborhoods of the Muslims, who are mostly descendants of His Holiness the Prophet, and the blessed shrines of Sayyid Hamza, Sayyid Rahim, and Sahib al-Amr, which are in the boroughs of Sokob and Shataban, like wolves with their guns. These gentlemen, the hooligans who call themselves Caucasian, have allied themselves with degenerates and troublemakers and invaded Sokob and Shataban upon orders of the atheist, Al-Masya and Mirza Muhammad Ali Khan the uneducated. You sons of bitches, do you imagine that they won't settle their score with you? The Caucasian Mujahids and the Tabriz Mujahids. While this was going on, fighting broke out, this time between social democratic factions. Even before the fighting between the secret center and the Shataban Mujahids had broken out, there was the violent falling out between the Caucasian Social Democrats and the Tabriz Social Democrats. 107. The Caucasian Social Democrats were more cosmopolitan and less respectful of the clergy, and this troubled the population. What set off the conflict, though, was their obedience to the Social Democratic Center in Baku and not the secret center in Tabriz, and they intrigued against Al-Masya and his comrades. As the tension mounted, the bazaar closed on 8 to 10 Jumada. Khosrovi writes, but since most of the leaders of both sides were wise and experienced, they prevented bloodshed and made peace with each other without any publicity. Starting Sunday, the bazaars opened, and the people went about their business. Nothing had happened in public and nothing was written about it in the newspapers. All Monsieur and his comrades showed here their competence. As we shall see, things were not so simple. A primary source on this struggle was Hezode Biezad, who is surprisingly frank about all Monsieur's aims and methods. With Khosrovi, he writes that the Caucasian party took its orders directly from the Caucasus rather than the secret center. However, he mentions the killing of several Caucasian mujahids in the struggle. Sikat al-Islam wrote in rather more detail that the Caucasian Social Democrats became more powerful after they occupied the telegraph post. Sedition and disturbances exceeded all bounds. The Tabriz Social Democrats dislike the Caucasian Social Democrats, whom they see as a source of trouble. A day doesn't go by without murder and mayhem. He blamed the smuggling of guns into town on the Caucasian Social Democrats. In the end, he reports, fighting did not break out on Friday as expected, but all was not over. The forces under Haji Somot Kayat, the Caucasian faction Sodbera, went to the house of a baker who was a member of the other faction, and trouble arose, which was exacerbated by the Caucasian faction, and the women fled from the house. But this, too, was patched up. 114. The assassination of opponents. 2 months after all Monsieur crushed this threat to his leadership, another arose. Little enough of Mashhadi Yusuf Kozdu's role in the constitutional revolution is known. I have not found his name mentioned in contemporary sources such as the newspaper Anjuman until his execution at the hands of his comrades. Our chief source about him in the memoir literature is Tahazada Bezat. He reports Kozduz was a member of the leadership body of the secret center. He lists him among Tabriz's 20 orators and principal writers, singling him out for his ability to transport his audience and fire it up to charge into battle. 117. He was called the Mirabeau of Tabriz. Unfortunately, the thing that he is best known for is his execution on 2 Shaban 1325 by his Contrades. 119. A rather terrifyingly exultant report of this is given in the pages of Anjuman, where he was accused of posing as a fidaya to advance unnamed personal interest. As a result, he was spied on by his comrades, who uncovered unspecified malfeasance on his part which called for execution. He was then repeatedly warned that the job of a mujahid was strictly limited to protecting Islam and Fran and freeing the people from oppression, and that he must comport himself accordingly, but in some unstipulated way he did not do so. Tahir Zidebiezad believed that it was the result of a sense of arrogance and conceitedness which led him to see himself as superior to leaders more senior than himself. He was repeatedly warned orally and in writing by the secret center's elders, but when he persisted with his wayward speech, he was killed. Later in his memoirs, he is a bit more skeptical of the assassination of Kozduz. He wrote, a member of the Central Committee who had an astonishing influence over the party members and the people had overshadowed Oli Masir, who ordered him assassinated in broad daylight. The next day, the assassins had lunch in a cello kebab shop and no one troubled them. Having cowed his enemies, all Masir could rest secure, but in a footnote, the author added, he was overshadowing Oli Masir. Perhaps he had also been guilty of some crime, although I don't know. 123. Khosrovi himself saw this as part of a policy of purging the mujahids in the aftermath of violent or potentially violent conflicts in their own ranks. 124. Ali Masir had already faced down one challenge to his authority, and he showed he was ready to resort to arms if necessary to do so again. That rivalry between mujahid factions almost led to civil war, made the secret center's absolute leader anxious about a challenge from within. Another instrument in intimidating the population was the aforementioned It Khalil, whose ability to reach and destroy his enemies was used to great effect. When Tabriz's popular new governor, Madikulu Mukba al-Sultana, confronted al-Masir with his alliance with It Khalil, he was told that he needed him to protect him against assassination, referring to a recent attempt on his life. It Khalil finally went too far and murdered someone in broad daylight. Upon his arrest, he brazenly confessed to all his murders, believing that al-Masir's power would save him, not realizing that the Social Democrats had abandoned him because his wanton acts of brutality had turned the people against them, and he paid for this with his life. In any case, it was generally believed in Tabriz that al-Masir's killers could take the life of anyone who challenged him. The end of the Social Democrats. Ultimately, Tahir Zidebiezad took his group out of the rest of the Social Democrats because the latter were including undisciplined elements of dubious character, including old Farashes. This group called itself the National Guard and was composed of literate and educated youth. The run of the Mujahids thought these well-heeled fighters were unfit for the rigors of battle. On the other hand, put off by their perceived snobbery, the new Jihad leader sent them to the most dangerous fields of combat. For all one might imagine that the snappily dressed National Guardsmen were softies, they contributed many matters in some of the most dangerous and decisive battles for the defense of Tabriz 127. The Democratic Party, recently founded by Tajizoda, also looked down on the Mujahids, for the same reason. It appears that Ali Monsieur met his fate before the Russians arrived in Tabriz. One story is that he was poisoned at the Russian consulate. No reason for his visit is given. Another is that he died of natural causes. With the entrance of Russian troops into constitutionalist Tabriz to relieve the city of its 11-month siege by royalist forces, the central government prevailed upon the Mujahids to disband. The Russians imposed a reign of terror on the beleaguered city, leading to a spontaneous and, for a short time, very successful uprising against the Russian occupiers 132. But the Anjuman saw that there was nothing to do ultimately but to negotiate a settlement with the Russians, and this settlement called for the exile of the anti-Russian Mujahids. The dispersal of the Mujahids followed by the brutal Russian occupation of Azerbaijan effectively ended a political era. A new era of mass party politics began. A hybrid creation like the Secret Center, part political party, part old-fashioned street fighters, saw its day come and go. It was replaced by the Democrats and the moderates of the second Majlis period. Bibliography. Newspapers. Anjuman. Azerbaijan. Books and articles. Algar, H. An Introduction to the History of Freemasonry in Iran, Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. 3, 1970, Amakizi, L. Kaima Azerbaijan Va Sata Khan, Tehran. Bayet, M. Freemasonry and the Constitutional Revolution in Iran, 1905 to 1911, in Honor Force, A. and Sommer, D. Freemasonry and Fraternalism in the Middle East, Sheffield, pages 109 to 150. Brown, E.G., Letters from Tabriz, Washington, D.C. Shakari, C. Origins of Social Democracy in Modern Iran, Seattle. Fatih, N. Dida Bohamrazamai Sata Khan, Tehran. Fatih, N. Sokangwenai Sigane Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashruti Iran, Tehran. Hamraz, A. Or Monsieur, in Modai Tamadan, Volume No. Hamraz, A. Markaz Agebia Tabriz, in Modai Tamadan, Volume 1, No. 16, 2014, Khosrovi, A. Tarika Hizda Saleh Azerbaijan Volume 1, No date. Khosrovi, A. Tarika Hejde Saleh Azerbaijan, Volume No date. Khosrovi, A. Tarika Mashrute Iran, Tehran. Lamten, and K.S., Secret Societies and the Persian Revolution of 1905-6, in St. Anthony's Papers, Volume Modiem, Rajala Azerbaijan Da ASI Mashrutiyat, Tehran. Motika, Rorul, Die politische Öffentlichkeit ironischer Aserbaidschans während der konstitutionellen Revolution in Spiegel der Tabrizer Zeitung Azerbaijan, Frankfurt am Main. Arain, L. Faramashkana V. Faramusanori da Iran, London. Rizazade Malak, A. Chakede Inkolab, Heda Khan Amoglu, Tehran. Sonizada, S. Farazei Aziz Indija Shadruvan Hoj Rasul Setkioni, Modai Tamadan, Volume 1, No. Sadurinia, S. Nakshai Makaz Agebiai Tabriz da Inkola by Mashrutiyat, Tehran. Sikat Al-Islami, A. Nomohoi Tabriz, Tehran. Sikat Al-Islamai Tabrizi, A. Majmuai Asai Kami Sikat Al-Islamai Tabrizi, Isfahan, no date. Tahiz de Biezad, K. Kaimai Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashrutiyat Ifren, Tehran. Takizoda, H. Tarika Avealai Enjolab Va Mashrutiyata Iran, in Ofsha, I. Mokoloti Takizoda, Tehran, Vo. Takizoda, H. Zindijai Tufoni, Katoratai Soyed Hassan Takizoda, Tehran. Yazdoni, S. Dabari for K. Ijtimatayan Amiyana Iran, Fasiname Umitokosusiai Tariq, Volume No. 1 Lamten, and K. S. Secret Societies and the Persian Revolution of 1905-6, in St. Anthony's Papers, Volume Page 2 Arain, L. Famshkona Va Fadmasonori da Iran, London, pages 148 to 218. Particularly charming is his page-long congratulations to Adolf Hitler for alerting the world to the dangers of Judeo-Masonry. Ibid. Page 3 Bayet, M. Freemasonry and the Constitutional Revolution in Iran, 1905 to 1911, in Honor Force, A. and Sommer, D. Freemasonry and Fraternalism in the Middle East, Sheffield, pages 109 to 150. For and whose Masonic character Bayat argues for so vigorously. Bayat, Freemasonry and the Constitutional Revolution in Iran, 1905 to 1911, pages 140 to 142. 5. Algar, H. An Introduction to the History of Freemasonry in Iran, Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. Page 6. The literature on this left by left nationalist writers deserves a separate treatment. As examples, see Sadorilia, S. Nakshai Markaz Geblia Tabrizda Inkolab Maskrotiyat, Tehran, and Rezizoda Malak, A. Chakode Inkolab, Haidar Khan Namoglu, Tehran, 1972. Probably the best source of this material is posted on the website run by Riza Homerais. 7. Khosrovi, A. Tariqai Maskrete Iran, Tehran, page 8. Khosrovi, Tariqai Mashruta Erdin, p. 9. Khosrovi, Tariqai Mashruse Iran, page 10. Nazim al-Islam, C. Kermani, Tariqai Baidatia Iranlian, Tehran, page 13. Hamras, A. Al-Masir, in Medai Tamadan, volume No. 16, 2014, p. and Markaz Geblia Tabriz, in Mandai Tamadan, volume No. page 53. After the Soviet invasion of Azerbaijan, his surviving son was so terrified that he destroyed his memoirs and other documents, written in Persian and French, plus many photographs. 14. Khosrovi, Tariqai Mashe Iran, page 15. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashogetoden, pages 175 to 176. 16. Khosrovi, Tariqai Mashute Iran, page 18. Khosrovi, Tariqai Hide Saleh Azerbaijan, p. 19. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashedin, p. page 22. Shakari, Origins of Social Democracy in Modern Iran, page 137. But see footnote where he shows how she apparently reverses herself. 23. Shakari, Origins of Social Democracy in Modern Iran, pages 137 to 138. 24. Tahezide Biezad, K. Kayam Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashrot Liat, Ron, Tehran, 1984, page 134. See also p. 27. Tahezide Biezad, Klayam Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashris Liatifran, pages 48 to 49. 28. Fatih, N. Dida Boham Razem Sattar Khan, Tehran, page 7. Its author never makes it clear whether this book is a work of fiction or not. But given his wealth of knowledge, it is a valuable source of constitutional law. He put these words in the mouth of the unnamed constitutionalist Khan's illiterate servant, whose memory is somehow failing. 29. Hamads, Markaz Geblia Tabriz, page 30. Brown, E.G., Letters from Tabriz, Washington, D.C., page 29. 31. Brown, Letters from Tabriz, page 32. Brown, Letters from Tabriz, p. 33. Brown, Letters from Tabriz, pages 191 to 192, 238. It is worth mentioning that Takezoda would never mention Al-Masir, whom he here depicts as the pivot of constitutional Tabriz, in his future writings, not to mention the secret center. 34. Yazdani, S. Da Berei Foke Ijtimati Yyyn Amliana Iran, Fasin de Melimi Tokososhi Tariq, volume No, page 36. Khosrovi, A. Tariqai Mashute Iran, pp. 38. Tahezide Biezad, Klayan Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashrutiyata Iran, pages 45. He is commonly mentioned in other lists. See for instance, Javid, S. http://www.tabrizinfo.com/tabriz/shahudaran/tabiaiti.htm, where he is referred to as a member of that group of liberals which was founded in Baku and then organized in Tabriz, a clear reference to the Social Democratic Party. Tehran, pages ff. His daughter, Humanotek, was editing these memoirs when she passed away. 43. Fatih, Sokhan Atien Sigani Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashristiata Iran, pages 131 to 144. 44. Sikat al-Islamai Tabrizi, A. Majmuai Asai Komlia Sikat al-Islamai Tabrizi, page 130. Tahezide Biezad calls Ahmad Nakash a commander of the socialist Mujaheds. Khosrovi mentions him in his Tariqe Hide Saleh Azerbaijan, saying, some call him bloodthirsty and blame the killings of many on him. But it seems it is not as simple as that. He was involved in the Tabriz constitutional movement from the start and was among the militia leaders and was always there when the fighting was tough. It was in 1908 that he captured some of the constitution's enemies and executed them in the citadel, but fled to the Caucasus and from there to Jailan, where he was among the founders of the Sattar Committee in Rasht. He played a leading role in the constitutionalist march on Kazvin, after which he returned to Tabriz. When the Russians occupied Tabriz, he was a leader of the resistance to the Russian army. but he soon realized that it was impossible to take on its many millions of troops. He then drew up a list of enemies of the nation and said, after us, they will stop at nothing in persecuting those who survive us. So it is better to kill them all while we live and rid the country of them. Tahir labels him as a social democratic commander. Elsewhere, he is reported as being exiled to Rasht by the party for an unspecified breach of discipline. We will meet Mir Toki Chechi later in this essay. 45 Tahir by Hat, Klima Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashruti Atifran, pages 452-455. 45 Bisharat Valon in Anjuman, volume No. Seletija, page 4. It should be pointed out that in the period leading up to the constitutional revolution, schools were very political. See Khosrovi, A. Tarikai Meshriden, pages 25-26. 47 Tahir Biezad, Klayam Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashruti Iran, pages 449-450. 48 Tahir Biezad, Klama Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashrotli Atifran, p. 49 Sonizada, S. Farazia Aziz Indigi Shadrivan Hoj Rasul Sidkian. Motamedon, volume No, page 59 Fati, Dida Hamrazam Sesta Kon, page 60 Fati, Dida Hamrazam Isata Kon, p. 61 Fati, Dida Hamrazam Isesta Kon, page 62 Fati, Dida Hamrazam Sata Kon, page 63 Tahir Biezad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkolab Mashaliat Iran, pages 74-76. 64 Tahir Biezad, Klayam Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashruti Iran, p. According to Fatih's servant character, the four conditions were 1. Being Iranian, being a Muslim, preserving the group's secrets, and unconditional obedience. Fatih, Dida Hamazamai Sata Kon, p. 65 Hamras, Markaz Igebli. Tabriz, pages 55-56. 66 Mir Hoshim was a leading cleric from the borough of Shotaban in Tabriz. He led the constitutional movement there, but when it became clear that he could not monopolize it, it was said he went over to the anti-constitutional camp. People claimed to have seen him visiting the autocratic crown prince. It was said the crown prince was told that whoever got a camel on the roof could get it down. The Anjuman was elected originally to supervise the Majlis elections in Tabriz. The Anjuman survived pressure by the central government to close after the elections and became a local government. 67 Khosrovi, Tariq Mashrutia Iran, pages 175-176. 68 Tahir Biezad, Klayan, Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashrutia Iran, page 69. The constitutional movement in Tabriz as such began with the city's leading citizens taking refuge in the British embassy. 70 See especially Historica Inkola Bifran, republished in Magolarai Takoroda, volume pages 340-341. 71 Khosrovi, Tariq Masharan, pages 153-157, pages 171-177. 72 Fatih, Majmoya Asari Komlia Sikat al-Islamai Shahid Tabrizi, pages 13-17, pages 28-31, pages 35-36, pages 48-50. 73 Khosrovi, Tarikai Mashe Iran, page 74 Tahir Biezad, Kayam, Azerbaijan da Inkola by Maskriatifran, pages 71-73. 75 Ajame Soyed Alayam Waman Shue al-Islam, in Anjuman, volume number 76 Khosrovi, Tariq Mashruto Iran, page 77 Hayajina Geirana Vie Moadabana, in Anjuman, volume No, page 3. 78 No title, Anjuman, volume No, pages 1-2. 79 Hectare, Anjuman, volume No, pages 3-4. 80 Khosrovi, A. Tarika Hizda Saleh Azerbaijan volume pages 99-100. 81 Khosrovi, Tarikai Mashrute Iran, pages 235-237. 91 Khosrovi, Tariq Mashe Iran, pages 354-355. 92 Letter dated Jamoda in Sikat al-Islam, Nomahoyi Tabriz, page 98. Sikat al-Islam identified him as a Caucasian Social Democrat, but he throughout confused the Caucasian and the Tabriz Social Democrat/Secret Center. Thus, at one point, he identifies Al-Masir, the leader of the Secret Center, as a supporter of the Caucasian faction. Again, he identified Noba and Sharandab as boroughs of Tabriz supporting the Caucasians, but Noba was the base of the Secret Center and Al-Masir's home borough, although Lelabad seems to have been pro-Caucasian since this lynching was near the telegraph post and the secret center had dispatched agents there, it seems clear that this Mujahid was a member of the secret center. 93 letter dated Jumada in Sikat al-Islam, Nomodia Tabriz, page 168. See also letter dated Jumada in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, page 94, identified by Khosrovi as a Caucasian Mujahid of surpassing eloquence in Tariqa Mashute Iran, p. and p. 95, and accusing him of being a member of the Caucasian Mujahid. Letter dated Jumada 1, 1325, in Sikat al-Islam, Namahe Tabriz, page 96. They left to call Mr. Zakaria, who told them to return to their positions. Sikat al-Islam found this baffling, but said that this story was given by all the people from Lelabad he questioned. Letter dated 12 Jumada 1, 1325, in Igat al-Islam, Nomonghoy. Tabriz, pages 117 to 118. 97. The Shutabani said that the sentries were sent there on allegations that the people of Shoraban were going to attack the consul's home. They added that this was a provocation by the neighboring borough of Lelabad, which supported the Caucasians, led by Al-Masir, to bring them under suspicion. Letter dated Jumadi in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, pages 117 to 118, 98. A strongly Iranian nationalistic journal, written in a mixture of Azerbaijani, Turkish and Persian. See Motika, Raoul, Die politische Öffentlichkeit iranischer Sabationswaren der konstitutionellen Revolution in Spiegel der Tabrizer Zeitung Azerbaijan, Frankfurt am Main. 99. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashitate Iran, pages FF provides a detailed report on this based on Anjuman. 100. Khosrovi, Tariqi Mashitate in, pages 121 to 122. He later lists Lelabad, Noba, and Sharandab as being pro-Caucasian. Klayaban he considers to be acting according to its expedience. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashute Iran, page 101. Sigat al-Islam, Majmua Yasai Komlia Sigat al-Islam Tabrizi, page 65. In a letter dated 15 Jumada 1, 1325, in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, p. he calls him a dragon who has fallen upon the people. 102. The only other discussion of this broadsheet I've seen in the literature is Motika, Die politische Öffentlichkeit iranischer Sabationswaren der konstitutionellen Revolution in Spiegel der Tabrizer Zeitung Azerbaijan, pages ff. 104. Literally a dog Khalil, a killer deployed by Al-Masir, discusses elsewhere in this article. 105. Chechi means tea merchant in Turkish. 106. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashute in, pages 536 to 538. See also Abidi al-Hussein Nohidaza, in Hamras, Makazai Geblia Tabriz, page 107. Letter dated Robi, 11, 1325 in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, page 106. Note that the Tabriz Social Democrats, who followed Al-Masir, had heretofore been referred to as Caucasian. This term is now reserved for their factional rivals. 108. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashuto Iran, p. 109. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashope Iran, pages 455 to 456. 110. Letter dated Jumat in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, page 111. Letter dated 1 Jumada in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, p. 112. Letter dated 1 Jumada 1, 1325, in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, page 113. Letter dated Jumada in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, page 114. Letter dated Jumada in Sikat al-Islam, Nomohayi Tabriz, p. 115. Tahezide Biezad, QYDM 1 Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashostia Tenda, page 116. Hezode Sitsad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashostia Tainda, p. 117. Hezode Biezad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkola by Mashostia Tainda, page 118. Tahezide Biezad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkola Mashostia Tenda, p. 119. Khosrovi, Tariq Mashute Inda, page 120. Vakai Shorimole Fatai Mujahedai Moharibi, in Anjuman, volume no. Page 121. Tahezide Sitsad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkudo Mashutia Tainda, pages 385-387. 122. Tahezide Biezad, QJDM 1 Azerbaijan da Inkolab Mashutia Tinda, page 123. Tahezide Biezad, QFYDM Azerbaijan da Inkolab Mashostia Tainda, p. 124. Kostovi, Tariq Mashute Iran, page 125. Tahezide Biezad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkolab Mashostia Tainda, pages 136,137, which gives a portrait of the rise and fall of him as a popular hero. 126. Tahezide Biezad, QYDM Azerbaijan da Inkolab Mashajiatin, pages 455. 127 Tahez de Biezad, Kayam Azerbaijanda Inkolab Mashrutiyat in, pages 26365, pages 301 to 312. 128 Nida Khosrovina Tahez de Biezad mentioned the circumstances of his death. They both have him as having certainly died before the rising. Indeed, there is no mention of his participating in rising itself. Khosrovi, Tariq Hide Saleh Azerbaijani, P. Tahez de Biezad, Klayam, Azerbaijan Da Inkola by Mashrutiyat, Iran, page 129. The source for this is given as Brown, E.G., Nomodi Ezi Tabriz, P. referred to in Sadorinia, Makshai Makaza Geblia Tabriz Da Inkola by Mashrufiyat, P. But there is no reference to or Masya having been poisoned in the English original. 130 Jovid, S. takes this position in his Pig Dranai Fama Shuda, P. 131 Tahez de Biezad, QYDMI Azerbaijan Da Inkolab Mashrostiat, pages 26062. 132 Khosrovi, Tarika Enj Solei Azerbaijani, pages FT 133 Khosrovi, Tarika Hid Solei Azerbaidnini, pp. Early translations of modern European philosophy. On the significance of an under-researched phenomenon for the study of modern Iranian intellectual history. Roman Seidel. One distinct feature of Iranian intellectual history in the Qajar era was the beginning of the reception of European philosophical trends which took place in the larger context of various processes of knowledge transmission between Europe and the Middle East. Although the contribution of many outstanding intellectuals who played a major role in the appropriation of Enlightenment thought and other European intellectual trends are known to us, we still know very little about. Which European writings were explicitly discussed in their intellectual networks, which of these were actually accessible to them and in which rendition or edition. Throughout the scholarly literature on the reception of Enlightenment thought by Franian thinkers we find statements and some evidence that they have adopted various doctrines of eminent European thinkers such as Voltaire, Rousseau, John Stuart Mill and the like. However, accurate references to the sources the Iranian intellectuals might have used are still usually very rare in most of these studies. An important case in point in this context is the phenomenon of the translation of philosophical works in that period, that in many respects deserves more attention. For one thing, we are far from having an even approximate picture of which European philosophical works were translated into Persian. For another, some of TC's translations were carried out in a mediated way, either because they did not rely on the original but were conducted by proxy of an already translated version, or they were shortened, extended, commented upon and merged with other texts and thereby not immediately recognizable as translations. The paper discusses some examples of this phenomenon and argues for the urgent need for an increased and focused scholarly commitment in this field of study. One of the most important topics in modern Iranian intellectual history is often discussed under the heading Iran's encounter with the West. The reception of ideas from Enlightenment thought as the foundation of modern European philosophy is, undoubtedly, a highly significant facet of this encounter. What we call the Enlightenment and modern European philosophy, however, are multifaceted entities, and the image of an encounter between seemingly two parties or cultures is perhaps not an accurate one. What is meant by this encounter is better characterized by manifold mediated and reciprocal processes of knowledge transmission between Europe and the Middle East, and entangled intellectual history. With regard to the Iranian intellectuals in the Qajar era right before the constitutional revolution, these processes narrate the story of the adaptation of ideas, of experimentation with different literary genres, and of writing as a means for political activism. Translations of modern European philosophical texts constitute an important aspect of this story, and a sophisticated evaluation of this aspect could contribute significantly to our understanding of the narratives of the Enlightenment in Iran. Prior to an extensive analysis of relevant source material, it may be helpful to start with some preliminary reflections on the issue of Enlightenment and European philosophy on the one hand, and the question of what counts as translation of philosophy on the other. The notion of Enlightenment is an ambiguous term, as it is for one thing related to certain ideas and doctrines, and for another to an intellectual movement which, heterogeneous with regard to its different protagonists, had a tremendous impact on the social reality of European societies. Moreover, it is, for that reason, often misleadingly regarded as an exclusive cultural heritage of Europe. With regard to the aforementioned ideas and doctrines, one would identify a number of general tendencies of thought characteristic of the phenomenon of Enlightenment thinking. Among them is the critique of religious dogmatism, a departure from classical metaphysics, and an orientation towards empiricism. All of this culminates in a confidence in the power of human reason to achieve true knowledge of the world and the right guidelines of morality. To be sure, all of these general ideas were not unprecedented in the history of philosophy. What was new, however, is that they turned into a broader social discourse which had enormous political consequences, most significantly the French Revolution and its aftermath. The intellectual paradigm shifts of enlightenment that laid the foundations of modern philosophy did not happen all of a sudden, rather it was the result of a long process of interpretation, refutation and modification that was carried by various thinkers, intellectuals and representatives of state and church. From a certain point in history, the second half of the 19th century, Middle Eastern thinkers were also part of this discourse, not merely in the role of passive emulators but as creative political activists and writers. The significance of expatriate intellectuals is very well known and can hardly be exaggerated. These thinkers began to organize themselves in various circles and intellectual networks in Europe, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caucasus region under Russian control. Within these networks, the public, yet always precarious, debate about ideas of truth and reality became visible as the very character of the Enlightenment as such, and resulted in a variety of intellectual writings. A comprehensive history of these expatriate communities, their inner circles and their translocal interconnectedness in general, as well as their significance for Iranian history in particular, has yet to be written. One specific aspect of the intellectual activities of these networks is the engagement with the ideas of eminent European philosophers. Throughout the scholarly literature on the reception of enlightenment taught by Iranian thinkers, we find statements and some evidence that they adopted various doctrines of eminent European thinkers such as Voltaire, Rousseau, John Stuart Mill, David Hume, and the like. However, accurate references to the actual sources these Iranian intellectuals might have used are usually still very rare in most of these studies. The circulation of writings by expatriate Iranian thinkers played a decisive role in the dissemination of modern European philosophy. Although it was not introduced into the Iranian intellectual realm in a scholarly fashion, it encouraged subsequent thinkers to engage with it either exclusively or in comparison with Islamic thought. The most prominent protagonists popularizing Enlightenment thought in Iran are perhaps eminent intellectuals, such as Mirza Makam Khan, Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, Mirza Fatah Akhundzada, Abidi Arahim Talabov, and Sayyid Jamal ad-Din Asadabadi, known as Afghani. They closely followed the intellectual discourses in their host countries and related them to the Islamic intellectual tradition as well as to recent political developments in the Muslim world in general, or Iran in particular. Although the writings of these thinkers appear to be the most influential ones, it is important to bear in mind that an enormous number of intellectual writings by scholars of the Qajar period have yet to be examined with respect to the early reception of European philosophy. Important sources that have to be considered for such an endeavor are, for example, correspondences, memoirs, travelogues, textbooks, and fiction. Broadly speaking, the intellectual commitment of thesis Iranian reformers materialized in two sorts of writings which sometimes are not easily separated from each other. On the one hand, there were politically engaged essays, which primarily appeared in exile journals, and monographs, also mainly published abroad but likewise circulated in Iran. Some of these writings were not even published but circulated as handwritten copies. On the other hand, we find various adaptations of specific doctrines from modern European philosophical works rendered into Persian in different forms, length and accuracy. These texts were either integrated into the mentioned essayistic writings or written as independent translations of articles and sometimes even of entire books translated from European languages into Persian. They therefore not only influenced the intellectual discourse in Iran but also had an impact on Persian as a philosophical language. Translation and appropriation. The appropriation of Enlightenment thought is therefore closely related to the phenomenon of translation, especially of philosophical writings. The early translation of modern European philosophy is, as I shall argue, a phenomenon that deserves more scholarly attention, both with regard to the European reference texts and their transmission until they were received by the Iranian intellectuals, as well as with regard to the translations themselves and their subsequent reception by Iranian thinkers. As for the issue of the European source text, we still know very little about exactly which European philosophical writings were explicitly discussed in intellectual networks of expatriate Iranian thinkers and which of these were actually accessible to them, and if accessible, in which rendition or edition. In other words, what do we make of the fact that, for instance, Akhundzada made reference to Voltaire, Rousseau, David Hume, and John Stuart Mill? Did he have copies of their writings at his disposal? If so, which writings had he read and in which form? Since we know he didn't read either French or English, it could only have been in Turkish or Russian or perhaps already in a Persian translation. Or perhaps it was rather paraphrases and summaries of certain doctrines he picked up from introductory writings, essays of, for instance, Russian intellectuals who commented on the ideas of European thinkers. He may have also been inspired by discussions with fellow reformist thinkers in Tbilisi, which in the late 19th century was a vibrant intellectual melting pot much like Istanbul, where thinkers, merchants, dissidents, and diplomats from Europe and the Middle East would meet. That is to say that the ideas of eminent Enlightenment thinkers from Europe such as the ones previously mentioned already had a history of reception within and outside Europe before they were received by Iranian intellectuals. It would perhaps be a methodological short circuit to immediately link these receptions back to the major philosophical works of these European thinkers. Then again, in a mediated way, there are of course instances of appropriations of these works. The other issue is related to the nature and number of the relevant Persian translations themselves. As it seems we are far from having an even approximate picture of which European philosophical texts were translated into Persian in the Qajar period. More than that, there are a number of further questions that still need to be addressed more thoroughly. For instance, which text translated in that period can actually be considered as philosophical text? Is it only major philosophical treatises or also intellectual fiction, novels or travelogues? Then again, which of these texts are to be categorized as translations at all? What different types of translations do we encounter? Besides attempts for literal translations, we find mediated and hybrid forms of translations as well. For instance, translations conducted by proxy of an already translated version or Persian versions which are either short paraphrases of the original or modifications of the source text, sometimes even longer than the original. One may also find translations merged with commentary sequences not contained in the original. As a result, these writings may not immediately be recognizable as translations. What is needed though is both a sort of typology of philosophical text translated into Persian as well as an inventory of Persian texts that can be regarded as translations of European philosophy. All of this remains to be explored in more detail in future research. In what follows, I present some preliminary observations and reflections on the issue of early translation of modern European philosophical texts into Persian that may be helpful as a heuristic device for a more extensive evaluation of the primary sources. For that purpose, I roughly differentiate between three types of translations of philosophical texts. First, translations of major works from European philosophy. Second, translations of minor philosophical texts. And third, hybrid forms of intellectual writings, which merge translation and creative adaptation of modern European philosophy. The translation of major works from European philosophy. Let me begin with the first phenomenon, namely comprehensive translations of complete philosophical works written by eminent European thinkers. As far as we are aware, their number is very few. This may be one reason why the question of translation with regard to the appropriation of modern European philosophy has so far not been the focus of research. Interestingly, the first complete translation of a major modern European philosophical text, René Descartes' Discours de la Méthode, which undoubtedly counts as a foundational treatise for modern European philosophy, was not conducted by one of the expatriate thinkers. This translation emerged from a different intellectual milieu as it was initiated by the French diplomat and scholar Arthur Comte de Gobineau, who resided in Tehran in the years 1855-8 and again as ambassador of France from 1861 to 1864. Gobineau showed a specific interest in the philosophical tradition of Turan and obviously interacted with some of the leading philosophers of the time. Amongst them was Akap Olmudoris Iani Ezizunuzi, a scholar who played a leading role in establishing the philosophical tradition of Molla Sada in the new Qajar capital Tehran. It was he from whom Gobineau gathered knowledge on the philosophical discourse in Franten. Based on that information, Gobineau gave a valuable genealogical account of Franian post-Hadrian philosophers in his work Les Religionis et les Philosophies d'un LSE Central. Yet he was not only interested in observing and describing the philosophical discourse in Iran, he also intended to contribute to it by way of personal engagement. For instance, he gave introductory private lessons on European philosophy in order to enhance, in his own understanding, the development of philosophy in Iran. In his aforementioned work, Gobineau tells us that he had discussed some chapters of Descartes' work in some of his private lessons and that he is convinced that the notion of the cogito, ergo sum, is a new idea for the Asian intellectual context and could hence have a positive impact on the minds of Iranian thinkers. He also states that some Iranians had been particularly curious about the doctrines of Spinoza and Hegel, yet Gobineau considered their way of reasoning too close to the Asian mindset so that it would not be an innovative input for the Iranian discourse. Descartes' doctrines, in contrast, he regarded as inherently European and therefore more suitable for making a complementary contribution to the philosophical discourse in Iran. Moreover, in a private letter he also mentions that he was explicitly asked by some fellow Iranians to translate the Discourse into Persian. 15. Consequently, Gobineau decided to introduce that particular work into the Iranian context and commissioned a Jewish scholar called Laleza Hamadani to carry out the translation with the support of the French diplomat Émile Bani. A lithographed version of this translation was published in Tehran in 1862 under the title Hikmat-i Nazariya, which indicates that it was dedicated to Nasir ad-Din Shah. The text is about 164 pages long and contains a preface of about 15 pages, in which the translator highlights the benefits of translations of modern European philosophical works into Persian. And yet Laleza's translation did not meet the expectations Gobineau had expressed. This was largely due to the fact that the translator seems to have had only some rudimentary philosophical knowledge, and he obviously was not very much acquainted with philosophical terminology in either French or Arabic and Persian, so that in the end his Persian equivalents, especially of Descartes' technical terms, were rather incomprehensible, even to a philosophically trained readership, and the translation as a whole failed to convey a consistent philosophical argument. This is one reason why this translation doesn't seem to have had any impact on the philosophical discourse in Iran, or, at least, we don't have any exact knowledge about its reception by Iranian scholars of the time. Another reason may also be found in the fact that materially this translation was not destined to last long, since only very few copies of it have survived. There is even some evidence that most of the copies of the translation were burned. Although not unlikely, this incident is, as far as we know, not clearly documented, and we have no clear evidence about the circumstances of this incident. However, this translation, apart from the fact that it is one of the first examples of a major philosophical work recorded, is an important source for the adaptation process of modern European philosophy, precisely because it is a rather unusual example. The fact that it was initiated by a European diplomat may further explain why it didn't have a significant impact, as it was not produced by Iranian thinkers deeply engaged with modern European thought. It was hence situated in a different context, as it was addressed to traditional Iranian philosophers who had their own thematic concerns and were, apart from some basic curiosity, not intrinsically interested in modern philosophy. B. The second translation of the Discourse and the phenomenon of proxy translation. The case of the second translation to be discussed here was different with respect to the one who produced it, as well as with regard to the targeted audience. It was again Descartes' treatise that was rendered into Persian. This time, however, by one of the expatriate Iranian intellectuals. In the first decade of the 20th century, Afzal al-Kamani, like Gobineau, came to the conclusion that this particular text would be an appropriate way to introduce modern European philosophy and with it new perspectives into the Iranian discourse. The circumstances under which this translation came about once again shed light on the relationship between the reception of ideas and political and intellectual contexts from which they emerge. Afzal al-Mulk was the brother of Sheikh Ahmad Rui and belonged to the circle of Iranian exiles around Mirza Akakon Kamani, who were both executed, charged with being involved in the murder of Nasir ad-Din Shah. 21 Afzal al-Mulk himself went into hiding for some time, probably in order to avoid meeting the same fate as his brother. He did the translation shortly before his death, when he was already back in Iran, and used a Turkish version of the book. It is not clear though why Afzal al-Mulk relied on that particular version, since it is said that he knew French. It may simply be for the reason that he had no French original to hand, and the commentary of the Turkish translator might have been of importance for him as he translates it along with the main text. This translation, in contrast to the first translation, is written in fluent Persian, and it is apparent that the author was well acquainted with Descartes' thinking. The text, however, sometimes reads rather like a paraphrase of the original French version, since it contains various explanations addressed to the Iranian reader that are not indicated as such in the text. In the preface, Afzal al-Mulk, who was influenced by positivist thought, highlights the importance of philosophy and its complementary relationship with natural science. He argues that this work of Descartes is a cornerstone of modern philosophy in Europe, which has influenced the course of European philosophy significantly and could hence have a similar effect on Iranian philosophy. All this information was missing in the introduction to the first translation. Yet even this translation was destined not to achieve its purpose. It was never published, and we don't know whether it was ever circulated. Afzal al-Mulk's translation is nonetheless an important source for modern Iranian intellectual history, since as a phenomenon it has at least two important and characteristic features. First, the fact that it was never published and perhaps not even widely circulated is a fate it shares with many other intellectual writings of that period. Yet despite the fact that these texts seem to have fallen into oblivion, they still could provide important clues for a more comprehensive understanding of what narratives of the Enlightenment actually existed in the advent of the Constitutional Revolution. This of course also has some methodological implications with regard to the representation of intellectual history. It points to the very fact that one has to consider ways of integrating into the narrative this kind of sources that were always under the threat of being marginalized, banned or annihilated. Afzal Ahmaq's translation was from one of the expatriate intellectuals who were the main protagonists of the early reception of European philosophy in Iran and at the same time permanently under threat. His translation therefore belongs to the type of clandestine literature that formed an important part of the writings that influenced Enlightenment discourse around the Constitutional Revolution. Beyond that, a closer examination of this translation and a comparison with other writings by these intellectuals might also help elucidate the language, terminology, and style that was developing amongst these intellectuals. The second feature is the fact that this translation was done by proxy from a Turkish version, which was not exceptional but rather a characteristic of a number of translations in Qajar times. The phenomenon of proxy translation in general needs to be researched in more detail as it is capable of elucidating alternative routes of knowledge transmission. The choice of the intermediary language has, of course, something to do with the language skills of the translator or availability of a particular copy of a piece of work. But the specific language and rendition of the translated original may also have an impact on the Persian version produced, not only because different languages may transfer key concepts and ideas differently, but particularly because behind a specific rendition in a certain language lays a specific history of interpretation and reception. Of particular importance for the Iranian reception of Enlightenment thought is therefore the Ottoman and the Russian context, as one can assume that the access to the archives of Enlightenment and modern European philosophy of a thinker such as Akhundzada, who lived in Tbilisi, may have been differently filtered compared to that of an Iranian exile such as Mirza Aga Khan, who resided in Istanbul, or Mirza Markan Khan, who stayed in London. It is important to state that this does not mean that they will have a completely different account of the works they engage with, at least they have largely been in contact via correspondences. But in order to examine the impact of the Turkish or Russian reception of European thought on Iranian intellectuals residing in Istanbul or the Russian territories respectively, one will also have to consider the phenomenon of proxy translations more carefully, paraphrases and compilations. Besides Descartes' Discourse, it appears that no major philosophical works were translated into Persian during that period. However, we find various references in the scholarly literature to an alleged translation of John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, which is referred to both under the title Manafi, I-Hariyat and Manafi, I-Azadi. FT has been attributed to both Markham Khan and to Akhundzada. The real authorship of this translation has yet to be established. Both thinkers were at least influenced by the thoughts of John Stuart Mill. If the alleged translation was Akhundzade's, it must have been done so from a Turkish or more likely a Russian version, since he didn't know any European language other than Russian. The evidence we have, however, suggests that no such translation did actually exist. At least we have no manuscript that could be an instance of a translation linked to either Akhundzada or Markham Khan. It seems that the respective text is actually only a short summary of Mill's treatise. Akhundzada had apparently written a brief essay on Mill's treatise, which, along with Akhundzada's translation or rather paraphrase of a speech by Mirabeau on the topic of freedom, circulated in handwritten copies in the early 1880s under the title Guftada Azadi. At least one manuscript that may be an instance of this text can be found in the National Library in Tehran. It is part of a Mujma'i that primarily contains writings attributed to Marconi Khan and also one attributed to Akhundzada. The essay in question in the catalogue is attributed to Mill and Mirabeau, but no particular translator is mentioned. This example again points to literary phenomena which also need more scholarly attention on two fronts. First, the phenomenon of paraphrases and short summaries of philosophical doctrines. Although they are sometimes erroneously referred to as complete translations, they are nonetheless important and, because of their brevity, perhaps more influential than a full translation would have been. These paraphrases or short essays, often inspired by particular texts or doctrines, appeared in exile journals or circulated and were copied as leaflets and may have found a wide readership. As a first step, however, what is needed to estimate the significance of this particular form of adopting European philosophical doctrines would be an inventory of text that falls under this category and an evaluation of distribution. Second, the phenomenon of the Majmui is a specific type of source in which several texts are put together by some sort of an editor. Sometimes the texts that are put together don't seem to have any thematic interrelation. In other instances though, like in the example mentioned above, the compiler obviously offers a kind of an anthology of writings he or she thinks to be relevant with regard to a particular discourse. An inventory of 19th and early 20th century Majmui compilations with regard to their representation of Enlightenment thought would also be a fruitful task for further inquiries into the early circulation and appropriation of modern European philosophy in Qajar, Iran. Translation of minor philosophical texts. Another category that shall be considered here is the translation of minor or secondary philosophical text. The almost complete absence of major European philosophical works rendered into Persian in the period before and shortly after the Constitutional Revolution remains a striking contradiction to the general interest in European literature on the whole at the time. Particularly during the reign of Nasir ad-Din Shah, the number of translations of European writings, especially textbooks on technical subjects, medicine, geography, and history, as well as travel literature and historical novels significantly, so that one may speak of a larger translation movement. As a means of educational and scientific reform, this movement was also officially supported by governmental bodies such as the Bureau of Translation and Publication that commissioned a considerable number of translations with the help of high translators. It was led by Itizedo Sultana and later Itamada Sultana, who played a highly significant role in the official organization of choosing and translating relevant European texts. 32 Despite this increasing interest in European literature of various genres, the translation of major philosophical works was obviously not the focus of this movement. Yet there is nonetheless some evidence of a number of secondary philosophical writings which were reportedly translated into Persian at that time. Among them there are works that can be considered philosophical textbooks written by philosophers largely forgotten today but at least as local scholars quite influential in their times. An interesting case in point is a translated work entitled Mafoti al-Finan in Persian. It seems to be a selective translation from one or several books by the Italian philosopher Pasquale Galuppi. Galuppi, in his later career professor of philosophy at the University of Napoli, had authored a number of philosophical works and textbooks, among them Elementi di Filosofia, a textbook of volumes that was enormously successful and saw 5 editions in his lifetime. Turkish translation, For What Purpose, another textbook that was apparently meant to be used for teaching philosophy at the university level, was his Lezioni di Logica e di Metafisica. Galuppi belongs to the first Italian philosophers who highlighted the importance of Kantian epistemology. However, he does so without following him in every respect. For instance, he maintains that human cognition has the capacity to get access to reality and therefore holds the doctrine of the objective reality of human knowledge to be true. He nonetheless adopted aspects of Descartes and, more noticeably, Kant's subjectivist theory of knowledge into his own epistemology. Moreover, he also was inspired by Thomas Reid's doctrine of common sense. The Persian translation of Galuppi's work seems to have been produced as a textbook introducing modern logic, although it is not known whether, and indeed in what context, it was used as such. The translation, dedicated to Muzaffar ad-Din Shah, was carried out by Mirza Mahmud Khan Ofsar Kangavari, who belonged to the office of Zil al-Sultan, the governor of Isfahan, and published in 1309G/1892. Zil al-Sultan was among those state officials eagerly interested in gathering knowledge on European ideas and history. Kangavari, one of the official translators charged with translating European texts from any field, was specialized in translating from Turkish. For the translation of Galuppi's work he used an Ottoman Turkish version, which was itself already a selective compilation. The Turkish translator, the Armenian Sakizli Ohanas, before he became known as an important voice of Ottoman economic liberalism, was, similar to his Persian colleague Kangavari, assigned to a governmental translation bureau, in his case in Istanbul. Who commissioned the Turkish translation, for what purpose, and how this particular translation found its way from Istanbul to the translation office in Isfahan has yet to be examined. With this example, we not only have another instance of a proxy translation from an European language via Turkish into Persian, but we also encounter a particular sort of text which may have been more significant to the reception and appropriation of modern Western philosophy and the European Enlightenment than it was hitherto assumed. The issue of Persian textbook production and its importance for the dissemination of modern sciences, particularly in the context of the newly established European-style institutions of learning in Iran such as the Dar al-Funan, has already been recognized, yet we still lack a comprehensive overview of such textbooks, be they originally written in Persian or translated from other languages that specifically deal with philosophy. It is not unlikely that many Franian intellectuals and official translators preferred secondary textbooks on specific currents of modern philosophy or compilations of various introductory texts over complex philosophical treatises for translation for at least 2 reasons. For one, it takes much more effort to comprehend and study a dense treatise than a textbook that was particularly composed to introduce the reader to the foundations of a specific philosophical discourse, and as in the case of the summaries, for that very reason they may have had a more immediate impact on intellectual debates of the time. For another, Khoja intellectuals may have been attracted by these sorts of writings because they represented up-to-date accounts of modern philosophy, not only introducing eminent European thinkers such as Kant, Mill, and Hume, but also evaluating them from a contemporary perspective. We should therefore consider whether these genres of text might have been underestimated so far in our evaluation of the ways Enlightenment philosophy has been appropriated by Iranian intellectuals and instructors in modern-style institutions of learning in Iran, intellectual fiction and hybrid forms of translation. Most of the translated intellectual writings, however, belong to the genres of intellectual fiction and historical literature that partly also dealt with philosophical questions, especially connected with the issue of good governance and ethics. Noteworthy here are for instance works by Voltaire. A highly significant example for a translation of philosophical fiction is Mirza Olga Kamoni's rendition of François Fenelon's Les Aventures de Télémaque, which is a didactic novel narrating the educational travels of Telemachus, son of Ulysses, accompanied by his tutor, mentor, who at the end of the story is revealed to be the goddess of wisdom, Minerva, in disguise. This novel, which is said to have influenced Jean-Jacques Rousseau, reflects a number of political ideas in a philosophical vein. It advocates, for instance, a parliamentary governmental system and a kind of federation of nations intended to resolve disputes between nations in a peaceful way. Kamoni is reported to have produced an unfinished translation of this novel. Another translation of this kind, again by Mirza Aga Khan, is his adaptation of two short stories by Jacques-Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, who was a follower of the late Rousseau and whose novel Paul et Virginie criticized social class division turned into a bestseller at the end of the 18th century. The two stories, Le Charmier Indien and Le Café de Sarit, appeared in 1790 and deal with questions such as the nature of wisdom, God, and religion. Mirza Aga Khan in his Haftardu du Merlat merged both stories into one, which he then modified and extended. He does not mention Bernardin de Saint-Pierre as the author of the two stories, although, in large parts, an accurate translation he uses the material to creatively reshape the story along his own convictions and go so far as to change its final clue at the end. Whereas, for Bernardin, it was the romantic devotion to nature and a critique of natural science and rationalism. Mirza Aga Khan in turn introduces a new character who advocates natural science and reason as the only way to truth, and on these grounds highlights the ideas of religious pluralism. 47 This sort of experimental literary adaptation of European sources belongs to the most intriguing instances of cultural knowledge transmission in Qajar times. It not only shows that one has to also look for translations of philosophical relevance in texts that, at first glance, neither seem to be translation nor philosophical works, but it also hints to the fact that the translation process of European philosophy is often deeply entangled with an original intellectual engagement with the ideas of enlightenment taught by the Iranian thinkers of the Qajar era. Conclusion. The phenomenon of early translation of modern European philosophy is a multifaceted one. The expatriate intellectuals and dissidents of the Qajar era, the main protagonists of the early adaptation of Enlightenment thinking in Iran, were obviously less interested in producing accurate and complete translations of philosophy out of pure scholarly interest. They nevertheless engage with text and doctrines of Enlightenment thinkers and other strands of modern European philosophy as a means for political activism, critique of social circumstances and religious doctrinism. In doing so, they produced a huge amount and variety of texts that can be regarded as translations of European philosophy in various understandings of the term. Besides short summaries of philosophical doctrines, we find hybrid forms of literature composed of translations and their own original writings. The significance of proxy translations highlights the importance of trans-regional intellectual networks in the reception process of European thought. The issue of the translation of philosophical textbooks shows that one has to also search for seemingly secondary philosophical works translated into Persian. Hence, the fact that we don't find many major philosophical treatises of eminent European thinkers in Persian translation doesn't mean that there was no significant activity in the field. Quite to the contrary, the efforts of intellectuals and official translators paved the way for what from the late Qajar and early Pahlavi period onwards was to become and directly contribute to an ever-increasing aspect of the intellectual discourse in Iran, the reception of modern Western philosophy by way of translation and appropriation of influential Western philosophical discourses, sometimes with and sometimes without their integration into the inherited Islamic philosophical tradition. One important figure who symbolizes a transition into another phase is Al-Farabi. He combined the literary skills and political engagement of the earlier intellectuals with a greater care for systematic representation of modern European history of philosophy. His work Sera Hikmat da Europa was the first comprehensive Persian introduction to the topic that also included an extensive glossary of philosophical terms. This 3-volume work was not only successful during his lifetime but is still popular today. Therefore it is not surprising that it was also Foroughi who succeeded to finally popularize Descartes' discourse, as he published the third Persian translation of the treatise as a part of Sera Hikmat. Yet, as this essay has shown, with regard to the period that preceded Foroughi, many significant contributions to the modern history of philosophy in Iran that should be taken into account still remain largely unexplored. A focused scholarly effort that attempts to evaluate this rich material could be a fruitful task for future collaborative research projects and an important complement to the grand narrative of the Enlightenment. Bibliography. Ademiyat, F. Andisiha, Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, Tehran, 1357-1978. Ademiyat, F. Andisiha Talibov Tabrizi, Tehran, 1363-1984. Ademiyat, F. Amir Kabir V. Iran, Tehran, 1969. Ademiyat, F. Andisiha Mirza Fatol Akhundzoda 1970. Offshore, book translations as a cultural activity in Iran 1806-1896, in Iran, volume pages 279-289. Algar, H. Mirza Makam Khan, A Study in the History of Iranian Modernism, Oakland. Omanat, A. Etimada Sultana, in Encyclopedia Iranica, volume 8, Fask. Pages 662-666. Omanat, A. Mujtahids and Missionaries, Shia Responses to Christian Polemics in the Early Qajar Period, in Gliv, A. Religion and Society in Qajar, Iran, London. Ariampa, Y. Azi Sobatomina, Volumes, 5th edition, Tehran. Bayat Philip, M. Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, a 19th century Persian nationalist, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume 10, No. 1, 1974, Bayat Philip, M. The Concept of Religion and Government in the Thought of Mirza Aga Khan Kamani, a 19th century Persian revolutionary, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. Borujadi, Mazad, Iranian Intellectuals and the West. The Tormented Triumph of Nativism, Syracuse, New York. Kalmad, J. Gobineau, Joseph Attada, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 11, Fask. 1, 2001, pages 20-24, available online, http://www.iranicienline.org/article/Gobineau. Kane, L. Introduzione, in Galuppi, P. Elementi di Filosofia, Volume 2001. Copenhagen, B. P. and Copenhagen, A. The Strange Italian Voyage of Thomas Reid, 1800-60, in British Journal for the History of Philosophy, Volume No, pages 601-626. Danish Pasha, M.T. Nakosten Ketobai Fosofowat Ulumajide da Iran, in Nasharai Danish, number 1360, pages 88-101. Deskate/Hamadoni/Bernie, Hikmatai Nezoria, Nakosten Tajumai, Gofta da Ravish, Idikat da Asi Kaja, Tehran 1393. Foroughi, A. Sera Hikmat da Europa, Development of Philosophy in Europe, Tehran, 1318-1939. Galuppi, P. Elementi di Filosofia del Baron Pasquale Galuppi de Tropia. Professor di Filosofia nella Regia Università di Napoli, 6 volumes, Naples. Galuppi, P. Lesioni di Logica e di Metafisica, Compos Poruso della Regia University. Degli Studi di Napoli, volumes, Naples. Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Austin, Texas, 1998. Gaisri, A. Kurt V. Rapt. The Significance of Private Papers for Qajar Historiography, in Ginkgo Library, Newsblog, August 8, 2015. De Gobineau, J. A. C. Les Religions et les Philosophies dans l'Asie Centrale, Paris. Gurney, J. and Nabavi, N. Da Alfonen, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 6, Fask. 6, pages 662-668, 1993, available online, http://www.iranicienline.org/article/da-al-fonon-lit, Hashimi, Soyed Ahmad, Tajuma 4, Tajuma Ifasida Dorei Muasa, in Danishumai Jehana Islam, Volume Tehran, 1382 shillings/2003. Pages 50-57. Hedri, A. Reception der westlichen Philosophie durch Inisch Denker in der Katzkarenzeit. Unpublished dissertation, Rheinische Friedrich Wilhelms Universität, Bonn. Kadiva, M. Makadima Imagmiame, in Majmui Musanefat, Volume 1-3, Tehran 1378 sh/1999. Cap. V. Télémaque de Fenelon, la signification d'une souverain littéraire ou la fin du siècle classique, Tübingen/Paris. Kalinkoglu, D.T. Economics and Capitalism in the Ottoman Empire, London. Kermani, M.A.K. Haftad Wadu Milat, Berlin. Kianfa, J. Tajumada H.D.I. Koja, in Nasharai Danish, No. 55, 1368, pages 23 to 8. Malcolm Khan, M. Majmui Atta, Tehran. Manafzada, A. Nakosten Matnai Fosofi Jaded Aigabai Bisobonai Faso, in Iranema, No. 1369/1991, pages 98 to 108. Masrori, C. European Thought in 19th Century Iran, David Hume and others, in Journal of the History of Ideas, Volume No. 2000, Masrori, C. French Romanticism and Persian Liberalism in 19th Century Iran, Mirza Akakon Kamani and Jacques-Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, History of Political Thought, 28 thirds, 2007, 542-56. Mudori Ziani, A. Risolei Tariq al-Hakama, in Kadiva, M. Mojmei Muzanifat, Volume 3, 1999, pages 125 to 142. Mujtahidi, K. Asanai Iranian Bofosofah, Igedidi Gab, Tehran, 1384/2005-6. Moso, M. Prekers Wisten, Einandia Idean Jeskek Dafruan Newsite. Berlin. Ohanas, S. Mifta Ofunan/Pascual Galupi, Istanbul, 1277. Passenjad, L. A History of Literary Criticism in Iran, Literary Criticism in the Works of Enlightened Thinkers of Iran, Akonzada, Kamani, Mokam Khan, Telbof, Maragai, Khosrovi, and Hidayat, Bethesda, Maryland. Pistahatten, A. Nachrichtenblatt, Informationsbus Yundi Discussions Forum, Oturi Istanbul, Onstos zur Freien Position Modern, Munster. Ringer, M. Education, Religion, and the Discourse of Cultural Reform in Koja, Iran, Costa Mesa. Rant, A. Lochamia Indian, Counterpart and Complement to Paul E.T. Virginie, in the Modern Language Review, Volume 75, Number 1980, pages 774 to 780. Sanjabi, M.B., Rereading the Enlightenment, Akonzoda and his Voltaire, in Iranian Studies Volume No. 1-2, 1995, pages 39 to 60. Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran. Anfanj, Ansatse UND Context à Contraception in Iran, Berlin. Vodot, F. God and Juggernaut, Iran's Intellectual Encounter with Modernity, Syracuse, New York. Watcher, H. A. In the Shadow of the King, Zil al-Sultan and Isfahan under the Qajas, London. 1C for instance, Borujadi, Mazad, Iranian Intellectuals and the West. The Tormented Triumph of Nativism, Syracuse, New York, Gaisri, A. Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Austin, Texas. Vodot, F. God and Juggernaut, Iran's Intellectual Encounter with Modernity, Syracuse, New York. 2. A reasonable vantage point for such an endeavor would be a systematic examination of expatriate journals, their themes and contributors. For an exemplary case study in this field, see Pistahatam, A. Nachrichtenblatt, Informationabos UND Discussions Forum, Otri Istanbul, Onstos zur Freien Position Modern, Munster, 1999. This study, however, does not specifically deal with the reception of European philosophy. 3C. Bayat Philip, M. Mirza Agha-Khan Kaman, a 19th century Persian nationalist, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No, pages 36 to 59, Bayat Philip. M. The Concept of Religion and Government in the Thought of Mirza Agha-Khan Kamani, a 19th century Persian revolutionary, in International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume No. Pages 381 to 400, Masrori, C. European Thought in 19th Century Iran, David Hume and others, in Journal of the History of Ideas, Volume No, pages 657 to 674, Sanjabi, M.B., Rereading the Enlightenment, Akonzoda and his Voltaire, in Iranian Studies Volume No. 1-2, 1995, pages 39 to 60. For literature, particularly that focusing on the reception of European philosophy, is rather limited. Mention should be made to Mujtahidi, K. Aligned Yitinian B.A. Falsafadi Gedidai Gab, The Acquaintance of the Iranians with Modern Western Philosophy, Tehran, /2005-6, and Hedri, A.A., Reception der Westlichen. Philosophie durch Irish Denker in der Katzkorenzeit, unpublished dissertation, Rheinische Friedrich Wilhelms Universität, Bonn. 5. The most influential scholarly evaluation of the reception of Europe taught by Iranian intellectual is a series of monographs by Feridan Ademiyat, Emi Kabiavie Iran, and Delihayi Mirza Fashor Akanzada, Andikari Mirza Oga Konkemoni, and Lindi Talabov Tabro. 6. For an overview of the relevant journals and their significance, see various entries on the respective journals in Encyclopedia Iranica. See also Oriampa, Y. A. Z. Sobatomind, Volume 15th edition, Tehran, /1993-4, pages 249-252, for Akta Sipista Hatam, Nachrichtenblatt, Informationsbus Yuindi Discussions Forum. 7. The question as to which of these writings were circulated in Iran, by whom, and to what extent they were read still remains to be studied in more detail. What is known, however, is that there were various circles in Iran who organized the distribution of the exile journals. An important case in point is the journal canon edited by Malcolm Khan. C. Algar, L. Mirza Malcolm Khan, A Study in the History of Iranian Modernism, Oakland, pages 8. The issue of how and to what extent the philosophical language of modern Persian was influenced by these writings, for instance via the introduction of European loanwords or the creation of new technical terms, is again a question that has yet to be researched in detail. 9. For Gobineau and his significance for Iranian intellectual history. See Kalmad, Gobineau, Joseph Attada, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 11, Face. Pages 20-24. See also, Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran. Anne Fangs, Ansatse Yuindi Context à Contraception in Iran, Berlin, pages 43-46. 10. Akor wrote a short account of the history of Iranian philosophers on the request of Gobineau. The Risalah Tariq al-Hukm consists of 2 chapters. The first ending with Mor Sodre, the second dealing with post-Adrian philosophers. The autograph, split into 2 parts, is kept at the library of the University of Strasbourg. The first part has been published in the collected writings of Akor, C. Mudaris Tirani, A. Risalah Tariq al-Hukm, in Kadeva, M. Majmei Muzanaj, volume pages 125-142. The second part is unedited. Beyond that, there are also reports that Gobineau had unsuccessfully tried to convince Akor to teach Islamic philosophy at the Sorbonne in Paris. See Kadeva, M. Makadema Mojmas, in Majmoi Muzanafat, p. 11. De Gobineau, J. A. C. Les religions et les philosophies dans la Centrale, Paris, 12. See note below. 13. C. De Gobineau, Les religions et les philosophies dans Pays Central, pages 113-114. J. Donc procure aux personnes le discours sur leur méthode. ILMA Porroquet, dans toute notre philosophie, rien n'y pouvait avoir chance de produire de résultats plus singuliers parmi eux. ILS any sont pour de gens autour dans les excès de leur méthode expérimentale, ETILNY pour des apparences qu'on suprême jamais chez eux elobus de l'induction. On en envoie pour davantage les arrivant au terre du cogito, ago som lupati modra oquo les Europeans ont la prétention de sarita. En réalité, ILS inferent probablement quelque chose, et, pour moi, j'ai ni sorais oublié les séances dans lesquelles les 5 chapitres du chef d'œuvre de Descartes ont été communiqués sur quelques hommes d'une vraie intelligence et d'une science hors ligne. ILS ont éprouve une impression remarquable, et il n'est pas probable que cette impression ait fait sans résultats. For a Persian version of this passage, see Mujtahidi, aligned the Donion B. Philosopher Jaded Igab, p. 14c, de Gobineau, Les religions et les philosophies dans la Centrale, p. Mace, toutefois, les deux hommes que les philosophes de ma connaissance ont été le plus grande soif de connaître, c'est Spinoza et Hegel, on le comprend sans peine. Ces deux esprits sont des esprits éthiques et les théories touchent par tous les points. AUX doctrines connues et goûtis dans le pays du soleil. Il est vrai que, pour cette raison même, elles any s'orient introduire lors de éléments vraiment nouveaux. See also, Seidel, Kant in Tehran, page 45. On Gobineau's intentions behind this translation project, see also Manafzada, et a. Nakoste maintenant philosophie jaded Igabai by Zobon Farsi, in Franema, no. Pages 98-108, who, despite the fact that he makes no reference to it, more or less follows Mujtahidi's account, which originally appeared in 1954 in Rakhnamai Kitab. Manafzada adds some more quotations from Gobineau's Tour Ancien AC and Religions et Philosophies dans LAC Central concerning his intentions to initiate this translation and some quotations from the translator's introduction. 15. This is mentioned in a letter to Anton Graf Prokech von Osten, an Austrian diplomat who served in Cairo and Istanbul and with whom Gobineau corresponded over many years. In the letter he does not mention, though, who these Iranians were. C. Seidel, Kant in Tehran, P. and Mujtahid, Asina Itrantian BD Forsefoli Jadidik Hab, p. 16. According to Danish Pasha, it was published by Akka Muhammad Hussein as a lithograph in a Nastar like Q Doctors. C. Danish Pasha, M.T. Nakosten Kitebe Forsofowa Ulemajedet da Iran, in Nasharai Danish, no. Page 89. A copy of the lithographed version printed in 1862 is kept in the National Library in Tehran. This text has just recently been edited by Faramas Mutamed Disfu, Sidesket/Homodoni/Bani, Hikmat Ainezoria. Nakosten Tajuma I Gofta da Ravishai Dakiet da Esa Koja, Tehran 1393/2014. The edition, however, is not a critical one. It only contains a short introduction by the editor which merely gives some very general information about the original text by Descartes, its significance, and the circumstances of its translation into Persian. The edited text itself contains only very few editorial remarks, no references are given. Yet the editor is to be credited for making the text available in print. 17. For this introduction, see Desket/Hamodoni/Bani, Hikmat Ainezoriya, pages 21 to 28. See also Mujtahidi, aligned Itrantian Bofosafad Izadejab, pages 131 to 41. 18. Does the evaluation in Mujtahidi, aligned Ifranian Ba Fosofa Igedidi Gab, pages 139 to 41, and Danish Pasha, Nakosten Ketobai Fosofowa, Ulam Ijaded Datran, page 89. Muteri Disfouv doesn't share this opinion. In his view, the synonyms for technical terms used by the translator are by and large well chosen and justified. Unfortunately, he doesn't elaborate his argument in the preface or elsewhere in the edition. See Desket/Hamadan/Bani, Hemoti Nezoriya, page 19. Mujtahidi also refers to rumors that the 1279-1862 edition was indeed the second edition and that it was actually a first edition of which was entirely burned by a group of unspecified radicals. But, as Mujtahid argues, there is no evidence of an earlier edition. Indeed, the 1862 dating fits better with the period of Gobineau's stay in Iran. See Mujtahidi, Asana Fi Frantian Ba Forsefadi Jadidik Ha, pages 137. Danish Pasha states that on the back of a folio version he has consulted on microfilm there is a note saying that copies of it were burned during the reign of Nasir ad-Din Shah. See Danish Pashu, Nakosten Ketobawai Ifosofowo Ulamai Jaded da Iran, page 21. Might, as a working hypothesis, compare Gobineau's attempt for philosophical development aid with the activity of Christian missionaries who produced Persian translations of the Bible. See for instance, Omanat, A. Mutahids and Missionaries, shares responses to Christian polemics in the early Qajar period. In Glive, A. Religion and Society in Qajar, Iran, London, 2004. In both examples the translations were not conducted by Iranians out of their own curiosity but commissioned by Europeans for educational purposes. Although it appears that traditional Molassadrian philosophers were not much interested in European philosophy, there were also exceptions. Most importantly, one should mention Badi al-Mulk Mirza, for his attempts to draw the attention of his classical philosophy. Teachers, among them Akab or Terani. On European philosophy, see Mujtahidi, Asina Iranian Ba Fosofa Ijadedai Gab, pages 238 to 44. For his interest in antipositivist post-Kantian philosophy, see Mujtahidi, Adinali Linian Ba Fosofa Ijadedai Gab, pages 245 to 252, Seidel, A. Kant in Tehran, pages 86 to 88. 21. On Mirza Oga Khan, see below. 22. The text has a preface by the translator of about 12 pages and an appendix containing a commentary of pages presumably compiled by the Turkish translator. The main text, the discourse itself, is about pages long. See Mujtahid, Alinitai Tanian Ba Fosofa Jadidik Hab, page 210. A manuscript of Afzal al-Mulk's translation can be found at Malik Library in Tehran, contained in a volume with a manuscript of Mirza Akka Khan's Haftadur du Mela, an adaptation of Choc Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre story Le Café de Sarit. For this adaptation of de Saint-Pierre, see below. On Afzal al-Mulk's translation, see Mujtahidi, Alina Ifranlian Ba Fosofa Igedidi Gab, pages 201 to 12, originally published in Ranimai Kitab, pages 4 to 6, Danish Pasha, Nakosten Ketobai Fosofowo, Ulamajidet da Iran, pages 89 to 90. 23. For a highly valuable approach of considering this kind of precarious knowledge for intellectual history, see Mosso, M. Precarious Wissen, Einandia Ideangeskik da Frauennuzeit, Berlin. 24. See Offshore, L. Book Translations as a Cultural Activity in Iran 1805 to 1896, in Iran, Volume 41, 2003, pages 279 to 289, here 284. He doesn't give any further references. 25c Malcolm Khan, M. Mana Yazodi, in Malcolm Khan, M. Mojmai Atta, Tehran, 177 to 178. 26c Passenjad, I. A History of Literary Criticism in Iran, Literary Criticism in the Works of Enlightened Thinkers of Tran, Akhundzada, Kamani, Malcolm Khan, Telboff, Marog I. Khosrovi and Hidayah, Bethesda, Maryland, p. 27 Algar, H. Mirza Malcolm Khan, p. N. 28c. Sanjobi, Rereading the Enlightenment, Masruri, European Thought in 19th Century Iran. 29 Cyrus Masruri is to be credited to drawing our attention to this. C. Masruri, European Thought in 19th Century Iran, p. refers to Pacifier A. Kitab Shinosi in Kola by Mashreti Atta Iran, Tehran. Page 30 for further bibliographical information on this manuscript and the marginals in which it is contained. See the online catalog ogabozorg http://www.ogabozorg.it/showbookdetail.aspx?book ID-66417. 31 Hoshim, Soyed Ahmad. Tajuma Farsi da Dawa Imuer, in Danishumai Jehana Islam, Volume Tehran, sh/2003, pages 50 to 57. See also, Offshore, 1, Book Translations as a Cultural Activity in Iran 1806 to 1896, Danish Pasha, Nakosten Ketoba Ifosofowo, Ulomajede da Fran, Klienfa, J, Tajuma da Ahdi Koja, in Nasharai Danish, No. Pages 23 to 8. 32 for the significance of Itimadar Sultanesi Omanat, A. Itimadar Sultana, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 8, Fast pages 662 to 666. 33 among them there is a philosophical work by Jules Simon that was translated as Samon V. Mokon, apparently by Khalil Kontokofisi, Danish Pasha, Nakosten Ketoba Ifosofowo, Ulani Jade da Iran, page 92. Offshore gives a different Persian title, Zamin Wasamon, but does not provide bibliographical references. See Offshore, L. Book Translations as a Cultural Activity in Iran 1806 to 1895, p. 34c, Danish Patwo, Nakosten Ketoba Ifosofowo Ulomajade da Iran, pages 90 to 92. Besides the translation of Descartes' Discourse, he mentions 4 further translations of philosophical works. 35 Galuppi, Pasquale, Elementi di Filosofia del Baron Pasquale Galuppi de Tropia. Professor di Filosofia nella Regia Università di Napoli, Volumes, Naples. 1846, 36 Galuppi, Pasquale, Lezioni di Logica e di Metafisica, Campus Poruso della Regia University degli Studi di Napoli, Volumes. Naples, 1831. The book has had a number of reprints. 37 for Galuppi's Elementi and its significance in general. C. Kane, L. Introduzione, in Galuppi, P. Elementi di Filosofia, Volume 2001. For the significance of his adaptation on Thomas Reid in 19th century Italy. C. Copenhagen, and P. and Copenhagen, are The Strange Italian Voyage of Thomas Reid, 1800 to 60, in British Journal for the History of Philosophy, Volume No, pages 601 to 626. 38 for Zil al-Sultan. C. Walcher, H. A. In the Shadow of the King, Zil al-Sultan and his Fohon under the Qajas, London. 39 for a list of some of these translators. See Offshore, 1. Book Translations as a Cultural Activity in Iran 1806 to 1896, 285 to 286. 40 A Turkish translation by Sola Ohanos published under the title Mifte 21 Funan/Pasquale Galuppi, P. can be found in various library catalogs. Danish Pozo assumes that it must be a selected translation of Galuppi's Lezioni di Logica e Metafisica. See Danish Pasha, Nakosten Ketoba Ifosofowo Ulomajade da Iran, pages 91 to 2. 41 on Sakoli Chansi Kelinkoglu, D.T. Economics and Capitalism in the Ottoman Empire, London. 42C for instance Oriampa, Y. Acts of a Mind, Volumes, 5th edition, Tehran, pages 259 to 260, Gani, J. and Nabavi, N. Da Autonon, in Encyclopedia Iranica, Volume 6, Face. Pages 662-668, 1993, available online, http://www.iranisiaonline.org/article/da. Alfonanlit. Ringer, M. Education, Religion, and the Discourse of Cultural Reform in Koja, Iran, Costa Mesa, pages 75 to 76. 43 among the works by Voltaire translated into Persian in that period are, for instance, Histoire de Charles XII and Histoire de l'Empire de Rose sous Pierre le Grand. On this translation see Kiamfa, Tajuma da Ahdi Koja. 44 on the significance of Tenelen's Telemaque, for instance, Cap. V. Telemaque de Fenelon, La signification d'une œuvre littéraire ou la fin du siècle classique, Tübingen/Paris, 1982. For an overview of Musi Akakon's work see Ademiyat, Andika Imind Ogahon comment, Bayat Philip, Mirza Akakon Kemoni, a 19th century Persian nationalist. 45 This book was first meant to be an appendix to the third edition of his Etudes de la Nature. The book was translated into Persian by Ibrahim Neshat around the year 1905. 46 Ront, A. La Charmière Indienne, counterpart and complement to Paul E. T. Vagini, in the Modern Language Review, Volume 75, No. pages 774 to 780. 47 Masruri, C. French Romanticism and Persian Liberalism in 19th Century Iran, Mirza Aga-Khan Kamani and Jacques-Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, History of Political Thought 28 3rd, 2007, 542 to 56. 48 Firuji, M. or Sarah Hikmat da Europa. Tehran, 1318-1939. For the significance of purite Sarah Hikmat da Europe C. Mujtahidi, Alain Yifrantian for Sofia Yifidet plus Gab, pages 309 to 40. 49 For an inventory of the relevant source material, one may start with systematic evaluation of the extensive and highly valuable descriptive bibliographical works and catalogues related to the literature of the Qajar era compiled by scholars such as Iraj Afshar, Mojtaba Minuvi, and Muhammad Toki Danish Pasha. Beyond that, also the huge amount of private papers are to be considered. C. Gaisri, A. Kotvier Rapt. The significance of private papers for Qajar historiography in Ginkgo Library, Newsblog, August 2015. Iran's Constitutional Revolution of 1906 and Narratives of the Enlightened. 10. Looking back at Mashruti, Late Pahlavi Narratives on the Constitutional Revolution. Sayavosh Ranj Bademi. The purpose of this article is that of providing an overview of the official discourse of the late Pahlavi era on the Constitutional Revolution. It will provide insight on how the Shah and the upper elite of the last years of the monarchy in Iran interpreted the aims and legacy of the revolution, and how the same was subsumed and adopted as a legitimizing factor within the state's own ideological construct of the period, with focus on the Rastakist period of 1975 to 78, when the discourse of the late Pahlavi era was consolidated under the bosom of the single-party system. It will rely on speeches and articles made on key occasions, particularly the yearly Constitutional Revolution anniversary celebrations. The Constitutional Revolution, or Enjolabi Mashruti of 190,511, brought about a state system which formally existed until February 11, 1979, the day in which the Imperial Army announced its neutrality in the confrontation between the revolutionary movement and the last government to have been sworn in under the Mashruti provisions, the one of Prime Minister Shapur. One of the defining achievements of the Constitutional Revolution, the permanent Majlis, or Parliament, ceased to exist under the old order on the same day, having held the last session of its 24th legislature 5 days earlier. For the last 2.5 decades of the Mashruti state system, France was ruled by an autocratic monarch who eschewed much of the spirit and intended aims of the revolution in order to consolidate his rule. Muhammad Reza Pahlavi effectively disregarded the lasting principle instilled by the Mashruti process, that of instilling shart, or conditions, on the rule of the monarch, and thereby replaced monarchical arbitrary rule with what scholars have referred to as the rule of law. Through a concerted and wide-ranging effort, which featured the Shah's progressive encroachment on the political sphere, the effort to create an all-encompassing political ideology known as Pahlavism, the adoption of frequent national celebrations, including his own belated coronation and the Persepolis celebrations which culminated with the establishment of the Rastakist single party, the Shah re-established the monarch as the driving and pivotal force in the Iranian state system. As noted by Professor Ali Ansari, following the establishment of the Rastakist party, Muhammad Reza Pahlavi took to describing himself as the commander and did away with most of the constitutional limitations related to his post. While acting counter to much of the essence of the aspirations of the constitutional revolutionaries, the last Shah did not dissolve the state structure which was encapsulated in the Constitution of 1906. Despite convening 2 constituent assemblies for modifying several elements of the constitution to his own advantage, the Shah did not suspend the institutions introduced by Mashruti, preferring instead to superimpose bodies and political processes of his own creation, such as the White Revolution and the Rastakist single party, to the Mashruti arrangement his father had inherited from the previous Qajar dynasty. At the end of his reign, he saw Mashruti as a useful foundation on which to bond together his own attempt at shaping and forming the state system. By doing so, he enabled a discourse to emerge from within the ranks of prominent inner regime figures and the parastatal press, which collectively engage in a selective celebration of the deeds of the constitutional revolutionaries, particularly in their struggle against foreign influence and colonialism. This article will provide an analysis of the positioning of the ideals of the constitutional revolution in the discourse of the later Polivy era, which is here taken to mean the period between the Shah's announcement of the White Revolution in 1962 and the end of the monarchy in 1979. It will seek to observe the pattern through which the essence of Mashruti and the ideals championed during the constitutional revolution were reinterpreted and co-opted by the Shah during this time frame. It will also argue, however, that Muhammad Reza Pahlavi's eventually incorporation of the Mashruti state order also progressively left the political field devoid of an alternative which could have safeguarded the continuation of Mashruti in the absence of himself, or the Pahlavi dynasty. Muhammad Reza Pahlavi and the Mashruti state order. The attitude of Muhammad Reza Pahlavi towards the rest of the state system was subject to considerable change during his 37-year reign. At the time of his coronation, in September 1941, the young monarch did not possess the political experience or ability to assert himself over the political scene, which was then dominated by figures who had the ability of rising above the monarch and significantly subduing the influence and relevance of other state institutions, as his father had successfully done. During his swearing-in ceremony on September 16, 1941, he went beyond the customary lip service to the Mashruti order contained in Article 39 of the Supplement to the Constitution of 1906, and claimed that himself, the executive and legislative branches of government, and society as a whole should unite in order to safeguard the Mashruti order, and that no entity should rise beyond what had been stipulated by the legal framework. For most of the following 12 years, as the Shah was settling into the role of monarch and head of state, Iranian politics partially witnessed the essence of Mashruti. The emergence of political parties separate from the state system, such as the Tudor Party, the autonomy of veteran statesmen such as Muhammad Musaddiq or Oniat Kavam from the royal court, and the latter's inability to control, despite its frequent interference, the lively and chaotic parliamentary activities of those years provided opportunities for the lessening of the monarch's influence in realms beyond politics, such as the arts, literary production, and the press. Such a process was not sufficient, however, to extinguish voices calling for the end to the monarchical state system. As this author has discussed at length in a forthcoming journal article, the hurried departure of the Shah to Baghdad and Rome in the aftermath of the first, failed coup attempt of the 15th and the 16th of August, 1953 was the starting point of a brief, but spirited and concerted effort for the establishment of a republic, the last over one prior to 1979, which featured the separate support of key elements in the of supporters of Musaddiq, from the Tudor Party, to the Third Force and elements of the youth movements aligned to the National Front. Upon his return to Tehran in the aftermath of General Fazlollah Zahidi's seizure of power, the Shah had to contend with a critical juncture in the Mashruti state order. For the first time since the constitutional revolution, a military maneuver, whether domestic or foreign ordained, had been deployed by the monarch against a sitting prime minister, who in turn had acted on the boundaries of the constitutional provisions when calling for the dissolution of the Mojlis via referendum. The manifest calls for an end to the monarchical order and the establishment of a republic meant that the Mashruti state order was therefore subject to a significant rupture in both theory and practice by the end of August. Rather than attempt a restoration of a political system which consigned the role of the monarch to heeding the constitutionally mandated checks and balances, the Shah chose instead to increasingly assert his role into the political sphere. By doing so, he effectively resolved the underlying ambiguities regarding his role in the state framework to his advantage, progressively reducing the influence of figures who, like Musaddiq and Kavam in the past, were pressing him to engage in sultanate, or ceremonial reigning, rather than hukumat, or active governance. The Shah asserted himself through a variety of processes. He adopted a discourse which was grounded on emphasizing his paternal and indispensable role in relieving the country of political and ideological stagnation and assorted ailments, such as foreign meddling and domination, while maintaining a semblance of diversity through the creation of loyal parties, which eventually molded into the Iran Nouveau Madame dual system and holding regular parliamentary elections, except for a hiatus in the early 1960s. The Shah presided over a state system in which the role and function of the other state institutions were effectively shrunken into irrelevance. In 1972, a CIA report on the structure and features of contemporary political power in Iran noted that the Shah saw himself at the center of all political activity and specified, Although he frequently insists on the possibility of a true constitutional monarchy in Iran, his actions suggest that he does not foresee it in his time. One of the key deviations from the spirit of Mashruti came in the form of the subjugation of the prime ministerial position to the royal court, a process which the Shah embarked upon after his return from the brief exile of 1953 and culminated with the long tenure of Amir Abbas Hovida. By the early 70s, the Shah had gone through a decade in which he launched the deployment of an ambitious economic development plan, the White Revolution, which he couched in terms of the revolution of the Shah and the people, performed the belated self-coronation in 1967 and organized the celebrations for the 2500th anniversary of the monarchy 5 years later. The latter two celebrations marked instances in which the Shah chose to buttress his role by assigning to himself an almost messianic mission, a circumstance which, as aptly noted by Ronama, was brought about by the Shah's increasing belief in his predestination as a chosen leader by God. In the aftermath of events such as a miraculous cure from a severe childhood disease and the lack of success of various assassination attempts between the 1940s and 1960s. Such a strand of thought is vividly encapsulated in the Shah's own writings and declarations and are also amply reflected in the Qutya Asadullah Alam's celebrated personal diaries. In the entry for February 16, 1971, he notes, for example, how the Shah told him, during a strange conversation, how he felt almost invincible, the extensive rainfall which had brought relief across the country and, above all, the vanquishing of regional adversaries, including regional opponents such as Nasser, and the neutralization of domestic opposition, due to the lack of figures such as Mossadegh or Kazem and Khomeini's exile. Mashruti, an unfinished revolution. Despite the hubris with which he conducted state affairs from the mid-60s onwards, the Shah insisted on frequently bringing to the fore his interpretation of democracy and often equated it with the Mashruti ideals. This was already apparent in Mission for My Country, the monograph through which he sought to instill the image of benign fatherly figure who was seeking the common good for his people. The Shah begins a lengthy analysis of the constitutional revolution with the following passage. While at the time of the revolution most of the people of Persia had little if any conception of the meaning of representative government, they were desirous of a change from the tired Qajar dynasty and clamored for something new. The common people realized that the Qajars of that period were largely devoid of any feeling of moral responsibility for the Persian people or for the welfare of the country, which had been reduced to the status of a puppet of foreign powers, and especially of Russia. Many ordinary people had become the victims of arbitrariness and excess, and they welcomed the revolution of 1906 because it placed a check upon the autocracy of the Qajars. However, the leaders of our revolution, who were mostly educated men, had broader reasons for backing the revolt. They wanted to liberalize and westernize our political system. They knew that only in this way could Persia maintain her independence and prosper economically and socially. Most of the Persian revolutionists believed that political westernization could be harmonized with the principles of Islam. For instance, one of the greatest contributors to our revolution was Sayyid Jamal al-Din Asadabadi, a staunch pan-Islamist. He stressed the possibility of infusing the liberal, democratic, and nationalist concepts of the West into the philosophical framework of Islam without compromising such basic ideas of our religion as the unity of church and state. Some of the greatest pioneers among the constitutionalists were progressive Persian clergymen such as Sayyid Behbahani and Sayyid Tabatabai, who denounced tyranny from the pulpit. He then touched upon the factors which in his view led to the setbacks for the Mashruti movement. I have already spoken of the unsuccessful Russian-supported attempt of Muhammad Ali Shah, Muzaffar al-Din's son, to destroy the constitution. Some of the ultra-conservative clergymen continued to oppose our democratic reforms, and the constitutionalists themselves split into quarreling factions. Worst of all was the incompetence, slothfulness, extravagance, and lack of dedication of the Qajar rulers themselves, and their subservience to foreign influence. Such themes were reprised in the following years, as shall be seen below, by the Shah's most trusted statesmen. In his message to the nation on the occasion of the annual Mashruti Day of 14 Mordad, 1344/5, an occasion which the royal court never failed to celebrate, Muhammad Reza Pahlavi stated that the spirit of the Mashruti principles introduced 6 decades prior were not enough to bring about a full implementation of democracy, and that the achievement of social justice, which at that time he saw as having been brought forward by the White Revolution, was the necessary finishing step in the process. Mashrutiyat is only implemented when all people, not just a small minority, can avail of it. In comments made on the occasion of the annual Constitutional Revolution celebrations in August 1971, the Itala Daily, whose editorials were usually an extension of the royal court's thinking on such matters, expanded further. The constitutional revolution provided the Iranian nation with the benefits of freedom and a human identity, but it was not one which led the nation down the path of deep social and economic development. The social revolution of Iran delivered a final blow to the remnants of the period of despotism and feudalism, and completed the constitution through yet another appendix. The first one provided political rights to Iran, while the newer one, the legacy of the Sixth Bowman Revolution, effectively plays the role of guarantor of the social rights of this nation. The Shah was therefore adopting Mashruti as an ideal setting which was to be achieved through the implementation of social justice. Given his role at the helm of the latter process, the Shah implicitly cast himself as the sole figure capable of bringing the Mashruti ideals to fruition. In order to bring rhetorical support for such a mission, the Pahlavi state sought, not without logical acrobatics, to redress its reading of the constitutional revolution. Another main pillar on which the Shah's vision of Mashruti was based concerned his increasingly independent stance in foreign policy, a notion which is present in the demands of the political activists of the constitutional revolution era. By the mid-1960s, Muhammad Reza Pahlavi had become increasingly assertive in his attempts to distance the country from the two classic foes, Great Britain and Russia/USSR. The Mashruti ideals and objectives of relief from the tight grip of the two empires was to a great extent a theme that the Shah reprised in the 1960s, as he sought to lessen the real or imagined influence of both London and Moscow in Iran. The Shah's casting of Mashruti as an objective which had to be both achieved and nourished paved the way for the constitutional revolution to be remembered and revered, both within the political elite and the mainstream media. Throughout the late 1970s, the prominent newspaper Etelot, which always remained, at times in a docile way, within the shadow of official dawn, published a lengthy and popular supplement on modern Iranian and world history, which eventually came to be collected and known as 28,000 Ruz Tarikhi Iran va Jahan. It depicted Mashruti as a struggle of virtue against tyranny, selectively focusing on themes such as national independence, the connivance of Muhammad Ali Shah with the Russians to repeal the initial achievements of the constitutional revolution, slogans such as Yamagia Estegla, and less. On themes intrinsic to political development, the rule of law, or social democracy. The Rastakis newspaper, which was launched shortly after the party was founded, also engaged in an extensive special series dedicated to Mashruti and provided, on almost every anniversary, a thorough descriptive narrative of events. While refraining from focusing on fringe elements, social democratic movements, or the conspiratorial activities of the Faramashkanena, the daily chose to concentrate on politically safer themes, such as emphasis on the roots of the revolt, which it summarized in 2536 as being pressure of Zulm and Zur, the dark shadow of despotism, poverty, hunger, deep class divides, the limitless colonial pretensions of Russia and England. All these factors contributed to the awakening of the people. 11. The link between the White Revolution and the Constitutional Revolution also comes to the forefront in the second volume of Pahlavi Sin, a set which is considered to be the foundation stone for the official state ideology of the late Pahlavi period. Its author, Manikaya Honamond, cast the whole of the millenarian monarchical era as one distinguished by a Mashruti monarchical rule, and compares the political system in place at the time of the book's publication to the one of antiquity, and notes, after the Constitutional Revolution, a government conditional upon ethical principles and strong and certain human rights preferred by the lawmakers and its founders, was not established. The main reason for this was the existence of feudal overlords, who were not allowing genuine elections to take place. Secondly, they were approving laws solely to the benefit of their own social class. This condition placed the peasant and worker class under great injustice. The Shah, from the start of White Revolution, and the execution of the land reform law, removed this great obstacle from the execution of true Mashruti. And by granting the right of vote to women, he ensured that half of the citizens of this country would exit subaltern status and achieve legal rights, and therefore established an effective legal and social equivalence between men and women. 15. The Pahlavistic ideology therefore decisively shifted the affective fulcrum of the Mashruti ideals from the concept of the rule of law to that of societal participation within the economic and political frameworks within the bosom of the paternal monarchical supervision. This view was reinforced after the formation of the Rastakis Party. The Rastakis Party, the intended missing link between the White Revolution and Mashruti. In early March 1975, the Shah surprised the political scene by suddenly announcing the formation of a single party, the Rastakis Millat, which was to incorporate the previous two inner regime ones, Madam and Iran. In 2016, the development had the effect of ushering in a new era for the post-Mashruti state. Overnight, Iran entered into the peculiar realm of the single-party monarchies, a distinction it shared with virtually no other contemporary state system. The creation of Rastakis, which the Shah envisaged as the single clearinghouse for politically minded and active Iranians of all persuasions, was justified by the Shah as a necessary step towards the fulfillment of the Mashruti ideals during a press conference on March 2, when he delivered a brief overview of the principles of Mashrutiyat, before focusing on the realization that playing the role of a loyal minority is very arduous in Iran and is effectively a role which is not possible to play. He then urged all Iranians loyal to the constitution, the monarchical system of Iran and the Sixth Bowman Revolution to join forces and enter the new party, and termed the same as a natural step in the coming together of these disparate processes and, crucially, for the fulfillment of the principles of Mashrutiyat. One of the early Rastakist theoreticians, Dariush Humayun, expanded further on the rationale for its creation by noting that how a loyal opposition party in Iran has an unrealistic role in Iran. All political organizations need to be grouped under the ruling party. Those opposed have to be either in jail or abroad. Humayun, who was effectively tasked with devising the first element of the ideological bedrock of the nascent party, expanded on the bonds between the White Revolution and Mashruti further. There is no historical precedent in Iran for such a public movement. We have experienced revolutions which have drawn a strong societal backing, but we never had a political party imbued with the participation of the majority of the men and women of this country. He also attempted to carve out of a role for the constitution, which had not been subject to modification as a consequence of the creation of Rastakis. The constitution, which is the legacy of the constitutional revolution, the first socio-political revolution of Iran, which is also the oldest document of its kind in Asia and Africa, still maintains, after 70 years, the capacity to bring together all the disparate political forces within Iranian society. The essence of the Sixth Bowman Revolution, which completed the constitutional revolution and removed the last fundamental obstacle from the development of Iranian society, is a program for a practical revolution. 22. The Rastakis party was therefore seen, by the Shah and his associates, as the necessary step for the forging of a strong trade union between pre- and post-Pahlavi Iran, between the admirable portions of the Qajar era's legacy, such as the enlightened Vizier Amir Kabir, the Tobacco Rebellion of 1891, and Mashruti itself on the one hand, and the rapid and ambitious development of the latter part of Muhammad Reza Pahlavi's rule, which culminated in the White Revolution and its paternal and all-encompassing vision for the monarchy on the other. In order to reach this aim, the distinction between the discredited Qajar dynasty and the constitutional revolutionaries was affected in a more elaborate way. On the one hand, popular heroes such as Sattar Khan and Bikir Khan were anointed as exemplary figures, with their military initiatives to rescue the early Mashruti movement linked, with thinly veiled references and verbiage, to the similarly salutary march of Reza Khan on Tehran. The party organ chose to deliver a clear but limited narrative of the driving forces behind the constitutional drive, choosing to focus upon the role and agency of Ayatollah Tabatabai and Sayyid Abdullah Baibahani, who are presented in no uncertain terms as the great clerics who laid the foundation stones of Mashruti. 22. This interpretation, which effectively omits the role of secret societies, social democratic organizations of Caucasian inspiration, and religious sects, is centered on the two clerics' quest for the rule of law as a bulwark against the excesses of Qajar monarchs, and can be related to the Pahlavi state's policies with regards to the political successors of each of the various groups which collectively took part in the revolution. In the last but typical example of the extensive yearly special reports on Mashruti to appear on Rastakis, the official daily of the party, a junior historian who would gain prominence in the post-1979 period, Khosrow Mutazid, would amply decry the lasciviousness of the Qajar dynasty, highlighting the extensive expenses of Nasir ad-Din Shah's famous travels to Europe. He then focuses on Muzaffar ad-Din Shah, who is depicted as a superstitious simpleton who thought that such trips, which included the purchase of toys and other frivolities, were an essential element of his monarchy. As late as the summer of when the fervor against the Shah was moving towards its apex, the party still therefore felt the need to buttress the Pahlavi dynasty through a selective reading of the roots of Mashruti and the inadequacy of the Qajar monarchs, and the implication of a more salubrious relationship between the West and Muhammad Reza Shah. Besides driving a wedge between the two dynasties of 20th century France, the Rastakis era discourse sought to augment the aforementioned bonds between the constitutional revolution and the development of the latter half of the century. In the words of Abdullah Riotsi, the late Pahlavi grandee who served as cabinet minister, longtime parliamentary speaker and head of the University of Tehran, the latter processes brought about the emancipation of the lower tiers of Iranian society. The White Revolution was the completing element of Mashruti. This revolution, on 6 Beaumont 1341, was precisely along the lines of the request and aspirations of the fighters and the senior clerics of the Constitutional Revolution 24. A common thread in this discourse was the identification of land reform with political development, the former being praised due to its role in decreasing the influence and role of major landowners in the electoral process. According to Riotsi's comments on the occasion of the Mashruti anniversary in 1976, the then-present legislature, the last one prior to the revolution, included 70 teachers, 40 simple peasants, workers, and 20 women, and therefore created an institutional setting which vindicated the claim that Mashrutiyat was brought to completion by the creation of the Rastakis party. A more elaborate account of the bonds between the Mashruti and the purported achievements of the late Pahlavi era was provided during the same period by Mahmud Sojodi, who became Senate Speaker in the waning years of the Pahlavi dynasty. While praising Amir Kabir as a patriot who would have hastened the arrival of Mashruti had he been allowed to govern longer, Babahani was once again eulogized as a martyr in the Roi Mashruta, or pathway towards Mashruti. Sojodi then praised Riza Shah as being the harbinger of the first real phase of Mashruti, for it was during his reign that the parliament actively approved laws which led to the rapid progress of the country, and added, "Everyone who is interested in democratic principles knows how in the bosom of this revolution, Mashrutiyat succeeded in putting forward fundamental steps in towards attaining such principles. We are all aware of the essence of the revolution and are aware of how, with the granting of freedom to peasants, a large segment of the population succeeded, without any political or financial interference by the big landowners, in electing their own representatives, and today, the national parliament is the locus for the authentic representatives of workers and peasants, and ultimately women, who are themselves half of the national population. Mashrutiyat has finally assumed its real essence. Every Iranian individual can today represent and be represented, whether he is a worker, a peasant, a teacher, or of any other social and professional extraction." 25. Conclusion. This article has sought to provide examples of how the official discourse in the late Pahlavi era sought to benefit from the legacy of the Constitutional Revolution, an event which occurred outside the time of Pahlavi rule but which maintained a lasting, albeit redressed, effect during the reigns of Riza and Muhammad Riza Shah. By the end of the 1970s, the various stages in the development of the Shah's worldview had brought about an important role for Mashruti, that of featuring as a significant element in the ideological construct of the Pahlavi state. The high societal esteem for Mashruti, the rich array of revered heroes, as well as the lack of a direct involvement by the Pahlavi monarchs, meant that Mashruti could be utilized, through the selective adoption of some its themes and objectives and part of its characters, as a legitimizing factor in the Shah's attempt to shape the state system through his own, highly individualized trajectory. By providing a connection between the White Revolution and Mashruti, and treating the former as a corrective and completing step for the latter, the Shah, however, effectively reduced the Mashruti legacy to a supporting act of his regime, a circumstance which eventually led to the identification of the Mashruti framework with the late Pahlavi state, so much so that the lasting public holiday of 14 Madad was discontinued in August 1979, thereby handing over the annual remembrance to the realm of occasionally sympathetic but sporadic messages by statesmen and media coverage. Subsumed as it was by the Pahlavi regime, there was little that the few, meek voices which pressed for the continuation of Mashruti until early 1979 could do to preserve the central legacy and praxis of the Constitutional Revolution, which came to an end as the other major societal upheaval of 20th century France brought about the Islamic Republic. Bibliography. 28,000 Rosda Tariqa Iran via Jahan, Tehran. Afghani, G.R., The Life and Times of the Shah, Berkeley. Alam, A. Yadashte Alam, Volume 2, Tehran. Ansari, A. The Politics of Nationalism in Iran, Cambridge. Ayandigan Daily, Tehran. CIA Report, Centers of Power in Iran, 1972. Harry, A. Sharism and Constitutionalism in Iran, Leiden. Hanamond, M. Shahanshahi Mashruti Dawhiza Va Pansat Soleil Iran, Tehran. Katuzian, H. The Revolution for Law, A Chronographic Analysis of the Constitutional Revolution of Iran, in Middle Eastern Studies. Volume 47, Number 5, 2011, DOI, 10.1080/0026320.2011.5888797, pages. Pahlavi, M.R., Mission for New York Country, New York. Pahlavi, M.R., Majmoi Talifat, Notho, Payamho, Muzahibiho vie Bayanatai Alahasetai Humayonai Muhammad Riza Shah Pahlavi, Tehran. Runema, A. Superstition as Ideology in Iranian Politics, Cambridge, 2013. Rastakis Daily, Tehran, 1975-78. Shakibi, Z. Polyvism, The Ideologization of Monarchy in Iran, Politics, Religion and Ideology, Volume No. 2013, DOE, 10.1080/2156768.9.2012.751911, pages 114-135. 1. This view of the aims of the constitutional revolution follows Harry A. Shatism and Constitutionalism in Iran, Leiden, pages 50-55. 2. In this regard, Cartesian, E.T., The Revolution for Law, A Chronographic Analysis of the Constitutional Revolution of Iran, in Middle Eastern Studies, Volume No. DOI 10.1080/002632006.2011.5888797, pages 757-77. 3. Ansari, A. The Politics of Nationalism in Iran, Cambridge, pages 183-184. For the Constituent Assembly was included in the provisions of the existing constitution and had been convened by Reza Khan in 1925 to constitutionally allow for dynasties other than the Qajar one to ascend to the throne. It also met in the aftermath of an attempt on Mohammad Reza Shah's life in 1949 to bestow him with more powers, including that of dissolving both houses of parliament. The modifications to the constitution brought about by these two assemblies are noted in the appendix to Rahimi, M. Kanana SSI Tran via Usolai Democracy, Tehran. 5. CIA Report, Centers of Power in Iran. 6. In this regard, Ronema, A. Superstition as Ideology in Iranian Politics, Cambridge, pages 122-125. 3. Polyv, M. A. Mission for My Country, New York, p. 9. Polyv, Mission for My Country, page 10. Polyv, M. A. Majmoi Talefa, Not Ho, Payam Ho, Muzahibi Havi Bayanatai al-Hazreti Meenai Muhammad Reza Shah Polyv, Tehran, p. 11. Jetolat, Madad. 12. C. In particular, 28,000 Rosa Torika Iran va Jahan, Tehran. 13. Rastakis, Madad, August. 14. C. Shakibi, Z. Polyvism, The Ideologization of Monarchy in Iran, Politics, Religion and Ideology, Volume No. DOI 10.1080/2156768.9.2012.751911, pages and Ansari, A. Nationalism, pages 169-172 for studies of the political significance of this set. 15. Hanamond, M. Shahanshahi Mashuti Dawhiza va Pansat Solayi Iran, Tehran, p. 16. C. After my, G. A. The Life and Times of the Shah, Buckley, pages for a brief and cogent explanation of the creation of the Rastakis Party. 17. Polyv, M. A. Majmoi Talifat, p. 21. C. For example, the first Rastakis special insert on the Constitutional Revolution, which appeared on August 5th. 22. Rastakir, Madad. 23. Rastakis, Madad, August. 24. Ryotsi comments in Rastakis special dossier on Mashruti, Modad. 25. Rastakis, Mondad. Contributors. Ali M. Ansari is Professor of Iranian History and Founding Director of the Institute for Iranian Studies at the University of St. Andrews. He is Senior Associate Fellow, Royal United Services Institute and currently serves as President of the British Institute of Persian Studies. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 2016. Among his publications are Iran, A Very Short Introduction and the Politics of Nationalism in Modern Iran. A third updated edition of his Iran, Islam and Democracy, The Politics of Managing Change, will be published by Ginkgo in. Ali Gaisri is Professor of History at the University of San Diego and has research interest in the intellectual history of modern Iran. He studied law and political science at Tehran University and history with concentration on Iranian studies at St. Anthony's College, Oxford. He has written extensively in both Persian and English on modern Iranian history and on modern philosophy and social theory. His books include Contemporary Iran, Economy, Society, Politics, Tabriz and Rasht in the Iranian Constitutional Revolution, Democracy in Iran, History and the Quest for Liberty, Iranian Intellectuals in the 20th Century, Persian translation of Immanuel Kant's Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Ethics, Manfred Prings et al., Max Schiller, and Phenomenology. Dr. Gaisri serves on the editorial board of France Studies book series published by Brill and is also the editor-in-chief of the journal Iranian Studies. Ilahi Helbig graduated from the University of Bonn in 2008 with a major in media studies, focusing on aesthetic communication, and minors in art history and Iranian studies. Between 2006 and 2012, she was curator and associated researcher for various exhibition projects in museums and exhibition halls in Germany. For her work on 19th century Iranian photography, Ilahi had been awarded several fellowships, amongst them for extensive research at the Photo Archive of the Goldston Palace in Tehran, at the Freer Gallery of Art and the Atta M. Sackler Gallery in Washington, D.C., at the Middle Eastern Center Archive in Oxford, and at the Kunsthistorische Institute in Florence Max Planck Institute. Currently, she is working as an academic assistant at the University of Geneva. Cameron Martin is a senior lecturer in international relations at Sussex University, UK. His research focuses on international historical sociology, state formation, nationalism, Marxism, and post-colonial critique with special reference to the Middle East. He is the author of Recasting Iranian Modernity, International Relations and Social Change, and co-editor of Historical Sociology and World History, Uneven and Combined Development over the Long Durée. He is the co-convener of Historical Sociology in International Relations Working Group of British International Studies Association and Management Committee member of Center for Advanced International Theory. Milord Odebia is a PhD candidate in the Department of Anthropology and the program in Critical Theory at University of California, Berkeley. His dissertation, Giving Words, Translation, History, and the Modern Fran, offers an anthropological and ethnographic investigation of practices of reading, translation, and history writing in modern Iran. Pejman Abdulmohammadi is resident visiting research fellow at the London School of Economics, Middle East Center, and assistant professor in Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Genoa. He also teaches history and politics of the Middle East at John Cabot University in Rome. His research and teaching activities focus on the politics and history of modern France, the intellectual history of Iran, geopolitics of the Persian Gulf, and international relations of the Middle East. His newest book, Modern Iran, Between Domestic Affairs and International Relations, was published by Mondadori, Italy's leading publisher, in October. Salah Evas Maleri graduated with an MA in Persian Literature and Language from Azad University of Tehran in 2011. He did his thesis on the relationship between ideology and literature in Persian medieval poetry through analyzing the odes of Nasiri Khosrow and Soedi's first chapter of Bustan, which earned him a first-class grade. He has attended numerous series of masterclasses about modern literary theory and criticism in Tehran and published a number of essays on cultural production in Iran, as well as film and book reviews in Iranian journals. Solu's PhD thesis focuses on Persian classical literature between the 11th and 13th centuries. By analyzing texts from different discursive contexts, his research shows how literary text, as a reflection of social life and power relations, represents different forms of cultural resistance. This article is part of his postdoctoral research, which is about the birth of Persian literature as a discourse in contemporary Iran. Dr. Azgoskan studied Near Eastern science and Greek and Latin literature and philology at the University of Zurich and is currently assistant professor for Iranian studies at the University of Bern/Switzerland. He graduated with the paper Kritik der westlichen Philosophie in Iran, zum geistesgeschichtlichen Selbstverständnis von Muhammad Hussein Tabatabai. Yuindi Matoza Mutahari. His present research focus is on 20th/21st century Iranian intellectual history, Islamic philosophy, and hermeneutic approaches of modern Quran exegesis. Evan Siegel is a lifelong student of Iranian history. For more information, please visit his site at. Roman Seidel is a postdoctoral fellow at the Berlin Graduate School Muslim Cultures and Societies, Freie Universität Berlin. His primary research interest is the study of contemporary philosophy in the Middle East. He earned a PhD in Islamic Studies in 2011 from the University of Zurich, where he was lecturer for Islamic Studies focusing on Persian and modern Iran at the Institute for Asian and Oriental Studies from 2011 to 2014. He is involved in the Überweg History of Philosophy project and serves on the editorial board of the Philosophy in der Nahostlichen Modern/Philosophy in the Modern Middle East book series published by Klaus Schwartz Verlag and on the advisory board of the World Philosophies book series published by Mimesis International. His doctoral dissertation, Kant in Tehran, and Fanj, Ansatsa Yundi Context der Contraception in Iran, was published by the Gruta in. Sayavosh Rand Bademi is lecturer in Iranian history at the School of Arts, Languages and Cultures, University of Manchester. His main research interests are the evolution of the state structures, state-society relations, and political parties in modern and contemporary France. He is currently working on the early Islamic Republic period, as well as the last decade of Pahlavi rule.